Just a blast off the top. Pescoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rough for him for a moment. The shard of the Naru was so clutch.
Possessi tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.
There it is, the Battlemaster off the top for Yala.
Welcome everyone to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call, the ultimate season of Grandmasters, where all players from all over the globe get to battle it out for one final spot at the World Championship. Glory is on the line here, but he's not going to be playing in this tournament because we're shaking things up a little bit in this season of Grandmasters, and we're shaking things up on the casting desk as well. As you may have noticed, I'm not joined by my usual partner of Gia. I'm joined by a player who was almost playing in this tournament but just narrowly missed out on it. But instead he gets the far greater prize of joining me here on the desk. It's Lamby Series. How you doing, bro?
Hey Derek, what's up? Hello everyone, I'm Lamby Series. If you guys know me, you might have seen me on this broadcast like a few times here and there during the last year, but now I'm actually behind the desk. It's a very refreshing experience. I might have been too good to be playing, that's why I'm here, that's why, you know. But I just want to say thank you so much for this opportunity to be here to cast this Last Call GM. A lot of exciting players in the tournament, a lot of players that I personally respect. I'm so excited to be doing this with Derek, of course, and can't wait to see how the rest of the week will pan out.
Me neither. A lot on the line here and a lot of very exciting decks because the format we're playing here is going to be a little bit different this week, but we'll get into that very shortly. First of all, we're going to take you through a rundown of how Last Call works overall over this season. It's going to be 4 weeks of play. We have a little bit of a break in the middle, so it's these two first weeks, a couple weeks off, and then week 3 and the playoffs in a couple weeks time. It's kind of like Stranger Things on Netflix. We do a first half of the season and a second half later on as well, just to keep the tension high. And each week is an individual tournament where you're just trying to finish as best as you can, and the better you finish each week, the more points you get, and then the top half of players will go through to layoffs at the during week 4. And it's also a rotating format, as I was hinting to just a moment ago. Last week it was Conquest, but this week, Lamby Series, we are shaking things up.
Right, so this week we're going to be having trio format. If you guys watched the previous season of GM, the latest one, we did have one season of trio. It was the first ever trio format, but I'm going to explain a bit about what trio is exactly. So trio is effectively Conquest, but with two big differences, all right? So firstly, it's still best of 5, okay, Conquest, but the thing is, there is no ban. And secondly, the classes you bring to this week are sort of predetermined. Like, if you would like to bring Demon Hunter to this tournament this week, you can only pair Demon Hunter with a Priest and a Rogue. It's just how the format is. And like, if you want to bring like maybe Druid, you gotta pair it with a Mage and a Paladin. These predetermined classes actually make it so that the players have to build their lineups in a specific way. It doesn't mean that there's like one class that's way worse or like way better. But obviously, like we have not seen Warrior in such a long time. So this week will showcase some Warrior gameplay because the players have no choice but to bring Warrior if they want to bring some of these other classes. So there's a lot of other like specific interplay and like combinations that players may not be used to. They have to do it for this week in order to get the precious points that they need. So I'm very excited to see what players have come up with, what archetypes of each class that they've delved into, and see if it works out for them in the end of the week.
Yeah, that's what's so fun about this is when you're picking one of your buckets effectively, you get 5 groups of 3 classes to choose from. They're all hand curated. These are not randomly selected classes. So it's basically all put together so that you can have maybe one really strong class at the moment, which is arguably, you know, Rogue, maybe Shaman, a lot of the players like a lot. But you have to have maybe one of the weaker classes to go alongside that. Warrior in a bit of a tough spot right now. Demon Hunter players are maybe not quite so fond of, or you can just go for one of the more even strategies where you go for one of the buckets where it's just 3 decent classes with no real standouts or no real duds in there as well. A lot of room for experimentation, and I hope our players have come up with some spicy lists for us because the diversity is pretty high. We're seeing a lot of different ways that our players are going here in terms of the different buckets that are being chosen, which we'll jump into later on in the day. First of all, though, the prize pool that our players are fighting for over the course of last call. First place walking away with $22,500. And even for our players who are unable to get above 13th to 16th place, still $6,000 just for having qualified through to last call, which is very impressive in its own right. But I think I'm fair in saying here that for Grandmasters Lambi series, the most important thing is getting those points.
Yes, indeed. I mean, when it comes to points, we have to always remember that in order to get to playoffs, you need to be in like the top 8 of the point standing. And also remember that this last call is only 3 weeks of qualifying for playoffs. What does this mean? This means that, like, for example, last week, Bunny Hopper got like a win with 5 points. That totally skyrocketed him into like first place. And from my experience, the playoff cutoff, it's not like set in stone, it's just theory, but like it's about 6 points. So every single point is super duper crucial. Like, I cannot stress how important it is to make sure that you get out of the groups, make it to Sunday, win Sunday. I mean, like, it only gets better the more you win, definitely. And it literally is so important that you cannot even afford to take one loss lightly. So there's a lot of pressure, a lot of stress on these players. I felt it like multiple times. Now I'm just gonna watch these guys feel it.
Yeah. When we get down to the end of the season, you know, me and Gia are often like working through the exact permutations, right? It's okay, so if Okashinsuke wins and then Lambi series loses, but Mighty wins and then all this stuff.
You gotta say
not that ever happened. Yeah. That never happened, of course. But it gets very, very stressful. You can avoid all of that, though, if you just keep winning. Then you don't have to worry about the tiebreakers. Just do that. Jumping into Group A, though, this is what Lambi series and I are going to be focusing on for today. Okashinsuke and Possessi, of course, from the APAC region, but then Judgment and Levick here from EU. And interestingly enough, I mean, I think it's often the case that for the the English-speaking Hearthstone community, the European players are a little bit more well-known. But I would argue that Okashinsuke and obviously Possessi in particular are kind of the stars of this group.
Yeah, I mean, Possessi he's the world champion, right? I mean, come on, everybody knows Possessi. And of course, Okashinsuke, even though he's like a bit more new to the scene, he's also been breaking it into his own like groove recently. He's been making good plays. He's doing well. But having said that, though, I look at this point standing and like I see Okashinsuke at the bottom this time, still with 0 points. I really hope he gets out of the groups and starts making a mark on this season, because like there's no more room for error. I did say that he's coming to his own, but he really needs to show his stuff this week as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Okashinsuke and Levick both on 0 points heading into this week, which is going to make both of their matches absolutely crucial. 2-0 2 weeks in a row, and you're pretty much just out of the running. You can try your best just to try and scrape a bit more prize money at the end, but your chances at the World Championship are pretty much shot. But players who have been doing a little bit better overall, I think it's fair to say, are the players in Group B. Superfake in with a 2nd place finish last week. Pascoa in with a 3rd, 4th as well. And then to round it out, Pun and Zloy Gruzin. It's a bit of a stranger group, I think it's fair to say. Not the, I would argue, the biggest powerhouse group overall. But based on some of their play last week, they're clearly doing some good stuff.
Yeah, I'm personally not like hugely familiar with everyone in this group, but Superfake clearly been entertaining force on the web camera for all of us to see, doing very well over the last season and this season as well. So excited to see him play, excited to see him react like 1,000 emotions in 1 second. So stuff like that. I'm really interested to see how things pan out for this group. Not my pick as the favorite group, but I think everyone here still has like something interesting to show, and I can't wait to see that as well.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the fact that Superfake has a more traditional lineup is pretty surprising in its own right, because he just brings the weirdest stuff.
Yeah, I mean, him and Flat never bring anything that's too normal, right? But this week it's really normal looking. Yeah, but anyway, Group C. Okay, Group C has Mighty and Cheonsu, two of my favorite APAC players and actually close friends of mine. Want to see them play very intently. I'm really excited to see them play. But this group also features Bunny Hopper, the front runner, the guy that just wants to get 1 or 2 more points and can chill for next week. The following week of Grandmasters. So Bunny will definitely be vying for that 1 or 2 points, or even another win, who knows, right? Mighty really needs to carry his weight this week. He's been self-professed to haven't been playing a lot of Hearthstone, but I do believe that his fundamentals are super solid, so there's a very good chance that he will do well this week, and I can't wait to see that happen.
Yeah, I mean, what, an APAC GM not having played much recently? That can't go wrong, right? Tyler.
Can't go wrong indeed.
Naming no names. But yeah, I think this is going to be a super spicy group. Bunny Hopper and Cheonsu in particular have gone with some pretty spicy deck lists, I think it's fair to say. With Bunny giving the Paladin Druid bucket there that not a lot of players have gone for. That has some real merit, I think. Just kind of standard good decks. Nothing really too fancy for him there. Finally, though, moving on to Group D to round things out here. We have some of the players who have struggled a little bit over the course of this first week. A lot of these names down towards the bottom with, Habu Gabu on 1 point, Fury on 2 points, Fled down on 1 point as well. They really need to start picking this up, basically. But even though it wasn't the best first week for these players, it's undeniable the amount of skill that is in this group.
Yeah, of course. I have personally practiced with Fury Hunter up to my run in the playoffs last season, and I can say for sure this guy knows his stuff. He's an insanely good Hearthstone player, and I have no doubt that he has a chance to do well amongst this entire field. But of course, I also want to mention that firstly, I'm a bit surprised. I was prepared to say that Flat's going to bring something insane this week, but it's actually a very normal lineup like Super Fake. So that's a bit of a downer for me, but maybe it's actually correct. Who knows? Also, last but not least, Habu Gabu. Wow, you guys are in for a treat with this one. Habu Gabu has Quest Warrior, guys. It's not Charge, it's not Control, it's not Kazakusan, it is Quest Warrior. And it's XL Quest Warrior, guys. 40 pirates. I wouldn't say 40 pirates, but like majority of the deck is pirates, right? You guys really need to know how to play your cards on curve to keep up with this one.
This deck is a disaster, man. It's just the most Habu deck ever. Like, no one else in the world is winning a single game with this deck. Like, he's just been going around to different chats being like, play my deck, it's good, I promise. And just everyone's like, no, it's garbage. I'm not going to play that. But it's been doing well for him, climbing right to the top of Legend. And we'll see if it can hold its own in Grandmasters last call. But here's the standings, Lambie. Bunny Hopper, as we mentioned, right towards the top. But basically everyone on the right side of that board is in pretty big trouble this week. They need to be getting through to those quarterfinals, I think, to have any real chance in.
Yeah, I personally believe that as much as we have like people on the right side of the bracket looking a little bit sad right now, but this is one of those like seasons whereby one good week will propel you to stardom. Like, you just need one good week. Like Dimitri, Levick, Mighty, Oka, Shinsuke, if any of them win this week, they are literally Bunny Hopper from last week, right? They just need to get like 1 or 2 more points the following week, and that's it. So it's really very close. No one is actually safe. I mean, when I say no one, I don't mean no one, but like most of them are not safe, So I'm really curious to see who will be the ones to pull out on top this week and like give everyone a run for their money.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see. One of those players down at the bottom, I think right at the bottom in 16th place there, was Oka Shinsuke, who is going to be in our first match of the day. So talking about how important it is for him to get these wins in. Obviously, these groups that we're playing are double elimination, so he can afford 1 loss here. But it kind of feels like he might be heading towards that loss in this matchup that he's got against Judgment, right?
Right, so I did analyze the lineups a little bit, so I'm just going to give it a quick breakdown. Judgment has Fel Demon Hunter, Wig Priest, and Mind Rogue, while Oka Shinsuke has Big Spell Mage, Moist Shaman, and XL Curse Warlock. Just on paper, right, Judgment has the slightly favored lineup because his Demon Hunter's favored against the Big Spell Mage, Demon Hunter, Mind Rogue, and Wig Priest are all favored versus the Warlock, which is, I think, his intended soft target. So, I mean, Oka Shinsuke does have the Moist Shaman, which kind of is okay into all of Judgment's decks, but that's just it, right? It's just that one matchup. I feel like the biggest kicker in this matchup is if Oka Shinsuke can get out early and win with the Warlock. That might give him a chance in this series.
Yeah, I mean, as you explained it so well at the start, this is effectively like a warped version of Conquest. You still have to win with all three of your decks. So the weak deck is always the deciding point in these series. And like you said, that feels like the one for Okashinsuke on the Warlock. I hope that he can get it out over at some point along the way, because against the rest of those decks, it's just so difficult to take a win with. If you're getting a good draw on Rogue, it feels like nothing can beat it. But something that we were looking at yesterday, which is pretty surprising actually for Okashinsuke at this point in terms of his stats, is he is just Mr. Consistency, like right down the middle, 50-50 both in Grandmasters and in Masters Tours. This is literally the definition of average.
Yeah, right. So currently his record, I don't think it includes last week, but it's currently 20-20 in Grandmasters. I feel like if he really wants to do well this season, right, he's got to change that percentage just a little bit. Make it a 55. 55 might put you in the playoffs. Who knows, man?
You never know. I mean, we were talking about this as well, right? One single point can just make all the difference in the world.
Totally.
Every win is so crucially important, which is why it's so interesting to see what our players have put all that pressure on, the importance of every single match, which buckets they have decided. Okashinsuke, as we can see here, going with Mage, Shaman, and Warlock, which is pretty surprising in its own right, because there are a couple of other pretty similar lineups that could have been gone for. Are you a believer in the power of Shaman right now? Do you think it's a top tier deck right now that you would be actively looking to pick in the trio format, or is it just kind of a decent one that you end up taking just because it's there?
Right, so based on last week, I do believe that the Shaman is one of the more targetable, like top tier decks, like Warlock beats it, Mage beats it. But the thing is, Shaman in the hands of a good player, I've seen it on ladders so many times, good players playing Shaman actually do have an edge, because the deck requires quite a bit of technical play, timing your Clownfishers, your Mutinous, and when to play this, when to play that. The deck has little room for error, I would say very little room for error, but in the hands of a skilled player, this is a deck that actually can do very well. And I personally would bring this deck as well to the tournament if I had a chance.
Judgment here on the other side has had a meteoric rise to fame and a very impressive win rate in Masters Tours as well to boot. He's got a second place and a top 4 in Masters Tours as of late. And although at the start his Masters Tour win rate was pretty artificially inflated because he'd only been in 1, maybe 2 when he got the runner-up spot at Onyxia's Lair. Since then it's started to even out. He's got an above 50 game sample size now and still a very impressive score line, which is all the good things I can say about Judgment. Some of the more negative things is, man, what a troll lineup he is bringing here this week. Like, it is just so BM to your opponent. Like, Mine Rogue, Wig Priest as well, the Demon Hunter, a little bit more standard. But these are like, some of the most hated decks, I think it's fair to say, in the metagame. Like, if anyone's moaning about their ladder experience, it feels like it's about Mine Rogue or getting nutted by Wig Priest.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've had my fair share of games where I've like just opened the nuts with Mind Rogue and my opponent just couldn't do anything at all. Mind Rogue is just one of those decks that if you like the lottery, you will like Mind Rogue, because it's even more high rolly than Big Spell Mage to be honest. Because if you hit like the smoke screen with the Trickster early and spawn like 2 Acolytes, right? I mean, it's over. How many people deal with 2 5/8s on turn 4? And Darrow's pointing at himself. So
yeah, I'll tell you who doesn't deal with that many 5/8s on turn 4. Language Hacker. He got wrecked by me on the Mine Rogue. Yeah. I'm the nuts, man.
Yeah. I just want to see how high rolly this Mine rolls can get, because I feel like the deck is one of those decks that it falls so flat and so hard if you don't get the good openings, right? And there's so many clunky cards and so many moving pieces that have to work together before they even do anything. But if it works, it is unbeatable, even if you have 40 health, I promise you.
100%, which is I think one of the reasons why Levick on the other side, who we are going to be seeing later on today, did end up going with the XL Shaman, because this is a matchup that I've faced quite a lot. I've played a fair bit of this mid-range style of Shaman, and it does feel like it kind of struggles against the Rogue, the Mine Rogue, if I'm being honest. You have very limited healing. Cookie the Cook and Brukan, the hero card, are really all you have to work with. And your ability to actually pile a lot of pressure in the early turns are kind of limited. Like, unless you're hitting the Clownfish, maybe Bolner plus Clownfish opening hands, you're kind of slow before you hit Coin Wildpaw Cavern or Coin into Command of Neptulon. Like, these turns 1 through 3 are pretty slow most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see with the opening hands right now, Oga Shinsuke is seriously considering his mulligan, and he keeps the Okani, which I'm totally down for, because in this matchup, Okani on turn 4 denies a lot of things. You could coin it out on turn 3 to deny something. You could deny the Trickster, deny the Smokescreen, deny any minion. The deck has so little minions, and every single minion contributes to a lot of damage. So having the Okani in hand is actually one step towards his victory here. Judgment, on the other hand, keeping the graveyard, I think it's always a keep in this deck because it snowballs your victory so quickly. Also keeping the Trickster because, like I said, this deck is practically lottery. You need 2 pieces to work together. So Trickster plus Smokescreen is one of your high rolls, and I'm all down for keeping these 2 pieces of the combo.
Wow, triple red Piranha off of the Schooling. That's got to be good,
Yeah.
right?
That's also lottery, man. Like, I mean, the effect of having whatever color of Piranha doesn't make a difference, but it's just nice to see triple red.
Well, Judgment here with the kind of hand that is so...
What shall I do?
It's torturous to look at this hand, right? Because it's so almost there. There's so many of the pieces you're looking for. Like you said, Trickster, you almost always keep in the mulligan. Graveyard, same deal. But without the mine, without the sketchy information to draw the mine, ideally, or, of course, the Smokescreen as the absolute ideal card. This hand is just kind of slow, to be honest. He doesn't have the synergies that he needs to really make it pop.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that I keep talking about this deck being a lottery deck, it just means that, like, next turn, Judgment has, like, since he has double graveyard, right, he has the complete, like freedom to just play one down and potentially waste the ticks of the graveyard. But if he plays it down on turn 3 and he top decks a Smokescreen, I think the game could be over if he hits the right cards.
Yeah.
So because he has 2 graveyards, I'm totally down for just playing, like, one of the graveyards and see if you just, like, roll the nuts on the following turn. But for Oka Shinsuke's decision is really difficult because you always want to go coin like Caverns, coin Okani. So this turn he's thinking probably pile on some stats on the board. Oh wow, he's reaching for the coin. This is something that I did not expect. Wow.
Wow, that is surprising to me. I mean, clearly he's got a very different read on this hand than what I think most players would have, because obviously this can save you a good amount of damage, but this decimates his mid-game plan, right?
Yeah, we clearly see that because we have Caster Vision. Judgment has, like, really nothing going on now. And yep, he makes the play of just throwing out the graveyard because he knows that this game he needs to roll some really good cards to, like, get back into this game. So dropping the first graveyard here in case he draws a Smokescreen or, like, sketchy information so that he can get it rolling, I think it's perfectly fine here.
I love that you instantly spotted just, like, play graveyard with no death rattles in hand as well. That feels like such an APAC GM play. Like, we'll just play it, it'll work out, trust me.
It's called playing to your outs, Darren.
Oh,
playing to your outs. And in Hearthstone, outs means top decks.
I'm learning so much already.
Yeah. All right. So Oka Shinsuke loading up on the board here. I think the reason why he went for the coin Starfish was he knew that he had this play in mind because it still curves sort of nicely into turn 4 where he has the option to go Okani or the Caverns. So I think it's actually okay now that I think about it. Yeah, I mean all that's missing now is like a Bloodlust to make this hand super popping, but oh man. No activator for the Acolyte, feels bad. But yeah, he missed everything, Judgment. He missed the Trickster, the Smokescreen. He didn't have, like, a preloaded Shatter Shambler to trigger the Acolyte as well. So this hand is looking very, very horrible. Might have to actually Wicked Step to reduce some damage off the board because he knows that he's not getting there anytime soon. But I think his opinion is that, okay, I'm gonna save this step for face in case I draw, like, a sketchy information. I'm fine with that as well. But now Oka Shinsuke has the option to go either Okani or Wildpaw Cavern. I personally think we see how Judgment's hand was, like, not Smokescreen on turn 4. So I think it's okay to go for the Cavern here, just to set it up, and Okani when he's more sure, like, what he needs to counter in this spot.
I mean, to be fair though, they set up the graveyard, right? So that if they don't have the mind synergy quite clearly, is there any chance they're setting up for something like Acolyte plus Backstab on the following turn to give themselves double 5/8s? In which case, Akani could be a very, very strong counter if you pick Minion.
Yeah, I do agree that that's actually a possibility as well. So it really depends on what Oka Shinsuke's read is. But I'm pretty sure that Oka Shinsuke smells something fishy because you don't just waste 2 ticks of the graveyard, right? I mean, you waste the first one because you don't have a choice, but the second one, no, man. You don't waste that if you have a choice, I'm pretty sure. But Oka Shinsuke, I guess, goes with the read. I'm pretty sure he calls Minion here. I didn't see what he picked, but I think it's Minion because it's the one that has... Oh, it's limited on resources, but... The pickup of the smokescreen, Oka Shinsuke reading into the future and the top decks like a true Apex player. Now Judgment has, well, I mean, he's gonna prep. He might prep and then.
It's just never spell though, right? He's just sat there thinking, please let my opponent be an idiot, but.
Yeah.
We both know it's Minion.
Yeah. Judgment knows it's never spell. The way I see him play this deck, I know he's been playing this for a long time. He knows it's never spell. Yeah, he still has to test anyway. So, if you just bite the bullet here and just dump your Acolyte, because you need to get this Trickster off, right? Like, how are you not winning if you don't draw 5 cards here?
I mean,
so he dumps the Acolyte.
You could go for is like Wicked Stab and Dagger into the Akani, and then pass and finish it off next turn. But I don't know. I don't think having the Acolyte in hand is worth all that.
Yeah,
so,
I feel like if Judgment was at like 30 health, I would be very willing to take like double hits on the Okani. But the thing is, he's not. He was like at 22 and it does snowball a lot quicker. Yeah, you see he's dumping even the Wicked Step now into the minion because he knows that he needs to set up for a new game plan, right? He's not going to win anytime soon. He needs to set up for like probably smoke screening into his like second Acolyte and the weapon, stuff like that. Yeah, I think that's where this is going right now.
Is there any chance we play Gorlock Ravager here just because he's top decked Bloodlust? And say you draw like double Clownfish or Clownfish plus Amalgam. That's the ability to go very, very wide next turn and set up for a turn 7 Bloodlust.
Yeah, that's true. But if you look at it another way, if you play the Caverns now, you're effectively having 3 free minions over the next like few turns, which also kind of sets up for Bloodlust, right? I mean, it's a bit like not mana efficient, but you could go like Caverns this turn, and then you just go like Gorlock on the following turn, and then if you by then maybe you have a board that's big enough for Bloodlust. If not, then Bloodlust still comes down before turn 8. I think it's perfectly fine, whichever way you go about doing it. But I personally like going for the Caverns first, just because you set up the freeze on the face, which negates the weapon to a certain extent as well.
Good point. Yeah, there is of course the counterfeit blade as well as just the hero power, so the damage is very relevant to negate over the following turns. But now the problem is for Judgment, even though he has the good play, right? He has Trickster into Smokescreen, because he's already played the prep on the last turn, which was again, a bit of a questionable play. He can't get down the graveyard as well, which means this mine he's picking up is only proccing once. Like, this is 8 damage that just flew by the wayside with double mine.
He hit double mine, yeah. So it's very realistic that he actually wins next turn. Actually, let me count this. Yeah, I think he can win next turn if he picks up a Shatter Shambler right now. Because he knows his face is never going to swing into a minion ever, or swing into anything ever, so he's not going to get this 4 damage in from the weapon. I think the play here is you try and use the Gone Fishing to try and find yourself a Shatter Shambler right now, so you can set up for like a lethal next turn.
Lethal next turn? What if the out is you play mine on this turn, and then you play for top deck Backstab as an out, because then you can go Graveyard, Lieutenant, Mine, Backstab to kill both off next turn.
Okay, that works as well. That works as well. I mean, the other line is also you can just play the lieutenant, like this, play the lieutenant this turn, because it does technically, in theory, sink 2 damage into the face if it doesn't get frozen. So yeah, that's 2 damage you're not getting anytime if you don't play that. So I think this is fine as well. The weapon is effectively a non-card in the hand right now. Yeah, it's too slow. You're never gonna go like weapon redagger here. So the weapon is like not a card in the hand. Any kind of lethal next turn would result in playing the graveyard first and like hopefully like just simply top decking, I don't know, like a backstab to close this out would be perfect. We'll see if Judgment has the Apex luck here.
I mean, Okashinsuke certainly does not right now. He's 1 mana off lethal, right? Because he has 6 on board plus 9 from Bloodlust. The Frostbite would be able to get there. Snowfall Guardian, you know, it freezes a stealth minion, but it's obviously a lot less good than it seems because a mine will just transform it and give it rush again.
I mean, you do save 2 health if you go for the freeze instead.
True, yeah.
Yeah.
Something.
Throughout this whole conversation, I was trying to see if there was a self-frostbite line, but I couldn't find it. Yeah, there wasn't a frostbite line, yeah, so... Like, to get the +2 on the spell cost. But yeah, he's going for this play just cause to save himself, like, 2 health. I think it makes sense. Oh, wow.
That's dead.
Most dead card outside of the weapon in this situation. Let's see, is there lethal here? If he finds a Shatter Shambler on the bottom... E2. No, there isn't lethal.
Not enough
yeah, he doesn't.
mana.
Not enough mana. Yeah, he can't fit it all in. It's quite tragic. When you mentioned earlier about the prep, I think the prep was potentially not a required like.
Agreed.
Like you know, it's always minion, right? You don't have to use the prep there. Imagine having the prep here plus like the gone fishing to dig. I think having the prep here would have potentially given him lethal. I don't know what's on the bottom of the deck, but like the prep here would have like solved a lot of problems for sure.
It's such a difficult thing to properly analyze because yes, you're absolutely right. Like prep gave him much more outs for lethal here, but he probably would have just been dead the previous turn, right? Because Bloodlust was sitting in hand. That was an extra 2 damage each turn plus an extra 3 from the Bloodlust. Like I think with the way it panned out, he would have been just dead. But I still think it was actually the correct play to hold back on the prep there overall.
Yeah, I mean he definitely had to take some risk there because like one thing I learned about this deck is that if you don't like take like risk of yourself dying, you don't actually win often enough because half the time the spells that you use to clear your opponent's board could actually have gone face, which is like lethal most of the time. I mean, sometimes. But here we just see Okashinsuke close out the game with the Bloodlust. Don't even need the Frostbite Aura or whatever. Just big minion go face. Simple.
Impulse stuff and a very well played game by Okashinsuke. I mean, most of that mid game I think was fairly self-explanatory, but there were a couple of plays that were very, very interesting to see. The Akani keep I think was inspired. That I think was absolutely just good understanding of the matchup. That Akani is just so powerful in this matchup and clever to play it on turn 4 as well instead of the Caverns. But that Coin Starfish, I still can't decide whether I like it or not. It was such a weird play.
Yeah. I personally did not like it because the thing is the Okani was gonna be good on turn 4, like on the actual turn 4, right? So I was thinking of saving my my coin for the coin caverns into the Okani. I think that would have closed out the game a lot faster because like this Okani was always gonna be calling minion and always gonna get some value here and there. So getting the caverns out for like 3/4 worth of stats as early as possible, I think it's better than going for the coin Starfish. I mean the Starfish could come down anytime as well, right? So to just value trade a 2/2 lieutenant or something.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a powerful tech card, but still Okashinsuke gets the win. A big one, you know, it's nice to get the win, but arguably the most likely of his decks to get a win, right? Shaman is very aggressive in the early game, whereas the Mage and the Warlock I think you were leading up to are a lot flimsier in these early game turns.
Yeah. We were saying about, yesterday we were discussing about Conquest queue order. People either queue their worst matchup 3 times or they queue their worst matchup last. And clearly Okashinsuke is queuing his Warlock, which he knows is the worst matchup last. So he's going with the big Spell Mage first. Also only 1 Starfish here. Personally, I'm a big fan of like a double Starfish in big Spell Mage because big Spell Mage doesn't really do much in the early game. It just kind of survives and gets to turn 6. So I think double Starfish would be very beneficial in helping you survive. One card that I'm not a huge fan of, which people are, it's just me, I guess. I don't really like Mordrash. I think Mordrash is dead very, very often in this deck. It's just a 8/8 that sits in hand outside of like the long grindy matchup. So I would prefer definitely 2 Starfish. But Okashinsuke knows what he's doing, so we'll see if he can bring out a victory in this matchup.
I knew I wasn't crazy, man. Last Masters Tour, I was just pooing all over Mordrash the entire time, saying it's garbage, but Sol was trying to justify it, say it's not that bad. Nah, none of that. What is an 8-mana 8/8 doing in your deck that just does nothing half the time? Way too slow. But speaking of weird lists, when we were going through play testing yesterday, we were just left kind of confused by Judgment's deck building decision. Or really, I was kind of left wondering, how is this a 30-card deck and not a 40-card deck? He's got so many weird tech cards in here.
Right, the thing is, Demon Hunter usually gravitates towards either double Need for Greed or double Spectral Sight. But this guy, Judgment, he has a bit of both. He also has a Viper in there and one, to me, very random Herald of Chaos. I don't really understand the decision for these one-offs. Okay, one-off Viper I do understand, right? There's Paladin in this so-called meta right now, like in the trio meta. But one-off Herald of Chaos, one-off Need for Greed with the double Spectral is not something you see very common. I'm questioning it, but I also have faith that Judgment knows what he's doing. So let's see if it pans out the way he wants it to pan out.
I have faith Judgment knows what he's doing as well, because that is a Fel Barrage keep, which to me looks like is going to be going straight to the dome with a vicious Slither Spear as well. Getting that damage in at the start. I mean, that is the matchup, right? You are just trying to race to get damage in as soon as possible.
We were also discussing yesterday that if you are ever playing Fossil Fanatic and it's not dying, there's a very good chance you are eventually going to get hit by a Barbaric Sorcerer. So the fact that he's going about it this way, I'm not saying that you shouldn't keep Fanatic. I think keeping Fanatic is 100% correct. But with the Fel Barrage keep and a 1-drop as well, he's literally trying to just turbo through his deck. Very good chance potentially to kill Oka Shizuke on the turn that he even actually plays Barbaric Sorcerers. This hand is something that can actually do that.
Oh, look at this damage. Double Fel Barrage. I mean, if there are no early game plays for Oka Shinsuke, he's just mega dead. But that's clearly not the case. He's got some ways to fight back.
Yeah, he's also got an 8-8 that doesn't do anything there.
Yeah, that sucks. That does not help.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Okay, so Judgment is just about to draw the entirety of his deck and deal like 1,000 damage. So I foresee if Oka Shinsuke never gets a Barbaric Sorceress anytime soon, he is like Giga dead. That's my prediction. I don't think it's very difficult to say otherwise. But yeah.
How are we working through this turn? Because you have an extra coin to work with, right? If you can kill off the Mailbox Dancer.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you could do it like this and then even coin out the Sigil for maximum damage on the...
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I would maximum is using double coin, but that's like a bit much. I think you go one coin here and then you push, because next turn, your intention is to just go Fanatic Hero Power and search for like more spells. So I can see where Judgment's head is at. I don't see any faults in this gameplay. I think he just wants to get it over with ASAP. He knows his favorite. But the longer this game drags, the more favored it gets towards the mage side. So he really wants to get this out of the way ASAP.
I mean, I'm
so down. Yeah.
That's kind of why I wanted to go double coin Fossil Fanatic, because you get the same amount of damage face on this turn. And again, they're only playing one Starfish in their deck, right? It's really unlikely that they can actually kill it off in these early turns. And then you could have gone second Fanatic plus Hero Power on turn 3. You're starting to push a good amount of damage. And it just gets an extra 2/2 on board, right? It starts pushing more damage.
Yeah, actually, the more I think about it, like when you were speaking there, I think your line seems to make a little bit more sense, because this 2/2 is like very unlikely. In fact, it doesn't die, right? Like Mage has no way to kill this 2/2 on curve, and even if it gets like silence or like in this case there's a taunt on the board, the extra 2/2 on board actually carries more weight than like a random card from the Sigil. So I think this makes a lot of sense. Yeah, going for the Fanatic on the previous turn would have been pretty good as well. But now Judgment has like, okay, this turn might look simple, but I don't think it's actually that simple. He has so many options this turn.
Right.
He can go for a line where he actually does not kill off the 1/5 and just goes for a simple Fanatic plus hit. But I think it's a bit too slow. I feel like you have to... I think you get the Fanatic down as a body, but you could even consider not using your Hero Power, just cashing in the Fel Barrage and killing off the 1/5 taunt, but leaving 2 minions on board. I think that's possible as well. But Judgment completely deviates. He goes for drawing cards. I'm not too sure about this line because it takes away tempo from your own turn. And I mean, he did pick up the 1/2 to become a 3/4 here, so that's okay. But if he didn't pick that up, I feel like his turn was rather lackluster, just going for draw in this spot. Like, the draw will always be good, right? Because it shifts to the left for Outcast, but the minion damage only piles up if you play it early enough.
Gorgeous top deck for Okashinsuke though, with the ability to just gain a bunch of armor on this turn. The only thing he's really missing now is just one of the ways to cheapen these big spells, right? He needs the Belinda, he needs the Barbara, and I think it's fair to say that against Demon Hunter, Barbara's Sorcerer is almost always going to get you some good amount of value, especially once these fossil fanatics come down.
Yeah, half the deck of the Demon Hunter is like spells, right? And it's all cheap spells. So Barbara always gets value. But over here on this turn, I think there is some merit to actually playing down the silence here. You kind of reduce a lot of damage. You already have the big spell in the hand. So if you do top deck the Barbara, it's already live and ready to go. I mean, obviously it plays a bit off curve, but like there is some consideration to actually just like getting rid of some damage up front with the silence right now. Yeah, so really considering what he should do here. I'm down for the silence, but we shall see.
Oh, it's so tough. Like, it just hurts so much to play off curve here, because if you play on curve, next turn you can go silence plus mailbox dancer, which gives you another coin, which means you're a little bit closer to just like playing the Rune of the Archmage. You don't even have to cheapen it. You could just go coin, rune on turn 7. And so even though you're very possibly going to tank a lot of damage here, I still think this is probably the correct way to go for Okashinsuke.
Yeah, I think that's fine as well. Well, Judgment is really very big on drawing the cards here. Doesn't really want to get down these fanatics. Is he actually... Wait, the more I look at this, is he actually actively trying to play around Barbara? Like,
I think so.
Like, yeah, it looks like he's actually actively trying to play around it. I can respect it. I can respect it. I'm just surprised that he went for this game plan so early on, which the more I look at it might actually be something that could have been considered. I mean, he's going to be drawing tons of cards with Spectral, so there's a very good chance he hit spells, but he actually didn't. So I don't know if this is because, like, in hindsight, he didn't hit spells, so I think it's good, but I don't know, man. I would have never done this personally, because there was a good chance that you draw many spells off the top, but... Alright, so like you said, he goes for the play of Mailbox and to silence. Probably that was his intention from the start. But yeah, now that he hits... Oh my gosh.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably not going to play both this turn. I saw Judgment sit up in his chair. I think he was a bit excited about that draw as well. But yeah, I think you would likely just go for one multi-strike here to thin out your deck a bit. I think he could assume maybe there is no Barbaric Sorceress in hand, because it could have come down on the previous turn. Get some honorable kills in, draw some spells, set up for the big Jace. I think it looks very clean, very nice at this point.
How does it work out? You go Dread Prison Glaive, Hero Power into the Mailbox Dancer, and then Glaive, Hero Power, Fossil Fanatic, then kill off the Mailbox Dancer, and then 1 mana multi-strike to
into the
take out the Starfish. Yeah, it looks pretty clean.
Another way of looking at this is you completely ignore the Mailbox and go like... You can deal 8 this turn, right, instead. But he's not ignoring it. I think it's fine. I haven't worked out the exact damage breakpoints or whatever, but this is fine as well. You deal 2 less this turn, but you save a weapon charge, you kill off 1 extra minion. I think it's perfectly fine.
Does mean that there is now a clear available to Okashinsuke in the form of the spammy Arcanist. But then we start branching into what is the wider game plan here? Because if he uses a coin here, he then doesn't have access to coin rune, right? Which feels to me, or maybe even coin Drakefire Amulet, one of those big spells feels like his way to actually swing the game and properly pull back into the lead.
Right, so before this top deck of the Vardant, I would say spammy was a consideration, but okay, so even if he didn't top deck this Vardant, right, I still agree that the better play was to go for like the coin rune, because that's how you actually win the game, right? You coin rune into like a clear plus ice barrier, you restabilize, and then any other parrot you top deck after that is like sort of good, right? So I think the correct line was to actually not use these coins, but obviously his decision is made a lot easier because he drew this Vardant. I think the fact that he drew this Vardant, he's very likely going to go for the line of what we mentioned of the coin rune. Another thing that I was looking at is also you could go for something like coin brand plus Vardant, which actually clears off the board. Yeah. So is he doing it this? Whoa. Okay, I can see where he's like thinking is right now. He does this turn into brand Vardant to clear off a board into coin rune. I think that is his current outlook on things. I think it's fine.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep.
And again, you know, you do have to remember that like Rune so often doesn't actually make you a board that wins the game, right? It's much more often a clear that draws you some cards as well.
Yeah, I mean, but if you're Derek Brown, you're gonna hit like what Amulet, Barrier, Flame Strike, right? A perfect 20.
Well, obviously,
I mean, like-
but I'm role playing as Okashinsuke here.
Right. Okay, so I mean the turn is fairly simple for Judgment. It's just about setting up the big J's. He's like this close. Next turn, looks like a turn where he just offloads all the spells, and then big J's on 8. Very simple game plan.
They recently changed the way that multi-strike works, right? Like now you can attack into a minion, play multi-strike, and go face again, which I always thought was intended, but actually he said it was a bug, which I didn't even realize. But now basically you can just kind of do anything with multi-strike, right? You can't attack face, but face twice, sorry, but everything else is fair game.
Yeah, I'm also on the plan that I think that's how it's supposed to work. But anyway, Judgment decides that he might not have the mana to cash in on all his spells next turn. Cashes in on one of the Furies this turn. I think it's fine as well. Losing out on the board presence, which I think he knows that it's not that significant anymore. He's gonna win on turn 8, in theory. But Okashinsuke here now has, well, I mean, he needs to get this runed out, right? Like I don't see him getting back into this game without the rune. Is it ever a brand Okanian accepting this 2 damage? It could be. Yeah, it could be just a brand. Yep, and he's going for it. Brand
Wow.
Okani.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is, you know, you know, Judgment's hand is like majority spell, so it's whether he has enough spells to waste in this situation. And wow, oh my god, he just won, right? Wait, let me see. I haven't counted this yet. You play out the 1/2, negated. You play out the. Does he even have mana to play all the spells? Oh, he does. It's lethal, right?
Yeah, it's lethal. Yeah.
It's lethal. Yeah, because the 3 cost becomes 0 cost. He just dumps the Chaos Strike. Just needs about 1 second more to figure this out. And yep, Judgment figures this out on the spot. Playing the Nagala. And then dumping the Chaos Strike. And then with the hero power and the 2/2 on board, it's exact lethal. I mean, I would say it's an expected pan out because Okashinsuke is firstly unfavored. Secondly, he didn't hit the Barbaric Sorceress.
Yeah.
So in this kind of scenarios, I feel like it's a very easy steamroll for the Demon Hunter. So currently playing out as intended, I would say.
And it was just such an interesting game from Judgment because the way I see it, there were 2 real approaches you had there, right? There was play around Barbarous Sorcerer or don't play around Barbarous Sorcerer. It's the 2 main avenues that you have there. I was pretty much down the road of it's going to happen no matter what. Just don't bother playing around it and just put as much aggro on the board before it happens as you can. But the more I think about it, Judgment's game plan really didn't sacrifice that much tempo, right, to play around the Barbarous Sorcerer as well. He lost out on a Fossil Fanatic towards the start of the game, which is definitely what I would have preferred at the time, and I still think maybe I slightly preferred. But it wasn't a ridiculous game plan to go for at all, was it? He still got a lot of damage with the Metamorphin as well.
Yeah, I think if his game plan was to always try and like dump spells from his hand, right, actually having the Fossil Fanatic on the board, like I mentioned before, is like a detriment because you are guaranteed to have spells in your hand that you cannot get rid of every single time if you play the Fossil Fanatic. But me personally, I would have gone with like something similar to your line because I think the value of having all these early chip damage cannot be understated, right? Like, what if he didn't have the Barbaric Sorceress and you did not play your 2/2s that dealt like 2 damage every turn, you know? Like, these kind of things, I feel like that it's not about right or wrong, it's about committing to one line and seeing it through, right? So, like, I wouldn't say Judgment was right or wrong, I would say like he made the line that he thought was like correct in his spot and it got paid off.
Yeah, it did. He did have a little bit of help along the way. You know, the fact that he drew no extra spells to be discounted by Barbarous off of the Spectral Sights, and that he got exactly the Metamorphin. But again, we call that playing to our outs, right, here in AVGM. It's not, I mean, not getting lucky.
He stuck to what he wanted to do, and I guess I can respect it. Not something I would have done, but he did it and it worked. So yeah, what are we to say it's wrong, right? So.
All right. Moving on now to Mage versus Rogue. The Mage, I would argue, in kind of a similar spot, right? Against Mine Rogue as against Demon Hunter. It's just against a deck that does a lot of burst damage very quickly, and it feels like there's not much defense against that as the big Spell Mage.
Yeah, there practically isn't any because your only life gain, I wouldn't even count like the hero card as life gain. It's too late versus Mine Rogue. Turn 7 is like, turn 7 doesn't exist versus Mine Rogue in this matchup. But like your only health gain is like the armor girl. I forgot her name. The one against 10 or 9 armor. But yeah, it's a very difficult matchup overall for Oka Shinsuke. I would say though that because the Mine Rogue has like a higher chance to brick than the Demon Hunter, bricking against Big Spell Mage, giving them that one extra turn to find the Belinda, to coin out the Barbara, stuff like that. I think it's not as bad as versus Demon Hunter. I think Demon Hunter is like way more favored versus Big Spell Mage, but Mine Rogue is still favored. But I think if Mine Rogue ever breaks, Big Spell Mage has a greater chance of getting back into the game.
Well, both players kind of have their power cards in hand right now in Belinda and the Swift Scale Trickster. Obviously, Belinda needs a little bit less help to get going. But I would argue that like finding a Mailbox Dancer is kind of the equivalent of finding a support card, because without that, turn 5 feels a little bit slow to be going for Belinda against Mine Rogue. But for Judgment right now, it is quite clearly just a race to find the smoke screen.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like for Judgment, he knows that he. I mean, I do believe it's possible to win this matchup with the Acolyte, Burning Bladed Acolyte game plan, but half the time you just want to get it over with ASAP with Mines to the face, Weapon to the face, Graveyard active, and just like kill him before he turns 6 or 7 even matters. I mean, for Mine Rogue, it's very possible with the right draws. This is also very interesting. He does not trade away the Extortion. I wouldn't want to say this is right or wrong, but the thing is, I've played this matchup quite a bit, and you really get like destroyed by Watch Posts. Okay, this matchup you really get destroyed by Watch Posts. So I think he's literally keeping this just so he can like easily blast off one of the Watch Posts. I can respect that because it's really very difficult to like win with Mine Rogue if all your cards cost like 1 more, because every point of mana is super crucial in Mine Rogue.
I mean, it demonstrates perfectly how important it is, right? Because the only thing he cares about now is finding that smokescreen, but he didn't trade away to find it, which should just tell you pretty much everything you need to know. As a pained smile there comes through from Judgment. He's, again, just not getting what he needs on the Mine Rogue. It's close. It's so close, but it's still not there.
Yeah, so for this particular game, unlike the previous Mine Rogue game, he didn't go with the tempo, I would say tempo Graveyard, because he doesn't have any way of like he can't afford to waste the Graveyard round at this point. I mean, there are still arguments to just literally slamming it, as you can see. As you can see, okay, so this happens more often than not. I'm not saying he was supposed to slam it, but playing Mine Rogue, you kind of just have to bite the bullet sometimes and just slam it like the Graveyard and just waste like 1 or 2 ticks. So obviously he got the immediate payoff. I mean, if he had played the Graveyard, and then once again in hindsight he didn't draw Death Rattle, so you could say it's no payoff, but like it's just the nature of the deck, right? Like, you wouldn't know what you're gonna draw off the top, so sometimes you just close your eyes and hope for the best. But his hand is now looking very beautiful. 1 mana Graveyard. Wow, he could literally go 1 mana Graveyard into Sketchy, prep Sketchy for like 16 damage.
Oh my
this turn.
god, that's disgusting.
And it's not just, yeah.
Already played the Shambler as well, so it could be like Snowfall, prep, Sketchy, play the Mine. Like, the possibilities are just endless here.
Yeah, he wins like, I think the moment the Belinda comes down, he doesn't even care. He's just like gonna like, just let me kill you next turn. Yeah, he knows what's up. He's just gonna do this. Like, he just cheats like what 4 mana this turn and then deals 16 damage. Like come on, man. Like, this is Mine Rogue at its nuttiest. More or less, yeah. So the thing about prepping out the Graveyard here, like, is it thins 2 cards as well. I think you're in a spot whereby you don't really want to afford risking drawing the other Mine. Yeah. Because like there's like so many other good draws if you just thin this Mine out of your deck. And like trade away your colors or play Gone Fishing next turn. You could find the other Shambler is lethal anyway. Like, the other Shambler is insta lethal.
It's just lethal next turn because he has backstab, right? You just
that's true. Yeah.
Mine backstab, mine backstab. It's as long as he doesn't die here. I don't think he can lose. Oh,
Judgment
sorry.
is just... Yep.
The one thing is dumping backstab because of sorcerers.
Yep. But the thing is, if you dump the backstab, you don't have a thing to proc your second mind. So this is one of those spots whereby... without caster vision, I am definitely not dumping this backstab because
Yeah.
I want to win. I want to win next turn. I want to win so badly, and like I don't think it's worth it. Like, I mean, it's still a 50-50 to hit whether the backstab or the gone fishing, and it also has to be that you hit the backstab and it's a rune and not a what's that called? And it's not a amulet, right? Because rune is the one that. Yeah. So it's a lot of 50-50s that Oka Shinsuke has to win, and if I'm in judgment spot, I also would not play the backstab here.
Yeah, agree completely. I'm just not taking that risk.
But then once again, we look at Oka Shinsuke's hand. These two players are both drawing the exact cards they need off the top. I believe it's an easy 4-drop here. Like you know that you're dead so many times to so many different hands in this spot against Mind Rogue, especially if he has already played a Shambler. So I do believe that. Yeah, I do believe that it's a very easy 4-drop here, even without the caster vision.
Yeah,
Well,
like the fact that you know that there's both minds in hand, one of them is Shatter Shambler. Like there are so many outs here to win the game. It's Extortion, Backstab, Wicked Stab, Lieutenant. It's just too much.
I also want to say that the crazy thing about this is that even if he gains 10 health here, he'll be at 20. Oh my god, okay, wait, but he'll be at 24. So 24 is a perfect break point for Mind Rogue with the graveyard up, right? It's like, yeah. Oh, whoa. Okay, it is not lethal because the thing is, even if you find the what's that called? The lieutenant, the 1/3 is kind of like in the way. You can't rush it into.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure he cashes in like Omega damage this turn. Yeah. So goes for the Gone Fishing, tries to find.
Oh my god.
Oh, he actually got the lieutenant. It was actually lethal, right? Yeah, it was lethal if there wasn't for the 1/3 taunt in the way. So kind of unfortunate.
It is lethal. You go Shatter Shambler.
Right.
And then backstab your.
You're right. I missed that. Yeah, I missed the backstab on the. Yeah. It's still 3 mines. Nice pick. Nice spot. But yeah, I mean, in Oka Shinsuke's position, I feel like he really needed to not die this turn. He could have actually potentially stabilized next turn. If he actually managed to play on the second armor gaining card. I mean, Judgment just shows that he really understands this matchup, right? Like that backstab hold. I mean, in a lot of situations, you'll be like, oh no, I'm gonna lose to Barbaric Sorcerers if I don't play this backstab. But if you're not trying to win, what are you doing, right? Like this backstab was so crucial to him winning this game. Like whether or not Oka Shinsuke drew the girl that gained the armor. So yeah, I think very well played from Judgment's side. I think it was near flawless. In hindsight, probably should have played the graveyard on turn 3, but we would never know for sure, right? We would never know for sure. Other than that, I think it was pretty flawless, and I'm very impressed.
Yeah,
also an expected win. Yeah,
I mean, a very clean game from Judgment. A pretty easy game to play for the most part. Like, he just drew the nuts on turn 4 and then played the rest of his hand from there. The lethal turns were a little bit puzzly, but he got through them very nicely. Kind of expected, as you were saying, but it does mean now just the Wig Priest left over for Judgment, which is really the outlier in terms of his lineup, right? Because you've got the Mind Rogue, just about burst damage. The Demon Hunter, kind of a big, very, very big part of it is just about burst damage as well. But Wig Priest is just the purest board deck there is, right? It cannot win without board control.
Yeah, it can't win without board control. It is kind of horrible playing from behind as well. So this deck is one of those decks that really benefits from your opponent passing turn 1 and 2, which is effectively the Warlock, right? The Warlock does practically nothing on turn 1 and 2. But I also would like to stress that this matchup is extremely important for both players. Firstly, because if Oka Shinsuke loses this spell, he just loses, right? But if Judgment loses this one, the big spell mage versus the Wig Priest is a lot closer, because Barbaric Sorcerer hitting a Wig is like so detrimental to the game plan of the Wig Priest. And I think that both players know this, and this might be the turning point in the match if Oka Shinsuke somehow gets out of this predicament that he's in right now.
But I mean, take us through this matchup a little bit, right? Because even though the Warlock doesn't do much in the early turns in terms of immediate development, it has a good amount of removal, right? So can it not just like delete everything the Wig Priest plays and goes for the curse plan?
The thing is, the Warlock's most efficient removal is unlocked on turn 6 with like Entitled Customer, Abyssal Wave, Coin, a Gigafin eventually. But the thing is, their early removal, I mean, I don't think he runs Full Blown Evil, which is one of the better removals in the early game. One off. But like the other removals are really just too little damage. Like Drain Soul is 3 damage for 2 mana. Drag Below is like 4 damage for 3 mana. I think for Wig Priest, as long as they do open with the Wig, it is like super possible to make a minion that is like what 8-9 health by like turn 4. It is very, very possible. So I think it really depends on whether Judgment opens with the Wig, because if he has the Wig, all the early removal breakpoints for Warlock is quite insufficient. Yeah.
I mean, Judgment here, from the look of his mulligan, is really all about the Wig part of Wig Priest, right? Because double Crush Claw Enforcer, with both of them being activated on turn 2 and 3, looked pretty decent to me as just a reasonable curve at the start. But none of that's even good enough for him.
Yeah, I do agree with this mulligan though. There was even some consideration of throwing back the 1-drop simply because the Wig is really the most important card in the deck. Like without the Wig, all your minions are like potentially even worse arena minions than actual arena minions. So yeah. So I do think that the Wig is like the most important card in the deck, and with Judgment's mulligan, he was heavily rewarded. Even if he didn't top deck the Wig, he has the Thrive, which is essentially almost always a Wig. So good on Judgment for noticing this. I'm very impressed so far. Mulligan's game plan, everything for like the last few games have all been pretty solid. I'm thinking that Oka Shinsuke is in a bit of... Okay, no, a bit is an understatement. He's in a lot of trouble right now. Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. We do not see the one-off Starfish. Is it a one-off Starfish? I think it's a one-off Starfish.
One of Starfish, yeah. One of Unstable Shadow Blast as well. Like, in his 40-card deck, he's found the one card that keeps him in the game on turn 2. Because if he didn't kill this, it would kind of just be GG on the spot.
Yeah, my personal opinion about tech cards in 40-card decks is not that you play one-offs. You kind of should play 2-offs because like it's very unlikely that you see them anyway because it's an extra 10 cards. So why not play more so you have the higher chance to see it. But back to the actual game at hand, I think Judgment's... Well, next turn is kind of blank, but not like that bad anyway. It's a 4-4 here that can only be answered by some very specific cards, and we can clearly see that Oka Shinsuke has none of it. He does have a tempo 3-drop, which arguably might be good enough, but at the same time, you might have to start tapping to dig for your silence, for your... Wallpaw Nose. I mean, if you play a 3-drop here, your Wallpaw Nose effectively get worse every time you draw them, right? So I think in Oka Shinsuke's spot, he doesn't have the luxury to play this 3-drop. I'm pretty sure he has to tap. Yep. For like I said, Nose just get worse if you play cards. So but Nose are board swing. So I think you kind of want to look for your Nose. If it's not Nose, it's the silence. This 3-drop just doesn't cut it right now. It doesn't do anything.
Obviously, he's thinking about setting up for like both potential draws on the following turn and like potential plays from his opponent. Because if he plays the Cultist, obviously, yes, it's a horrible stat size against this 4-4, but it at least forces him to trade. Maybe it allows him to clear the board with a Drain Soul off the top. So I don't think it's ridiculous, but like you say, it just means the rest of his draws are just getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah. Also, I like what Judgment did here because like I said, it's a one-off Starfish. You completely don't mind seeing the Starfish right now. So he's just saying that like, okay, I'm gonna keep hitting you in the face. I'm gonna like clock you. If you have the Starfish, just play it, but I don't care. That's what he's trying to say. Yeah, just let me keep hitting you in the face. You can keep trying to find your Starfish. If you don't get it, I'm just gonna win. That's what Judgment is saying right now.
Totally didn't have to read what Desecrated Graveyard with, but I did because I've definitely seen that play at a whole bunch of times. Probably just a touch, yeah. It always sucks to pick a 1-mana card for your Nagaling, but it's just the only one that really does anything.
Yeah. I think off the Nagaling, it's always premium to get dragged below because it does damage. It like helps your game plan and everything, but yeah, that's probably the best one. Over here, Judgment has actually I would say not an easy turn. Because he could go like semi all in now if he feels that his what's that called, his Radiant Elemental will not die or doesn't get silenced, which effectively leads to like insane snowballs, right? If your Radiant sticks on the board. So I do think there's a potential for a Radiant line. I think if you just play the school teacher, it's like too little stats on board, considering your opponent has 2 minions. And also Okani, it's probably better into turn 6. So I think he should take a risk here with the Radiant and like buff some stats on the board. Possibly even fitting a heal without like playing. Yeah, I mean like you could like just buff the Radiant, trade something and heal. But he's clearly going for more than that. I think he's looking for a Devour or a Bless to make the board super huge. I think I can respect that.
I kind of want to just take the Wig to like have another Wig in hand. Like it's just such a powerful card, but okay. I guess it would be a little bit weak on this turn because you can't really play it.
Wow, I wouldn't say I love this, but I can respect this because he doesn't even value the health on the Radiant. He just wants like the taunt to not get traded over. I am not too sure if this is correct because like the Radiant sticking is like a gateway to just like playing like 1000 spells on the following turn. So like I don't know, but Oka Shinsuke rewarded for playing minions on curve, draws the no at the exact mana cost that he can still play it. So this is pretty good because it allows for the trade over the 2/8, a kill on the Acolyte, a kill on the Radiant, and leading up to all his turn 6 power plays. So I think Oka Shinsuke might be coming back in this one.
I think this is the only play he has available, and I do agree. You have to kill the Radiant Elemental. You just don't have your opponent's hand. They could just like win the game next turn.
Yeah, but this is one of those panouts that I feel like, oh wait, whoa. This is not what I expected. Maybe he gets this Q because he acts. Whoa. Okay, but I don't get it. I don't really get it because like how important is 4 attack compared to the effect of the Radiant, right? Like, right. It's not like your entitled customer is huge, and every other AoE on turn 6 doesn't really deal that much. Oh, I didn't see the pick of the Nagaling though.
I think it was Amulet, right? Which
wow.
Guard back.
Yeah. I always forgot that like Amulet actually does something in this deck.
Right.
It's so counterintuitive. Like you don't think of it like it's Quest Priest or it's like Boar, but Naga Priest actually can make use of the Amulet as well. So, I mean, if you're gonna get entitled customer is like a 5 AoE. So maybe you just at this point give up on the Radiant and buff something else. Like you play down your Amulet and then
he's playing around Tamsin, I would imagine, as much as possible here, right?
The buff on the Naga is the buff on the school teacher is simply because he doesn't want to get blown out by entitled customer right now, and I think it's correct and respectable. Yeah,
I agree. The other option was to like either go this way where you trade away the Radiant Elemental, or you could go for a more even buff where you trade the you buff up the Radiant Elemental and go face with it, allow the Null to trade into the 1/5, but keep the rest of your board alive against Dreadlich Tamsin. But there's also Abyssal Wave, there's also Titled in Customer. There's a little bit too much on that breakpoint, so I do like that he's instead just making one big minion.
Yeah. I think at this point, Oka Shinsuke is just thinking how greedy can he get? Because I think the best play, like he's hovering over it right now, is he wants to get the Tamsin out of the way because it draws 3 cards. Drops the health of the minions on board, which means you don't die out of nowhere more often than not. Yeah, so I think that's very valuable. Also getting the Fell Rifts like free minions to contest. Whoa, wow, that's quite a high. Okay. That's quite an Apex Hyro right there. 6 mana, deal 3 to everything, spawn a 6/6. Well, I'm pretty sure that's like above average stats on a card.
40 card deck, by the way.
Yeah, 40 card deck, by the way. Only so many rifts you can draw at one time. But yeah, so I did think Judgment's plan this turn was to bait out some AoE and then play the Okani to counter the other AoE. But the problem is right now he can do that, but there's 3/3 × 2 on the board. So his Okani plan is a bit worse right now than he initially wanted it to be. Also if he counters minion, right, like there's like so much cheap minions in Oka Shinsuke's hand to like bait out the bait out the Okani negation. So this might go very south for Judgment very soon. Yeah, I think he's in danger zone right now.
Yeah, I think the play for Okani has to be now to try and play around Bigger Finn, I suppose, is like the next breakpoint that actually does anything, because you know there's a Nagaling in hand, so you're not playing around the entitled customer with this Okani. And so maybe he can get that set up for next turn with a decent draw as well to turn up the pressure. Because right now, Ogre Shinsuke is just absolutely fine.
Yeah, personally, I'm not even in Gigafin territory. I'm like thinking like if he has Gigafin, I'm just dead at this point.
Wow,
like
okay.
Because he's really so far behind now, right? Like he doesn't have any follow up. Even if he draws 2 cards off this, he draws a card off the treasure card and a natural draw. He's not able to activate his handmaiden, which is like the main refill at this point. So like he's like out of stuff, right? At this point, the weak priest is really like gassed out. I don't even think Oka Shinsuke needs to really respect an Okani now because he's like relatively healthy. He just clears off like most of the other threatening minions on board. Judgment is like gassed out. He only can play like 1 or 2 minions a turn. And they have to be Nagas, if not you don't get the wig buff. Like he's really limited in terms of what he can do. So I think for Oka Shinsuke, he knows that he's in a commanding position now, just trying his best not to let go of the pressure. Like we can even see like tempo Zola on the Nagaling just to get more minions on the board. I wouldn't even think that's a bad play.
Bran picked up as well. I mean, that just means no board is ever sticking, right?
Yeah, nothing is sticking right now. Okay, values the Zola a little bit more, but I think I know what this Zola is for. This Zola is probably Zola for the entitled customer, if anything, right? Like 2 waves of AOE is too much for the the priest to deal with.
This does now mean, I don't know if it's going to be relevant on this turn, but that was the last minion he played in his hand that cost 2 or less. So now Akani can counter the entitled customer as it currently stands. Obviously, Akani needs to survive for that to happen, which I think Judgment has quickly made the decision that's not going to happen. So it didn't even end up mattering anyway. Judgment just still unlikely to be able to stick this board.
Yeah. I mean, we do see there was a possibility to go Samuro into the 2/2 and then play Okani. That was actually something, right? Like, if you think about it.
1 mana off.
Oh, right. He's on 7. Right. My bad. Yeah, so he can't do that. Yeah, so this Okani play was never gonna go anywhere because it's just gonna get killed by the board. Right. So, I mean, Oka Shinsuke doesn't really have a way to kill Judgment at any point soon, but I guess you just don't release under pressure here. You probably can go for a tap first, and if it's really nothing, clear off something and play like a bread baker. Yeah, I would like something like that.
I think better you can go Bran, Zola on the Nagaling, and then each of those Nagalings is dealing 4 damage with the touch of the Nathrezms.
Yeah, actually that's way better. I didn't spot that at first. Yeah, good call. Yeah, that literally puts the ball in the court of the Warlock. Like the Warlock actually has board compared to the Priest, right? Like how often do you see that happening?
Yeah, I mean, this is where you start turning the tide, right? This is where you start really pulling into the lead. The one problem here is that there are a lot of minions with like 1 or 2 health on board, which means Shadow Devour becomes very, very powerful here as a potential swing mechanism for Judgment, which is, I think, why Oka Shinsuke is actually very cleverly, deliberately trading away more of his board here, just so that can't happen.
Yeah, I think he knows he loses if there's like 1 huge minion and he doesn't have a silence, and we also see that he does not have a Gigafin in hand. So I think he knows that the way he really loses is like 1 huge minion that he cannot clear. So very good spot by Oka Shinsuke there to trade off his little minions, because he knows that he's not winning this race by like poking with little guys anyway.
What could you do with a Bran? Not much.
Yeah, I mean. It's if oh wait, you can no Najak Hexen is not it's not Naga. You can't go like I was thinking. I keep thinking Najak Hexen's a Naga because they used to do this with against Naga Mage. They will use Najak Hexen to steal the Naga.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the siren and then pop off and do many things. But yeah, that's in the past. Currently I think he even has a problem killing this brand actually. I mean he can, but he loses a lot of valuable resources. Okay, this is one of the outs. I think going for the Bless here is pretty good. 1 big minion. Leaving an 8/7 on board is actually, from the hand that we can see, kind of difficult for Oka Shinsuke to deal with efficiently. I mean, he can go customer. It's a horrible clear. Customer plus like the Nagaling, but that's like, well, problem solved, right? Problem solved.
Yeah, that'll do it just fine. Fit in the
Yeah.
tap as well. I mean, tap first, right, just to see what
Yeah, of course, tap first. Yeah. Regardless, you can save the customer and the Bissell wave.
Yeah.
I guess he also is considering how what he can tap into. I mean, when it's a 26 card deck, you don't really know what you're gonna tap into. Fine, but so here it's quite simple, right? You just go for the no plus the Nagaling. Clear off this 8-7. I'm a bit concerned though because Oga Shinsuke has like 2 entitled customers in hand, but his hand is relatively small. Like even with the tap on the following turn, he's only going up to 6 cards in hand. So if his minions get a bit bigger, like Judgment's minions get a bit bigger, Oga Shinsuke is gonna struggle. As you can see, it's very easily gonna go up to like 9 health right now.
Yeah, especially as this... oh, that's a nice generation there.
Yeah, it's a nice generation.
This Akani has gone from looking like it was going to be really good to being basically useless to going kind of good again now in this later stage of the game. Like if you have to play another minion and then the customer, it means you can't tap most likely. Your hand's going to be smaller. There's a real chance the Judgment can stick something here.
Yep. Because like we see the hands, it's really... Oga Shinsuke really does not have a way to clear this 3-9 now. Like even with the top deck of another AoE, the problem with Warlock is that their clears are like damage based, right? So it's like if you can't clear it, it means you can't clear it. It's not like there's no twisting nether in this list. Oh, but the pickup of the Starfish just means that he has some breathing room. I don't mean you play the Starfish this turn, but like it means that like you know that there's always a reset button. Like a 2-card combo with the customer to clear like everything. Insane pickup. I feel like Oga Shinsuke has been drawing the better half of his deck for this matchup. Like he's not drawing the clunky I would say drag below is quite clunky in this matchup because it's not very efficient removal. But he's been drawing the removals, the silencers, and like you mentioned earlier, the one-off unstable Shadow Blast on turn 2 was, I think, extremely defining so far. Because if he didn't have that Naga was gonna go out of control.
Let's keep playing Nagas and Wigs as well.
Oh, another amulet. Or is it the Bless? Wait, it's like so... I mean, it's difficult, right? Yeah, Bless is very tempting because it's like the 3rd Bless and you already expended 1 Bless. So...
What if you go... If you pick Bless, you can go Wig, Nargling for the Bless as well, and then Akani to end the turn?
Is it ever piling everything on the Okani? I can see that as well. Like you lose
that's interesting.
you lose some damage now, but your Okani is 9 unkillable outside of silence, right?
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I wouldn't be playing around the silence at this point at all because it's a one-off and it's a 40-card deck. So, but he decides to cash in on the damage now. Respectable, completely fine, I say. Okani, I would say minion is the call. We haven't seen a customer, we haven't seen a Giga Fin. So minion would be the perfect call here. And it's actually quite perfect, right? Like because if he plays either the Starfish or the customer, it's never a full clear at this point because of how the customer works. Like if you play the Starfish and it gets negated, the Okani, the customer cannot clear off the 8/8 and so this is quite good. Yeah, this is quite good as well.
Okay, so if you go Bread Baker plus customer, you deal 5 damage AoE, which is really good enough, is it?
Yeah, it's not. I'm trying to figure out what's the best like. Okay, so I feel like Oka Shinsuke also thinks that the call for the Okani is minion, and there is no way he just lets the Starfish go, right? So I think this turn is not a full clear turn. This turn is just like a board softening turn. Like he could go like play a Baker, get negated, then maybe play like a Abyssal Wave or something. But I guess he's just trying to find additional outs. Playing the Baker, very knowing full well that it could get negated. Going for the Starfish now, I guess.
I want to go Starfish plus customer next turn.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not too down for this one. Like, I mean, there are worlds that you die, but But now that you're
You had
only
to take that
Starfish...
risk.
Yep. I definitely agree that you had to take that risk. So now that Judgment has seen the Starfish, also seen the Zola, if I'm not wrong, so he can just dump stats, right?
Yep, you
out-
just go
yep,
crazy.
Yep. I personally wouldn't play around Gigafin in this spot because, like, I mean, you can't play around everything. So I was just gonna go. I'm going all in here. Like, I'm not even thinking of not going all in at all. I'm like just dumping everything. Might consider trading or using the silence because it's a spell for the Handmaiden. I don't think if you trade... I mean, if you trade, there's double Devour in the deck and a Bless, right? But are you really using a Bless if it's not lethal? So...
I mean, you're not trading it to get a spell. You're trading it to get a Naga, right? To play another.
Right. But is it likely? I'm not too sure how many Nagas are left in the deck. I think it's not many anyway.
Oh,
right?
okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah. There is some merit to just playing out the...
There's some handmaiden, school teacher, Queensguard, amalgam, Vilish. I think that was enough to consider it.
Yeah, he just goes all in and plays the silence and even plays the wig without the buff. This line just tells me that he's not planning for this game to last very long. I mean, yes, he does have the other wig, but losing one wig is actually quite a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
Like, permanently losing one wig is quite a big deal. But Judgment just says that, okay, if you have Gigafin, I lose anyway. If you don't have it, I don't want this game to last more than the next 2 turns. So I'm just going to finish it right now. I think it's respectable. I think it's very respectable.
Okay, so you have tap, trade into the Akani, entitled customer, which deals 7 AoE, which means with the coil, you're 1 off from clearing the Akani.
Yeah, but I personally think you just do it, right? You just do it. Because at the end of the day, making the Okani not stay at 12 health is like super crucial. Because that's like blessed territory. You just want to drop the health as much as possible. Also not even going for the tap first because he really wants to play a minion. Okay, fine, this fine as well. 2 minutes. Oh, full-blown evil is the nuts here, man.
Yeah,
Full-blown evil off the Nagaling is like 4 ticks of full-blown evil. That's 20 damage. Yeah, that's 20 damage. Wow.
Yeah, that's literally always a clear, right? At this
Yeah,
stage.
it clears everything. And I think Oka Shinsuke is not even playing like the Curse Warlock deck anymore. He's playing the Control Warlock deck at this point. Yeah, it's not a Curse Warlock. You just clear everything and then you win. Because Judgment is clearly running out of stuff.
There is the wig though, which is a pretty good draw. He's still got 1 final push in him, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what this Nagaling can get to give you the most... These are not it. These are not it. Was it an amulet? Was amulet like the best because it's a big minion? I can't even think of like the best tree.
Yeah, it was like that or Stormpike Aid Station maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe another Bless, something like that.
Yeah, I think Stormpike might have been arguably one of the better ones. Oh, he picked the Horn of Raytheon, I think. Yeah. So...
Slow. A little bit too slow. You can go Radiant, Wig, Queensguard, Wig, but it will only be a 4/5 then.
I mean, everything points towards Oka Shinsuke just playing the full-blown evil and then like ending the game, right? Like, I don't think there's a breakpoint where you can get out of like 20 health at this point. Like maybe you can, but then opponent the Oka Shinsuke still has like 2 minutes on the board to trade into things and then full-blown evil, so like doesn't look optimistic for Judgment at all. But yeah, well, he's gonna try. He's gonna play out everything, go face, no way in his trades, yep. Just do it all. I don't think, based on his expression, he was very happy with that turn.
Oh no, he missed the attack.
Oh, no wonder he wasn't happy with the turn. Okay. I was thinking, okay, maybe he would have optimized it with the different kind of buffs, but he missed 8, man. Oh man.
That is a disaster. This has to be over now, right?
Yeah, I mean, even if it did hit him with 8, it was probably still over. Like, yeah, you could just go... It's a very simple clear here. Abyssal Wave plus Mortal Coil. So clean. And knowing that Oka Shinsuke is from APAC, he will definitely spawn some rifts here. Yeah,
Okay.
he's gonna spawn some rifts.
So,
Okay.
Judgment has an amalgam left in the deck.
Are we in like Lyra? Oh no, we can't Lyra. Right, we can't even Lyra.
Can't get that. I don't think there's any Nagas that can save him either. I'm wondering if there's like, if his opponent plays a demon and he steals it with Najak and then gets a demon off the amalgam, is there anything that can save him there? Like Jiraxxus level, something stupid. I mean, that's Warlock, isn't it?
Jiraxxus is not actually a minion anymore, right?
It's not, yeah. and it's not even a priest card. Like, there's not many neutral demons that can win you the game. But I don't know. I'm trying to think of anything, man, that can.
Yeah. Okay. So. I do like a not so far out is like, because I noticed the Queen Ashara in Oka Shinsuke's hand, so I'm thinking that maybe you can discover a Queen Ashara like just with his other Naga and like
That's true. Yeah.
get some things going, but we are really just pulling at grasping at every straw that we can grasp at, right? Like, I think it's like quite over at this point.
I think it's completely over. I do not know what Judgment has in his mind here. I think it's more just the never concede mindset.
Yeah. It's my mindset, the one you just play until you play until the last card in your deck, and then you just like make your opponent work for it. Yeah, but clearly Oka Shinsuke doesn't really have to work very hard at this point. He's just presenting lethal on the board next turn. Just dump the Zaku. I think nothing too horrible just playing that down. It's a 5/6, 6/5. So yeah, just play the Zaku, I guess.
Yeah, you heal a bunch too.
Yeah, probably not the Mistress. Yeah, just should be enough, right? Like, in what world does this amalgam save him? I'm just trying to think of. I mean, you can't even get Spell Coiler. This isn't Mage. Like, oh, you can get that into
Teacher, what does that
into nothing. Oh, well, so this was quite an upset. I would say it's quite an upset, and the series might be swinging in Oka Shinsuke's favor right now because Big Spell Mage versus Weak Priest is a lot closer than how Warlock and Priest is supposed to go. So I think if Oka Shinsuke can get off a very nice early Belinda, early Barbara, wow, this game is gonna be flipping on its head, and we might see Oka Shinsuke as the victor.
Yeah, that's very true. And as well, the Mage, while against Rogue and Demon Hunter, a lot of its defensive tools are pretty much useless because it's difficult to freeze the face. Taunts don't do all too much in those matchups either a lot of the time. Against Priest, the defensive tools that Mage has are fantastic, right? You have Silence, only as a one-off, admittedly, for Oka Shinsuke, but still very important. And the Freeze as well. Freezing boards is so powerful against Weak Priest, where you could just basically buy yourself a turn 100% with a Dawn Grasp, in the mid game.
Yep. Since you mentioned the Dawn Grasp is not actually a mandatory inclusion in a lot of the 30 card mages nowadays. So I think the fact that he included it in this list is actually kind of important. So there's like one extra freeze to tide you through the difficult turns and maybe even let you cast a natural Rune of the Archmage, which for like maybe you can go like on turn 7 coin rune. It's a swing versus potential swing versus Naga Priest. So I'm feeling optimistic for Oka Shinsuke right now. As a fellow APAC homeboy, I think it is time to try my best to root for him, I guess. Like, now it's looking optimistic right now, especially because we see the Silence in the hand as well. I would think that's definitely a keep, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, I think the Starfish has to be. We were just talking about Varden. Like, it's a very important card in the mid game to buy you an extra turn. But is it worth not getting Belinda or Barbarous? Or Barbaric, sorry.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Varden Dawn Grasp is not a keep in like now. I mean, I don't think you keep it even if you didn't have the Starfish, right? It's one of those cards that you would like to have, but wouldn't mind not having because there are better cards in the deck. Yeah, so I think for Oka Shinsuke, he's debating very heavily more on the Mailbox Dancer keep, like thinking if he wants to like give his opponent a coin. I think it's perfectly fine though, because you yourself get a coin that scales you towards your main game plan of like the big spells and stuff like that. So I think this keep is completely fine. Judgment does not have the wig, but he has a way to get it. So I think he's also in a decent position. Treasure Guard premium minion in this matchup. And like I said, the wig just appears again. I mean, this is exactly like the previous game. He didn't have the wig and then he drew it off the top. So Good on you, Judgment. Good on you. But we also see that Oga Shinsuke has the Barbara, one of the most important cards in the matchup. Now he just needs to draw one of his 4 big spells, and we're getting the business.
Okay, a lot of options available for Judgment already. Coin Treasure Guard is the most obvious one, right? But it's not actually that good against this board and doesn't necessarily set up for such a strong play next turn.
I'm thinking Coin Treasure Guard is fine because okay, I won't say it never dies, but yeah, actually it never dies if you think about it. There's no way that for Oga Shinsuke to deal 2 points of damage to this Treasure Guard this turn. So Judgment probably knows this, and if he goes Coin Treasure Guard, like he's doing right now, I'm pretty sure he gets a guaranteed buff target. Might even commit the Radiant next turn to drop 2 minions on the board, which are both threatening. I'm very excited and interested to see what he's gonna do next turn. If anything, he definitely guarantees a buff target for the following turn. So I think this play was correct. So on Oga Shinsuke's side, nothing much he could do here. I think you do not trade off the amulet here because you really want that spell for Barbaric Sorceress to go crazy with. I mean, arguably you would want a rune, but I mean a 1 mana amulet is never bad, right? Like, come on.
And even though you have a bad Death Rattle to silence on your side and a good Death Rattle to silence on your opponent's side, you'd still never consider Starfish here, even for the tempo.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth the silence here. I mean, wait, I'm trying to think of worlds that you actually do silence here, but pretty sure that doesn't happen because like we know that Judgment is probably gonna be buffing it next turn anyway. Silence could come down on turn 4. I wouldn't hate that because it's curving into the Barbaric Sorcerer's turn, so I think that's fine. But I don't think now is the right time.
So just ping pass.
Yeah, I'm kind of down for that one. And you don't make the trade here as well because if he does not have the wig, it might not die. The mailbox might not die. But Judgment, I think he's gonna go semi all in here. He's gonna like play the Serpent Shrine. Wait, let me think. He's gonna play. I think he's gonna play the wig trade and then coin out another Treasure Guard. I think that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't have to play the Radiant this turn because it's not really doing much yet. Alternatively, are there Bless lines here? I mean, you could literally go Radiant, buff, and then Bless, go face. I'm not opposed to that at all. It's really just the one silence that would make it difficult for you, and I think Judgment might be considering that right now.
I know this might sound crazy, but is there a line where you play around Barbaric as Wig Priest, where you just go like Radiant, Wig, Bless, Face? If they have the Starfish, they're in the game. If not, they kind of just lose. And then next turn you can go like Thrive plus Bless again, or Thrive plus Wig again, and all of a sudden one of their main outs is kind of just deleted.
I think your play makes sense, but you could actually do that on the next turn. Like go for just dumping the wig on the next turn into the Barbaric turn, if you get what I'm trying to say. Yeah. I think that is okay as well. But of course, I think every line that we've suggested so far involves Judgment taking a certain level of risk. I think it's kind of necessary. I don't think this game benefits Judgment at all if it goes long. So some risk has to be taken, and I do like what we've suggested so far. I mean, we suggested it, so I definitely like it. So
it's definitely the best play.
It sounds good, and it looks actually good. I mean, like if you just delete the Starfish from Oga Shinsuke's hand, it looks really good.
Yeah.
But Oga Shinsuke is very clearly thinking how he can tide this turn through into his Barbaric Sorcerers. I know he's one of those players that like if he doesn't have to use this removal, he will not use this removal from what I've seen of him. Like it's so difficult for him to make him use a piece of removal. But I think over here he's seriously considering the Starfish just because it's like this Radiant is going out of control, and like if you're not silencing this turn, you are gonna silence next turn, which means you're not playing Barbaric Sorcerers, which is not winning the game. So but clearly Oga Shinsuke says that he clearly believes that I need this silence. There are worlds that you can get away with just oh wow. Okay, I'm not the math like god here, but I'm pretty sure Judgment needs to do some serious math right now. If you are Fino, you are saying I don't count this, I just do it first. I just do it, right? I just do it. Like Fino, if you're watching, I guess you're gonna tell me that you just do it. I'm down for that, man. We just do it. Yeah, we just do it.
Yeah, I mean, if it was Fino, this play would have happened, been clipped, and posted on Twitter already.
Yeah, and something like you never count, guys. You never count. And I was counting, sadly, and I think you still do it because that's like so much. If you are ever gonna all in right now and dumping your wig, this is like the turn, right?
Yeah,
This is
it's
like
the perfect turn.
Yeah, it's the turn to do it. I'm down. I'm so down. You get to draw 2 cards. Oh wait, no. If you get silence, you don't get to draw cards. But I'm so down. I'm just like, push. Let's go.
Okay, so he's
clear.
buffing the Radiant because then he gets to keep it alive if he trades.
Yep.
Okay.
If this wins the game for Judgment, I'm just gonna like clap, like positive claps, because I think this is strictly correct. I'm doing this every single time. Firstly, 1 starfish list. Yeah, I'm doing this every single time. But it looks like he's not gonna get paid off. Because Oka Shinsuke held off on the silence. But I am completely not faulting him for making this play. I think it's pretty much correct in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
He will also get to actually attack with the watch post, right? Which is kind of interesting, and then compete the Radiant, which is pretty sick.
Yeah. I mean, it's leaving Judgment with 2. Yeah, Judgment's face says it all. He did not want to see that. He actually wanted to see a Barbaric Sorceress here.
Oh yeah.
He's like, show me the Barbara, man, not the fish, not the fish. But so Judgment is not out of it because they are good top decks, and Najak can steal a big dragon if it. Oh wait, no. There's no spells. Okay, there's no spells for. Right. Alright, so what's the best one here? Another treasure card's pretty good. I would take that.
Oh, what a lead.
Ew. Priestess Valish, arguably one of the better picks in many scenarios, but not this one. So, yucks indeed. Not even a playable one. I mean, Valish is playable, but you never pick that one, right? Not even a playable good Nagaling. Do you take 7 mana 5/9 because it's stats? I'm actually thinking about that, but that's still 2 turns off, man. So like,
Oh man, that's just so arena. I can't bring myself to play a 7 mana 5/9, dude.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to bring a 5/9 as well. But on that note, so we can expect. Okay, I wouldn't say we can expect, but Oka Shinsuke is probably still gonna play this Barbara next turn, right? Barbaric Sorceress, like.
Yep.
Maybe not. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not.
Actually, right? Like, you have
because
the Evoker, which is just reasonable.
Yeah, right. That's the name, Evoker. I keep forgetting the name. Yeah, but I think he can also make the read that there's no spells because the Judgment was literally dumping every spell the previous turn. Like if you're dumping a wig, you probably dumped every other spell alongside the wig, right? So that's a decent read to make. I mean, he can probably get away with like just Evoker, trade and ping on the 2/3. I think that's fine as well. On the flip side, you can actually get away with not pinging and going for a double trade, discover, to draw, to like cycle through your deck, but I think he just wants to play it safe here. I think it's fine. Me personally, I would trade both of the amulets to try and find like some better cards at this point. But on Judgment's side, oh man, this hand is like, it's like 1 spell away from a good time.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it's only Najak this turn, right? You have to do it, or you're just losing board forever, surely.
So the play is you Najak the 3/4 double trade and heal, or double trade plus tempo the Radiant. I mean, it's both plays are okay, I would say.
I think you kind of have to keep going all in, right? Because there's no good draw in the deck. Like Handmaiden, inactive. Crush Claw, inactive. School Teacher, the only good draw left in the deck, really.
And Thrive is okay. Thrive is an okay draw. Yeah, wait, let me think if there's any spammy Arcanist breakpoints if you don't heal up your minions. 4, 4, 3, 3. No, there isn't really there isn't a spammy breakpoint. Yeah, you can afford to tempo the Radiant as well without healing. Oh. Wow. Okay. I don't know where this is going. Is he thinking that...
Belinda?
is he thinking that maybe only 1 minion dies on this board? And in theory, yes, only 1 minion dies on this board right now, because only one trades cleanly into the Radiance, but I haven't seen it yet, but there's probably a spammy somewhere here. Wait, let's see. Trade to... I don't think there's a clean spammy, but you could spammy just to reduce like the stats on the board and clear some stuff. Alternatively, oh yeah, he's trying to find a spammy line, I think. Oh, wait, there is
as well. There has to be.
Yeah. There is. Yeah. It's a clean spammy. My bad. Yeah, it's a clean spammy. You can. I don't think you coin out the. He's in the territory where he actually coins out the amulet for real. So I don't think he actually needs to use the coin here. He trades away one of the amulets. Pretty sure.
Yeah,
can actually just literally coin out an amulet on turn 9 to close out the game. How often do you actually see that? Not often enough, I feel. Oh my gosh, the worst draws in the world. I mean, this is effectively Wick Priest without the Wick, right? That's what happens to the deck.
Yeah, and you know, it's obviously a very, very sad endgame for Judgment here. But what this all comes down to is his all-in push, basically saying you don't have one-off Starfish in your hand. I think it was a very reasonable play to make. It just didn't work out for him this game. He called his opponent's bluff, and Okashinsuke had it.
Yeah, I mean, Judgment, if you ever watch this VOD back, I'm in full support of whatever you just did. So I feel for you, but I don't think you were wrong. So tough luck there, buddy. Tough luck. I don't think it was bad. I don't think it was bad at all. It's one of those plays where you make and then you go back to your practice group and then you're like, guys, I wasn't bad, right? That was correct, right? And then they were like, yeah, man, you should have gone all in. And then you're like, oh yeah, I'm not a horrible player. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I fully support that play. So anyway, back to the current state of the game. Okashinsuke is just figuring out how to not throw at this point, because I'm pretty sure he knows that it's almost there. It's almost over. Whoa, this could have gone really wrong, couldn't it? Like, okay, I mean, how wrong could it go? Like, he could have given
cost 2.
Yeah, I think okay, fine. Yeah, in most worlds, this can't really go that wrong at all. So this was fine. I think his main purpose was to not use the coin here, regardless. But I could actually think of it as like, why not just play 2 treasure cards and ping, right? Like, you don't have to take this risk at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing here is you just have to play around Najak Hexen, right? I think that's the one way that you lose this game, is if you make one massive minion and you can't kill off Najak. And I think this does that fine, right? You know, yes, they can steal the 3/7, but you're still winning the game with a coin Drake fire next turn.
Judgment is probably just thinking about what he's gonna queue up in his next match right now. Like,
pretty much.
Queue order. Yeah, because like he knows he can't really win this outside of like miraculous draws or a disconnect, which isn't even really an out anymore. Isn't really an out anymore nowadays. But yeah, so I don't think he really has anything that he can really do.
You're giving us a great insight into the mindset of a GM player right now, just hoping for disconnects. Like, you'll take any scammy win you can get.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not possible anymore because there's like the in-game timer for whatever it's supposed to be. Okay, so now we just trade off the just trade off this one for because you can and just chill. Yep. Wow. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't even take this hand if I was playing Arena, man. Like, I would not even take this hand if I was playing Arena, Mercenaries, or Duels, and I haven't even ever played Mercenaries or Duels, so I would think this is too bad for any. This hand is bad for any mod of Hearthstone. Yeah. So, all right. Judgment. Well. It's not often that I run out of things to say in a game of Hearthstone, but I'm pretty much, as Judgment is as well, out of the game, out of the match. Congratulations to Okashinsuke.
A huge win for Okashinsuke as well, right? Coming into this week with 0 points, having gone 0-2 last week, he needed to get at least through to Sunday, I think it's fair to say. And with a win here, he hasn't done that yet. He still has to play against the winner of Levick versus Possessi, but he's off to a much better start, especially in a series that we were thinking he was off to a pretty bad start, kind of unlikely to get the win. But I think overall, just through some very solid play, some things that we would disagree on for both players here, but it was that's the kind of series I like, right? There weren't too many There were like very few strict misplays, I think, that we could see.
Yeah.
It was really just difference in philosophy as to how you approach it.
Yeah, I personally think there were some lines that Oka Shinsuke made with the Warlock versus the Priest game that I found were very good. I cannot remember exactly what they were. I'm gonna look back and like check it out again. But I think he piloted that Warlock game very well. It's like you know you're already unfavored. Like Oka Shinsuke probably came into this match a bit demoralized. Like he's on 0 points, unfavored matchups. But he kept his cool. He played it out well. I think he has really his demeanor, his calm and everything. It's like way more than like the previous season, right? Like so I really truly respect a player that has grown and in unfavored circumstances pulled out some miraculous win, and props to him for that. So I'm really impressed and very happy for him.
Big props to him. I hope the rest of his lineup can continue to do well. He will be facing against a couple of very different lineups, guaranteed, from Judgment, because both Levick and Possessi have themselves pretty unique lineups. Possessi, one of the few players bringing Boar Priest, Levick with this Charge Warrior that we were trying to make heads or tails of. He's got an XL Shaman and Quest Hunter as well. One of the most unique lineups of the weekend, it's definitely fair to say. And it's going to be very exciting to see how that lines up against Possessi.
Yeah, I'm very excited to cast the next match. Usually I'm in support of the APAC player, but this time I really want to see what Levick's gonna do with his lineup because it is so out there. It's like you pick a good bucket. Okay, you pick a bucket that is a bit weird because of Warrior, and then you make it even weirder with your Shaman being like it's life. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, you can check it out later. But I'm just gonna call it Life Drinker Shaman for now, and then you can see what it is eventually in the next match to come.
All right, well then we won't keep you waiting any longer, Lambie. We'll jump right into it. After this short break, Possessi versus Levick for Game 2 of the day. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters last call, where we are jumping right into Possessi versus Levic. Pretty undeniably the pride of APAC at this point, right? Possessi, he has got himself an unbelievable run over the last year, culminating in a World Championship victory, going up against Glory, who was the winner in the year previous. I think pretty firmly cementing APAC as the best region of all time.
Undoubtedly. Definitely the best region of all time. Yeah, but this match is also interesting for different reasons, like I mentioned in before the break. Levic has some decks that are questionable, but I think not without reason. So I think we're gonna look at that very, very soon.
Indeed, yeah. Possessi's got himself a pretty standard lineup by comparison. The Rogue, just Jackpot Rogue. The Demon Hunter, just Fell Demon Hunter. The Boar Priest is a little bit out there, considering most players just don't even want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, even if they think it's good. It's just not worth playing because it's so difficult to get absolutely correct. So many players just profess to not being comfortable enough with the deck. But like you said, Levic on the other side has some weird old decks, man. Like the Charge Warrior. I just cannot make heads or tails of. Like, obviously, it's just Charge Warrior, right? It's doing the combo with Galvangar, Faceless, Battlemaster, and then the To the Front as well. But the deck has changed so much since it was at its peak power level.
Yeah, I mean, the main difference with Warrior falling off super hard is obviously because of the nerfs to From the Depths and Shield Shatter. I would like to argue that Shield Shatter is the main difference when it comes to Warrior being nerfed, because the fact that the breakpoints from 5 to 4 is so big. Like, for example, versus Rogue, you don't kill Knowles anymore, you don't kill Krakatoa, and like versus a lot of decks, like having like less damage on your on the Shield Shatter AoE is like a lot of their minions get out of range of the clears. And the thing is, Warrior itself also lost like especially for Charge Warrior, right? It lost one more finisher in like Mr. Smite, because there's the Nelly nerf. Mr. Smite got more expensive, so the deck has took severe hits, and like I feel like now at this point the deck really just loses to well-timed Mutinous. So I'm very interested to see how this will pan out for this matchup. But of course, firstly, we're gonna look at Levic's XL mid-range Shaman, which I mentioned was actually called Life Drinker Shaman in the before the break, because he runs 2 Life Drinkers in his decks. I cannot remember when was the last time Life Drinker was a meta like pick. So Derek, what do you think he's trying to do here? I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, for the most part, I would not recommend playing this deck on ladder. I would
Definitely
recommend
not.
regular mid-range Moist Shaman with 30 cards. It's a much more streamlined deck. It's going to do what you want to do most of the time. This, I feel like, is a pretty heavy tech against the decks that do a specific amount of burst damage, right? Which in this metagame is Mine Rogue number 1, Demon Hunter number 2, which, to be fair, there's a fair amount of Demon Hunter we've seen so far already. And then Quest Hunter kind of falls under that umbrella as well, but a little bit less so. And it's really just to give you that 10 extra health, which makes a world of difference against these very specific burn decks that really try to do exactly 30 a lot of the time is how they're built. I think specifically for this tournament, I absolutely see what he's doing. I don't know if I necessarily still agree with it, because I feel like the deck overall becomes a lot worse with those 10 extra cards that you have to put in there. But I like what he's thinking, and that he's getting a little bit creative with the trio format.
Yeah, I think there's some merit to whatever he's doing. I just find it a bit difficult to accept the fact that your deck's already slightly more inconsistent and you're playing cards that are a bit situational. But I think well, he probably did test, and some of the results in his testing were probably good, so we are gonna wait and see how it turns out. But for now, jumping to Possessi with the Jackpot Rogue looks like a very standard Jackpot Rogue to me right now, with the Okani inclusion. Some lists do not include it, but Okani is such a powerful force in the meta right now, so I think it's definitely justified. Jackpot Rogue is one of those decks that to me feels like it's a necessity in the current meta, because just pure damage doesn't really get there anymore with the old Boat Rogue and Mr. Smite, Fillet Fighters and everything. So Jackpot Rogue just gives you an extra element of high roll potential, which I think it's necessary in the current meta. So yeah, jumping into the first game straight away.
All right, Levic got himself, you know, again, for a 40-card deck, not a bad starting hand. Schooling is
definitely one of the better things you want to see in a 40-card deck. He got like one of the highest win rate cards in the deck, which is the Clownfish. Schooling as well. Like one of the only 1-drops in the deck. Let me check it. I think it's one of the only 1-drops in the deck.
like that and Finley, I think, that he has
yeah.
access to.
Yeah, Finley's not a one drop, man.
I mean,
Oh.
technically.
Yeah, it is, but you never play it on one. I mean, almost never play it on one. I wouldn't say never, but almost.
maybe
never
you
play it
don't.
on one. Yeah, I don't. I definitely don't play it on one, especially without the coin. But yeah, Possessi's hand is also pretty good. It post mulligan has a tradable to make the no cheaper, has a reconnaissance to make a no cheaper as well. But this matchup reconnaissance, picking the right death rattles for the matchup is like super key in this matchup because you have like 3 additional ways to revive that death rattle with contraband stash and test as well. So, alright, so Levick here draws the life drinker, doesn't get to do anything with it, I guess. I think he just goes for double piranha here. Oh, okay. Oh, he goes for hero power as well. That's fine. Possessy drawing the no on command. Best no ever.
You could
Considering coin, right?
Coin Shroud. Is that something
Yeah.
you consider?
I
Bit of a
think
gamble.
I think it's worth it because the only bad draw, if I'm not wrong, is Queen Ashara. It's the only thing that stops your no from becoming 0 because the Okani is already in hand. So I think this play is calculated and we see the no is still green. And he gets the second one like a world champion should. So look at that. Yeah. Look at
It's a fantastic start. He's got Reconnaissance into the Gone Fishing next turn. Good chance of finding himself Jackpot, Blood in the Water, one of these cards to combo with the Swift Scale Trickster. If he gets a good Death Rattle, he's got the Contraband Stash to start doubling down on that as well. Already, Levick is going to be feeling the pressure, and his hand right now does not stand up against that particularly well. Like, if we're calling this Life Drinker Shaman, the Life Drinker is not the card you wanted to see, despite that.
Yeah. This is Life Drinker Shaman when it it's only good when versus the matchups that actually have like you said finite damage or like okay, wow. So these are some really good picks, I feel. Also Jailer is the kind of thing that I would pick if I'm just like on ladder and I want to meme. But I think Light Shower Elemental is probably the better choice here. Because it's the best card to get off like Test and Contraband Stash, right? Yeah. You never pick Rodent Nest in this matchup because that's like potentially throwing the game into Snowfall Guardian. So I think Rodent Nest is never the pick here. So yeah, very simple. Well, actually just wants to preserve the health on his nose. I think it's okay considering he saw a schooling. I think it's okay. I was trying to think of a line whereby you don't do that, but I think it makes perfect sense considering you have plays for the next 3 turns. So
yeah, I mean, I was heavily considering on that previous turn just going for the Fell Soul Jailer. If there weren't Piranhas in hand, I think I would have considered it a lot more because, you know, deleting one key card from your opponent if you hit Bran or the the Guardian, Bolner, Mutinous, like there's a lot of really key cards, or Okani could be huge as well. But with the Piranhas there as well, it was maybe a little bit too janky to go for. And like you say, the curve works really nicely here with Light Shower. You could even potentially just go like Contraband again next turn to get another one. Like you're just playing big stats turn after turn now.
Yeah, I think with Jackpot Roll, what I realized is that if you have good Death Rattles in the pool, you are less reliant on drawing the actual Jackpot card because Contraband Stash could just be like a 5 mana spawn a Light Shower, which is not bad, right? So Possessy here not even going for the trade, doesn't want to get Frostbited, doesn't see the need to play around. Oh wow, Levick just literally drawed like I think it might have been the best draw in his deck at this point. Yeah, alongside Command of Neptulon, but this deck doesn't have many cards that draw. It's really just the Gorlock and Sleep Breaker, if I'm not wrong. I need to see if he plays Light Shower, if he plays Wind Chills. But yeah, the deck doesn't really have much draw, so getting the Gorlock off the top there into like potentially more cycle was like super important.
Got himself potentially some pretty big plays coming up as well with like Bran, Clownfish, Mutinous to start eating a lot of that hand. Like if Levick can just survive on board, he has the plays to start swinging this around.
Yep, I think like you mentioned, the whole Bran, Clownfish, Mutinous plus the Amalgam thing to keep spamming stuff on board, I think it's like super important because at the end of the day, I don't think he can afford to wait for like a Bran I mean, I don't think he can afford to wait any much longer
Yeah.
in terms of like holding off his combo, right? Because Possessi is only just gonna keep piling on the pressure. Yeah, so really, really very insane top deck in the Gorlock Ravager right there. So Possessi, I think he wants to start digging for more power cards, more things to fuel his stash. Starts with the Okani, counter the minion. Any Murloc would be good here. Digs for Reconnaissance, I believe, because he wants to fuel the stash. Blood in the Water is tempo as well, so I don't see that as being a bad pick too. Goes for the Reconnaissance because wants to fuel the stash. I can respect that. Trade does not even trade. I think it's fine because Light Shower heals up the no. Well, I mean, if that's the case, you could have probably traded the 3-2, right? But I think he thinks it's unnecessary.
There are enough minions to consider a Bloodlust here, just like to clear some more of the board. The numbers do work out quite well, right?
Yeah. Now, I'm just thinking that he probably should have traded into the Sleep Breaker because like the Light Shower just like heals it up anyway.
Yeah. Or
Like
just prep Wicked Stab to take out the...
Yeah. Also, for most people, I think they didn't realize that if Okani negates a Murloc, it's considered as played. So the
Oh, yeah, yeah.
yeah, I didn't realize this until actually very recently because it but eventually I did and kind of important. All right, I think it's simply just a kill off this and then play your own Okani. No way, it's the Life Drinker.
No, no, no.
No, it's the Life Drinker. All right, we calling minion, right? Yeah, there's only so many minions in the deck, so. Right, but we do see the very clean Wicked Stab. You could even go for some like dagger and tooth line.
Yeah. Not absurd, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you can tooth into anything expensive, and you have the Trickster to clear it to like play it on the following turn.
I
Okay,
like
actually
that.
play it this turn. I can do it this turn, right?
Yeah,
With
yeah.
the dagger now, and yeah.
I think it's worth it for the potential high roll.
I mean, the pool of spells you get from tooth is like so huge. I don't know if it's worth. Oh my gosh, Gigafin in the house. I think it's a snap here with the Light Shower already in the pool. Like, but for what it's worth, right? I think Gigafin, even if it doesn't have like the full effect of like eating everything else, it's still like a ton of stats. It's like 6 mana. What? How many stats? It's a lot of stats. Like for Shaman, it's really difficult for them to deal with.
Insane, yeah.
Ooh. Okay, so you gotta be a bit careful with Blessing of Kings because it could go wrong eventually with the stash. I like this pick of the Need for Greed because like he's kind of running out of gas. Not even trading it because he might just cast it for straight up draw. Mutinous now. I think every chomp is good here, but Gigafin is huge. Oh, the slightly worse one. It's
Quite a lot
slightly
worse, I'd say.
Oh, actually, you're right. It's quite a lot worse. Yeah, it's not even slightly worse. If I'm in Possessi's position, I'm just like slamming this Gigafin because like it's just stats, man. It's just stats. Yeah, it's just stats.
And Gigafin eating Mutinous, that's like a disgusting combo.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's it's so weird. It's like the eater getting eaten.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Or he could. I don't think he would want to take a turn off here and just play Need for Greed. I think he just chomp and chill. Yeah, just chomp and chill.
Chomp and chill. Is that your
Yeah, just chomp.
your new
yeah,
food
it's just-
chain?
Yeah, it's my new food chain. Just chomp and chill. And I mean, firstly, you don't mind this getting frozen. It's not that big of a board. Secondly,
Yeah, yeah.
even if it gets frozen, how likely are they having the parrot in this body card deck, right? So Bran is coming down, double draws for the double freeze. We know that Possessi is not running a Starfish, and like most Jackpot roads don't run the Starfish, so it's relatively safe. Go freeze, okay. 3. Oh, is he dead on the backswing? Is this dead? Wait, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it's dead, right? 10 on board with 7 showing in hand. It's just lethal.
Lethal?
Yep, it's lethal. It's lethal.
Okay,
It's
you're right.
9 plus the dagger, stab, and our world champion definitely spots this right away.
100%.
Yep. But I wait. Whoa. I thought I saw him pointed at a minion. but if he pointed at a minion, I'm not even surprised. It's Possessi. It happens sometimes, right? Alright. So yeah, easy game for Possessi. I think he was like ahead the entire game. I mean we did see 2 dead life drinkers in the hand, and Levick did get the perfect top deck of the Gorlock, but Possessi's pressure was just too much. Goes to show that if Jackpot Road gets out running with the double nulls into like Death Rattles and stuff like that, it's quite unstoppable. I mean, he didn't even have to play the stash in hand, which was like, yeah, didn't even have to play his best card in hand. So easy game for Possessi. Levick really needs to try and find his footing in this matchup. I really think the Shaman will keep struggling. I hope he finally gets a win with it somehow. Then we'll be having more of a series. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? To me, that felt like it was going up against the Shaman with 2 Life Drinkers and a Bloodlust in their cards. Like, you don't really want to be running.
Yeah.
Bloodlust maybe, but you know, you really felt the fact that it was a 40-card list there. That made a huge difference in terms of the game overall. Because if those were Snowfall Guardians or a Bolner, or if he'd drawn the Firemancer Flurgle, right, a little bit earlier to be able to clear off the board with the Clownfish, like, there were outs that he could have hit a little bit more often. But he did not do so, which means Possessi flying off to a 1-0 lead. Levick going off to one of the more unique decks overall, because not a lot of players brought Quest Hunter. But, you know, I want to say maybe underrepresented, because this is not like a totally wacky deck that he's bringing here. And that it does have a lot going for it in this meta, I think.
Yeah, it's actually a very, very valid bring, because this deck is it's good versus Warlock for obvious reasons, right? Because the cursors complete the quest. It's quite good versus aggro. Firstly, 10 extra health, Dawn Bowder, Bunker to find Explosive Trap, and then there is like they got way more removal pieces. Like versus aggressive decks, Shell Shot is actually an amazing card, right? Which it allows Quest Hunter to do something which it previously couldn't do, which is clear off multiple threats before it got to its like second tick of the quest, which is usually when it starts like doing very effective clears on like minions on the board. But before that, it sometimes struggles to deal with like white bots or like tall minions early on. So Shell Shot is one of those cards that has greatly bolstered the arsenal of Quest Hunter, and I would think this is one of the decks that if Levick were to have to play this into Possessi's Demon Hunter, I think it's one of the matchups that he would really want. I don't think he really wants to play this against Boar. Boar Priest probably wins every single one of Levick's decks, but as I mentioned, yep, he gets it into Possessi's Demon Hunter, probably the one matchup that he really wanted to see out of all his remaining decks.
So are you liking the look of the Hunter against the Fell Demon Hunter?
Yeah, I think the Quest Hunter is like slightly favored into this one right now, because there is 10 extra health. You can search out your explosive traps. There's more removal in the Quest Hunter now for board-based minions, board-based game plans. So I think the Hunter is favored in this one. I mean, it's definitely not favored into Boar Priest, so we definitely need Levick to get out and win this matchup if possible.
All right, Possessi got himself Dread Prison Glaive in the starting hand. It does feel like it's definitely a keep because of the Battle-Worn Vanguard. But that's, you know, arguably one of the things that works in Hunter's favor in this matchup, is that it doesn't actually play many minions in the mid game, right? So there's not that much for the Dread Prison to activate on.
Yeah, I feel like at the end of the day, you keep this weapon in most situations just because there's like a lot of activators. There's a lot of cards that benefit from this, like the Fanatic, and this guy obviously, this Vanguard. Does not want to take the risk with the Bunker here, just goes for the Wound Prey. I think it's fine. Yep.
Consider coining it out, but I guess with Tavish in hand, that's probably a bit too good to get coined out on 5.
Yeah, you also close out the option of coining out your what's that called, Spring the Trap. Yeah, it's also an option to be coined out if he needs to. But with the second Vanguard, I think Levick has to go with his Tavish game plan right now, because if he's using the coin here and he doesn't hit an explosive trap, eventually he's really slowing down his like potential almost guaranteed explosive trap from the Tavish.
That is a miss on the explosive trap on the first hit.
Yeah,
you can bluff it, of course, but
yeah, he definitely can bluff it.
Still hurts.
I wouldn't mind bluffing it though. Like I think Possessi still swings eventually, but like it's a worthy try. It's worth the try. Over here, I think it's quite interesting because there are some merits to playing out the Steno here. just so you can cash in some damage. Like, if you, yeah, he's doing it. I like this player. I like this player a lot because it's the shape of board that is so difficult for Hunter to deal with at this stage of the game. Like there's explosive, there might be a piercing shot or a mark shot, but like that means you leave the rest of the board, right? So I think if Levick hit explosive on the previous turn, he was in a decent shape, but the fact that he didn't, he couldn't even go like mark shot coin explosive in this spot.
You have Wound Prey, obviously, to be able to go like 2-1 and a 1-1 and then coin out the marked shot. But it looks like he's actually considering the honorable kill on Spring the Trap here, which makes a good amount of sense, right? Given that you have a very good shot at finding explosive.
Yeah, I think it's the better play here. It's super likely. I mean, seeing as how many secrets you already have drawn and like, yeah, it's quite likely that you get your explosive trap in this situation. It would be funny if he missed it though.
It's possible.
Yeah, okay, but he hits it.
He got it.
But if he hit freezing first, I mean, we wouldn't know which order the traps proc, right? I think it's random.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think it's random, but yeah, I guess that's why he just kills off the Vanguard for good measure anyway. Alright, so testing first. Explosive procs first. That's nice. Possessi, weirdly enough, kind of gassed out right now. Needs like a Need for Greed or Spectral. Wait, does he run? Yeah, but he needs a draw card. He needs a draw card off the top right now. Testing for ice. It's not the ice.
And this is really the difference between the XL and the regular version right now. Like, if Levick was at 10 health, Possessi would be very much in range of just top-decking damage cards like Chaos Strike, Multi-Strike, a couple of those, and you've just won the game. 20 health, it's just miles away. You have to hit card draw to stabilize this game.
Yeah. I think out of all the decks that get hurt by this 40 health breakpoint the most, I think it's actually Demon Hunter. Because they really do have a finite source of damage, finite source of draw, and they don't really their pressure also only goes so far, right? Like if they get cleared one time on their board and they actually don't have lethal from hand yet, they often usually just gas out. Levick contemplating playing the no, it doesn't play it. Thinking if he wanted to play it to like complete his quest a bit faster.
Oh
wow. These draws are just, well, I mean, it's just the nature of the deck, right? You pack your deck with so many cheap cards, you're bound to hit this kind of horrible draw eventually.
Yeah, I mean, anything, right? Need for Greed, Kurtrus Demon Hunter, Zillag, like, there's quite a few decent cards here to bring him back in the game. But he needs to hit them now because Levick is going to start turning up the pressure with Tavish.
Yeah. His deck has 2 off Need for Greed, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yep.
Yep, so okay, it's a real possibility, but now the Ice Trap kind of denies it once again. Wow.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're just jamming that, right? You gotta get the Ice Trap out of the way so you can eventually play your draw cards.
Man, he's going to play this Fel Barrage so many times.
Yes, he's gonna be playing it, and it's gonna do it now. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, you kind of do expect a second Ice Trap, right? There's still, if you've been hand tracking, there still is 2 drawn secrets from the deck. So I'm not too convinced on that one, on that second Fel Barrage. I think Possessi is just like zoned out from this game, like. In classic Possessi fashion, it's just like, I'm done. Playing my cards.
Okay, he gets it active, the Chaos Strike, draws an extra card, misses again with Metamorph, and like if he'd got the Need for Greed, he could have played it exactly for 3.
Yep.
Here it's not going to happen. Still, I would argue like one more turn where if he top decks a good card, this game is still winnable.
I think it has to be like in the territory of Need for Greed into hero card, Kurtrus hero card, right? That kind of thing.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be in that territory. Yeah, it's getting there. Because at this point, he does need things to proc the traps anyway, like the freezing. So I think Kurtrus into like, I mean, Need for Greed into Kurtrus is like the optimal draw. Even pulling out so much stats on the board. Oh, this is not it, man. This is not it. Yeah, Possessi sees it as well and concedes straight away. Quite an easy victory for Levick, going up to 1-1 in the series. I think this is the victory that he sorely needed over the Demon Hunter. Because if Possessi got down to his Ball Priest, I think the Ball Priest is just favored into everything else that Levick has.
Yeah, agreed. The Ball Priest, if played correctly, which I do think Possessi will be able to do for the most part, he has been playing it pretty well on stream, even if it is one of the hardest decks to play right now. It should be in a very good position. But for Levick, it was, whether it's 40 card or 30 card, I feel like with Quest Hunter, it doesn't make too much difference. Like, the deck gets worse undeniably when you're putting in those 10 extra cards, but most of the cards you're putting in are still removal cards, right, in the early game. Like, you have to play 6 secrets, which feels a little bit bad because secrets are quite weak overall, but getting to play the double Dunbaldar, the double Spring the Trap as well, and all these extra damage cards, like you're playing double Shell Shot, double Marked Shot, and still all the suite of the usual ones in the early game. It's still going to do the same thing. It's going to remove minions in the early game, and then if you don't have follow-up, you are not going to beat it. And Possessi didn't have follow-up, quite simply. So the Hunter takes the win, which leads Possessi over onto his Ball Priest, which even against 30-card Shaman feels like it's in a good spot. Against 40-card Shaman, this has to be a DOS.
Yeah, okay, so the matchup, how it usually goes, like if the Priest ever loses this, it's because the Shaman gets something like an early Boner into a Clownfish, into like a super early Mutinous that just snowballs out of control. Like, it's very rare that the Shaman wins this if they don't have like the early curve with the Murlocs into the Mutinous, right? So I don't think it's even, it's not going to be any easier, right? Because like you mentioned, it's a 40 card deck. Your typical Shaman combos don't happen as often, and no amount of health is like enough versus Ball Priest, right? They just do their own thing. They don't really interact with you if they don't have to, and then they just draw cards and then they just kill you with the weapon. So I think Levick's really gonna have an uphill climb for this particular match, but I think he also knows that this is not the target for his lineup. Like, I wouldn't say target, but like, this is not the deck that he has to win against in his lineup. As long as the Demon Hunter doesn't win, I think he feels like decently comfortable.
Okay, Illuminate into Amulet is a fantastic start to any game, just to be able to trade that back in. Opens up turn 7 lethals a little bit more consistently, right? Because you just have a bit more mana to work with. But aside from that, this is very, very lacking here at the start. He has no real way to draw any extra cards. He has a board clear, sure, with the Zyrella and the Desperate Prayer, but that's not quite good enough on its own.
I like how Levick is playing this as well. He insta-slams the Amalgam onto the totem just to get any sort of pressure. I did consider, because the thing is, for totems, it's like there's only 3, I think. So you're like guaranteed to get mana tied, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so I think he was... I think he's going for the game plan of like, I cannot win this the conventional way. I need to like really just draw and hope to hit my Mutinous combo. Maybe I get to eat a ball. Maybe I don't, but maybe I get to eat a Pyromancer or something like that. I don't see how this is gonna get done without like the Mutinous game plan. I mean, sometimes it gets done if you get like early Wildpaw Cavern into Bloodlust, but it's clearly not here, right? And this is a 40 card deck, so we can't count on top decking the exact specific outs.
Yeah, exactly. You need the Mutinous or occasionally a Carney if they've played a bit weird, like if they've played one of their Pyros already and they have to dump the other Pyro to do the combo or something like that. A Carney can screw up maybe a weaker Ball Priest opponent. But for the most part right now, I agree. It's Gorlock Ravager you're looking for, maybe Clownfish, some way to just get these cards in hand chomped up.
Yep, I'm looking at Levick's hand right now, and at the end of the day, like, you could like delete half of this hand and it's still fine. You really just want to see, like you mentioned, the Gorlock, the Mutinous. Arguably, if he's not dead by then, he kind of does want to see the Brukan as well to deal the final points of damage to Possessi close out the game. Command of Neptulon here is decent because it presents like 10-8 of extra stats on the board, which Possessi knows there's a Bloodlust in the deck. So I think if he has the ability to play around it, he would. The cool thing here, I would say the interesting here is that Zyrella isn't even a clear, because there's not even enough health on the board to heal up, right, for Possessi to do anything crazy with the Zyrella. Might have to gravitate towards a Scuffed Pyro clear without like serious draw potential from the from the Cleric. Because normally you would pair that with Gift, right? That's like the perfect scenario. But I think Possessi has countered it up and decided that, wait, is this not Bloodlust? Wait, 5, 10, 12. Oh, it's not. Oh, there's no Bloodlust Lethal here. I think Possessi countered it up and realized that there wasn't Bloodlust Lethal here, so he just like chilled here. Yeah.
There with the Gorlock found. The problem is with this Mana Tide, Levick doesn't even have hand space to play it here. He literally can't get rid of cards quickly enough because if they are in his hand, most of them draw anyway, and he's running out of board space, so he doesn't have much room to actually dump onto the board. It's a very, very tough position to be in, maybe even like leading into Firemancer Flurgle for tempo just to shed hand space.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Gorlock might not even ever see play because the Mana Tide Totem is like working overtime here. Oh, there we go. Mutinous in the hand. Very big pickup. I would say it's like one of the most important cards in this matchup right now.
So now Possessi still doesn't have access to the Gift of the Naru, which is obviously the card you really, really want to see to be able to get a clear with the Pyro Cleric turn. But it's just too scary at this point. He is instead, I guess, just gearing up for a Handmaiden draw on this turn instead.
Yeah, I don't think he's committing the Cleric. He going for a huge Devour here is also quite insane because like how often does Shaman actually like kill minions, right? And a 3/11 at that. It doesn't happen that often.
That's true.
So,
yeah, good point.
Yeah, so I mean, we do once again see the Starfish, but you don't play around that. Plus, if this 3/13 sticks, right, you effectively any healing spell drawn is like your combo, your cycle combo to draw like your entire deck. So I like this play a lot. But of course, we do see Levick having the Starfish. I'm just very curious to see how he sets up this Mutinous combo because we actually have not seen a single ball played. So there is a good chance that Levick thinks that he can chomp some balls or at least chomp some other key pieces.
We've seen one ball played so far.
Oh, right, we've seen one ball played, my bad. But yeah, I think Levick's key to victory here is he needs to set up this, what's that called? Yeah, he needs to set up this Mutinous ASAP. I think it could involve playing the Mutinous now into Brand Parrot.
That's true. Yeah, definitely something to consider. The main thing here for Possessi, though, is that he's not really setting up for a turn 8 weapon swing, is he? Which is generally what you want to be looking for. Instead, it's like looking like turn 9 or honestly, like maybe even turn 10 with the way this is currently going. Like, he's had a very slow game.
Yeah. For Ball Priest, like, usually by turn 8, it's over if they get like the regular draw and like nothing goes too wrong. But wow, that draw is huge for Levick.
Okay, so if you go Bolner, Clownfish, that's 5 mana used up. Your Mutinous costs 3. So you can do that, but that only gets you 1 Mutinous activation, right?
Yeah, and if you're gonna do that this turn, I think it's fine because you get stats on the board as well. But you always want to end on the Mutinous, right? So you can finish off with Parrot next turn.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going for this. Oh, I can see. Whoa.
Well, you can
okay.
Yeah, this works.
Yeah. Right, this works. I forgot. Right, that works. You can do this. As long as you end on the Mutinous, I'm cool. Like, as long as he doesn't like make a mistake and like plays an extra, like what's that called? Plays an extra Murloc, which eats up the discount, and I'm cool with it.
But that is what happens here, right? If he plays Amalgam, he won't be able to play Mutinous.
Yeah. Did he forget? Oh, he can do this. Yeah, he can play another clown and then get it live.
Okay. Yeah. Just
that works. That works perfectly fine. Yeah, that works. Most stats on the board. Like, I mean, and the crazy thing is, I don't even think there's a very nice Zarella here anyway. Let's see.
Yeah,
3.
Yeah, it's true.
So Levick actually playing this pretty well. Not gonna lie. I think this is pretty well played on Levick's part.
Okay.
Never gives the opponent an easy. Okay, well, we are missing a gift of the Naru. We could try and find it.
Get that
Go
off
crazy.
Thrive, yeah. And you have a lot of mana to work with because of Priestess of Leash. So you start Thrive. Get the
Oh,
gift.
there we go. some hand size management concerns as well because opponent has like quite a bit of minions on board. You kind of want to draw like maximum but not too much. And looking at Possessi's face, I don't think he has it yet. But if he doesn't have it yet, he has to clear, right? There's no way you leave everything here.
Is it Shard? Like, Shard doesn't even do that much. Yeah, it has to be Gift.
Yeah, it has to be Gift. Wow. Okay, he's got to do it. He's got to do something.
Oh my god. Possessive.
This is one of those moments. Yeah, he's got to do something.
Or is he just leaving the board full? Because then you can't play like a Macaw and then hoping to win the game next turn?
I really think if he had a bit more time and started this a bit earlier, he could have... Wow.
No way.
This is the line he gravitates to because he couldn't find the out, right? Like, I don't think this is... I think this is not the best play, but this is the best play given the fact that you couldn't find the line. I don't think it's correct, but I think it's like second fiddle. It's like, since I couldn't find the line, I'm just gonna like try to not die to a bloodlust. And
how much damage?
Turn. All right, let's see. So it's here it's 10, 12, 16, 19, 22. 21, 22. So bloodlust insta dead, overkill. But other than that, he never dies. So
if you frostbite one of your own guys and play
Life Drinker, I mean, oh my god,
so close, so close. But I think the play ends up being frostbite your own guy and Parrot.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Parrot, yes, because that gets you. Yeah. If this eats the pyro, it's huge, right? It's like super huge.
Kind of just GG then, I think, if that happens.
Yeah. Okay, a bit inconsequential. And the chomp is
Velish. Okay, I mean,
okay, but he did dodge the pyro though. He did dodge the pyro.
It dodged the pyro. I mean, he doesn't have much mana to work with at all now, though. Is the problem?
Yeah.
He has the clear though. He can just clear on this turn.
Yep. He has the clear. Is there a way to fit more things in? Let me see.
Oh my god.
I mean like it's only so slow. You only can go so slow, right? Like
yeah.
I wouldn't say like you're supposed to play around second Parrot, but yeah, okay, Possessi clearly going with the I'm just gonna clear and chill. It's fine.
If they have another Parrot, I think you're losing anyway.
Yeah, I mean, no, you're not losing if you manage to play all of the stuff though, but I don't think if there was a way to play all the stuff the previous turn. Yeah. Ooh, Okani pick up.
Okani, that's pretty big, yeah.
Yeah. You just Gluck. I'm trying to figure out a way to Gluck here. No? Do we not Gluck?
You'll Gluck here, right?
Yeah, you still can Gluck, yeah. Wait, does he want the full Gluck? Oh yeah, because there's silence, right? Yeah, you kind of do want the full 3 spawns, yeah. If there wasn't silence, I would just give up one of the tokens for a bigger Gluck. But, yeah. Okay. Alright. Showtime, Possessi.
It's go time. Yeah.
It's go time. Have any amulets been discounted? I can't recall.
One has, yeah. One costs 0.
So it is possible for the weapon this turn, right? I'm not great.
There's still another boar that needs to be played though, right?
Yeah, but the thing is...
Down.
But the total mana spent on amulets is 3, right? Because one is 0, one is... So it's actually possible?
I guess
if the ball comes down, yeah, it's possible. I think he draws everything. Yeah. It's doable, right?
My hand is too
Is it
full.
not? Wait. Oh!
He overdrew the amulet!
Oh my
No way!
gosh!
What?
This is level Sintolo stuff. Oh, Possessi. He lets the priest drop. Oh my gosh! Wow, that's huge. Levick wasn't technically supposed to get a win. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Wait, I'm a bit lost for words right now. But Levick wasn't technically supposed to get a win off the priest at all, right? It wasn't supposed to happen, but it did. So now he gets like one more free pass with the warrior over. Like the warrior now has 2 chances, right? The warrior now has 2 chances, and I think if anything, I wouldn't mind warrior into ball priest, because if you just high roll from the depths, you could get out a very early OTK. It's actually possible. It's possible, but man, Possessi burning the amulets. Oh, bit lost for words there, Derek.
That's my world champ right there. Who else is doing that?
Yeah.
Like, last year plays out one of the best years of Hearthstone that any competitive player has ever done. And then he just like forgets to count in situations like this as well.
Yeah. I think there was a ball priest mistake from Possessi last week as well, right? Like, if I'm not wrong. Yep. So, world champion clearly not one with the balls this season.
I mean,
one with the balls.
The thing is, like, obviously overdrawing it was a problem, but unless I'm mistaken, it was an even bigger problem than that anyway, because both amulets were only at 2 and 2, right? They didn't have one at 3, and therefore, if you draw your entire deck, you can't trade anymore, right? So even if he hadn't overdrawn the amulet, he still wouldn't have been able to do the combo, I don't think, because he wouldn't have been able to get enough boards. So I think even if we ignore the fact that he got unlucky and overdrew, it was still kind of a throw because he had to draw less cards than that to still have one in deck to still be able to trade.
Yep. I think the biggest defining factor in that match was the turn where he just passed with that full board. I was pretty sure there was like a multitude of things that could be done, which we definitely need to go review, but that's
100%.
going to be left for another day. Now we're going to go into Warrior versus Demon Hunter. In our testing, Derek, it's kind of weird, but Warrior used to win this matchup more often, but when we were testing this, I somehow was not able to get over the line, even though I had like shield shatters. I think maybe because from the depths it's like more expensive now. I get my combo pieces a bit slower. And yeah, I think Demon Hunter just has too consistent of a damage flow now. So I would still want to say that it's favored for the Demon Hunter, even though it's like ever so slightly.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way, right? Like the thing that really surprised me in these early turns is how flimsy Warrior felt in terms of its removal. Like it really doesn't have that much good board clear in the starting turns, unless you hit exactly Shield Shatter plus an Activator, or like maybe a one-off Brawl that's in there as well. You just take a lot of damage in these starting turns. And even though, yes, the combo is always going to beat Demon Hunter later on, a lot of the time you just didn't get there because you're just taking too much damage and you can't clear off the board. And that's exactly what's looking to happen here, right? There's no way for Levick to clear off the board very effectively. And so Possessi's just going to push a lot of damage every turn.
Yep, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think from what I saw, I think Levick does not even run Rancor. I don't think he has space for the Rancor. Yeah, Rancor was in the other Warrior deck, which we'll see later or tomorrow. But yeah, so Possessi, I think also just is trying to say that, right, you only have one good clear in this spot. Your whole deck only has like Shield Shatter in this spot, and you don't have Rancor. So if you have it, fine, I'm just gonna rebuild my board. But if you don't, I'm in such a commanding position, and we can clearly see Levick does not have it. I think he's gonna take a turn off here, getting rid of just the Fanatic, because that's the one that gets him more damage spells. We could see something like a Frozen Buckler into Spinley next turn, just to try and dig up the Shield Shatter if it comes down to it.
That's true.
It's a very common play last time as well. But the problem now is that Warrior doesn't really have anything, right? You can't scam a game with a Nelly because Nelly is just not that great anymore. And there's one less like charger in the smite for you to get a good roll from the depths as well. So Possessi just carrying on, trudging along, piling on the pressure. Nothing too special going on, more like just hoping the Warrior does not have the clears. And Levick, as you can see, does not have it at this point of time.
I mean, it really just made you realize that Charge Warrior wasn't a combo deck, it was a scam deck with a combo in case you missed it in there just to back it up. Whereas now that it's actually a combo deck without the scam potential of Smite and Nelly, it feels a lot worse overall, relying entirely on the combo. But he does get the Brawl, he has the board clear available here. Leaves the 2-1, which is a little bit scary. But basically, that was a crucial draw for Levick because now there is a chance for him to stabilize, even if it is on a very low health total.
Yeah, I think that that Brawl was definitely warranted because it just even if this wasn't the best outcome, it reduced quite a lot of damage on the board.
Oh, yeah.
And Warrior usually, I feel like Warrior at the current state it's in usually survives with like minimal health, and then it just like pumps up all its armor and then somehow gets over the line. Like you see Levick has like, I think Levick is holding about 30 health in hand. Okay, 25 health in hand. But he's just waiting for the right time to play it. Like he still has to clear the board. I think this turn is very crucial for Possessi because he decides to not go for another board game plan, decides to like deal damage phase instead. This might give Levick the opportunity to use his armor cards to like give him some breathing room. Yeah, give him a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, big time.
Oh.
Not necessarily obvious how you're supposed to play it. Like Buckler hero power is the most obvious way to go about it. But you know, you could hear out the argument for like fitting a shield block in there instead and maybe trading to increase your card draw.
Yeah, I kind of like deleting the weapon here because it's 5 damage, right? Like if you delete the weapon, you don't have to play the other.
That's true.
Yeah. Like we have no read that Possessi has another weapon in hand, but based on this, we delete the weapon and can even consider shield slamming to reduce 1, but I think it's not necessary. Yeah, I think it's not necessary. Next turn is pretty cool for Levick. He can finally go for From the Depths Finley, the fabled combo that we used to always love to do. Severely nerfed, but still.
So this is 4, 8, 12,
Enough?
14. I think that's lethal.
Oh shoot. I think I missed it. Oh, right. 8, 9, 10 for Barrage off the top.
Yeah.
Yo, getting over the line. Based on our practice, I did think that this could have been an expected pan out, so not super surprised considering the warrior never hit the shatter. Yeah, so simple game. Nothing too special going on. Possessively bringing it up to 2-2. Yeah. And now we go down to the final matchup, or if I'm not wrong, it's Charge Warrior versus the Boar Priest, right? Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. And it was a weird end to the game there, right? Because when you said it, that you used the Rostrop Viper to destroy the Bone Glaive, at the time it made absolute sense, right? You're using 3 mana to destroy 5 damage. But it does unlock the potential for Bone Glaive, right? Oh, sorry, for the Dread Prison Glaive.
Honorable kill, yeah.
Yeah, which is a little bit scary, especially when you're playing a minion, like one of the few times you're actually going to do it over the course of the game. And so multi-strike became a lot scarier. Admittedly, one multi-strike had already been played, so I think for Levick it was probably a reasonable risk to take, but the Viper wasn't necessarily so obvious of a play as I thought it was at first.
Yeah, I think in Levick's mind it probably was because he wanted something to contest the bot as well, and he I think he just wanted to greed out his armor gain cards, which I think was okay, but it ended up biting him in the back because of the honorable kill.
Yeah, I think you might be right. But anyway, with that said and done, it means we are down to the Warrior versus the Boar Priest. It's a classic archetypal matchup in Hearthstone, right? It's combo versus combo. And generally when you have 2 combo decks, one against the other, you lead to pretty polarized matchups because they follow very expected play patterns. And one just kind of does that a little bit quicker. And I think that might be kind of presenting itself again in this matchup.
Right, can I be honest? I think as much as I said that the Charge Warrior has a chance versus the Priest, it is more unlikely that it gets the win because the Priest combo is actually kind of really consistent, especially when you don't have to be dealing with minions on the board, right? Like if you don't have to be worrying about dying when I need to play Zyrella, you're just gonna slowly keep farming and drawing cards and just pop off with a huge draw turn. And the Charge Warrior doesn't do anything about that, right? Charge Warrior doesn't play any minions on board to apply pressure in the early game or ever. The only time they actually play minions that matter, they win the game on the spot. So I think Possessi is in like a super great position. The one way I see Levick gets out of this is his hand has like 2 of the blue card. The what's that called? From the depths. Yeah, I call it blue card. Yeah, but from the depths, he has two of the from the depths, and then like scams out like a 0 mana BGPM or Kelvangar. Other than that, I think it's too tough. But I have faith that this game would be interesting. Maybe Levick's gonna show us like the power of drawing the blue card at the right time, like how Majors used to do it with their blue card. Oh,
Look
that's
at
very
this
good.
start as well. Absolutely fantastic. I think he picked the one that was on 2 activations instead of the one that was on 1 activation, which I don't agree with because you want to be trading away them like evenly, right? So that it's less likely that one is at 4 and one is at 1. But aside from that, it's a good start.
Yeah, because you don't want like a 1 and 3 amulet. You want like a 2 and like you don't want a 1 and 4. You want a 2 and 3, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, so Possessi just taking a chill pill here. Like he really does know that he doesn't need to do anything until he's ready to do something, because it's very unlikely that the Charge Warrior is gonna like pressure him. Like, what are you gonna do? Hit him with an axe 3 times? Like that doesn't do anything. So yeah. Oh, like I said, Levick showing us the skill, top decking the blue card.
Okay, not bad.
Yeah. I think those are decent ones because it keeps the card draw going. I think
Yeah.
he picked the Forged. I think he picked the Forged, yeah. Alright. Card draw train incoming. We hit. Well, I think Possessi's hand is just lined up perfectly to do everything he needs to do. Double Wild Pyro, one for the Cleric, one for later in the game. Just using the silence to deny a draw. I like this a lot, and clearing the hand size as well. Like this a lot from Possessi, good recognition. So next turn he needs to draw some cards, right? I'm pretty sure you just go in next turn. I go through like most of your deck. Levick considering if he wants to use the Forge here, because that 1 mana could be a Finley which could use, but I think now that he's drawn the BGBM, he never wants to put it at the bottom of the deck, so...
Point, yeah.
Yep, holding on to that. I mean, arguably you could still hit tradable, but I guess he wants to go for the swing, potentially draw by killing a minion. Bo Champion, let's show us what you got.
Yeah, the tools are all there, right?
Yeah, it's like staring him in the face. It really is. Like, this game is... I think it's only lost if Possessi makes a mistake at this point. Like, there's very few outcomes that... yeah, I'm not trying to be, like, pressuring him or anything.
Surely not.
Surely not. But it really feels like it can only be lost if Possessi makes a mistake. Wow, Derek, now that I'm behind the caster there, saying all these kind of things feels quite... it feels easy to say these kind of things. Like, if I was a player, I would be more empathetic, but now that I'm a caster...
All toxic.
Yeah, I feel like my empathy just went out the window the moment I said it. I do feel it. I really do feel it. So, okay, it's an interesting new world, whole new world for me.
Well,
right,
something nice we can say here is that by Possessi not damaging the Cleric for the first activation of Gift and then damaging it for the second one means he drew the exact perfect number of cards to go to 9. So this was a very well executed draw turn, right?
Yep. I'm trying to think if it was like the optimal way to do it, but it looks kind of clean. Yeah, it looks kind of clean. So no faults there. It did look kind of clean. All right, so Levick still on 6 mana, just drew a bunch. He drew 4 cards for 6 for like free. So this is getting really close. The only thing he can really do is just keep drawing.
I mean, wow, second to the front as well. The problem is that even if he draws all the combo pieces, he needs like 9 mana minimum to be able to pull it off, right? Unless he discounts Galvangar with the other from the depths, which means it would have to be like exactly the 26th card in his deck because it would have to shift to the bottom after he's already played 1 from the depths. So it's like very unlikely he'll be able to do this combo anytime before turn 9.
For this to be done on turn 8, his next exact top deck it has to be like what? From the depths into like the discounted Galvangar, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It has to be exactly that card to be done on turn 8. There's no School Teachers in the deck. There's no Igneous Elementals. There's no like whatever else cycle. Yep. So even in the best case scenario now, okay, no, let's see his top deck and then we can determine the best case scenario. Because maybe he actually draws the depths. Alright, but Possessi is like loaded up.
Both amulets costing 0 as well now.
Oh, yeah.
And I think both of them fully juiced up as well because he drew the other one that cost 1. That was resing 1, traded it. This one he's already traded twice. So I think this is possibly a swing this turn. And unless he messes up, 100% on turn 8, right? Like it has to be there on turn 8.
I mean, if you wait, if I'm not wrong, if you hit the Valish this turn, it's definitely doable. I think if you hit the Valish, I'm not sure how juiced up the Handmaiden is right now, but I think it's very unlikely you die this turn. So wait, is it just done? Has 2 boss died? I suddenly lost count. Has 2 boss died?
Don't think so. I think there's still a board that needs to die.
Oh, okay. I thought it's just done. That would be crazy. Yeah. So I mean, if you draw with the Handmaiden and hit like Valish, the ball, I think it's done, right? I think it can be done. Yeah.
Very tight though. He has to like
very, very tight.
Dump some cards as well. Not much mana to work with now.
Yeah. I mean, it could be done, but it's not guaranteed, and you don't have to do it. So, if I'm Possessi, I'm like not gonna do it right now.
I think it's reasonable. I think it's like so close to 0% that you die on this following turn, right?
Yeah. Was the previous From the Depths card revealed already? It was, right? It was the Forged, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Possessy knows that like there's like 0 way he's dead. He knows that he could die on 9, but 8 is like 9 impossible. Right, so the deed will be done next turn, I'm pretty sure. And we'll be seeing our victor in this series very, very soon.
Oh, actually, sorry, there was a way he died here, actually, right? If all the combo pieces were there, it could have been to the front, 4 mana, Galvan Guard 2 mana, Faceless, which is 27 plus the weapon swing.
You're right.
It was possible he died there. So I think there was maybe a better way to go about it for Possessy there. But honestly, I think like there's a higher chance that you mess up trying to do it, even if it was there, than your opponent has exactly that 4-card combo in hand.
Yeah, I'll be completely honest. I'm not too sure what the right line was there because I'm no ball priest expert, but I mean there's very few ball priest experts out there. But like, yeah, I think you're right. I missed the line with the the double faceless and the Galvanga and the weapon. So there was a chance he could die, but it was like super low possibility, right?
Yeah,
so.
Yeah.
I think it was fine per se. I mean, we are saying it's fine because he didn't have it, but if he had it, Possessy would probably be quite sad. But yeah, we're just saying it's fine because he didn't have it. But yeah. All right, so Possessy,
okay,
let's go.
This is Omega lethal now, right? Like,
yeah. He has like what? I think he has half his mana to spare.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, he literally has half his mana to spare to even play.
Devour. Yeah, there it is. He's got it. Play the 2 first, then play the 3.
Yeah.
He's got it.
It was the expected result, right? Like, I mean.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it was kind of the expected result.
And it's like the most expected pan out, right? Turn 8 weapon swing is generally what you plan for against Boar Priest. He hit it, and with the Tyrella hero card to follow up, there's no way that Levitt can possibly out-armor all this damage either. It's 100% over.
Yeah, it's done. No reason to keep the cleric the pyro alive, but I think it doesn't make a difference anyway. But it's dead or alive. I mean, you can hit Finley, but you can't play anything else even if you swap the deck. So Levitt just concedes. Yeah, quite a long series actually. When the priest took a loss versus the shaman, I was sweating a bit for Possessy, but our world champion knows how to finish a match. Yeah.
Possessy, like you can see, like, oh yeah, you know, just another win for the world champ who's going back to Worlds.
Today.
Yeah, can't wait to go stream some Apex after this as well. That sounds fun. Yeah, well, I mean, you say that he's done for now. He's actually not done for the day because he's going to be playing in our next match, right? Because he won, he has to play right away. But this is equal to losing to the smallest number of games he has to play today. So in his next match against Oka Shinsuke, we're going to find out whether he'll be going through to the quarterfinals to be played out on Sunday, or whether he has to fight in the decider match of Group A later on today. But overall, you know, just a very Possessy style series, right? For the most part, very, very good play, good matchup understanding, and then forgetting how to count halfway through. That's our world champ.
That's the Apex special. I remember Surrender did this once before as well. He had like perfect play throughout the whole game and he couldn't count to 16 with OTK Demon Hunter. Yeah, this is just classic Apex things. I even had like a few mislethals with like the most simple BGBM ever. But like, yeah, this kind of thing happens. It's just Apex, right? But we still put in our work and we still win. That's when it counts.
I'm right, yeah. And here on the casting desk, we never ever make mistakes, though, as you're now aware.
That of course.
Yeah, never miss lethal. But there it is. Oka Shinsuke versus Possessy. APAC coming out on top so far in Group A. Obviously, for Oka Shinsuke, it's a much more important win than for Possessy in a couple ways, right? Because obviously, Possessy had a better start getting through to the top 4 in week 1 of GM last call, whereas Oka Shinsuke got 0 wins. But also because Possessy's already through to the World Champs again, right, after his run in the Summer Championship. So Oka Shinsuke, again, if he wants to get through to the World Champs, this is by far his most likely way of doing so, rather than roughing out in the Masters Tours through to the full championship. championship. So we'll see if he can get it done after this break. I think maybe a little bit longer to allow Possessi some time to sort out his pick, well, not his picks and bans, but just to get everything set up and prepare himself for his next series of the day. So when we come back, the winner's bracket match of Group A.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Animar drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's the final series of the day for Lambie series and myself, and it's the final series of the day for one of these two players, Okashinsuke or Possessi, fighting for that spot in the quarterfinals on Sunday. And as I was saying just beforehand, before we went to the break, for Okashinsuke, this feels like a crucial match for him to win.
Yeah, Okashinsuke, like last week, he didn't do too well, 0 points. At least he got 1 point now, but he does need to keep getting these points, like we mentioned in the intro. Every single point counts. And also Possessi already has like the World Championship slot, so all the marbles, all the stakes are actually all towards Okashinsuke's side. Lineups wise, I would say Possessi it's like slightly favored, simply because Ball Priest I would say has like a good matchup into the Warlock, good matchup into the Mage, okay matchup into the Shaman. Yeah, and the Fel DH beats up the Shaman, beats up the Mage as we saw previously. Thief Rogue, it's a bit more on the neutral side for Possessi versus Okashinsuke's decks, but I think overall Possessi has like a bit of an edge, just a little bit, right? So Okashinsuke opening with the big spell mage, which we already saw just now. I can't say too much yet before I know what Possessi is queuing up, but I think this deck has the highest scam potential out of all of Okashinsuke's decks. So I think that if he were to get a win with this deck, it's probably the one with the easiest chance, because
Yeah.
you can just scam.
I think there was a slight mistake there just before I let you carry on. It is actually going to be the Shaman he's going for first, not the Mage. Yeah, not your fault, don't worry. Instead, up against the Demon Hunter on the other side.
Okay.
And this is a deck that, I mean, I truly believe can just win any matchup. Like, it really is a jack-of-all-trades kind of deck. It can do so much. It's got aggressive starts with Schooling, Bolner, Clownfish, and all the Murloc synergy. It's got an incredibly robust mid-game with Wildpaw Cavern's Command of Neptune being two of the most powerful mid-range cards, I think, in the game right now. And then Snowfall Guardian, right, can just solo any board-based matchups. And in addition to that, you have some kind of counter combo potential with Akani and Mutinous in particular. So I think Shaman has the potential to win any of these matchups for sure. But it does still potentially not find every tool for every situation, right? Like against the Ball Priest, you might not find enough pressure, or you might not find the Mutinous in time to munch up a Boar or a Wild Pyro. And against Demon Hunter, you know, yes, there's a very good chance that you win the board in the mid game, but there's not that much healing. So by the time you've won the board, the game might already be starting to end.
Yep, I think this is one of the matchups whereby the early Wildpaw Cavern for the Shaman is like super crucial, because out of all the matchups left in the game, freezing the face is like the most crucial versus Demon Hunter, right? Like all their damage output outside of the board is the face. Like they just smack you so many times with their hero power, their weapon, and everything like that. So the early Wildpaw Cavern is super clutch in this matchup, and also the Shaman does struggle a bit if like Possessi gets the curve whereby he has like all the little 1 drops in the 1 and 2 drops in the early game, and they don't actually have very efficient removal outside of like Schooling and Frostbite for like the early minions. So it's a few things. It's really the Wildpaw Cavern and whether Possessi can also snowball his like early damage advantage, because the Shaman has very little healing.
And I think for me, the reliance on Wildpaw Cavern is high enough to the point where I'm not keeping Frostbite. There are a couple of situations where it's good, obviously mainly against just the Vicious Slither Spear that you can just play it against on turn 2. But I'd just rather be more proactive. I want to find Schooling, I want to find Clownfish, I want to find, in particular, as you said, the Wildpaw Cavern. So I think this is a full mull for me, with maybe some consideration paid to Starfish, just because of the power of all these ongoing effects on these minions early on.
Right. I think Okashinsuke doesn't really agree. He keeps the Frostbite, I think, because he wants to have a guaranteed clear. It's not so much about the Frostbite aura here on the Slither Spear. It's more like he wants to have a clear for the 2 drops, right? The 2 drops are the one that snowballs the game out of control, like the Fnatic and the early whiteboard before you can play Snowfall Guardian with the Vanguard and stuff like that. So I think this is fine. Schooling was obviously the best like thing he could be looking for here, but I think keeping the Frostbite is perfectly fine here. He does have a very clunky hand outside of the Frostbite though. Like none of these other cards really do any other thing in the early game, Whereas for Possessi, he's actually faced with a difficult decision of either going sigil distant or weapon distant, because if he goes for the weapon, he unlocks the Fanatic next turn without using the coin, and this is, I think, what he would be going for right now. Yep. So goes for the weapon. Yep.
Was there ever any consideration of coin Fossil Fanatic, given that you didn't see schooling on turn 1?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense as well. But I think his head is where, like, he has the coin, he has the, what's that called? He has Steno. He could pair the coin to Steno for more damage. But obviously now that Oka Shinsuke has played a 2-drop, this is just too clean, right? Like you play the Fanatic, you coin, you kill it, you get a card, you deal 2 damage. Yeah, I think it's too clean. You still can abuse Steno if you get predations, and this is a very predation abusable hand.
And here for Oka Shinsuke, like I'm doing quotation marks here, payoff for keeping the frostbite is he gets to kill off this Fossil Fanatic here, which just feels so bad. Like you kind of have to do it because it's just going to keep drawing cards every turn. I don't think Brilliant Makor is strong enough, given you're just giving them another target to attack into with the Dread Prison Glaive. But it's just such a slow start. He's going to be taking so much damage while his opponent just keeps developing board after board.
Yeah. I mean, there is some saving grace though. There is a swing coming on turn 5 with the Neptulon, because Possessi used the coin, so we wouldn't have to worry about like an early Kurtrus. Also, I like this this play of the Wind Chill, because even though it does block damage in the future, cycling to your Wildpaw Caverns or like your Clown Fishers is, I think, way more important than staving off a bit of damage with the freeze here.
Wow, look at all this damage that's available in hand. Like, if you can find a Predation to go alongside this is just like infinity damage.
Yeah. Do you remember like yeah, oh wow. Okay, I love this play so much. I like Giga love this play, because the only way, okay, well, that but like I was gonna say, like the only way that this actually like physically dies is the double schooling. If not, there's no way it actually physically dies at this stage of the game. So this is one of the exploitable points of Shaman, because as much as it can control, it can freeze, it can eat your hand, it can burn you for Brukan damage, it doesn't actually efficiently clear minions if you think about it. Like,
it's true.
Like Command of Neptulon, maybe Flurgle, Firemancer Flurgle, Frostbite, but that's it, right? It doesn't effectively kill even the littlest of minions. Like, I've played Shaman games whereby I couldn't kill a 10-1 or like a 8-1 minion, and then the 1 health 8 attack minion just soloed me for a bit. Yeah, so that's one of the biggest problems of Shaman. But I think because Oka Shinsuke drew the Starfish, he can consider playing it down now. Alternatively, he also can consider playing just the what's that called? The cookie. Because the weapon eventually gets to like swing 3 times, right? Which is quite a bit of healing. And he knows that he has the command of Neptulon next turn to sweep up any like residual board that Possessi has. But instead goes for the Macaw. Wow! Wow, wait, hold up. Are we seeing the freeze here? Not seeing the freeze. Interesting. I guess he thinks that there will never be a board worth double freezing in the future, but this just means Possessi goes crazy here with like with his like Satano and everything else. Quite surprised didn't play the Slither Spear first. I'm not sure if he was looking for a specific card by not playing this. Oh, maybe Predation, right? Maybe that's why he didn't play the Slither Spear first. Yeah, maybe that. Yeah,
it's unlikely it makes a difference, right? I mean, I guess 1 extra damage on command of Neptulon, but that's fine.
Yeah. Oh, schooling 1 turn late. Well, not too late. Still decent, I guess. But I think command is very clean here. Does lose a bit to a Fel Barrage. You don't have a read if he has or does not have it. I think command is very clean here. Because if he does not have exactly Fel Barrage, Possessi clearing this off means potentially taking 10 damage on his own side. So I like this play. But we do see the follow-up on turn 6 with a super powerful Kurtrus here.
Man, that's a disgusting draw with the Fanatic.
Here comes the Fel Barrage off the top right on cue. Doesn't even have to take 10 damage. I would say you just not take 10 damage here, right? Just cash in maybe Furies instead of going for multi-strike. I mean, you could play multi-strike and... Oh, okay. Wants to...
Yeah, you can just leave one of them up, right? Or...
Yeah, I mean, this is fine, right? Like, you push like quite a bit of damage. Like you let one of the barrages go face. Oh wow. Okay, does not even want to save on his health. Just decides to full tank the 10 damage here. I mean, it's fine because Shaman doesn't have burst from hand, and you have Kurtrus to like clear anything. So I guess it's fine. But I kind of did value like some of my health there, because eventually you're gonna probably swing into some big minions, like maybe a Snowfall. But I guess Possessi thinks that he just wants all the burn to face, so it's fine. I guess it's fine.
And again, Okashinsuke is just left with such an awkward hand, right? Like if you go schooling plus Piranha, then you can't actually kill it unless you play 2, in which case you can't play the cookie as well.
Yeah,
so is it just Starfish, or is it like schooling triple Piranha with maybe a Wind Chill thrown in?
Can I just say, I think this game is starting to spiral out of control because he did not play the cookie on the previous like turns. Like, imagine having a cookie weapon here, like, like yeah, it's like 6 healing and it kills like possibly 3 things. So I'm not too sure where his head was at with the Macaw, but yeah, I guess now he just bites the bullet and says, okay, fine, I need to get this healing down ASAP. Just gonna let you draw some cards. But if we do see him go for the Kurtrus, he's not actually drawing cards, so I guess worthy gamble. Let's Possessi decide, do I want to draw more Fel spells, or do I want to just go Kurtrus? My head is at Kurtrus right now because like getting the Kurtrus out of the way means every other minion that sticks is like a way more damage, right?
Yeah, he's still got a couple good Fel spells, right? With what, Chaos Strike, Multi-Strike, Predation left in the deck. So it's definitely worth something, but for me, it's Kurtrus, right? Like, it's just so important to get that down as soon as possible.
Yeah. I think Kurtrus as a card is... The value of Kurtrus is... The value of the hero power stacking up, it cannot be underestimated because effectively it's 1 mana deal 2, and any minion surviving it's like another additional 1 mana deal 2. With a deck like Shaman that can't really actually heal much, it's kind of really does stack up. And his hand is like giga damage. Like Kurtrus this turn into like spam your spells next turn plus an Okani. It's kind of OP right now.
Yeah, I do think this is probably still the correct play, but when I look at it, like, one thing you always have to ask yourself against Shaman is, like, if I make this play, what happens if they just play Snowfall Guardian? Yep. And it's actually kind of bad for Possessi if you see 1 or maybe, like, 1 Snowfall Guardian, I think he can deal with, but 2 starts to become a little bit problematic, actually, with no real way to effectively answer them without just tanking it.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I mean, but we did see Okashinsuke just drop a Macaw for like nothing much, right?
That's true.
Sorry. So I think Possessi is just thinking like, all right, I can see a Snowfall, I'm cool. I likely will not see a second Macaw, so does he actually have the second Snowfall? I mean, now we do see that he has it into a Perfect Curve Brukan, which is possibly backbreaking for Possessi. At this point, I feel like if things go out of control, he just has to hope for like a Jace top deck after spamming all his spells. I mean, with all these spell barrages in hand plus the predation, I'm pretty sure he gets to clear up everything. He clears up most minions. But then after that, what's the follow-up, right? There isn't really a follow-up if all this damage doesn't equal to lethal yet. So I'm quite curious to see how Possessi navigates this after this Snowfall Guardian turn. Kills off the 2/2, I think fine. So he doesn't get to draw more damage spells. Need for Greed off the top. It's difficult, right? Like I'm not sure you just straight up slam this, but Possessi does. Probably trying to look for
Glaives.
Glaive. Yep. The Glaive is so huge here. Is that no? The problem is
Double Fury.
Yeah, I guess he has to do that, right? He has to double Fury into. Okay, me personally, I'm going for the Sigil here and not the Taunt because I really want to dig through for my... Yeah, because the thing is, he has only 11 cards left in his deck. There's quite a few good hits. There's Jace, which is like the Omega Nuts, the Jace. You could hit Zilak might not be that great if you expect Snowfall, but if there's no Snowfall, Zilak is insane here. So I kinda wanted to play the Sigil just so I got the highest chance to hit my Jace next turn.
I mean, the thing is, if there's no snowfall, this is kind of insane by itself, though, right? Because you're just doubling down on board, and it's actually kind of tough for them to clear.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think if there is ever a time whereby I can play this sigil. Like if let's say, okay, so sigil has to be played next turn for the highest chance to draw
Sure.
to draw Jace. But I'm just thinking, is there a world whereby I don't get to play this sigil comfortably next turn? Because I still have to offload my Fel Barrages and the Predation, right? So all these mana that has to be spent, I'm just thinking that it might not be. Yeah, but I mean, we never know what Okashinsuke is gonna do. So we'll just see. Brukan seems okay here, but we do leave something alive. It could be another snowfall into a Brukan. Like maybe you play out some of your piranhas, then you play the snowfall, get it big. Maybe the piranhas survive. Then those can chip away at some of the stuff before you play Brukan. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yep, this is okay.
Alright, just going as big as possible, which means that... Ooh.
Okay, so this Zilek... I mean, if you're the world champion, the Zilek always kills the piranhas, right? Yeah, I mean, in theory, it kills the piranhas and then you don't die to a bloodlust. But is that worth the risk? You could actually just go like... Okay, so I'm thinking something along the lines of like, you just play out Okani to bait 9 damage, and then you play Barrage, either double Barrage or Barrage plus like Sigil to try and draw. Yeah, like I feel like Okani here is not bad because it might bait 9 damage into it, which is like perfectly okay.
True.
Yeah, so It's really how lucky Possessy feels, right? If he feels like his next draw is exactly Jace, then you dump the double barrage. But if you don't, then I think the more safe and logical line is you go 1 barrage, Okani, and then just play out the sigil to have max outs for Jace. Oh, okay, but he's the world champion, guys.
You're like, oh my goodness. Only gets 3 of them here, right? Instead of the
yeah, exactly.
4 that you want.
World champion in the house. Let's go. That's 1, that's 2, that's... Oh my god. The world champion, guys, Possessy, in the house, showing you that there is no such thing as the impossible. Still gets the sigil down anyway.
He's actually just the best player of all time. There's
just actually the best player that cannot really count, but still is the best player. Alright, Brukan, guys. I mean...
Yeah, it has to
better
be.
line. I'm pretty sure there is no better line. Yeah, you swing in here. Get yourself... is it healing? Or taunts? I mean, it's for sure AoE, right? But is it healing or taunts here? I think it's taunts. Wait, what?
Was it just lethal?
Wait, were we just tunneling on... Oh. Wait.
I guess that was just lethal, right?
Wait, wasn't he at 16? Okay, so 9 to the face plus the hero power, the fire hero power is 15, right? Was he not at 16? I can't remember, guys. Honestly, wait, let's check that.
I want to get a playback on that. I'm gonna get the feed up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was he not
Yeah. I guess it was just lethal.
Oh, it was 15.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Oh shoot.
Oh, it was at 14. Okay, not 14.
Oh crap.
Yeah, not 16.
Right.
It was at 14.
Okay.
Thank you for
Casters
confirmation.
Actually,
Our bad.
Yeah. Casters actually sometimes makes mistakes, right? Just sometimes.
Just sometimes.
Oh, yeah, sometimes.
All right. Well, there we go.
So if that's the case, I think the Okani line was actually just better because... Wait, no, he will still play Brukan anyway. Makes no difference. Yeah, he'll still just split Brukan for lethal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, the other out was you could have gone for a play that actually cleared it. Like the one other line was Predation, Fel Barrage hero power, which alongside the weapon, I think maybe cleared everything off. And most importantly, like, I guess you're actually still just dead to Brukan, right? Because you're not healing up at that point, and the 6 damage from the battle cry just kills you off. Right.
I mean, I learned something today. I learned that casters actually sometimes make mistakes. It's a rarity, I guess. It's quite a rarity. But it's alright. I guess let's forgive ourselves there. Alright, moving on. Oka Shinsuke with the XL Curse Warlock. Well, this is one really interesting Curse Warlock. I mean, we see the Demon Seed in here. It's just for the mirror match, right? Like if you're putting this in your deck, it's really just because you want to play them. You want to have an edge in the mirror match. I think everything else is pretty much standard. One-off Full Blown Evil. I kind of like that card in this deck a lot. Yeah. I'm not such a big fan of the XL Curse Warlock in general. I kind of prefer the 30 card version because like Pascal brought it last week, the 30 card version actually has a very consistent game plan of like killing the opponent with curses. The XL version has a bit of like too much random things going on, so I'm not too sure if it's the right bring for this week.
Yeah, I think I can agree with you there. Like, Curse Warlock, it's weird because it feels like one of the decks that should be best in its XL version because you have a lot of redundancy with the removal. The cards you're putting in are not that bad just because Warlock has so many decent removal spells. But by the same merit, you're still diluting what the deck actually wants to do, right? Which is you clear for a bit and then you pop off with the weapon, reducing your curses, and then you just do a bunch of burst damage to kill them off whilst healing for 1,000,000. And so all that extra removal, yes, it can buy you time, but the problem is that there's a lot of decks in the game right now for which removal is really hard to find the right shapes for. Like Belinda is, coming down as like a 10-10 or a 9-10. Wig Priest makes these huge minions. Shaman can make these huge minions with the Snowfall Guardians or with Bolner into Mutinous and these kind of silly plays, to the point where Warlock can't really answer that. And I think that for me is why Warlock does struggle right now, because their removal is plentiful, but it's just a little bit too fair. It's not got no really broken board clears.
Yeah. One more thing I wanna stress about Warlock in general is that I think I mentioned this once in practice or something like that. But Warlock is one of those decks that it, like you said, it has tons of removal, and this one has 40 health. But Warlock cannot do what Warrior used to do, which is Warrior used to be very good because it could clear and gain health at the same time, which is very important versus aggro decks because they can't effectively switch to the all-phase game plan versus Warrior. But for Warlock, the thing is, most of their clears are like kind of expensive. Like you play 6 mana for like a Abyssal Wave, and then your Bread Baker is 4 mana. It's like not until like turn 9 or 10 where you can like heal and clear at the same time. So if you push enough damage to the face early enough, and your board requires a clear, sometimes the Warlock just cannot clear and heal at the same time, which is a big flaw I feel in Warlock right now.
Oh my god, Possessy!
We skipped like the first turn of this game, but it doesn't matter, right? Is this not the second Possessy double no?
Yep.
Today? It is, right? And one even in stealth. Wait, and it's like perfect shape. He put the stealth one on the right side this time as well. So Possessy showing artistry even as the world champion. Very nice. Oka Shinsuke arguably drew potentially might be the worst card in the deck for this matchup. The curse, the quest doesn't really do anything. Normally, I would say you could play a 3-4 here, but the no is just like tempting to be discounted. So I think you take a free pass here and just tap.
Agreed. Yeah.
Don't think you play the quest, right? That's what we were going for, right?
Well, no, I was going to say, I don't think you go Drain Soul Touch, right? Because that's the other potential plays that you can actually clear one of the nulls, which, I mean, like, health is not your concern right now. I think you're very happy to tank some extra damage. It's more like mana efficiency, that if you don't clear it right now, you might not have mana to be able to clear it on following turns. But I think specifically because of the null in hand, you do actually just have to tap here, take the damage, and then use that cheapened null to recoup some of that mana you lost later on.
Yeah, because the null is the one card that gets worse the more cards you play, and also we see that there's a Tamsin in hand. So I feel like if we were really intending to offload any of these like cards in hand, we could do it on turn 5, get some health back, and still play the Tamsin on 6 without overdrawing and for like some clear. So yeah, but Oka Shinsuke decides that this is fine. He's not intending to tap next turn. He just wants to get some tempo, play a 4 mana no, which is fine. And probably just curve a bit, like he can curve into the Tamsin still without tapping just by like playing out his like removal cards. So I think this is fine as well.
I really like that Possessy is going prep tooth here rather than coin cheap tooth that he discounted, just because it's much more important to get coin Krakatoa.
Yes.
As for the options presented here, they're not amazing, but I don't know, Ajaran Gardens is
I'm thinking very far ahead here. I think
Uh-huh.
silence is not it, but I think against all odds is one way you don't lose to high roll of like the rifts, right? Because they are all 3 attack. So
Uh,
I'm just thinking
I
against
guess,
all odds
yeah.
could be a pick which you might never play, yes, but it's not like the other options are great, right? Like I can see some argument for buffing some of your minions out of range of AoE. So it's either the gardens or the odds. I don't think the shard is it, unless you trade it, but yeah. Okay, goes for the gardens. To like potentially get his Okani a little bit bigger for like eventually when he needs it.
Yeah.
So,
And also, there's a chance that you dredge it up later on, right? It's not impossible.
Yep. Okay, yeah. The more I think about it, I think the against all odds is a bit too reactive. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the gardens is yeah. This makes more sense. So Okani best played on going into 6, I believe. But going into 6, you kind of want to, you could potentially coin crab as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, if we are not Okaniing this turn, we could go for a buff plus Maestra. But yeah, actually that might make sense, right? You just go buff Maestra, Okani at 7 health going into. Okay, but Possessy decides that he might want to coin crab. So calls minion, really not valuing his health, using it as a resource. I think that this is fine.
Yeah.
Values the board pressure. Calling minion here. Okay.
I think going for anything other than Akani here is just kind of a little bit of fancy play syndrome. Like, just play your cards on curve. Like, yeah, it's really good going into turn 6, but they might just not have the entitled customer going into turn 6 anyway, right? And they might not have a minion that they can proc it here. They might have to lose a really good minion to proc it along the way here. I think this is fine.
Fair enough. I'm just thinking like how bad is it to just go like gardens plus 4/3 Maestra alongside this? No, I think it's okay. And then you can just give them the mind games on turn 6. Going into turn 6 though, but I guess now Oka Shinsuke is in a huge dilemma because like Tamsin plus Drainso looks really amazing, but if not for the Okani, now the Okani makes him so that he can't really do anything. I guess you just test with the quest and
oh, it hurts so much, but it's always minion, right? It's just never spell. And now you can't clear next turn unless you play Tamsin as well.
Yeah. I mean, he could go for the most obvious Tamsin ever by using the Drainso on the no, but I guess that's a bit too much. Like you can combo it with Tamsin for future, like the Tamsin legendary card.
The 3-drop, yeah.
Yeah, the 3-drop, yeah. Tamsin Rome. Yeah, you could combo it for the future. Yeah, card names, man. Card names.
Yeah, tell me about it. So with this play coming down, it feels like a setup for Dreadlich Tamsin, right, on turn 6, or maybe Abyssal Wave as the most likely play. In which case, if either were to come down, Krabatoa is kind of fine, right? Because the crab sticks around and you're then able to swing with 4 damage weapons as well. So I think I'm still just all aboard the crab train.
Yeah, and then he knows that he's not really weak to entitled customer because the Okani is still alive.
Exactly. And again, maybe they don't have any of that and you just get to kill them next turn.
Well, Possessy goes for the line which I thought would have been done in the opposite order. Like, I was thinking, this is quite weak, right? Going into this turn, personally.
Really weak, yeah.
Yeah, like I'm fine with the Okani on 4, but if you're doing that, I think Coin Crab is better than this. Like, if you're gonna do this, you should have done this in the reverse order, like the one we stated previously. Yeah, like Okani on this turn instead and buff previous turn, but. Oh well, see how it goes. So now it's kind of meh because
Still no crab, man.
yeah,
There's just so much stats with not playing this game.
yeah. Okay, the thing is, I feel like the crab doesn't really get to do its usual thing. Like the usual thing with crab is like you trade, hit face trade, but this is not that kind of matchup, right? How often do you get to do that in like the Warlock matchup? So Possessy just kind of stuck with a bunch of tempo matchup things, but the opponent doesn't really do tempo things. So now Oka Shinsuke has a myriad of options. I would like to see somehow he fit an Okani in here.
Oh yeah.
Just to call minion, because like the only minions left in the deck are the impactful ones, right? Like the crab,
True.
trickster, the test. I mean, test is not great right now, but it's only the impactful ones left. So I don't think we need to overvalue Tamsin plus the touch. I think we can just go like, we can touch, tap, and then just Okani, right? And then we can set up for maybe a Brand Zaku, something like that. Because we know Possessive's hand is largely dead at this point.
I don't know. The fact that you can't fit in, that you're only playing the Akani on that turn kind of turns me off from that play, but I guess there's not that much more that you can efficiently spend it on. Like, you're not going Starfish Bran, you're not going Bran Tamsin, so when you get down to it, I guess that does actually just make the most sense.
Yeah, he's got to go now though.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right, so minion, pretty damn sure. Yep, minion. Okay, so
Ooh,
it's just a bunch
okay.
of just okay. Yeah, he can do the tooth thing, right?
Yeah.
So
No way, it's Infestation, right?
I mean, it does get it into the pool.
Oh my god. 6 mana for a 3/3.
6 mana, 3/1. Yeah, I mean, it gets into the pool for whenever it's needed. Okay, so what is this options? Seaweed Strike. Oh, can it go face? Oh, it can go face.
Oh, these are terrible.
Yeah, it's kind of terrible, but I mean, the one time you play Ashara, you can like go face with this. So, I mean, Spring the Trap is just as bad, but I would just take the Seaweed Strike. Yep.
Like, Seaweed Strike just says to a minion as well, right? It doesn't say deal 4 damage to an enemy minion, so it might just delete your own board when you play the Test or Contraband. Terrible.
At least it's not like some like multi-sided AoE that's probably worse in this matchup.
True.
Right, so what do we do here? I think we can start stacking up. Well, okay, there's a few ways of looking at this.
Right.
What I like to do here personally is I like to go like Brand Zola on the Brand. So you got like double Brand and have flexibility. You can go like Brand School Teacher, Brand Zaku for like future. Because I don't think you're dying anytime soon. So I think Brand Zola is one of those lines that lets you load up on multiple brands for future situations.
Be at 10 cards then, though, right? And you have no way to dump any lower.
Yeah, just accept the overdraw.
Okay. I guess you could have that. Would you ever consider like Zakul Zyrella just to give yourself another Zakul instead of another Bran?
Oh, you mean Zaku Zola?
Zola, sorry, yeah, not Zyrella, Zakul Zola.
Yeah, I can live with that. I'm just thinking because Bran is like the more flexible, because Zaku is a bit stiff. Yeah, but he's gonna go for this. I think it's okay. It's not definitely fine. I just like the flexibility that Bran gives with School Teacher and like the burst healing with the Baker. It's a lot in this deck.
I mean, this just gets quite a bit more stats down as well, which is, I think, worth a fair amount at this point in the game. Like, it's still a wrestle for board right now.
Yep. Can I just say that Possessive finally has a good crap?
Yeah.
It's like the best crap you'll ever get. Well, outside of Brand shenanigans, but this is one of the better ones already. Yeah.
Okay, so how would you be going about that? Like 3-1 into the Zakul and then just trade away the claws while going face, I guess?
Yeah. I'm not face tanking anything else because it's not worth it at this point. Face tanking here is just like adding an additional curse to your hand for your opponent, for yourself. Yeah. I'm not gonna face tank anything here. Alright, so this is the best crab of his life. Best crab, 7/6 crab.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he knows as well. He can't face tank. He has to trade. But I'm just thinking how he wins from here, because like now the Warlock's in its zone, right? It's in the comfortable zone. Like,
oh yeah.
It has the mana, it has all the healing in the world, and it has damage potential. So I think as long as Oka Shinsuke doesn't get too liberal with his health, like doesn't tank too much random phase damage, he's gonna come off this like winning. So I'm trying to think if... Okay, honestly, I think you can just go Tamsin double like wave this turn. Start clocking him for lethal very soon.
Yeah, I like
it's a lot of damage, yeah, because you have no shortage of AoE. You have the customer, which is enough. You have full blown, which kills stealth things. So just go for the damage, and there's a world that you win in the next few turns as well.
Yeah, I agree. Like the last one did 2, right? So this is then doing
Yes.
3 and 4 plus the other
9.
2. Like that's
Yeah.
9 damage, and then next turn you do another 2 ticks as well. Yeah, that's just always lethal, right?
It's just game, right? And the beauty of the Curse Warlock is that when you have to remove the curses, it actually costs mana, and it's like mana efficiency that hurts. It hurts the opponent's mana efficiency. Okay, well this works as well. You never die, right? It's not like a boat rogue. You never die from this spot, and you heal to like above the average standard 30 health, which is so. And you never die from here. Mana efficiency, I mean, if you dump 2, you have 5 mana left to play your stash, which recasts the curses, which is not optimal.
It's just over. I don't think there's anything.
It's done. I'm just trying to find ways that Possessy can like not lose yet, but I think it's done. Pretty sure it's done right now.
Go scabs to bounce cards back to your hand, and then try and like keep your hand full. But it's just never a winning line, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you go scabs, you still have to play only maximum. You can only play 1 curse, right? So the other one still clocks you for 3, and then well, if you go scabs, you're not dead. Wait, are you 3, 4, 5, 6? Yeah, you're dead. You're dead. It's exactly 14, 3, 5, and 6 on the following turn, even if you go scabs. Yep, it's 3 damage and then 5 and then 6 from the other 2. Abyssal Wave and Tamsin. Yep, so like he's dead every scenario.
Every time.
Good spot. Yeah, good spot from Oka Shinsuke. And my pick of against all odds wouldn't even have made a difference in this scenario. Just be dead to the curses. Oka Shinsuke takes I wouldn't say unfavorable or favorable. I think it's kind of even. It really depends on how high rolly the jackpot rogue is, right? So
yes, I mean, to Possessy's credit, the options he got off both jackpot and the tooth were absolutely terrible.
Yep,
Not hiding that, you know, those are the massive low roll on the spells options. But I do still pretty heavily disagree with his mid-game plays, right? Like holding off on Krakatoa 2 turns in a row was just way too slow. Like, I don't know what he was waiting for, and like why jackpot plus hero power was better than like a 6-5 or even a 7-6 at that point with 2 5-1s. Like, it was just so difficult for your opponent to clear, especially because Akani was still in play. I think that was just way too slow.
Yeah, I think that like if he thought about, maybe he played a bit fast. If he thought about it for maybe 5 seconds more, I think he would have done the crab play, because like the only thing I could think of him going for the jackpot plus the hero power was that he was thinking that, I think he had coin in hand then, he was thinking like he could find some 5-cost spell that was worth playing at that point in time. With the coin still in his hand, but I couldn't think of anything that was better than the crab though. So yeah, I think crab was definitely better. But alright, jumping into the next game, Oka Shinsuke on the big spell mage. Correctly this time, I think. Yeah. The big spell mage. It's like the same list that we've seen again. Not a fan of Mordrash. 1 Starfish, 1 Spammy. I kind of like doubling down on either the Starfish and the Spammy. So yeah, not too much to say about this particular list. We've seen it a few times already.
Yeah, it's pretty much the standard list going up against the rest of Possessy's decks. I think he's got himself a decent enough spread, right? It's probably the weaker deck, I think, for Oka Shinsuke, but given that he has 3 chances to take a win with it, should still be in a good spot, because up against the Demon Hunter, as we've said a few times, bit of a rough matchup, right? Like, you're taking too much damage. Any minions you play just get destroyed by the Dread Prison Glaive. Priest, generally, I think you're a little bit too slow once Belinda or the Barbaric Sorceress comes down to win the game. And then Rogue, you know, it's just Rogue. Like, the 2 decks are trying to scam the opponent. Whoever scams better wins the game.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think that Mage actually scams better than the Rogue, but it's kind of close. Mage versus Demon Hunter, definitely. We do not want to... I mean, we really don't want to play that matchup, but we don't really have a choice right now. So Mage versus currently the Boar Priest. Like you mentioned earlier, I think Barbaric Sorceress is like super key, like the super most clutch card in this matchup. You always get to discount. Like, you always get to increase the cost of something, and sometimes if you're lucky, you get to hit the amulet, which is like GG on the spot, right?
Yeah, it's one of those matchups where you do just, of course, have the insta-win condition. Is there any amount of playing around that you have access to as the Boar Priest?
I think the most you can really do is like not end with amulets in your hand. You can trade it away.
Okay.
There is obviously the disaster scenario of trading an amulet into another amulet and then getting hit with the. But I mean, you get what I'm trying to say. It's really kind of niche at that point in time. But Barbaric Sorceress always gets a target in this matchup. Arguably, even if you do hit any random 1-cost spell, you could hit like a gift, which makes your opponent not able to do a Zyrella clear, which is huge, right? It's really huge. So I think it really boils down to whether Oka Shinsuke can get his Barbaric Sorceress. But on the flip side, he gets everything, right?
Oh my god.
You could even delete the Varden from this hand and play with a 3-card hand, and it's still a good hand versus Ball Priest. Yeah, because you have the Watch Post, you have the ramp. Yep, you have the ramp. Into Barbara, or into possibly better than that, is just Belinda. Like Belinda's just better here. And then you can even like, I don't know, swap over a 5-cost spell. It's not even bad because it's more expensive than everything in the deck for Ball Priest. So I think Oka Shinsuke kind of drew like almost the turbo nuts. I think arguably, if I could swap one card, I would swap the Varden for the elemental that freezes the face, and it's a perfect hand. Yeah, it's a Giga perfect hand. I mean, if we go watch post here, we are going mailbox next turn. It's just which one you want to go first, right? So, seeing as how, I think this is fine. This is fine. This gets more like, this is into the switcheroo turn. It's quite perfect. Also, 4-cost amulet, very big deal.
That's huge.
Very, very big deal. Like the only out to this at this early point in the game is like what, the smite? Yeah, the Holy Smite. Or the silence.
One of Holy Smite.
Right, so we can play a 3-drop, but it's no way it's better than playing a mailbox here, right? So
I don't think so.
Yeah, we're gonna go mailbox straight up into the Belinda. Not diamond, but still always in the opening hand. Good enough. Yeah, still good enough. Yeah, so I cannot see a world where you do not play. Yeah, Oka Shinsuke sees it as well.
Possessi is just getting absolutely rolled this series.
Dumpstered so hard. Like you mentioned something about Apex, right? I think it's already loading up the loading screen for Apex on his other screen right now. All right. So 1-cost amulet.
No, I think he picked the cleric there, right?
Cleric, right? Yep. All right, I saw it. Cleric was like one of the few things that could get him going here, but lo and behold, the snap coin Belinda couldn't have played it any faster, and Oka Shinsuke is not even that fast of a player. Oh, he's actually thinking.
There is no thinking to be done.
There is no thinking, man.
I'm offended that he's thinking.
I'm offended. I just said that he wasn't gonna think, and he thinked. Man, I mean, if we had Blythe on the panel right now, I think he would have rage quitted. Yeah, he would have rage quitted. He was like, what is this? Blasphemy of a
He's
thinking.
Onsta Belinda.
Onsta Belinda. Alright, but anyway, there's merit to not swinging here, I believe. But I mean, okay, actually not really. It doesn't give him any special break points, right? It's still 3 health. You don't get an extra draw from gift, so I think you could just swing, yeah.
Yeah, just start killing them.
Yeah. Alright. What you gonna do? Wait, what? That was quite fast. I think he's just setting up for a bigger pyro turn, right?
Yeah, he's waiting for Devour, I think.
Yeah.
Because he needs to kill off the watch post before he can pop off.
Right. Okay, so is it ever Drake Fire not attack? I mean, it really depends on what dragons you spawn, right? Like,
always Drake Fire, right? Like
it's I do believe it's always Drake Fire, but is it ever Drake Fire not attack? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. It depends. Yeah. Ooh, it's so tempting to attack though. Like, there's merit to Kazakus and the Sleepy here. I'm leaning towards Kazakusan. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Because if you don't attack, then, which is still valid, you know, I'm not decided one way or the other. But if you pick the higher attack dragons, not attacking becomes better, right? Because you're more likely to set up a lethal.
Yeah. Ooh, it's not straightforward actually. I'm just going for
Alex.
Yeah, I'm just going for Alex here because there's not much benefit from the Kelly at this point.
Right. Yeah.
I guess if you can box for 0 mana, you can ping, but. Yeah,
damage,
so I like this Okay, he's gonna attack with just one.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
That's
So
lethal.
yeah, it's enough. Because even if there's like a gift at this point, wait. If there's a gift, it's still a Zarela clear though, because you would damage everything first. Oh no, you would have to commit a pyro and then gift and Zarela. There's a bit too much. It's like too many stuff to consider.
Yeah, like it had to be exactly Devour that you were going into.
It had to be a lot. Yeah, it had to be a lot of things. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Yeah.
It had to be a lot of things going right. So I think this is okay. Oh, and insta pop off, insta concede. Didn't get any way to clear the board. Nice. I just want to comment about Oga Shinsuke's reaction to that win. I think he knows how important that win was. Did you see he insta popped off? I think I've never seen him like so happy before in like previous seasons of GM, and this is only like week 2, right? But he knows the importance of each win, each matchup, and getting out of the groups with the 2 points actually puts him in the middle of the leaderboard right now. Before all the other matches are played. So I'm very happy for him. Very, very glad that he got out of the group. So it wasn't actually easy matchups, by the way. Especially his first series. Yeah, it wasn't easy at all. So props to him. Congratulations. What a way to end out. Quick 3-0. Congrats, Oga Shinsuke.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him pop off at the end. We kind of saw him pop off at the start as well. Like, I saw him throw out the flex when he drew the, what was it, the Belinda and the watch post as well, and then getting the Barbaric and the Mailbox Dancer as well. It was literally the perfect hand. And while Possessi, I'm sure, will be sad, he's not out of the running for this week quite yet. No one has been eliminated yet for the remaining, for the 2 subsequent matches of the day. I believe we're going to play the elimination and then decider match from Group A to find out who out of Levick, Possessi, and Judgment is going to be going through in that one remaining slot. And of course, for Possessi, there's always a little bit less of a sting, right? He's literally currently the world champion and already has a spot in the world championships next year as well. And so while I think, Possessi does want to get the win, start boosting up that prize money, it's got to sting a little bit less when he takes that loss.
Yeah, he's probably also just playing to improve his overall statistics, right? I mean, Alutimu's statistics is insane in like Masters Tours and everything. So he probably wants more flex amongst his Japanese compatriots as well. So yeah, that was a pretty interesting series to cast. It was fast, but it wasn't an easy game for Oga Shinsuke at all, right? A lot of good decision making, impressive play, some definite high rolls, I would say, but still overall well done, impressive, and couldn't ask for better, I would say.
What we'd like to see, the dream's still alive for Oga Shinsuke through to the through to the quarterfinals on Sunday, where he's just clawing up game after game to try and get some more points through. That is us all done for Lambie and myself, but the group does carry on right after this break. When we come back, the rest of the day will continue. So thank you, Lambie, for joining me on the casting desk here for today. We'll be back tomorrow with more APAC. With more Grandmasters last call action. Sorry, I'm still in the old mode here of APAC. But for now, we're going to carry on with the rest of the day's action with Sottle and Raven, right? Yeah, it's the 2 of them. We've got Language Hacker as the other guest caster. So we'll be right back with that after this.
See you.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Anima drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues. that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire. When it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Grandmasters. We're in week 2 now, and this has just come off the back of 3 matches that have already been played. It's going to be me and Sottle taking you through the next 3. Sottle, welcome. We've got Trio on the menu for today. How have you been feeling about it based on what we've seen so far?
Yeah, it's interesting this time around. Looking through the buckets that were offered, I predicted a couple of these lineups, like the aggro-ish lineup that Judgment has, for example. Mine Rogue, Demon Hunter, Wig Priest, that fits very nicely into that bucket that he's chosen. That does kind of look like the aggro bucket. That looks like the strategy that you go to. But then you juxtapose that with some of the other stuff we're seeing. For example, on the other side of this matchup, what is going on in Levik's absolute pile of nonsense. And this is something that I absolutely wouldn't have predicted. Even picking up the warrior bucket in and of itself is kind of unusual to me, because a lot of the way that the buckets are sometimes designed in Trio is it's like, okay, if you want this strong class, you also have to have this weak class, right? And they kind of introduce that risk reward. And because Trio is a Conquest derivative format, you end up playing Conquest style in the actual matchup. That doesn't usually make sense, because often your lineup is defined by your weakest deck rather than your strongest deck, which is a little bit unusual to see. So seeing a Charge Warrior come out like way after the fact here, after the Warrior nerfs, after Warrior has been pretty much deleted as a competitive class, is very surprising to me on Levik's side.
Yeah, I will say, rightly or wrongly, I do really like picking Hunter because I think it's good. It's unfortunate in the bucket that it's in, of course, but I think I prefer what Habu has done with his lineup that we'll see, you know, I think tomorrow at this point. I'm not 100% sure, actually. Yeah, I think it's tomorrow. So I'm excited to see how that one pays off. But for now, of course, we are going into Judgment versus Levik. 2 players who lost their initial matches, which means this is going to be an elimination match between these 2 players. But you are completely right when you're talking about Judgment's lineup and his choice of that Priest Rogue Demon Hunter. It's not the most big brain choice in the world. It's just the 3 decent... No, I'm kind of... This isn't a bad thing I'm saying, but these are 3, at worst, decent classes. And you can make a very solid strategy out of all 3, which is, I think, where some of the other buckets fall down with what's been offered to them class-wise. You can't necessarily build something that feels like an actual cohesive strategy, whereas this lineup from Judgment, I think, at worst, does just do one thing very, very well. So honestly, I would, if I was playing, I'd definitely just pick the Hunter because I'd want to play the Quest Hunter, which I think is very good. But, you know, someone who's taken a bit more seriously, I can definitely see why Demon Hunter Priest Rogue at least seems appealing and popular right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so yeah, here is the star of the show for sure. I think the 40-card Quest Hunter that we have seen coming out has been generally seen as a very, very powerful deck recently, both on ladder to the extent, but especially, I think, in competitive play from what we've seen so far. So this being in there is very attractive indeed. It's just you need to make the argument of whether it's worth picking up Warrior to go alongside this. Now, obviously, Levick has a plan. He's a very good, very experienced player. There's a good chance we get to follow him through 2 matches here if he's able to pick up a win, which I know we will both enjoy because we have both enjoyed casting and watching his matches in the past. But the Warrior does not seem to be doing anything particularly unusual, right? If you were going to put together a nerfed version of the Charge Warrior based on what you can play now, it would look fairly similar to what Levick seems to be doing, which is a little bit strange to me overall that he has gone with that strategy. So far not working out for him, but also so far not working out for Judgment, who's the player that we both seem to agree has done something fairly standard and understandable. So cannot really judge anything based on the results right now. The 2 lineups are just going to have to go head-to-head, and I would personally favor Judgment a little bit here, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's all we can really do at this point, so let's see what happens here. Kicking it off, there is the Dumbledore Bunker for Levick, which is exactly the start you want. I think what's important to know a lot of the time here with this Hunter is you don't necessarily, or mostly, need to like race out quest completion, right? What you generally have is time. So the turn 2 Dumbledore, I think, is the best drop to actually pick up ready to go on that turn 2, because it filters the secrets out of your deck, which can then buy you even more time. And it is a deck that feels like the more time you have, the more just winnable the game becomes, right? And also very useful against this Priest.
Yeah, I think so. I think more so the actual utility of the secrets against Priest, because it's very hard or rather, the threat of Freezing Trap forces Priest to spread their buffs in such a strange way to prevent individual minions from being isolated. You can't leave anything too small because they'll get mopped up by Explosive Trap, but if you go all in on one big minion, then that's going to get mopped up by Freezing Trap, so you're kind of forced to do this very unusual little dance where you play everything outside of the range of Explosive Trap, but not too all in on any individual minion, and that can be quite hard to navigate through the mid game unless you have the perfect hand with Radiant Elemental sticking to the board, multiple Nagas, and the Wig very, very early.
Judgment just going to take it slow, get the Scribe down. Of course, does not have access to a Wig yet. I will say, the Kraken Bane for Levick from turn 1 is huge, right? He got one spell cast on 1 spell cast on 2, 1 more spell, which he has plenty of choice from here. And then he has 3 mana deal 5, which again is huge against Priest specifically, right? Can actually very easily either help deal damage to something that's buffed or just kill a relatively high health minion whilst only committing a single card to it. Would you like this, Sol? Actually, going for the sort of big overkill, and the reward for this is getting the 3/3 just on board right now. I kind of think this is worth it.
I actually do respect this a lot as well. As a player I was looking at, this is a very polarized matchup, not in the sense that it's super one-sided one way or the other, although people might have their arguments about that, but just generally Wig Priest as a deck is super polarizing. It can either keep board and it wins, or it can't and it loses. So if you have a swing card, something like Knolls, for example, either of the rushing Knolls can come out. Or in this instance, kill a thing, be a thing. Those are the kind of swing cards that really help you just take board in one go from the Wig Priest. And now, boom, not only are you clearing the board, but you're clearing board while being a minion ahead as Levick, which is so much more beneficial to your game plan.
And this is what Levick will want to do here. Progress towards quest completion, of course. but do so whilst keeping Judgment off board. And as you said, with the selection of secrets, whether it's Ice or Freezing Trap, both of those can actually help achieve that goal, as well as just using cards like Mark Shot and the removal that can't necessarily go face along with that Shell Shot as well is going to be huge, because it's just going to push Judgment off. The next real question, Sottle, is does Judgment at this point now, definitely being behind and knowing that there's 2 secrets minimum in Levic's hand, does Judgment try and go for the sort of other way Priest can play, which is sort of wait a little bit and then fill up the board all in one go with some buffs?
Yeah, generally though, when you fall behind like this, your key card to being able to do that is Devour. Right, even though Levic's board will be relatively narrow, there's not going to be too many extra minions coming out alongside this, maybe a multicaster or so, but I think Levic will be aware of the threat of playing additional minions. Building one individual minion from scratch that is massive enough to survive a board while being behind is very, very difficult without that card, I would say. So I do like this a little bit more for now for Judgment, just be able to fight for this board a little bit more honestly. I think Judgment will expect that this 2/6 can probably be killed at some point in the near future, but with an explosive trap in play, it might not necessarily always be giving back the 3/3.
Yeah, not looking too bad for Levic still. Has an option of doing the Shell Shot if he wants to sort of see what happens there. Try and at least kill off something, because again, I don't think Levic's particularly bothered about getting the 3/3 back. I think he'd prefer to just have the 3/3 die, right? If it's gonna be one or the other, because if he just gets everything killed off, or at least something, it means that the Freezing Trap again continues to do work. Yep. But he's just gonna go for the value there, get that Ice Trap, and just draw more cards.
Yeah, no great surprise to me to be seeing the multicaster come down. Obviously, this is the benefit. This is one of the spots where Quest Hunter can brick if you don't really get any of the secrets, if you don't get the bunker, or if you have to pay too much for the secrets. It's very much the secrets that pay off that multicaster in general, right? Yeah. That's usually the way you're getting those spell schools juiced. So if you do get the curve of the Dumbledore into the secrets into the multicaster, you can see just the absurd amount of resources, more than Levic will ever need to be able to pay off this quest over time.
Now Judgment will have a very good read on the fact that that is Ice Trap. Already done the attack, Explosive went off, didn't get Freezing back into the hand. So he'll know what's up right about now, but can be a little bit of a problem with only Bless and Wig in hand. I mean, it's fine, because he could still just play the Slither Spear, still go for Wig, knows it'll get bounced back, but it just reduces down that power level of the turn overall.
Yep, for sure. Ice Trap, not one of the ones I was mentioning at the start, but really, you know, Serpent Wig and Bless, so crucial to the win condition of the deck in general. That really outside of that, was there like one shard of the Naru that you can use to throw out there to proc it? The Shadow Earth Devours as well, which as discussed previously are very, very useful. There's not many spells that you are super happy throwing away just to proc an Ice Trap in this deck, so can be very, very powerful as well. Judgment there navigating it as best he could, just making sure he got the refresh back into the hand come hell or high water. But Levic still able to clean this up quite nicely, and does in the end get his 3/3 back as well.
Yeah, this should proc the 0 mana, right? Yep. We should be able to hero power down the Slither Spear, which I can imagine is going to be the play here. Again, just don't leave a minion alive if you don't have to. Simple as that. And you can already see with just 2 more procs away from quest completion that Levic is very comfortably getting to that completion sort of time. We'll be able to drop down Tavish no problem. And then things start to accelerate massively with this deck.
Yeah, there have been a few instances over time with, you know, minions that allow you to target your hero power or other minions, that sort of thing, where people have flirted with the idea of Control Hunter, which is never truly a thing, even though a lot of the cards that say shot on them can very much be interpreted as control cards. But Quest Hunter, I think, is, or this version of Quest Hunter, is now the closest to being able to make that possible. It's just in most matchups, you are still better being played as a modified face hunter. But in this situation, when your opponent's board presence is so dangerous, and when you have this many resources in hand, you can absolutely afford to play control hunter for quite some time in this and just starve judgment out of this game.
Yeah, 100%. That's the current difference with this version is that, yeah, you would prefer to just hit them in the face and they die really quick, but the ability to go control is there and it's not bad, right? Which has historically been the issue with Hunter. There were, as you said, control cards, but they weren't even close to good enough to realistically get you there. So we'll see now as Judgment makes another attempt on the board with the school teacher being buffed up to a reasonable amount of health, but again, yeah, the Naga just still being alive somehow from Levick is actually still going to help this clear so much if Levick wants to kill it. Could isolate it and go freezing trap if he really wanted.
It's weird, right, just following on from that conversation, because a lot of the original set kind of suggests that this was kind of the design intention of Hunter in the first place, because they had a ton of removal cards in their original base set. And then, like, maybe the idea was just kill minions, kill minions, kill minions. Hero power eventually gets there if you just keep pressing it over and over and over while killing everything that your opponent can play. And it's interesting that now we've got to this point, and that is basically, I have just described Quest Hunt, essentially. It just, what it took to actually make that a reality is that your hero power just refreshed every time you played a spell.
Yeah, that's the power level we had to get to make it work,
Yeah.
Judgment is, again, keeping the draw pretty decent, keeping the hand size big, and is slowly moving towards a potential, like, go wide play with double Radiant as well. That's definitely important. Along with that other school teacher means that, at worst, there's going to be a one-mana Naga to actually proc the Wigs again. So, it's, again, Judgment's still just holding on, but Levick's just been able to put his feet up this game, right? And again, I think it's come down to the Dumbledore bunker and the nice play of the Naga on 3 to just make the board awkward as possible for Judgment.
Yeah, still hanging around, still contesting boards, still pushing damage to face. Like, it's more than paid back the 5 damage that it would have been able to be used for in terms of face damage by being on the board for this long, even though it's played half of the game for the other team at this point.
Yeah, you can't trust it, but you can trust it'll do a good job, one way or the other. Yeah, Tavish coming down now, shell shot as well, just making the perfect turn mana-wise. Very cleanly taking away the board from Judgment once again, and then Naga gets to just push a casual 3, and this is where it's all going to start slipping away, because as soon as Tavish comes down, Levick still has this freezing trap up.
Yep.
And there's a Barrack Kodo Bane, so any worries of not having the spells to quickly end the game are going to disappear very quickly with not only Barrack, but also the multicaster as well, which I think really pushed this deck over the edge.
And if he did have any concerns about running out of damage because of the amount of spells that he has used for board control and aim shots and so on being used to kill minions, well, he's picked up Face Naga now. So we should be kind of chilling just in terms of damage as long as Levick is able to navigate this final board state. But this is very, very well timed from Judgment, right? If you look at the long-term game plan that Judgment's mapped out, he had that Nagaling with the Shadow Word Death. So he was planning for the swing turn. He knew if he just did the strongest thing he could do on any individual turn, the Quest Hunter would pick it out. So he's done underpowered turns for the last turn or two. And now using that Shadow Word Death as a swing turn, he is going in as hard as he physically can this turn to try and disrupt Levick trying to turn the corner and be aggressive himself. I think this is really nicely timed from Judgment. And he's still in this one.
Completely agree. It's exactly what he had to do, and now Levick, the problem is we can see tons of card draw, fantastic, but he actually needs the spells for removal right now because goal number 1 will almost certainly be isolate that elemental because the freezing trap's still live. Make Judgment have to make a judgment call on whether he wants to attack or not.
But on that note, look at the spread as I was describing in the very, very early turns of the game. It's not just all in on one minion. 6-11, 1-1, 3-5, 3-9. It's about as abstract a spread of stats as you could have possibly gotten at this point from Judgment, really just making it as awkward as possible for Levick to be able to isolate anything, either using multiple spells to kill off smaller minions or using Explosive Trap to clear up smaller minions as well. Really nicely done turn, and nicely done long-term game plan from Judgment here as well.
There is a way to kill the 3-9, and I think Levick... Okay, he's doing a slightly different thing here. I thought he was going to kill the 3-9, but what he's doing is isolating the 2 big minions and trying to do it that way. Can whip in a Ice Trap if he wants, but goes for Explosive instead.
Yeah,
definitely eyeing up the potential lethal next turn, right, if he doesn't die.
Yeah, I think Explosive makes the most sense because I don't think limiting 1 wig for 1 turn is really going to be part of the win condition from this point. The race is very much on here. Judgment knows the race is on, so Judgment will have to attack this turn, and if Judgment attacks this turn, then that's 2 extra damage that you get from the Explosive Trap, and then you just go in with Face Naga and all of these remaining spells that you have in your hand. Should be good, as long as Judgment cannot find the straight-up lethal here. How much is this, actually?
Yeah, I'm sort of trying to count it, because there's the Priestess as well, right?
There is the Priestess as well, yeah.
It's not 34,
huge for another
right?
reset. 20, 22, 24, 26, and from the Bless, I think it's short, yeah.
He's locking this in pretty quick, though. I'm scared.
I mean, there's nothing else he can do, right? Truly, Pheno memes aside, there is no point in counting this turn, right? Like, you just kind of have to make the play.
Yeah, I guess I was more thinking on whether the whether the buffs were ever going to be spread anywhere else, right?
Sure.
But yeah, Judgment saying, you know what? I can deal 32 when my opponent has 34. Brutal.
Hey.
Levick already going for it.
Is there not a way with the Treasure Guards to proc the Freezing Trap first? Get the Treasure Guard back in your hand, and then you get Wigs again? You would, of course, that does, of course, proc an Explosive Trap, which deals 2 damage to the minion that you're trying to deal with, but you have a healing hero power as well.
I don't know is my answer to that one, Sol, but what I do know is this looks like lethal to me from Levick's side. Very, very close game. Well played from Judgment and well played from Levick as well. This was a bit spicy, wasn't it, Sol? I'm sure there will be people going to be working out exactly if that turn could have gone any other way, whether the attack should have just gone in first, because also if that... I guess if the attack goes in first, because you'd want to dodge the other Radiant Elemental dying, then Devour gets 1 less health as well.
That's true.
Because there's 1 less minion on the board, so maybe you can never quite get to 34, but very interesting because we saw how close it actually was. But Levick gets a win with the Hunter, which is great for Levick, of course, but I do think he took the easiest first step on the road for this series, because I think when we start to look at the other decks, things should get much, much more difficult for him.
Yeah, just looking at this final turn again, obviously the turn was ended with 5 mana spare, right? Even after the heal goes off in this position. And you only need the 1 Radiant Elemental for the discount on the Wigs to get them down to 0. So yeah, pretty awkward spot, I think, in the end. I said initially from Judgment, it's the kind of position where there's no real point in counting because you just kind of do it and it's either lethal or it isn't. But maybe there was a plan there that could have been formulated that dug out the lethal, but certainly without it, that was more than enough with the selection of spells, the refreshing hero power, Face Naga on the other side as well from Levick. So Levick goes up to a quick 1-0 in the end.
Yeah, and looking at this next matchup, I believe it's going to be the Demon Hunter from Judgment going up against the Shaman on Levick's side. And I'll be honest, Sol, the series with Levick versus Possessi, and the Shaman versus Priest game was an interesting one at best, I think, for a specific word choice there. So I don't really have much faith in this Shaman overall, even though Levick did win with it against the Boar Priest.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a tough matchup for sure. In general, Levik's lineup has a lot of questions about it. Just overall, again, we've talked about it extensively with the buckets that he's gone for. Even outside of the warrior, which we have questions about, the shaman as well has some interesting decisions in there with the life drinkers that Lamby series was alluding to. So there is definitely a lot of difficulties going throughout this series, particularly that, his control deck, I suppose, in warrior has had so many of its control tools damage and its scam potential damage, where it is still, I would say, fairly weak to this aggro strategy overall that Judgment is going with. So yeah, I think it could be a tricky series here for Levik in general.
Yeah, on the other side though, this Demon Hunter, again, Demon Hunter's maybe not the strongest deck at the moment, especially because there are so many 40 card decks, 40 health decks knocking around that seem to be good. Demon Hunter does just struggle a little bit, but again, I think for Judgment, it just makes sense because he clearly wanted to play Priest Rogue, two strong classes in the game right now. Demon Hunter isn't terrible, it's just not great, and if your worst deck is a kind of okay-ish style deck, then you probably feeling like you've made the right choice in general. So we'll have to see how it does. This is Levik's XL mid-range shaman. So yeah, life drinkers we spoke about just a little bit earlier. There's the Farsights in there again just to help with that card draw. But it's one of those weird decks where it's a Renathal deck where I don't even really notice the extra 10 cards to what they bring to the table, right? Because in other decks you can see that, for example, in Curse Warlock you get to run more removal and more heal, right? And well, that's what the deck needs, so great. But in this one it's like, what do we really gain for this? So we'll have to see if it can pay off for Levik in this game. Judgment off to a not terrible start here. Okay, better start here with Sigil and Slither Spear as well as a weapon and multi-strike hit in there, which not looking too but good. Now it's buffed Sol. Not too bad at all.
Job done.
Yeah, reasonable opening hand for sure. I think anything that has Slither Spear Sigil in it, you will feel like you are doing okay in most matchups as Demon Hunter. Stalling is not really the draw that you want to see on the other side, though, as the Demon Hunter player, because otherwise you feel like you have a pretty good chance of sticking early minions to the board, and you do have a couple of early minions that are fantastic to stick to that board with the Slither Spear and the Fossil Fanatic in particular. But whenever you see those Piranhas come into the hand on turn one, you know that's going to make your life just that little bit more difficult in terms of making anything happen. So it might even now just be a Sigil on one, knowing that the minion presence is not going to have a huge impact.
Oh, that's still pretty interesting, right? I was wondering whether the Slither Spear was going to be played anyway, because at worst, 2 Piranhas come down to kill it, so you've soaked up 2 Piranhas for your 1-drop. Like, it seems okay. But yeah, Judgment would rather take the extra card.
I do think it's something that is missed with this Demon Hunter deck some of the time, is that you don't just have to play it as a curve out, get on board, hit your opponent aggro deck. You can play it as just card draw, amass resources, combo your opponent down in 1 or 2 turns in the late game. That's obviously slightly more difficult when your opponent has 40 health. When your opponent has 40 health, you do usually want to see your minions sticking and attacking face to help you out in getting to that number. But I do think the way this has panned out so far, with the minions being played out on board and Judgment getting to react to them how he would like to, this is probably slightly more beneficial for Judgment. I'm not saying it's good. He's behind on board against a much slower deck than him. However, he does now have options to be able to clean a lot of this stuff up with multi-strike, Fell Barrage, multiple options this turn.
What Demon Hunters wouldn't give for Immolation Aura back?
I know.
It's clearly the real card that was carrying the class.
I mean, genuinely, yeah. Really freaking nutty card.
Yeah.
Alright, so essentially we've reset to 0 on turn 4 here. The problem is, Levik, despite having 40 cards in his deck, has curved out better than the aggro deck and now has the nuts draw on 4. I don't know why this happens every game in Grandmasters, but I am getting tilted by it. You might be able to hear it in my voice.
Judgment is going to be able to at least kill off the first one and start to push some damage.
Yep.
But the majority of that damage is completely countered by the Life Drinker. True villain of the story.
Absolutely. It's so bizarre watching Shaman with a Life Drinker in hand and not having said the word Shudderwock yet.
Yeah.
That just doesn't make any sense to me.
Judgment does get the old icebreaker with the Kurtrus hero. Be able to drop out the minions and be able to trade some of this away and at least keep the board even for now.
Yeah, I mean, crucially, this ends up being the best possible scenario to the on-curve Wild Paw Caverns. This is generally what you want to have, is a way to kill the first one into Kurtrus, because then what that means, the unfreeze on the hero generally doesn't do anything when you play this curve, but it means you kill the first one with your weapon or Chaos Strike or Fury or whatever it is you end up using. Then the second one is killed by your rush minions, and then because you haven't been attacked by the second one, you're then unfrozen to be able to deal with the third one in whatever way you see fit. So this is, in general, the best answer that you can have to Wild Paw Cavern on curve from Shaman when playing Demon Hunter.
Although I think Levick, I don't mean to tilt you more, Sottle, but Levick's hand kind of ticks all the boxes, right? There's a selection of there's a card draw card, but again, School Teacher can, potentially help out with that. There's spot removal, there's damage, there's control tools, there's silence if needed, and then there's Mutinous if Levick feels comfortable to just say, you know what? I'm not falling behind. I'll just use this turn to just slam Mutinous. So Levick does seem to have all the answers for now, but Judgment needs to find a way to get out of this mess, at least for this turn, in some positive fashion. A little bit awkward, because now the hero power plus glaive makes numbers a little bit strange.
Does indeed, yeah. So just going to use the Chaos Strike in order to push a little bit of damage for going the hero power, and then going to use the Rustbot Viper to clean up. It's kind of a one problem at a time kind of deal. Obviously, the Stag is a huge problem representing the freeze, but the lifesteal as well on both fronts was a significant problem there, and kind of both need to be dealt with. Does pick up Zilag, which is one of the ways that he can fight back from full board while being frozen. But still, these hits are absolutely going to keep on coming here for Levick.
I think this is the turn I was talking about. I think Frostbite on the 4-1 and just slam Mutinous looks very good, honestly. Go for the freeze instead and just trade off the bat, I suppose.
Oh! No reaction from Levick, but a significant one from Judgment. Just another day at the office, it seems, for our Shaman player.
And the unfortunate thing here for Judgment is because he is frozen, at least for now, like one legitimate fear of playing a Mutinous that ends up like this is you could get hit for 20 in one turn, right? That is very scary indeed with the Dread Prison Glaive, but because of the freeze, it at least gives Levick a little bit of time to do something about that. Whether it's just saying, well, I can take 20, because if he does that, I'll set up lethal next turn anyway, or just try and do, taunt or play around it, basically. But still looking tough for Judgment. Levick does have his School Teacher choice here. What are you liking the look of here, Sottle? I think the Deal 2 Dredge looks quite good.
Yeah, Scalding or Overdraft, I can see merits for either. Dredge probably somewhat more useful. There's not going to be a significant amount of overload coming in the near future. No depths coming out. So I think the Dredge does make the most sense here.
I see the line, Sol.
Is it Life Drinker McCaw?
No, it's Life Drinker McCaw.
Ah, that makes sense.
Still Frostbite as well. I mean, that is quickly adding up to lethal, isn't it? With double Life Drinker next turn. McCaw the turn after.
Yep, no, it really is. And honestly, I think this is part of the plan. Like, Obviously, I don't necessarily agree that what Levick has gone for here is a good overall strategy. But I do think it's at least coherent and logical because, you know, for example, the addition of the Life Drinker into Shaman does give you the opportunity to, starting at 40 health, go Bolner, Life Drinker, small minions, repeat Life Drinker a whole bunch of times, Bran, Life Drinker, Parrot, all of these various things that you can do. So if you are expecting, as I was coming into this tournament, the Priest Rogue Demon Hunter bucket to be fairly popular and just people to play aggro, then maybe this is exactly Levick's plan coming to fruition right now, right? It's just all of this extra stability in these kind of control decks that he is running and just stopping decks like Demon Hunter from being able to pick up wins against him.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, I think we agree in general, right? It's actually just reach for the Shaman, which they don't really have in these forms. And again, I think the thing we do definitely agree on is it's just how consistent is this choice as opposed to does this choice make sense, right? I've seen a ton of damage get pushed out by Judgment though, and Judgment's just saying, you know what, I've had enough.
I mean, you don't have perfect curve into caverns and have both Life Drinkers, right? Like, you can't. It's not possible. You have 40 cards in your deck.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
I like the Okani here, right? Has the mana spare to do Life Drinker and Macaw anyway next turn. Can't fit all three in, so why bother? And look at these trades from the Mutinous. Just saying, you know what? You're getting nothing, Judgment. You have very limited choices. That's twice Levick's given up damage on Mutinous, but also, again, helps with that Dread Prison Glaive problem.
Yeah, I mean, there's one big brain argument, right? If I trade all the health away on my own minions, then it can't be turned into face damage by Dread Prison Glaive.
Genius. Judgment, especially with the Okani now, like, oh. It would just have to be Slither Spear, Predation, and then not die, so the Predation would have to go off and him not die in the end. And
well,
then
he's already
he's
played the Sigil already, so he's already tested spell on the Okani.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, everything has to go well here to kill stuff off and not die, and he would have to draw Jace off the top, right, to have any realistic chance, so it's a long shot. Not lethal. Worth drawing first on the Naga?
Trying to work out if there is a draw that ends the game. I'm really not sure that there is, in which case probably not. It's better to just have a 0 mana wind chill to be able to freeze a minion on the other side if you need to. That's Jace. The plan has now come together for Judgment. Slither Spear to break the Okani. And then Jace is the minion that was needed. Only 8 cards remaining in the deck at that point, so very likely that this plan, or fairly likely at least, this plan was going to work out.
What are the chances of fatigue? Low, right?
Yeah, there's only Chaos Strikes that get recast.
Yeah, that's
so
it.
he's
Yeah.
not gonna get them. Yep. The big problem that Judgment has had this game, though, that Lady Steno way too deep in the deck to be mopping up these huge damage combos late in the game.
Yeah, and with no actual way to clear these minions, guess what? Judgment's going to be on 1 health, and that's going to be game number 2. Going to Levick. Levick doing really well again. I think fairly to an extent we have questions about the lineup. Of course, this is an elimination match, so both these players have already lost so far today, just a little bit earlier on today. But Levick seems to be doing all right so far. Great draw on the Shaman to just be able to curve out. If you tell me that deck's going to do that often, then yeah, I'll start building it and playing it now. But the third deck, Sol, we're still in that danger zone because I think you probably have noticed in the time we've cast together, but I have pretty much and have always had zero faith in Charge Warrior. It's one of the decks I've complained the most about in this overall meta of while that deck's existed, and my lack of faith continues to this day.
Yeah, I mean, Derek kind of alluded to this earlier, but I will do much more than allude to it and just state it outright. Charge Warrior, when Charge Warrior and, quote, incorrectly named Misnomer Control Warrior were around, the idea that one of those is a combo deck and the other was a control deck was both complete nonsense. They were both dredge scam decks. That's all they did. That's why they won games. It's just one of them had some charge minions in it and one of them had a few extra control cards in it. But the way that you won your games was by scamming people with Nelly and with dredge mechanics, and discounted dredge mechanics. Without being able to do that, it remains to be seen how this deck wins games of Hearthstone on a consistent basis. But one of the things it may still be able to do is outlast Demon Hunter for a significant amount of time. I personally would still like to see it over a large sample, but if Levick has a plan, maybe he's just operating on an ethereal plane far above my head, Raven.
Yeah, definitely possible. And again, it's something I would like to see because Levick, one of the players who's definitely gone a different direction this week in Trio for Grandmasters. But we'll see how it pays off as we jump into game number 2. Good to note as well, Levick, one of the players who definitely could do with a better run than last week, currently sitting on 0 points so far.
Yeah, something that does need to be reiterated throughout. It can feel a little strange sort of giving everyone the lay of the land because we don't get to do a pre-show, which is kind of the thing, the place where you talk about that kind of stuff. But this is a real short format, and players who did badly in the early weeks are going to need to pick up points very quickly. We see that with Oka Shinsuke in this group as well, on top of Levick. Players that were not finding themselves in the final 4 in week 1 need to start doing that now in week 2 or week 3 because this is such a short format. You're going to see your chances melting away very, very rapidly if you stumble for too long out of the blocks.
Yeah, just to cover the other side of that, Judgment obviously finished in a top 4 position last week, so he's definitely been a little bit more comfortable so far than Levick, but would still, of course, still want to bank some points this week to start to add on to that, currently sitting on 3. But Judgment at it again with the Demon Hunter and got a pretty aggressive start, actually. He's got the Slitheno a little bit now too early, I would say, with a lack of spells so far, but the rest of the hand looks okay to at least pile some pressure onto Levick for now. I really like this from Levick as well. This might seem like Omega overkill here, but I just like, because he has From the Depths and he has card draw to an extent with the tradables, I just like it. Just don't die. Don't take unnecessary damage in the early game and then get the power plays out.
And just point of clarification before we move on, I think Judgment's 3 points includes the one he's got for the 1 win he's already had today, right? Or no, he's currently on 2 because he hasn't got a win. He didn't make top 4 last week. Top 4 was Bunny, Superfake, Possessi, and Pasqua, right? Or am I losing it?
I don't trust the stats anymore. I don't know. It's you.
Maybe I'm wrong. All right, fine. Maybe I'm remembering.
I don't know.
All right, fine.
Either way, Judgment has got some points. Levick does not. There we go. That's definitely true.
I can agree on that.
Yeah.
My blood boils for war.
Now, though, Judgment managed to build up a bit of a board. Oh, yeah. This gonna equip. Okay, he's gonna trade. Yeah, always. Oh, what? I always find it interesting and the decision making. We did this in testing a little bit yesterday when Lambie was playing this deck actually, where decision making on when to pull the trigger on Finley when you have like a couple of okay cards in your hand as Warrior against Demon Hunter is very tricky, isn't it? Because it's like, well, he did have the armor, the heavy plate and AoE, but that was it. He could draw something way better if he does it, and it looks to me at least like he did draw something a lot better. And it's just very difficult to make that decision and actually go for it with Finley. Yeah, slight apologies. Just had confirmation. Judgment's on 2 points, not 3. My mistake.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for production for confirming that you always trust me over our official stats person. that makes sense.
Hey, look, I was trying to take the blame for that song.
No, the person whose fault it is should take the blame for things. That's how the universe works.
Is it?
No, actually, absolutely not.
Thank you.
Ideally, that's how the universe should work. There we go. That's better.
Big question now, though, Sottle. Galvanger is active. Basis Manipulator is playable with Galvanger.
Yes.
Does Levick just jam these next turn? Is this affordable as a tempo play, or do you think he would still want to hold on for some kind of combo?
I would imagine, just based on the level of board output that has come on the other side, he'll be looking at the board clear instead. But I think it was very flexible based on what was going to come out in this spot.
Yeah, he's actually... Can he still do both? He can, right?
Oh, I wasn't even looking at the zero mana heavy.
Yeah.
I was looking at Frozen Buckler. Yeah, no, you have a very good point.
If you're telling me I can tempo out 2 Galvangers on turn 6, I want to do that. Oh, roll of the eyes from Judgment, and I get it. Like, that was a huge dredge to hit both of them with the Finley, of course, and now he's just dead. It's just a lethal setup, and Jilan can't do anything about that. It's not going to kill them. Levick, nice sip of water to end the series, I imagine. Unless you see something I don't, Subtle, for Judgment.
So it would be Steno lines, right? Which is throwing away a lot of damage, but it might be what you need to do. You would get a 0 mana Predation. You would get the Fell Barrage thrown in there as well. You'd have 2 mana left to play with, so you could play Multi-Strike or Spectral alongside that. So you'd be getting 6 damage from Steno into the lowest cost. Lowest health, which you can set up initially with the Predation. Yeah, exactly like this. So he can live, because now this Fell Barrage perfectly clears up the remainder. And he gets to make a couple of attacks into the other one. But he has 5 health to play with for the rest of this game. That's a problem.
Oh, going to be slightly less than 5 potentially as well, because Levick, even with Slitheno up, could choose to just Outrider X go face.
Yep. I think that's the play.
To 2. And again, Judgment's already played Kurtrus, right? So he knows there's no armor available. Oh, is he going to draw? Couldn't he just armor up and hold off for this turn?
I would have thought so personally, yes.
Oh, well, whatever.
And this works too.
That was surprising.
We're at 37. Okay, I thought there was an indication of trading there for a second. I was about to lose my mind.
Oh, we just saw Levick trading Mutinous, okay? Twice.
Yes, indeed. No, but I think that was sensible. I think that was a very well-played game from Levick. I think trading in this instance is absolutely...
Yeah, I do agree. I do agree. But I'm just surprised he rolled the dice on the axe. Like, you made this attack, let Galvanger die, so what? What stops you just axing them a question next turn in the face? Like...
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because not playing the Forged in Flames allows you to play the Frozen Buckler, which does give you, in case you ever thought you needed insurance.
Yes.
Against, because you are getting the refreshing hero power from the Kurtrus every time the spell gets played, for example. So just in case you were scared of anything happening in this instance, you did get that additional insurance of the extra armor, but yeah, I don't think it's a big deal overall.
Oh, no weapon option for Okani. That, my friend, is going to just be the game. And not only the game, but the series. Levick gets out, knocks Judgment out for this week. And Levick, at least on the plan to get out of groups so far, has managed to survive with this lineup and a pretty impressive series of games, honestly. Again, I think, at least for me, I'm expecting Hunter to get a win somewhere along the line if it's played, because I just think the deck's really good. But then when we look at the Shaman and the Warrior, I think Levick, regardless of what we think of the decks, had the right in-game approach, which honestly I expect from him because I've seen him play the game before.
Yeah, the shaman game I think was really nicely played. Obviously helped out by just drawing the perfect 12 cards that you need at the top of your 40-card deck, like every 40-card deck player does in every single game. However, the warrior game, I think we can go back to actually that last moment. We're kind of leaving out the fact that he actually knew what the middle of his deck looked like at that point, right? Because he'd already played Finley. He had like 14 cards remaining, somewhere around that mark. So the bottom 5 or 6 cards he knew. So the middle of his deck, he actually had a good idea of the cards he was going to draw from Outrider's Axe, so maybe that influenced his decision to use the Forged in Flame, just because he had a very high level of consistency of knowing what he was going to draw in that spot. Either way, very, very crucial series for Levick, and certainly the outcome of this group so far is looking to make our overall standings very interesting, because the two players we are talking about, Okashinsuke and Levick, who needed to pick big wins together having had miserable week ones, are both doing so now. And this decider, Possessi versus Levick, that we did see in the opener, if Levick can reverse the fortunes and pick up the win, pick up the revenge in the double jeopardy match, that will mean that the two players who picked up points in the first week would have had the early exit, and the two players that really needed the points who did not pick them up in week one in Group A would be the ones progressing through and out of the group. So that's kind of the recipe for an incredibly tight league table as we go into Group 3. So honestly, kind of the scenario I'm rooting for going into this next match.
Yeah, we've seen it before in Grandmasters in previous seasons, where you sort of blink and suddenly the last week for points, it's like, well, whoever does well probably makes it through in this one week, because a lot of the middle gets sort of crushed together. So can be potentially some really exciting stuff for next week. But of course, we've got plenty more Hearthstone coming up, not only today, but all weekend. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up the next match, which is going to be Possessi versus Levick. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Anima drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to get into our next match, which is going to be the final match out of Group A. It is going to be, of course, Levick versus Possessi. It's going to be a rematch from earlier on. Possessi did take the victory over Levick this morning, but they're going to go again. And what's pretty interesting about this trio format, Subtle, is there's no bans to talk about because the players get offered groups of 3 classes. They pick one of the groups of those 3 classes, and they're the ones they play. It's those 3 decks and that's it. So Levick is in a weird spot where he lost against Possessi earlier, but he doesn't really get the opportunity to say, oh, well, maybe if I ban this instead, maybe that helps my matchup after playing through it once. So it is just purely going to be same again. Let's see what happens. And we do see, Sol, that Levick's actually queued his Warrior first, which was the deck that he took the majority of the losses on and ended up losing the series on. So maybe he's just said, you know what, this is the weak link. I've got to get this through.
Yeah, and I think that is fair. Although this is the same bucket that's being dealt with on side for Possessi, it is a different lineup, primarily because of this deck that you see here, the Boar Priest, coming out on the other side from Possessi, which is really shaking things up quite significantly overall, showing that Possessi, I suppose, showing that he's a Boar Priest enthusiast, but at the same time, I think perhaps letting Team Boar Priest down in a couple of crucial spots, both last week and this week, I believe. Overall, very, very solid, but I think there's a couple of those, like, banner, poster, billboard, Boar Priest moments that Possessi has missed out on that maybe a Pocket Train would have found in a couple of situations. So I'm hoping that Possessi can put on a bit more of a clinic for us in this series with the Boar Priest.
Yeah, it's one of those decks that it becomes very clear when you are really strong with it, or if you've got a few weaknesses, or even if your attention's just lapsed a little bit, right? Which can happen in a high-pressure game. It happens to absolutely everyone. But it's a deck that when played in like a clinical way, it looks incredible, right? There are plays, so many times it's happened where they go, oh, how are they going to get out of this? Oh, wait, they can get out of this? And then these sort of big brain plays come out to play. And when you can't do that, you do lessen your win percentage quite dramatically, I feel at least. But Levick, on the other side of this, is going to be on that Charge Warrior. And my question for you, Subtle, is does Levick pretty much have to do the game he just did versus the Demon Hunter and get the Galvanger out super early and sort of cheese it out to actually beat this Boar Priest?
That is precisely what he needs to do, yeah. He needs to depth on 4, he needs to get down to the bottom of that deck by any means necessary, and have particular crucial cards down there as well to help him out. However, even then, in this matchup, that's a lot more fragile. Like, the 2 9/9s with charge play that Levick made that won the game straight up against Demon Hunter in the previous series, if you do that against Priest, they might quite happily heal 10 of that damage straight back and blow up your 2 9/9s immediately in response. You know, they are very capable of doing that if they have the right hand on the other side. So I do think this matchup is going to be a little bit trickier. I think this is arguably the best matchup available in the overall series for Possessi's Boar Priest to have against the Charge Warrior. So if Levick finds a way to scam this matchup with a deck that is significantly worse at scamming people than it used to be, that could be series-breaking implications. But here is step 1, Raven, double from the depths available.
Yeah, slight unfortunate that Galvanger and Faceless are in the hand right now.
Forget about it.
Which is a bit of a shame here for Levick. He knows he won't be able to hit it. And it's not like he can Finley first, because that'll just cause the similar issue of from the depths being at the bottom.
Those are not it.
I don't even know which one to pick here. It's not Brawl. Arguments can be made for the other 2.
Yeah, thanks to our unique Hearthstone esports website technology. I was just checking out on the deck list, trying to see what the big hits on the bottom of the deck would be. Of course, have to click on the Shaman icon to take a look at Levick's Warrior deck, as you would expect. But yeah, with the Galvangar and the Faceless in hand already, it's Rakara, right? Like, that's the big hit at the bottom of the deck. Like, without the Nelly scam, it's just not the same animal anymore, is it? In terms of just being able to get out on board super quickly and win the game. And even then, that classically was not super powerful against Priest in general because of the silence potential that they do have in the deck as well.
Yeah. Levick just going to take it slow, equip the Outrider Axe, and just sit and see what happens. Possessi, again, it's the benefit of matchup like this where you enjoy playing Boar Priest because you know every single turn you're more or less going to be just doing whatever you want and not really have to look at the other side of the board, right? You kind of just sit and very much laser focus on your own hand and say, okay, how do I progress this game plan? And there's nothing really piling on the pressure. Tempo Galvanga, let's go.
One of those hands, you kind of see it on Levik's face, just looking at this hand like, well, this takes me like 5 more turns before I do anything relevant with any of these cards. I'm super dead this game.
What now?
Yeah, because there's not even anything that's like, you know, maybe generates him a Colossal, right? And there's some kind of cheese there or anything like that, right? It is just, well, these are the cards I've got. I've got to try and make them work.
Yeah.
What now? I must choose.
Honestly, like, okay, that was Rakara, I think. I do wonder if Levick can get armor, and genuinely the plan would be just play a Galvanger out, and if it lives, then you get to play the Faceless on it, and you know, just sort of drip feed stuff like that, and hope for that. As again, it's a long shot, but it's something.
Is the Galvanger in hand right now actually active? How much armor is
It's
in game?
just short, I think.
Oh, wow.
I think
can
it's like a
see
hero
that.
power away.
Yeah, I can see it. If you get it to the 9/9 point, I can see just slamming it one by one for sure, because I think either your best chance is just to go aggro, try and get a 9/9 that's not able to be answered because the Zyrella isn't there or whatever, and then you get the Faceless and you push 18 more, go from there. Or the only other way I can realistically see this working is you wait for the key turn, right? Where you get the read, which is usually quite easy to do. This is the turn where they're going to go for weapon. And then on that turn specifically, you play like 18 points of charge into your opponent's face. Because then they can't do it, right? Because they won't clear 2 9/9s with their Pyro Boar combo unless they set up for something very specific to do so. And then if they do try and go for it, you'll be able to jam 18 more into their face on the following turn and theoretically end the game. But yeah, a little bit ambitious for sure.
The Queen's trove is forbidden!
Well, Levick going to accelerate his game plan a little bit, go for the draw, really looking for as early as possible to the front as he can possibly get. Does have one already in hand, of course, next to that Faceless, but will want the second one. Because there's also a sort of other play where it's just, but what if I do just get the combo like on curve? And just hope that's faster than my opponent doing their combo, right? Again, it's not a great plan, but it's a plan. And I think Levick very much just has to be flexible, as you said, whether it's playing to the weapon turn, drop them out one by one if he feels it. I think he just has to, you know, rule out plans when they go away, like the From the Depths issue we had earlier, and then just at some point just say, you know what, okay, if by the next 2 turns I don't have the full combo as an option, I'm just going to play one.
Yeah, playing matchups like this in tournament, where you're the slower combo deck, is pretty exhausting, because when you play a matchup like this on ladder, when you're a slower combo deck and you lose with a very high percentage, you generally kind of tune out, and if you don't concede it straight away, you just sort of go through the motions until they show you whatever they need to show you, and then you scoop, right? In tournament, you feel like you are working so much harder than your opponent, paying so much attention, looking for any weird little window that might be able to get you out of trouble, making sure all your timings and your checklist is all sorted out, making sure if there's any slight gap that you feel like you might be able to exploit, that you're jumping on it. Whereas your opponent is just happily, merrily playing the same game of Ball Priest they've played 300 times already up until this point, you know?
Unless you're Blythe, which he would have seen a pig and then gone, no, I'm out, next game.
Can't beat that. My opponent's got pigs in their deck. Whoa, too rich for my blood.
Yeah, my opponent played the 1-1, I'm done. It's game over. What does Levick even do? He's going to gain some armor. Again, I think even if we talk about the potential silliness of out-armoring this, it doesn't really work, does it?
It is rare that it happens once the Zyrella hero card was introduced into the deck for the guaranteed second weapon, yes. There were ways to go for a second weapon before Zyrella came along, but it involved sort of over-completing your quest. Even I call it a quest, it's not really a quest, is it? But over-completing, so you actually got to keep one vanilla boar in your hand for the second weapon, and then people realized that just playing a Zyrella was a lot easier than that, so it became fairly standard.
Yeah, and of course, like with the hero powers from Zyrella as well, sort of actually help out so much more in if you do get to that kind of weird fatigue point of the game. He gets to push the 3. Pig's getting in extra work. Gotta pay those overtime. Now Levick's got to decide, right? Is this the turn?
He's what? 1 mana off here, I think? Of just having straight up lethal immediately. He'd pay 2 for to the front, and then it would be 4, 3, and 3. 12 mana in total, and he has a coin available. Oh, he's only on 9 mana, actually, so he's actually 2 mana off this turn, yeah.
I think with 5 cards left in the deck, he might just think Possess is about to weapon.
Yep.
Like you were saying, right? If that's what you feel like and there's no clear goal in sight, it probably is just committing. But again, the big problem here is 5 cards left in the deck when your opponent hasn't played Zyrella yet.
Exactly, yeah.
Right problem. But Levick doing the best he can.
But it's enough pressure, it's enough difficulty level that it can force Possessi to make a mistake, which is an option and a vulnerability that Possessi has shown himself to be weak to a little bit in this tournament when put in these tricky spots. And with only 1 amulet currently in hand, that increases the difficulty level significantly as well, because the only card draw source in hand currently is the Northshire Cleric, which means this also then has to be a Cleric turn if Possessi's going to go for clear plus weapon this turn. So I think, with all that in mind, Possessi just says no, and is going to go straight up for the clear, forget about the boars for now.
Right.
Quickly.
Problem as well is Possessi's had some time between now and his previous match, but that sort of thing gets in your head a little bit as well, doesn't it? Where it's like, just don't mess up. It is going to guarantee the clear though.
Draws.
Overdraw.
Precisely. Leaves one card remaining in the deck, which is the other amulet at this point. And that other amulet had better be juiced, or else he's in a no-trade situation with no cards left in his deck.
I do say, that seems to have lost the surface.
Just thinking, does Levick just play out the minions? Does that ever help?
Probably not. I think with the spells, you basically know the entire contents of your opponent's hand right now, right? So without the Holy Smite being used, without the Shadow Word Devour being used, a 5/5 never sticks to the board here
so.
anyway.
All right, that's a 2.
I really hope that other amulet is juiced. Normally I have check marks on my pad in front of me, and I actually don't in this situation. Yeah, there it is. Perfect.
He'll swing them 1 of the weapon. And they're going to shoot all the way down to 1 there for Levick. I mean, the majority of his hand does cost a total of 3 right now. One thing I was very interested in, Sottle, was the fact that Levick does have a coin still in the deck.
Yes.
So, you know, that ever made a difference. I mean, it doesn't because the Viper's 3, not 2. But
Yes.
that we could have spoken about things at that point.
Also, if we want to talk about other things that we can factor in, that Viper might cost 0 for as far as Possessi knows, because he hasn't seen it yet as well, right? So you have to keep that in mind, because that could end up being one of the depths discounted cards that's currently in Levick's hand. But yeah, I do really like this 2-turn setup here from Levick, right? Saying, okay, with the Pyromancer, the 5/5 always dies. As soon as the Pyromancer is played and the Shadow Word Devour is not a factor anymore, well then all of a sudden, this 5/5 sticks, because the only source of removal then is a Holy Smite, and I get to start attacking every single turn, which is a really, really big deal. That's super nicely spaced out over the course of 2 turns from Levick there to be able to maximize damage. Even though it gets silenced, it is still a massive chunk of damage that has been thrown through now.
Now, does Possessi equip Zyrella or not? Whew. It's awkward, isn't it? Because either way, these minions don't die.
They do not. You always do it, though. Is actually going to hold on to it for another turn? Okay, fine. I guess this makes sense, right? Because this does play around a 0-mana Rustrock Viper, right?
Yeah.
And then you can just play it next
Yeah.
turn, get the weapon attack phase. It's
Sweet.
probably the right way to do it. If there was a 0-mana Rustrock Viper, it's almost certainly in the hand at that point after the Finley has come out. And then you would have probably seen it played anyway, arguably. But that doesn't make it any less correct to play around something that doesn't hurt you by doing it the other way around, which I think is what Possessi did there. So, yeah, that was kind of how that matchup goes. Early game, kind of a formality, not really a lot going on. But then the late game interactions are super interesting, right? Like, I think Levick did a couple of really smart things, digging specifically for outs like 0-mana Viper, his sequencing of his threats in the late game, pushing this into a turn which slowed Possessi down by 1 entire turn, because Possessi kind of turned down the option if it was there to do the complicated play with drawing and boring and clearing at the same time. But then the play I really liked was not playing the 5/5 into the weapon turn, because it then got Levick so close with essentially this immortal board, right, which then never dies on the following turn, actually gave him some realistic outs, maybe, of being able to race Possessi if the 0 mana cards would have been slightly kinder to him, perhaps.
And one thing as well, right? Exactly. One thing we did see was Levic was, you know, in a slightly alternate universe, getting close with that combo, right? We said just a few more mana being available. If something had been, some piece had been hit by from the depths, and maybe got hold of that in a sort of quick fashion, we could have definitely talked about him actually just lethaling him with the combo. So got a lot closer than I thought he would. Possessi, of course, is going to be jumping over to the Jackpot Rogue, and Levic will be switching to the Hunter, taking a break from the old warrior.
Yeah, and why not? I don't particularly blame him. But yeah, I was talking before about how similar bucket, different lineup. Obviously, it's Boar Priest instead of the Wig Priest that we saw from Judgment, and it is Jackpot Rogue instead of the Mine Rogue that we saw from Judgment. I certainly looked at this bucket and saw something fairly similar to what Judgment saw, just looking at it as a punishing fast decks aggro lineup. Because looking at a lot of the other buckets, there's one class in there where you're just like, that's clunky. There's no way you can build that class that isn't really slow and awkward. So I'm just going to be able to run over that with 3 quick decks. I think that was a very realistic possibility with the way the buckets panned out. If you are unfamiliar entirely with what we're talking about right now, we are playing trio format this week, which means basically buckets are created of 3 predetermined Hearthstone classes. Every player in the tournament knows what all of those buckets are, but no one knows which bucket anyone else has picked until they themselves have picked. So you're trying to kind of build a lineup based on an existing amount of information that builds well against the field. And I did look at this bucket again that Possessi is packing and expect it to be played a little more aggressively than Possessi is going with here. So I'm interested seeing how taking this bucket and essentially just playing it as the good decks bucket is actually going to work out for Possessi, because he is just playing very close to what some people considered to be the good decks lineup last week, aside from the fact that Demon Hunter is in there, which I think got quite quickly exposed as not one of the good decks as we got into Saturday and Sunday of last week.
Yep, and we're going to jump into game number 2. There are 2 weaknesses I've found whilst playing Quest Hunter this past week. One, watch posts. They're really annoying. And the other one is randomly generated big cards in the early game, which can be difficult to deal with as well. Levic does have the freezing trap up, so that's kind of half of a problem solved. But still, just got to be wary, and that's the ever-present problem with this deck. I find the Rogue really hard to judge because it relies so heavily on what you can generate. It can either skyrocket the deck power or just dumpster it. Wouldn't hate a Tempo Viper here, you know.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. It's a little bit of an awkward early curve because that multicaster is there and you are in that slightly awkward spot that you are in sometimes, where filling out the spell schools for that multicaster is not as easy as you would like it to be. So maybe that incentivizes going trading with the Viper instead. Try and find some of those options. Okay, there's some secure card draw for you in the future. I think you're happy to see that.
Yep, not looking too bad. That's the only worry where we were talking earlier about Hunter being able to sort of control the early game.
Yeah.
And again, with this hand, it looks great. Look at all those control tools, right? Spring the Trap, Shell Shot, there's the Kodo Bane and the Multicaster to refill. But Rogue can just accelerate past that if it just gets the right sort of collection of draws, right? And that's the fear. We can see that your collection of draws isn't really there for Possessi right now.
It very nearly is, though. Right?
Yeah, it's close.
This is the hand that is one single jackpot away from a fantastic time, which honestly sounds like everyone's experience in Vegas, to be fair, now that I say it. But this hand in particular really would start popping off if it was just to find one super high value or high tempo spell.
Want to know why they call me Kodo Bane?
Also, Possessi has the bonus option now of having a good idea while knowing that that is a freezing trap and can proc it for 1 mana.
Let's muddy the waters.
Proc it with the
And
null,
just gonna
trade
go
with the shark. Yep.
Yep. Null in first. Back to the hand. Make sure the shark can go through. Null will be fairly cheap, yeah, only back to 3 after the discounts are reapplied, so that's very playable still in the near future. Nice patient turn from Possessi, and obviously taking advantage of the oft-forgotten fact that you can just blast face with the shark.
Wait, you can use that on minions? Although Shell Shot cleaning that up nicely. Does have another freezing trap active now.
And as in Vegas, Raven, the jackpot continues to prove to be elusive.
Yeah. At least for Possessi, and I do like this, right? Just spend your mana on stuff then, deal some damage.
Agreed.
Get it used, and he still has the null, so we can see second freezing trap, but the null's still just going to be cheap-ish, right? Spend 3 mana, proc the freezing trap, then move on with your day.
What is this hand? Can we actually just talk about this Possessi hand? It's like the worst possible combination of cards.
Only 1 card away though, Sol.
It is.
Barb Nets. We picked up there. Does have Kraken Bane as well, so Levick suddenly starting to pick up a ton of damage to just actually go for that sort of face hunter play, right? Of just saying, you know what, there's not enough pressure on the board, let's just spam damage to face. And already with what, at least 8 damage just from hand at this point for Levick, never mind hero powers. There he is.
Ah, it's
Never
not a
in
jackpot,
trouble.
but it's something even better.
The crab.
Yeah. We've stopped gambling and we've headed straight to the buffet. Always a responsible decision, I think.
Now the question here, is it worth using the Kraken Bane, for example, on the crab?
Well, you do have a wound prey, right, which clears up both of the claws, and then the crab would be potentially isolated to the freezing trap instead.
I like this because of it gets explosive, right, as well.
Okay.
It's the deck a little bit, gets
Yeah, that makes sense.
explosive ice trap. I think that's just a nice combo, especially with how slow Possess has been going with the actual general game plan of doing jackpot things.
Yep, I'm on board.
I move quickly.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, fair, honestly.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Possessi has said, quite honestly, coming into this tournament, he's the existing world champion, he's already requalified. He's just kind of vibing with this event, you know? Like, it's not like he's phoning it in, but it's not as high stakes for him as it is for other people. And honestly, that hand is just not playable. Like, dodge the mental damage, get out and play an entirely different game of Hearthstone. I'm fully on board with that philosophy.
Yeah, that one thing you want your deck to do, when it doesn't, it hurts. But again, it's not even a big deal, I would say, overall for the series for Possessi anyway, because yet again, Levick won with Hunter. I'm shocked. It's good. But it's the other decks that are the problem for Levick. So I think like the combination of the rogue bad draw with it being against Hunter, I think Possess is probably like, you know what, you're right, take it. Fine, we'll carry on, and I'll still be feeling confident in this series, and so he should, as he's going to be going for the rogue once again, but this time going up against the Shaman Sottle. And my only question is it going to be a god curve from Levick once more?
I've never seen this shot, like, not just from Levick. Like, it seems to be this Shaman in particular, XL Shaman, of any variety, whether or not you have life drinkers in it or not. it just seems to hit still every game. I'm just looking at people like, why isn't your opening hand just, you know, Bloodlust, Gorlock, Ravager, Akani, Glug or something? Like, why does that never happen to you? Like, that seems like it should be able to happen. But I will say, in the defense, if you actually break down the curve as like a percentage of 40, a massive percentage of the curve is 1 to 4, right? Which means that your ability to curve out into a 4 is reasonable. If you're on coin, then that can either be curving out into Command of Neptulon or curving out into Whirlpool Cavern on 4 using the coin or not. You can do that fairly consistently just because of the amount of redundancy that you have overall. But it just seems specifically level of curve into Wildpaw Cavern on 4, which is a 2 of in a 40-card deck, just seems to be rather anomalous right now,
there you go,
shall we
Sal.
say.
You got your wish. Look at that hand from Levick.
I didn't actually see it. What we got?
I'll wait and see. Be a surprise.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is some relatively, not hot garbage, but tepid garbage at the very least.
Lukewarm.
Indeed.
Never mind. Good. Good to go. We're back in the game.
They can't keep getting away with this.
Yes, he does have his null available. Very clean kill on the 2-3 if he wants it. He used to just chill.
Yeah, takes the Shroud. Possessi in this series, in the opener, when it was cast by Derek and Lambie, was hitting double null in every single game with Rogue, I believe. So no great surprise. He continues to demonstrate the confidence of a world champion, knowing that he's going to hit that double 0 mana null like a world champion should.
You get 12 months of good luck.
That's not how it works, or?
I think so, yeah. I was kind of just backing up what you were saying.
Okay, right. Which goes to show, of course, why every Hearthstone World Champion has such a fantastic follow-up year to becoming the World Champion, right? Every single one.
Right, not having much else to do here, so just going to go for the far side and continues not have much else to do. But the joy of the Cavern is that it will keep just spawning those minions for you for the near future, so at least he can stay competitive on board. But now does Possessi just press the button subtle?
You wanna spin some 777s this turn?
Yeah, I think if Possessi, this is a really stupid thing to say, but if he could have actually Wicked Stab and play Okani, I would have liked that a lot. But because he can't play Tess as well, he should just play Jackpot.
Some of the things that you consider worth saying is phenomenal.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if he could play Akani and just play Blood on the Water face, you know, just on top of that as well, that would be a better turn than what he's doing. Yeah.
Got to be Contraband, right?
I would expect so.
Then just, as usual, all in on this Jackpot. It's either good or it's not because your hand is Contraband stashing Tess.
I could see the argument for Prep. Yeah, okay, interesting. Does take Prep, because Prep would allow you to go off with a Jackpot spell a little bit quicker, which would then activate things like Tess and future Contraband stashes a little bit quicker. Otherwise, you're a little bit stuck doing those kind of things.
Also, so it gives him the option of Jackpot, assess the situation, and still prep Blizzard.
Sure, yeah, that as well.
I don't think Blizzard being in the pool is never bad, right? It's always
absolutely
work.
not. No.
Whereas I made the mistake this morning when I played not long after waking up of getting really good cards generated, and then for my last one deciding to play Mass Polymorph.
That sounds
believe
bad.
it or not, didn't go well.
Yep, don't do that.
Really sticking out here for Levick. He does have schooling if he wants to just throw that into the Okani. We could just play more minions, wait, and try and just kill the Okani, but it really looks too great right now.
Yeah, probably just a tempo turn, just throw out the Clownfish. You have the Gorlock Ravager in hand. It's really hard to turn down Clownfish when you have the Gorlock in hand already.
Jackpot time, Sol.
Yeah, the Jackpot Prep Blizzard line is interesting. You could also just go raw Blizzard now, not worry about the Jackpot. Tooth being found does open up some fairly interesting options, though. Honestly, just Shark hidden away on the far left is now...
What you're saying is, any of Possess's cards are good this turn. If only you could play them all.
Yeah. If he could play every play that I listed so far with his 6 mana, that would be a really good Hearthstone turn.
Possess deciding to take it slow.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think like having assessed the hand in full, the only card I don't really see being played this turn under any circumstances is Maestra. But I could see reasonable lines with the Jackpot and the Prep. I could see reasonable lines with the Tooth. Definitely the Shark play jumped out to me because it's just so much tempo. And honestly, this Shaman, even though it is kind of described as a very Swiss Army knife type of deck, it is really only the Snowfall Guardian that responds to being behind on board particularly well, right? Like, outside of that, there is not a lot the deck does to be able to respond to losing tempo. And once again, 40-card deck, just a 2 of Snowfall Guardian.
Did you not see that twin fin twin? That was a great response.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that'll clear him up. That just gets there. Vile Call is the best card to be universally just recast over and over again. Can't do anything wrong, right? Just eats up a bit of board space, makes you some 2/2s. Frostbite and Bash obviously being omnidirectional could end up doing bad things to your own board if you end up putting them in your pool.
Yep, drawback is without playing the Jackpot, you don't know if you want your board full because of snowfalls, right? So I think, personally, I like the Bash. Possessi deciding to go for Frostbite. Does have an immediate target for that, which actually will, immediately impact Levick's turn. Well, those are cards.
Twisting Nether. Control Rogue incoming.
And Contraband, Stash, and Tess always play them in played order, right?
I believe so. I think Tess does. I'm not so sure about Contraband.
Yeah, it was AoE polymorph in my board last every time, and I did play it last, so my experience with it this morning at least. I was just thinking, because if it holds order, like this in Nether, doesn't seem a horrendous card if it goes early, right? Aegwin can definitely get very, very silly indeed.
Yeah, currently not a huge payoff. Your generated spells don't benefit massively from spell damage, apart from that Frostbite that you took and put into the pool.
There is still a Wicked Stab and a
yes.
Blood in the Water in the deck, which would help.
That is true, yeah.
And arguably, to an extent, the Blizzard, if it's played, right? Goes from less of a freeze and more of a clear.
Yeah.
Now is it chomp time?
Certainly looking that way with the way this turn is starting. And Possessi's about to get some very bad news because that Tess is going bye-bye, and that is a large chunk of the potential long-term value that Possessi has in hand. But this is a huge, huge level of commitment from Levick on this turn as well.
It is, and that's a huge Blizzard from Possessi as well, right? We know, especially in this matchup, Blizzard is just going to be useful. It's not even a question.
Let's find the Trickster now. Again, not the highest payoff spells to be beated out by a Trickster because they're kind of all anti-tempo anyway. Late enough in the game now where obviously they can just be cast straight up if need be.
Okay, yep, Levick even sits up in his chair after seeing Brukan. That's definitely a card you want in this stage of the game, right? Just to try and help control the board, push some damage as well. You've got some heal available. It's kind of just everything you do want to do to close out the late game. Looks like he's not going to play it right now, and he can't press the hero power button anyway, so I think this is fine, but just having access to it is going to be pretty big, I think.
Yeah, but I think just responding to this board state
Yeah.
is pretty crucial, and
I mean, the Prime
doesn't really do that immediately anyway. Levick has been quite desperate to get some of these spells cast for quite some time, but there's been the Brukan and the Frostbite preventing him from doing so. Sorry, not the Brukan, the... why's my brain gone blank on the name of the cards?
Okani.
Okani, thank you. The Okani and the Frostbite. I say thank you as if you helped me at all.
What? I got it right.
You didn't say anything, did you?
I said Okani.
Oh, did you? I didn't hear you. I'll let you off. I'll believe you.
Okay, jackpot number 2 available. Possessi looks like he's not going to risk it and get the Blizzard played again at worst.
Yeah.
Well, looks like a snap Brukan here from Levick. And be able to deal 2 damage to the board in the face, of course, if he wants. Clear up the majority of their minions with that. And then, what do you think? Taunts or 6 damage to the face? Or heal? I'm just going to name them all.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, even healing was the one that you didn't present is not necessarily out of the question here. Without the bioluminescence combo really being a factor in the deck, you would think that the 6 damage is kind of out immediately. But remember, this is the deck with all the life drinkers packed into it, which might mean burst damage win condition is more back on the table. Kind of ends up with the best of both worlds with the healing being picked, but then the hero power being, the damage hero power being rolled, which is the way it works. I believe you always get an option. You always get an option off your first hero power that you did not pick from the initial battle cry. So high chance of it working out that way.
I'm slightly disgusted that it wasn't pressed though. I would have given up the freeze on the thing to push 6.
Yeah. I was going to say, previously on the turn, Possessi choosing to go with the Contraband Stash without putting the Twisting Nether into the pool kind of showed a commitment to wanting to be ahead on tempo using the cards. And obviously Blizzard is a much higher tempo tool than Twisting Nether is to have it thrown in there. So creating the argument of like, why am I bothered about clearing my opponent's board if I can just freeze it over and over again with these cards? But I think having lost the test to the Mutinous is such a huge drawback to that idea, because Tess in itself is generally a lot more higher tempo than playing Contraband Stash, because you get the additional body, insignificant body of the Tess being thrown into that as well. So if you can continue doing that while freezing board, you might just be able to get there on raw tempo, but without that Tess available, that...
Okay.
Those are the ones you would have liked first time around with this, the way this plan has worked out, I think. There it is. The plan has indeed arrived.
There is Neptulon available for Levick, or Command of Neptulon, should I say, to just clear up these minions to forget about them.
Anybody?
Interestingly now, is a bioluminescence presented.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's weird that I was
fine.
looking at Feral Spirit.
Storms, heed my call.
I always find it very hard to resist a bioluminescence being offered off a Nargling, even if my deck does not support it in any way.
And literally no spells left, and you think, you know what, it could still be good. There's a chance. Have to imagine Possess is going to go for the taunts. Do you even need to use the Naga? I don't think so, the Trickster.
I'm just trying to formulate a long-term game plan here for Possessi. Obviously, first off, there's not much long-term left. There is another contraband stash. There is that Wicked Stab rank 3, so if the tempo plan had succeeded a bit more, we could have seen that Queen Ashara into Ring into Wicked Stab for 6 finisher that we have seen a few times. I do think people tend to tunnel on the horn a little bit with this deck overall. And that Wicked Stab finisher can actually be very, very useful. But opponent at 34 right now, that does not really seem like a plan that's going to work out realistically. So I think Possessi has to be hyper-focused on playing these board development cards and then repeating them, hopefully with the other contraband stash and trying to get somewhere.
Especially with the threat of the Life Drinker heals.
There is the Volna.
Possessi is starting to really build up this last contraband stash though, right? Got the statues in now. Does have the option of doing Flipper Friends. Or a Colossal if he wants to go that way.
Dethrone our former master.
Oh, could he actually go Ring anyway, but go Ring contraband?
That's definitely a possibility, yeah.
Because with Blizzard and suddenly actual board generation.
Yes.
Definitely talk.
Problem is how much time he actually has to be able to do that. The other contraband, of course, still in these 4 cards remaining. Might be a couple of turns until it's found. This board needs to be answered on the other side. It looks like it is going to be crabs. It's going to be crabs. Shadowcrafter crabs to buy some time here.
If only. I'm gonna go for Crash. Holding on to the otters in case of emergency.
Don't want to give the cosmetics department any idea, but come on. Shadowcrafter crab skin. Make it happen.
Avatar in a red hood.
Yep.
Anybody?
Oh, it's got deep cards to go with this Bolner Life Drinker combo.
Yeah, it's kind of real, right? Like I brought it up as a vague meme in the last game, but you know, as I said it, I'm thinking about it, like if you just get schooling and hold the fish in your hand, if you get school teacher, hold the Nargling in your hand, whatever else, like you can repeat a lot of Life Drinker battle cries. Like it can happen. And there is that Wicked Stab.
5 Life Drinkers you can play next turn. Right, the Crash. Surely. Dead Soul?
Well, you can't play 5, right? Because you'd have to spend 1 mana on the schooling to get the additional minions.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I was counting Bolner as if Bolner would proc like
right
by itself, which is incorrect. Sorry, it's 4. Yes. Yeah, I took into account the schooling cost, but did just assume Bolner was just going to pop off with the Life Drinker ability himself anyway. Just going to join in the fun. So schooling and now Snowfall Guardian, potentially?
Yep.
Looks
It's
quite
certainly
strong.
a route. It does look extremely strong, yes.
If only I had
Also
some
negates the
warm
crash factor as well.
Right. Levick looks like he might be thinking about like Okani Snowfall Guardian, but to me that seems like it leaves him in exactly the same position again next turn that he's in right now. I would find a little bit strange. Whereas at least getting the mana spent on the schooling seems to progress his win condition a little bit more.
Also, this way round makes the Snowfall bigger, but now he can't potentially punch through the taunt and put duel 2 with the Okani, right?
Muddy the waters. Predictable.
Be able to block that.
We have plotted long
Also get rid of the death rattle.
Yep, does take ring.
Wait.
One off, right? Oh, he's got the spell damage! I completely forgot about the spell damage!
Yeah,
the Ashara has the spell damage!
Ashara has it! I was sat staring, I was like, hang on, the Trickster got countered.
Yep.
That doesn't have it, but I realized the Ashara has it.
Yeah.
I was staring, I was like, does Kresh have it and I'm blind? But
No.
Well played there. That was good there from Possessi. I just did not even look at the Ashara at the end.
Yeah, so I did exactly the same thing. So I was keeping track of like every time the minion appeared, I was like, okay, let's remember when it comes out. But there's been 2 of them because it got replayed. It got played and then replayed. And that Ashara was the initial recipient from the first Aegwin that ended up dying before the replayed one came out from Contraband Stash. Has been sitting there chilling with spell damage the entire time, just hiding away in hand, which means that double Wicked Stab combo that I've been talking about, which when you get into these high level games does seem to finish games more often than not when you get to this level. We've seen it a few times from Bunny Hopper already and now from Possessi. Took us by surprise, but still resulted in a very, very exciting ending to the game and puts Possessi on the hill of being able to make it out of groups for the second time in 2 weeks.
Yeah, looking really good overall. I'm just winding time back, and did Levick have the heal that turn? I wonder if that would have made any difference. I guess not, because then there would have been double spell damage on there, so it probably would have added up.
And don't quote me, but I think it was taunt. But that's a very, very vague recollection of what the turn was.
That is just guessing.
It's not, like, my brain did say, no, it's taunt, but if there's anything that's been taught by my memory as I get older and also don't sleep, is do not trust any memory of anything that happened more than 5 seconds ago. You're probably wrong.
I also didn't sleep much last night. I only had about 7 hours. It was,
get out.
Possessi is going to... I am being serious, though. That is not a lot for me. But Possessi is going to be on Demon Hunter as potentially his last game of this series, if he can get it through. If Levick wins, Possessi does get one more go at it with the DH, of course, but Levick going to be jumping back on the Warrior, hoping to get a win with it. We did see so far today the only win with Warrior that Levick has had was off the back of that kind of super high speed generating the Galvango and the Faceless against the Demon Hunter. So we'll see if he can replicate that success, because outside of that, he's won 1 game with Warrior and lost 3 so far. So not really the best results from today.
And really strong opening curve here from Possessi, especially when backed up with the refill of the Need for Greed, if and when he will want it. Just minion, 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 all demanding early removal from Levick, which is very unlikely to be the case with this version of Warrior now. Really, up until a Shield Shatter combo is available or until Outrider's Axe can come down, there's very little removal that actually interacts with the early game minions that you play against Warrior.
Yeah, it can potentially be very nice as well with this curve. If Possessi goes for Vanguard here, he does have the Chaos Strike coin and then Murloc Taunt, right? Which can cause a bit of a problem with the Outrider Axe on curve.
True, yeah, I could see that indeed. Just throwing it out here with the hero power immediately makes sense, and then, yeah, as mentioned, Chaos Strike and Metamorph in the following turn. It's kind of this debate because you're deciding whether to play around Outrider Axe specifically or the Shield Shatter combo. It's all made irrelevant by the fact that the Shield Shatter combo just comes out on curve anyway. So now Possessi has to rebuild. And I think that rebuild will take the form of a Fossil Fanatic here, if I had to guess. Dumping the Chaos Strike into the Frozen Buckler armor is a bit scary. Okay, that's
what
a
about
huge
now?
off the top, actually. I like that more because you're not playing directly into the Outrider's Axe, and I think your opponent will equip their Outrider's Axe on for whether or not you play a minion, so you kind of get the information as to whether this is going to be an Axe game or not before you have to commit to it.
And also in this matchup, it's not like Possessi has to play a minion every turn to have a chance, right? Like, he can easily just build up the board. It looks like he's going Metamorphing with that Chaos Strike. It still kind of does play around the Outrider Axe anyway, but it does forgo a lot of card draw. I thought that was going to be an equip then. Don't you try and play around my axe. I've got a hammer that does the job.
Yeah, I like this, though. I think both players recognizing how much of a problem that card can be for Outrider's Axe specifically. You called it out a couple of turns ago as well. So Possessi choosing to divert quite heavily from what was a ton of card draw being available to get that 3-4 taunt in play, block any potential Outrider's Axe, and then Levick on the other side very rapidly going, nope, not having any of that. Thank you very much, cleaning it up immediately.
I imagine this is going to be a spell choice here from Possessi. Yeah, not too much of a surprise. Not really any minions on curve that you're overly worried about.
Hello? Get back in there.
Have to be a double swing here from Levick over the course of 2 turns, realistically.
Yeah, it looks that way. Okay, Kurtrus found, that's a big deal. Zilag found, that's a big deal. Those are very much the cards that Possessi will be looking for. The game having reached this portion of proceedings, those are the cards you absolutely want. You can run over Control Warrior early just by them not drawing Shield Shatter combo in their first 5 cards. And then you just run away with the board early, deal 15-ish damage with that, and push from there. But once it resets to this point, Kurtrus in particular is the go-to card, and that Kurtrus-Setheno combo can really come into play in the late game against Warrior if you get there, because of the raw amount of damage that can output with those refreshing hero powers.
Yeah, again, it's not like you're against endless waves of AoE against this Warrior, right? There is just a couple available. So now that one's already done with, Possessi can try and start the slightly slower game. Does have Kurtrus to punch through this Battlegrounds Battlemaster. I do like the play from Levick, though. Just try and land something so he has like some kind of edge to gain on board.
Looks like Possessi might be responding with the Dread Prison Glaive here. Glaive, Fury, Hero Power will enable the damage push.
I like it. It's a lot of additional damage instead. Take the turn off, but still stacking the Kurtrus Hero Power.
Strike now!
The problem, right? The Levick's done a good job of clearing up problems so far, but the deck, just as you can see, just doesn't consistently do it.
Right.
I think Possessi is taking it nice and slow to keep the pressure high.
That to the front is a very big deal, though. It does allow now at least some kind of counter aggro potential from Levick. Who would like to go for it.
You like the Zhilang this turn? Just to draw out any more AoE?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because Kurtrus kind of does the same thing. There's kind of then just an argument of like which of those 2 cards is really setting up for your long-term game plan better. Like if I play one of these 2 cards and they don't have the AoE, what happens? If I play one of these 2 cards and they do have the AoE, what happens? Zhilag obviously pushes the damage immediately, a small amount of damage immediately, but if they don't have clears for the Kurtrus minions and they stick around, that can certainly represent a huge chunk of damage next turn as well, because you have played Kurtrus and are then able to fully refresh the hero power with every minion that survives, which is a really, really big deal in terms of damage output.
Yeah, I think I like Zhilag more because it's less ignorable by Levick, right? Like, there's to an extent an argument where Levick could kill one of these 4/4s and then armor up. And then, you know, just buy time. Whereas I feel like if Zhilag got played, it has to be cleared.
Well, if you kill one 4/4 here, you're still pushing, what, 12 minimum the next turn, with the 2 minions being alive?
Or I guess, like, more susceptible to double shield slam. You know, like, you're just, like, different ways to remove it as opposed to AoE. Yeah, it was definitely close.
Yeah.
He'd get the second shield chatter, and he is going to commit to it, as you said. Still a relevant amount of damage, even if just one of those minions lived. And now here comes Zhilag, and suddenly there's Lady Slitheno, a predation. Still the need for greed in there if Possessi needs it. A lot of pressure coming out here.
And here's my argument for doing it this way around, right? At some point, you have to invest the mana into the Kurtrus hero to be able to just massively up the output from your hero power, right? If you do that first, you threaten the massive hero power damage on the immediate turn afterwards, right? That has to be a board clear. And then when you play Zhilag, you also threaten the massive amount of hero power damage. Whereas if you did this first, the next turn, even if this board gets left alive, you still have to spend 6 mana first on Kurtrus before you can start pressing the refreshing hero powers. So you're kind of threatening lethal consistently with every board you make by doing it this way. I do kind of like it a lot more. Hey!
It happened.
Right. You like to see it.
The shield slam one of the stalks, not quite enough armor to kill the Zhilag itself.
Oh, don't go face.
Oh,
that's not good.
Ooh. Oh. Well, Slitheno now gets very interesting, doesn't it? Because with the Fel Barrage, that just instantly kills 2 stalks for 1 card. Then Slitheno attacks another one. And then we can talk about Predation clearing up the last one.
This is really close if it's not lethal. Like, yes, taking it down your line, cleaning up the stalks one by one with Slitheno and the Fel Barrage, also refreshing your hero powers every time you're able to do that. You have the 3 attacks from the existing minions that you have on board right now that also refresh hero power.
You can still just Predation face, right? Not necessarily.
Exactly, yeah, which is a 0 mana throw in there as well. I think if you Fossil Fanatic and draw exactly Predation, maybe you have it, but every other draw is not lethal. That is a very, very rough count in this situation. It's very hard to do because of all the tentacle damage coming in after the
Stalks are doing 3, right?
Yep. Hopefully this all got through. It was a real scramble at the end for Possessi, who I think was doing an awful lot of similar counting to what I was doing here.
Yeah, 1 damage from a stalk, I think, was missed.
Oh, really? Okay.
I don't think... Oh, I might be wrong, but I don't think the stalk on the right attacked. But I could be wrong. Like, I'm not going to push it.
I do say, I seem to have lost the circuit.
And there's still that need for greed in Possessi's hand as well, so it's not like, you know, he's actually starving for resources. He does have to commit a little bit of mana, but still, there's a lot going right for him right now, and Levick only just getting to the 2 from the depths. Looks like a bit of a dream.
They did both attack according to our match log, by the way.
Oh, did they? That's my bad then, yeah. Apologies.
Damage. That heavy play is such a big deal as well, and Levick says this time for sure. Oh no!
Got to be lethal, right?
Yes. 6, 9, 10, 12 showing purely from the refreshing attacks that you can see. The Chaos Strike gets you another attack refresh.
Oh, it has to be.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Right, I'll wait till it happens, but at this moment in time, looks good for Possessi. We have seen players make slight mistakes before that would cause them to lose certain situations, but I'm convinced that Possessi is all over this. It's so much damage output, and generally I think as long as he is pressing hero power between every attack, he's going to be looking pretty good here. Yeah, plenty of damage going to the face, and Possessi takes the victory over Levick and moves on out of the group. A huge win for him there, because as we said just a little bit earlier, Possessi currently has points next to his name from week 1, and he's going to continue to gain points in week 2, which puts him at a very solid position, even just at this point in time, Sol. Even if he doesn't win it, top 2, whatever, he's just gaining points every week, which I think from our experience has seemed like the most consistent way to just put yourself in the mix, right? Yes, you can win one week, but then you can struggle the next 2 and you're still in trouble. So a really good performance there from Possessi. Levick, unfortunately, I think did get let down by the lineup he chose to bring. I think after the games we've seen today, it never looked easy, did it, Sottle, apart from the Hunter?
No, and it really was just a matter of this warrior more so than anything else, you know. It seems like we are just harping on it and just really being a dead horse at this point, but you know, when you come into looking at the deck lists, when you're practicing the decks, when you open the broadcast and you're like, this warrior doesn't look very good, and then it has a bad win rate over the course of the day, you can't really do anything else but come back to that point. So yeah, lineup questions for sure. You know, I tried to illustrate that there was at least some logical thought process that I could see in the lineup building from Levick. But I think the bigger picture right now is that, yes, Possessi is having a great couple of weeks and is looking to be very high in the point standings, does not mean a whole lot to Possessi, whereas this means quite literally the worlds to Levick. He needs to make it out of not only groups next week, he probably needs to go deep, make it to the final, possibly win the whole week.
Right.
In the 3rd week of qualifying play for Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call, which is not next week, nor the week after, thanks to our wonderful scheduling. But yeah, in our final week, he's going to need to do magical things, because that's 2 disappointing early weeks for Levick, who honestly was a player I think we both had pretty high hopes for going into Grandmasters Last Call.
100%. Again, I still think overall he played well. I just think the lineup did just let him down a little bit when compared to what he was up against. But for me and Sol, we have one more match to bring you guys for the rest of the day, and we'll be followed by the Team America's casters to round out the day. But we've got the next group coming up. It's going to be Super Fake versus Pun. But we are going to go to a quick break while we set that one up. So we'll be right back.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Anima drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to kick off Group B now for the first match, which is going to be Superfake versus Pun. And this is where, Subtle, we enter the dreaded Quest Priest zone. The ones I feel we've already had more than enough experience in after last week. We'll see if Superfake and Pun can have a bit of a smoother draw than what we saw for the majority last weekend.
Yeah, I don't know who in the scheduling department we've specifically annoyed, right?
I know.
But whoever it is, I apologize wholeheartedly. I did not mean to cause whatever offense I have caused. Please stop giving us the Quest Priest series. That is all.
We do see, though, both players, although they both have Quest Priest, they have gone for the slightly different bucket picks, right? Like Pun has the Warlock with the curses, and Superfake has gone for the ever-present Demon Hunter comp that we've already seen a lot of on stream so far today. But again, I think this was the law of this comp for a lot of these players, was that Rogue and Priest give you options, right? How do you want to build based on what lineups you're expecting people to bring? Whereas a lot of the other buckets feel like it's more, well, these three classes mean I play these three decks, very generally speaking, of course. So I do think that's why we see a lot of this Priest Rogue choice from the players, but we'll see which one's stronger. The Demon Hunter going there for the more aggressive approach, or the Warlock to maybe sort of beat up on the players who have chosen the slower options out of the group.
Yeah, for sure. I do think looking at this in particular, it was kind of interesting to see Priest Rogue with two different kind of third classes thrown in with that. Is like, okay, here are two good classes that give you options, and then you have to choose your jank, right? It's a choose your own adventure on janky third deck that you have to throw in there, because Demon Hunter has kind of shown itself to be that, even though it can have some success on ladder, as you know, generic strong curve aggro decks can do. It has not had that level of success in Grandmasters so far. And then certainly Warlock, yes, there are things that it can do. Yes, Curse Warlock has good matchups. Yes, we have seen Curse Warlock both perform very well and very badly, but it's not... Curse Warlock is not a deck that I would put in just the generic good decks lineup, right? It's kind of a tech lineup, a target lineup kind of deck that would have to be fit into this as a final slot. So I do find it very interesting that these two pairs of buckets were offered alongside each other with such glaring similarities, but still, even if both players pick the same lineup, both pick the same bucket, as we saw with Judgment and Possessi, for example, you can still go in two massively different directions with one of these Rogue Priest buckets, which is very interesting to see.
Yeah, and just looking at this as well from Pun, he's actually playing a different Rogue than the Jackpot or the Mine Rogue. He's actually still playing the Boat Rogue, so a bit more sort of straightforward tempo style here from Pun, and that is going to be going up against the Quest Priest. And where would you put this Rogue in terms of power level of going against Quest Priest specifically, Subtle? Because we know Jackpot is a bit of a loose cannon, right? We know Mine Rogue is kind of aggro, but where does this deck slot in when going against the Quest?
I personally feel like I would rather have the Jackpot variation going into this matchup. Mine Rogue, if you want to throw that in there, is probably the one, because that can just set up so quickly and blast through a Quest Priest so quickly that even if it is that XL Quest Priest with 40 health, you can generally just get there before they do anything, right? If Superfake had anything like one of his draws that we saw in the first series, when he played the deck multiple times without really ever completing Quest Step 1, let alone getting anywhere else, then Mine Rogue would just absolutely delete them. However, this straight-up aggro deck Boat Rogue does not have that same consistent level of damage output that quickly. They kind of have to get to the point where they're interacting with the big mid-game power plays, which is super powerful. The Light Shower and the 5-mana taunts that are available that can really disrupt you. So it does feel like you run out of steam with the Boat Rogue quite often when you go up against this. And that's where, you know, Jackpot, Test, Contraband Stash style stuff could just come in and be helpful to keep you in the game.
We are seeing already Superfake has access to the Tuskar, so he has the 2-drop sorted out, gets to dredge in. Okay, not going to hit a 3-drop. Little bit unfortunate for him there, as again, I think we talked about this last weekend, right, where a lot of the weight of the deck is around 3 and 4, generally speaking. So we'll see if he can get hold of one in the near future. But again, I guess it's fair to say that it's not a matchup where the quest is the be-all and end-all for Super Fake, right? It's more useful for just drawing cards than anything else.
Right.
Fake deep. What? Not a lot of options this turn for him, though. It's either attack or don't.
Yeah, and this is the awkward spot we've seen him in on multiple occasions with this deck, and I do mean odds specifically. Just missing that key piece to the early curve of the step 1 of the quest line. And when you do get stuck into this position, in this case, I believe just looking for a 3-drop from Super Fake, the problem then comes is if you start drawing those 5 drops and 6 drops, do you feel like you can play them? Because every one of those you play before you've completed quest step 1 is suddenly holding you back from quest step 2.
Yeah, definitely tricky. And there's a 5-drop as well, so Super Fake missing here. He can actually attack face and draw this turn, right?
Yes.
That is something he can do, and honestly, I think it's better than playing Hexen.
I mean, you're going to need to either find a 3-drop to complete this stage 1 quest, or some more solid anti-aggro cards than you currently have in your hand in order to last any significant extra amount of time in this matchup.
I've got plenty of mojo to go around.
Okay, gonna play the Hexen. Go for the steal on the 3-1. It's not a bad pickup at all, actually. Would cost Pun a dagger, though, if he wants to make it clean.
Yeah, it has confused things a little bit. Up until now, this did look like a fairly promising just straight up Akani on the board, potentially, because it is going into that turn 5. Turn 5 is one of the turns where big, powerful minions can start to come down. However, I would argue that would be more tempting if your opponent had completed step 1 of the quest, because they were far more likely just to be jamming big idiots on curve if they've done that, because that's generally how they find their way through 5, 6, 7.
There's also a question depending on how Pun's feeling, of whether he can go Edwin. He has prep available, and then could always fall back onto Shadow Step if he really wanted to.
Yeah.
Just prep 2 for the 3-1. Okay, you know what, Hexen, you win this round. But it does mean the Okani almost certainly survives this turn.
Serena Bloodfeather looking over at that juicy 6 health. And I want some of that.
Yeah, Super Fake will know it's minion counter though, right? It's never spell counter.
It is almost never spell counter, yeah.
So with both players not really getting much done, I'm still leaning towards, even though Super Fake's turns look rough, that Super Fake's still getting the better end of this stick.
Right.
Go for it and get the news.
Yep. Little nod and acknowledgement from Super Fake. I don't think anything unexpected happened just then. Just sacrificing the Serena, considering it to be the least useful card in the hand.
Well, now there are options. I like the look of boat purely because there is gun fishing available next turn.
So many options.
There's also the Shadow Step on the Okani, right? If Pun really wants to give Super Fake some headaches.
Which is quite interesting for sure. Because you can always go... Obviously, your downside by doing this is that you play 2 3/3s a turn later. But you can always just go boat gone fishing on the same turn, right? On 6.
Yeah,
That's a fairly common thing to see with the curve of this deck. So it then makes the argument like this turn, do you want to be doing an Edwin Shadow Step kind of thing, not have much mana available? Is it worth Shadow Stepping Akani for maybe more disruption on, say, a Light Shower Elemental or Undying Disciple kind of turn? But I think in the end, you have 5 mana, play your 5 mana card is a hard argument to defeat.
And also there's a reasonable reason to just not get them all AoE'd, so... Gift coming out now. Super Fate just digging for just anything.
I think Superfake might actually sign the petition that we're handing around to have us stop casting Quest Priest based at this point, because it feels like we're cursing his stage 1 quests at this point.
Yeah, Superfake and Pasqua are the same.
That's fair, yeah.
Nether Drake's available now, though. Seems reasonable to me. I don't know if Superfake wants to, like... I don't think you assume, like, oh, they're going to go fishing next turn and then get 3 and then all 4 of them live and then Drake's good. Did decide to go for Talon instead, but I definitely would have had a strong look at that Nether Drake.
Philip Fighter now being a pretty sick pickup, honestly. In terms of dealing with the Divine Shield efficiently.
I wonder.
Still staring at these Shadow Steps as well. Could look at a bit of a full clear with Philip. Trade a 3/3. Double trade into the Hexen, then just step the Okani and go fishing. Maybe not in that exact order I outlined then, but you get the gist.
Yeah, I mean, the step has to happen for sure just to activate the combo on the Gone Fishing.
Yeah.
That is certainly the first thing that happens. And since you're wanting to spend 5 this turn on the maybe Edwin Philip Fighter, this does make sense. No, okay, he's going to go replay the Okani just to play around the clear. This is fine.
Yeah, it just defends the board so well, right? Like, it just does really... He's even going to use the Wicked Stab, which I do like here. Killing off the Tailing, which means he gets to retain an additional 3/3. And honestly, there aren't that many ways in which this board gets cleared with the Okani active.
Okay, Thrive now found.
Never minion here. Play the Colossal Go.
Thrive is now found, which is not a 3-mana spell, but can at least go digging for, 2 copies of Devouring Plague, which are still remaining in the deck. The majority of the 3-cost cards in the deck are minions, however, and Trap Sorceress, Renathal itself, and Venomous Scorpid, of course. But otherwise, you're feeling like you're in trouble, because you have 2 relatively decent-feeling plays into this board state, and you know that neither of them are going to work. Oh, okay. Does hit the Devouring Plague at the very least. Popsicular? Yep, makes sense.
Play it right.
Ever worth looking in the other call first, just before you spend the 3 mana? Yeah, he's going to do so. Does not get anything that activates, however.
No quest progression, right? Yep. Okay. Is this a Smite Shadow Step, actually, or is it Edwin Step?
It could be an Edwin Step, yeah. I mean, it could also be an Edwin Leave, depending on what happens, because...
I like the Smite Step.
Let's count some damage. You're pushing 12 this turn. Smite would be 18, so opponent goes down to 19. You then step it back to your hand. And then let's say Whirlpool happens, right? Because that's the fear. You're currently minion blocking, so if Whirlpool is in the hand, there's very little that you can do to play around that. You are then spending 5 mana on Smite on the following turn. It still doesn't get you very far, does it? Alongside the Edwin.
But what if there isn't Whirlpool?
Well, then we're kind of winning anyway. Can't we just turn our brains off and go face if that's the case?
Exactly, with Smite. Oh, nice. Shadow Step on the Okani. Pun saying, you know what? I'm going to continue making your life difficult.
Interesting. So this is now essentially a switch, because that was an unprocced minion thing on the... Oh, no, the Popsicle was played, right?
Yeah,
so
the
minion
Popsicle
proc was dealt with. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
It's gone spell this time, Sol. Ready for the Whirlpool.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, is that it feels like you're just swapping minion to spell at that point, but forgetting that the Popsicle had been played to proc the minion. But yeah, switching to spell this time to play around the Whirlpool. It is one of the reasons why Quest Priest is just not a particularly good deck, is the fact that, well, their quest literally tells them to play 1 card on curve for the entire game. And since they are sometimes unable to do that because of counterplay that you have available, it can really limit their options on some occasions.
Now I think Pun has to go fishing with Edwin, right? This Colossal is a bit of a problem.
It is. And this is the fear, right, with the spell block instead of the minion block. Because you know a couple of turns ago you killed a Talon Fordring, which either draws your opponent Blackwater Behemoth or Mutinous. One of those two is guaranteed. You didn't really have a plan to deal with Behemoth, right? Based on what I can see, because the plan to deal with it now is not particularly good. And Mutinous, it has to be said, like munching on your Smite could have been potentially dangerous here as well. So I'm not sure, like, obviously Whirlpool is significantly more devastating than this is, but you knew that there was a 50% chance that Behemoth was in hand based on the Talon on the previous turn, so... Questions to be asked here for sure, I think.
Right, Pun's going to kill the Behemoth now. Just say, you know what? It healed you for 8. Obviously 8 beforehand as well. But if I kill you now with 5 minions, it still heals you for 8 total. So get that dealt with, get it gone, refocus up. Because now there's still the Van Cleef on board.
Pun now just praying for no Whirlpool principally, I would imagine. There is a Moarg Forge Fiend that can put a slight wall in the way. There's a Light Shower that can put a slight wall in the way. There's still no proc on the 3 mana card.
Oh yeah, there's still no 3 proc, is there? Forge Fiend's coming down here about as much as Super Fate can do. There's the crab. Pun wants the option to play Okani again in the future with the scabs. Realistically, though,
125, I think, is not really close to enough because the Forge Fiend is going off.
Krakatoa still feels very clean, though, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Interesting question, though. Would you actually double trade the claws, or would you take the damage?
I think I'm okay taking 8. It seems fairly irrelevant, honestly. You know that there are Desperate Prayers in your opponent's deck as well. You can mitigate.
Wait, is Pun going a different way here? Is he going for Vessel instead? Double trades the 3s and then puts Okani in for a clean kill? Or the weapon, I guess.
We have to make a space to get the 2 crabs in anyway, right?
Oh, sure.
You have to make one trade happen or else you miss out on a claw. So there isn't really a clean way to do this. No, exactly. But yeah, I like this. I mean, still answering your question, I think you still take the damage, even though it's not really that clean. Make sure you maximize the weapon juice where you can. And as long as you have this Edwin trucking along every turn, you really don't have too much to worry about. Unlike Superfake, who has chosen to play Quest Priest.
Yeah, a bit of a big problem earlier as well. The turn, if you remember, when Superfake played both of the Death Rattle spells, it meant that the Nether Drakes are not active anymore, and he's not gotten to another Shadow spell, which means these 3/3s have just sat there all game. So maybe, if the old rewind time trick, holding on to one of those as the only Shadow spell was actually worthwhile for Superfake. Easy to say that at this point in the game, obviously, but it did kick him pretty quickly afterwards when he used them both.
Right. Yeah, that's very fair, and something at the time I wasn't even considering. Like, I shouted out, like, maybe it's worth playing the second Call of the Grave to try and fish for something. When you had 3 mana as opposed to just playing out the Popsicooler, but yes, certainly turning off these Nether Drakes has been a big deal. Not that these Nether Drakes would have solved the Edwin problem that he's
of course
right now, but
it would have been, for example, on any of these turns, right? The 3/3s go away, and then you can play it with something else for Superfake to actually gain some level of board. But yeah, really, really tough decisions here from Superfake, trying to hold on and being completely neutered in the quest department. One has the option to just Wicked Stab this away, because I think he has a very fair read that there's no good AoE here for Superfake, so why not keep the minions?
yeah, no good AoE in hand. He's seen one Thrive get used and obviously not take a Whirlpool because his minions still exist. And 24 cards still remaining in deck, which makes it incredibly low odds to be drawing it out. So, yep, I fully respect this. Get that Mr. Smite down, get that damage jammed in, because you just have the straight up boat damage to be thrown in the following turn.
Lethal.
Oh, it is lethal?
Yeah.
I didn't even count. No,
well, yeah, when Pun started queuing it, I was like, he's queuing this very quickly and very confidently. Is this lethal? Then I looked at it, I was like, oh yeah, it is lethal. We're idiots. Congratulations to Pun winning game 1 there. And honestly, I think that, yes, of course, Superfake got a little bit unlucky, couldn't get the 3-drop down, so couldn't really start ramping up the plan of the quest. But I do like Pun's use of Okani, and Pun saying, you know what? This matchup could actually be very difficult, so I'm going to do something a little bit different. Non-standard play, I would say, to like cause issues for Superfake, and the problems Pun presented him with, along with Superfake getting a bit unlucky with his draws in general, just added up to a fairly smooth game from Pun, and I think it was a very well played indeed.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the way that Pun tried to play this game, being as disruptive as humanly possible. Obviously, Superfake had the bad start, which meant he got stalled on that initial step of quest, which is what always happens. The only question I have is whether, with however many cards would have been remaining at that point, 28, something in the region of that, whether using the second Shadow Step to play around the Whirlpool was worth, but I think it probably was in that position. And then the debate is, even if you're using the Shadow Step, do you play around the Whirlpool or do you play around the lifesteal minion that they know they have? I guess Pun answers that question with flying colors, however, because in the world in which we currently exist, the lifesteal minion came down and he beat it comfortably. So kind of illustrating the point that didn't really matter that much in that scenario. So I think the Whirlpool play on reflection is probably fair enough in that position. And Superfake now going to take a brief vacation from Quest Priest at the very least.
Yeah, just a final note, I just like it because it's a very easy display, right? Where he beat the Colossal and retained board. He wouldn't have done the same versus Whirlpool, because that's literally what it does, is delete the board. So, yeah, really cool game there from Pun. Superfake, as you said, is jumping over to Demon Hunter, but let's not be ridiculous. Over here in our pairing, we love casting Quest Priest, so guess what? We're going to do it again, as that is going to be from Pun's side this time. So let's see if we can get a little bit more fortunate and make that quest progression just that little bit more smooth.
Yeah, and I'm realizing now, of course, we're supposed to be hard rooting for every game of Quest Priest in this series so that we can avoid the inevitable, the looming sense of doom that is on the horizon, the Quest Priest mirror that awaits us all.
Oh, I feel like that you've joked about it now. It's actually going to happen. This is no bias. I love Superfake, but I hope Pun wins this game, just to get Quest Priest out of the way for one of the players at least. But yes, we'll see how it goes. And again, it's not even, I think what's key here is the quest progression isn't solely to win the game with the end point, right? It's actually to discover more cards and keep your hand size in a good position and keep your options open. Because when you have access to a lot of options in Priest, it's very difficult for you to lose because you normally do have answers to any particular board state.
It's also, like, it's just a general indicator of how good your draw is, right? Like, the more steps of quest you complete in a deck that is built to play individual cards for the amount of mana they cost on that turn, if you don't play a 2-on-2 or a 3-on-3 or a 4-on-4 or a 5-on-5 or whatever, then you're drawing badly because that's what your deck is designed to do. So it just, like, the quest not being completed is an indicator that you are drawing badly to begin with. And then because you're missing out on quest procs, which let you draw more cards from your deck, it then causes you to draw even worse, compounding itself on top of that. So it's kind of a disaster overall.
Hey though, Superfake getting off to a pretty solid start. Still has that need for greed, which may well get cycled away soon. Uno has his choice of 2 drops here. Coin. Oh no, this is probably okay, right? Condemn into Devouring Plague looks fine.
You want to play a Condemn this turn? You could play Far Watch Post and it kind of does 2 damage to the board anyway, you know?
If it doesn't
probably have to trade
just get chomped by a weapon, right? Or
sure,
right?
yeah, no, that's
fair.
fair.
The slight worry. And then you suddenly started taking a lot of damage.
But I do think Condemn as a 2 damage AoE that you're not just throwing away right now and maybe saving for turn 5, turn 6 or something could be useful later on against like a Zillag, you know, whatever else can come out. Like the token summony deck is Demon Hunter, which Condemn can be quite useful against in general.
Huh. Interesting choices. I'm trying to think about how good Deliverance is versus Demon Hunter right now. I don't think it's that good. Just Devour. There's options of death if you're expecting, you know, the Kurtrus turn to be able to just 2 mana and tell one of the bats to go away at least.
What is Elun's will?
I think it's Devour Deliverance for me, not entirely sure which one. Again, Deliverance, probably the only super appealing target I can think of is the Zillag again. But that might be a good enough argument.
Slow turn here for Superfake. The Sigil 2 mana is quite the commitment. He wants to get that extra card next turn, but also need for greed trade cuts into what you're even allowed to do this turn anyway. Very tricky. Actually facing down this Scorpid on the other side, right? It only really dies to the Metamorphin, which isn't really the trade you want to make.
Yeah, Scorpid's so annoying. You do have the hero power to weave in here if you're not going to trade the need for greed, which I do agree with. I think this hand is so gassed out already, you probably do just need to hard cast need for greed on the following turn. So that means you...
Monster.
Onster. Superfake, if you need some lessons on how to draw up until turn 4 with Quest Priests,
ooh,
this is how you do it.
Just fun. Just pick another Nether Drake here. Obviously didn't get offered a 5-drop, which would have just been a priority. Does go for the Zyrella. I was actually just staring at the other Drake.
My instinct was the Zyrella. Hard to explain why, other than 8-drops are very rare in the deck overall.
It's legendary.
I mean, there is also that. But you're still somewhere away. Like, if you're staring at a hand that has a Light Shower Elemental and an Undying Disciple in it, then obviously you'd snap Zyrella because that feels like you're just running the game out at that point. But there's no guarantee you're going to draw any of these cards from that point. But still, for some reason, my instinct was to pick up the Zyrella. It just feels like the security card you're going to need right now on a hand that is actually still under threat of getting outvalued by Demon Hunter, even though they have 0 cards in their hand, you know?
Yeah. How do you like condemn Coin Okani here?
My only counter argument to that would be Kurtrus on curve. Kind of the perfect play into that. Your opponent is very low on resources and is unlikely to have that play, however.
I guess the question after that then is, if Pun is afraid of Kurtrus,
yep,
what is the play, right?
Well, so I have a further question. I'm actually fine with the condemn Okani play for the reason where if Kurtrus does then come through and trades into the Blade Master, you have Deliverance or whatever else, Devouring Plague, to be able to clean up the leftover of the bats quite efficiently with whatever trades and rushing of the new copy you need. So you would be able to answer the best case scenario anyway. So I certainly wouldn't rule it out. But it is still a really, really juicy trade for the opponent if you go with that route.
Super Fake now, he has some burn, but the problem is burn just doesn't work when it's so little against this priest. It's got access to tons of healing. We can see the Desperate Prayer in Pun's hand. Just looking rough. Is this going to be a Deliverance just to kill it off?
I think so.
I think you want it dead, right, as Pun, because you don't want the Super Fate to have more card draw.
Agreed, yeah. I did just check, by the way, 0 fail spells that I can see in the deck for Pun. You know, sometimes you just get a cheeky one snuck into the wrong class. I mean, it wouldn't end up being an honorable kill anyway. Just in case you could manipulate that from happening, I thought I'd take a look through. Whirlpool, of course, is nature, is kind of the weird one that's sticking out. But other than that, fairly standard Holy and Shadow stuff.
Tested the Okani. Super Fate gets to clear it up, but at what cost? Like, what's even the draws at this point? Just the big boys, Kurtrus, like anything like that? Because right now, I guess the other need for greed would be okay for Super Fate, but Pun, even though Pun isn't really hitting his 5 drops, he's also not even remotely close to losing this game.
This is the only downside for Pun right now, is he has a hand that contains close to literally 0 value.
But he will never die. A strike, not a bad pickup. Literally anything that can draw cards. 1 mana.
Okay.
Into like the Abyss active for this turn, so Super Fake's gonna have to wait.
It is at the very least something, though.
Not literally nothing.
And probably means you have to allocate clearing up this Venomous Scorpid with the Predation this turn.
Other hero power, right?
Oh, sorry, I've totally blanked on the fact you already had 2 attack. Yeah, no, this is absolutely fine.
A card.
A card.
Realistically, with Light Shower, the heals, the AoE, the Zyrella, I don't like calling games early, Soto, but what does Super Fate possibly have to do to win this game?
Raven flexing what we call in the business host privilege of never having to come up with the answers in situations like this. Just goes to say, yeah.
Okay, you ask me, you ask me.
Okay. So, I don't like calling games over, Raven, but from this position, what does Super Fate possibly need to do to get back into this game?
Nothing's probably lost.
Yeah, fair enough. Sorry I asked. It was a dumb question. I should never have asked it in the first place.
Haha. Pun taking the victory with the priest. Our prayers have been answered. A priest has won. Pun, goes up 2-0. And again, even though Pun had the okay opening for the quest, didn't get to progress either, but just had enough to hold on. And Super Fake, once again, just not getting what he needed, right? Not keeping up the pressure, not getting the high card draw count, and not really putting Pun in any real danger. And that's kind of what I was sort of alluding to in a way Solidsiders laugh at me for, is that that there was even though there wasn't quest progression or game-ending potential from Pun, he had double Condemn, double Desperate Prayer, he had the Light Shower on board. Obviously, he just got the Colossal at that point, as you can see there. But even before that, with what Super Fate could have even drawn, there was just nothing that was realistically going to put Pun in any real danger. So he goes 2-0 up, and now Sottle, it's down to the Curse Warlock with a cheeky Immolate in there.
A cheeky Immolate indeed.
I do love this card. Whether it's good or not, I love it.
Yeah, I remember when we were first messing with the expansion, this was the first thing that you threw out at me with the Immolate coming out. Yeah. Big deal, I think, potentially for, you know, the slow, grindy matchup that may or may not be presented with the Quest Priest coming up, right? Which, if Super Fake is going to win the series, that's certainly a matchup that needs to happen. And honestly, might be the matchup that Pun is looking towards with the Curse Warlock here overall, because, you know, aggro Demon Hunter might just be operating a little bit too quickly, although that is a pretty fantastic looking opening hand to be able to deal with aggro Demon Hunter on the other side. But certainly I can see Immolate doing some real damage to some Quest Priest hands if they are able to find the right one.
Even take that away, right? Think about Pun going into this week. If he's expecting people to go Rogue Priest, whatever, well, it's pretty good versus Boar Priest as well, right? If it's, you know, like there's a lot of good cards to hit in Boar Priest, and I think that just the inclusion of just a one-of, yes, 40-card deck, one-offs, haha, and all that. But if you're going to include extra cards, I think there was a very good reason for that from Pun. So we'll see if it makes an impact, at least in this series. But now you are right, Super Fake has a much better opening than what we've seen from him, basically all series across all classes.
Yeah, I would say be careful with the assessment of Immolate against Boar Priest, because I have actually, you know, gone through that interaction a few times. Like, if you hit Boars, they can just be played out on board most of the time. That's fine. If you hit Amulets, it's any still in hand are destroyed. So you can just trade them back into the deck at key moments right before the bomb goes off. So there's very few, like, game-ending snipes that you can really hit with the Immolate. But it is a extra layer of complexity that you can heap upon the Boar Priest, and that's kind of how we've been seeing Boar Priest lose games.
Right.
Just disrupt them enough that they get confused and throw. That generally seems to be the way that you win those matchups.
It would work against me. But yeah, even just like using up heals or maybe having to like deal with a Pyromancer getting hit, right? Like those are hurdles you don't want to deal with, as Boar Priest. So anyway, we'll cross that bridge if we come to it. For now, Pun is taking some hits here, but again, with Double Baker, Drain Soul, Touch, all looking at least comfortable for now. Even Demonic Assault, very solid, if you sort of discount the glaive turns from Demon Hunter.
This draw is just gross. It's just every anti-aggro card in the deck so far. Like, this is absolutely disgusting up until this point.
Yeah, like I said, even Demonic Assault, big deal, apart from the glaive turns, right? So, plenty of throwaway cards if Pun wants. That's kind of does the same job no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the 1-2 still has Taunt. Slight discrepancy.
Well, and there's not a 2-4 on the board, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. Probably a more crucial detail now that you look.
Interesting enough here, though, Sottle, when we look at Pun's potential next turn, even though he's got all this anti-aggro, got this heal, do you feel he's safe enough to play the Rod?
I think Super Fake needs to do everything in his power to prevent that from happening, which is what he's trying to do right now with this Slither Spear, but he has not been taken below starting health yet in this game. So if you were to phrase the question as, would you put Prince Renathal in your deck if instead of putting 40 cards in your deck and giving you 10 extra health, you just started the game with a Rod equipped? I'd probably take that, yeah.
I think the only worry Pun is having right now is if he plays Rod and his follow-up is Baker Drain Soul, it weirdly might not be good enough, right? Because it doesn't actually clear a board. It kills a minion, can kill the Slither Spear, but Super Fate gets a whole, potentially a Kurtrus worth of turn next turn.
I think Kurtrus is the big fear because there's no Wave, there's no Tamsin to be able to follow this up with. Wave would be great because you'd quite happily, yeah, exactly, entitled customer as well. If you could go Rod into AoE and then from there re-establish and just start going like tap Baker and then tap something Drain Soul based off the starting point of an empty board, I think you have all the time in the world to be able to do that. If you're able to go Rod into Tamsin or Rod into Customer and just be able to clear everything up straight away, I think you have all the time in the world to do that. Play this, get smacked for 10 or so, plus an additional board, still not have an AoE available, that starts to get really scary. So I think Pun, that's one of the longest turns we've seen him play so far this series. And I think rightly so, just based on the difficulty of the position. But I think he's reached the right assessment in the end.
And Super Fake, stark contrast to the previous game, actually has cards to play this turn.
Yes, always helpful in your card game. Have cards. Hi, Bagel.
Oh, yeah, she's outside. He agrees though.
Big fan of cards. Famous for it. Raven's dog.
Strike now!
Any of the AoE tools would be clutch for Pun now. Oh, well, there's one. Problem is, we're staring at Zhilang next turn, which is a little bit frustrating.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you gonna clean
What if he doesn't play? Not that much damage, though.
I looked at it. I
it's not that much
I don't think it's the most ridiculous question you've asked me today. I looked at it just like tap
You
red
got
Baker.
today on the end, didn't you? You emphasise the fact that I've already asked dumb stuff today. There's no need for that, Sol. You could have left that word off, but it still would have been okay.
Wait, this is a new twist for Raven, calling out the subtle disses that are thrown into random sentences.
It's excessive.
Usually you just let them go and just cry yourself to sleep at night and just internalize.
How do you know?
You know? Yeah.
Another Drain Soul. That's an
really good.
offering there. Not too bad at all. Again, priority number one is killing the Colossal itself.
I think the Grimoire might be more of the port of call here, though. Can use it on the Mistress.
I guess with the
right?
Mistress, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Super Fake. Cannot believe it.
Yeah, Grimoire sacrifice, huge pickup there. The Zhilag can hang around, that's no problem whatsoever. Just make sure you are dealing with those tentacles. Clean up that damage. And now we're starting to get into Bran Bread Baker territory as well, which is going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah, but what's also massive is Bone Glaive. Like, that thing hits like a truck. Of Fury and Fell Barrage next to him. Or Fury or Fell Barrage, should I say. Super Fake's still got a lot of damage.
Disgusting levels of damage, actually. Yeah.
Definitely feels like the closest game we've had all match here so far. Both players actually allowed to play.
Well, Barrage going exclusively to a minion there. I was just counting like the total damage from hand. If you went all face, opponent was at 18. You had another 5 damage plus 2 Furies at rank 2, which is 11. You had Predation, which is 14. And then if you got the Fell Barrage to go face as well, you'd be looking at the 18 that you need. But in that world, you haven't dealt with any of those pesky minions that started on the board at the time, so it was a little bit awkward.
I actually really love Bran Spice Bread here. I'm just going to go away from that, feeling a little bit more confident. I'm just thinking if Pun goes Bran Spice Bread, he heals for 1 million. There's also a Bran on board that Super Fake simply has to kill.
Yes.
Doesn't that just give him like 3 more turns or something in the game at least?
So that was definitely my plan at the start of the turn. Once the Null was drawn, though, I think this line with tap Null Breadbaker looks really, really strong as well.
Yeah, get rid of
excellent value trade for the Null. You still get enough healing that you're, close to 100% confident that you're alive for one turn, and then you can just put them into that horrible Brand position next turn. He's not even going to go Breadbaker and go with the Okani instead. Okay, I respect it.
What's the call though? Gonna go spell, okay. Can Superfake afford to play a spell into this?
Precious resource in Superfake's hand right now are cheap spells. But what he would like is every single point of damage from these spells, preferably stacked up upon a Lady Steno as well.
Yeah, I think Superfake in this scenario starts with Fel Barrage, right? Because it's the card that does the least damage to face.
Sure. However, it is also the card that solves the problem of the 5-1, which is quite annoying. You do kind of want that thing dead, right? Sooner rather than later.
In this scenario as Demon Hunter, I lose all attention span for the board and just go, but how much damage can I deal to face?
You just break out the old Face Hunter blinder that you built like 6 years ago and just pop it back over the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that 5-1 has to die.
Okay. Punt. Push 6. He's going to lock in a Predation. So is he going to lock in the second one, right? If you play in the first one, you play in the second one, I guess. Use the mana while you've got it. Oh, or not? I thought you queued it. Because I'm guessing that was because of a Jace draw, right?
Yes, I think so.
Exactly, Jace. It's pre-locked in. Can't play them both in the same turn because they're not 0 mana. And still gets to play the Fury.
Exactly, you can play Fury Hero Power Jace if you draw Jace, but you can't put any Predations in, so it's technically max damage if you're going down that route. Superfake did tweet after week 1 that, he was happy with the lineup, happy with the performance, but he could not be making that level of dumb mistake that he did during his games, which he did, admittedly. Like, no one is hiding from that. He made some very, very silly mistakes during his games. So just kind of roping out in that position, he'll be kicking himself for it.
Surely, looking at
gotta be time.
Spice Bread, please.
Yeah.
Don't keep us waiting. It's just so strong because Brand has to be answered. Because there could be a second Spice Bread. There can be the curses. There can be the legendary. I always forget the name of Zakil. Like, there's so many problems that Brand provides that it simply has to die. Superfake, Dread Prison Glaive. Doesn't get him there, especially because now Fury's rank 3. He can't clean kill anything with it. You can lock in the Predation this turn for Jace next turn. Also, here.
That seems smart, actually. Should probably spend our mana on Predation while we have it, in case we draw Jace. Yeah, that's very smart, Raven.
Yeah, he's going to push the 1, kill the Brand. He simply has to. Save the Fury. Again, same result as previous turn, right? If Jace is drawn, Fury's still double castable if you lock it in first, but...
Hello.
Problem.
You ever just tempo that this turn as a 5/5?
I wouldn't hate it, because a weird situation is that curses can proc Satheno, right?
Sure, yeah,
Does
okay.
Pun even want to just throw the odd random curse out? I mean, it probably doesn't. Oh, well, he might throw that odd random curse.
Well, he might now.
We can change. Maybe not now, but play the other one, right? Just to beef up the curses.
Pretty reasonable to just jam them both out in the same turn.
Heal for 3.
I think. Heal for 3, be at 22. If you are actually playing this game, you have to be a lot less lazy than I am right now and count Jace damage and consider what 22 actually looks like.
I like this a lot because it's just good heal, right? Just play safe. Just get loads of health again.
Yeah, fine.
You still get the curse option next turn anyway. Played straight into Satheno with the curse. Terrible.
Yeah, curse, but no Kurtrus, which, you know, you draw Satheno, you haven't found Jace, you haven't found Kurtrus. Yeah, you get to juice a couple of spells off this, but it's just Satheno into minions. It's not really doing anything. Without the hero power juice from the Kurtrus, it's not getting you closer to your win condition. It's just taking a bit of damage off the board.
Where people's in stunned silence thinking, wait, Satheno didn't just win the game?
Right.
What's going on? Oh, big draw, big draw.
Nice tech card, dummy. Pun, if you don't acknowledge that that's funny, please, can you acknowledge the fact that you've just drawn Immolate and that's very funny?
Might in approximately 30 odd minutes.
Okay.
Maybe a bit longer, actually. One can definitely afford to play the Mithril Rod now. Not that it particularly gets him anywhere. It just depends on how he wants to spend his mana. He could go for an aggressive approach, right, and just go Zakul and Queen Ashara. Just double trade into the Satheno and just build a huge board. Does soak up potential from Jace as well, right, for the Fel Barrages and Predations. So if you have those big minions on board.
Yes, and while we were busy laughing at the Immolate draw, I think Pun was doing what should have perhaps been done the previous, or what I was saying could have been done the previous turn, making sure that Jace maths was on point, and so that there was no possible world he died to max damage Jace this turn, which I think is why you are seeing the Voidwalkers come out for the taunt in this scenario.
Okay, the signs of life for Super Fake as he gets exactly Kurtrus into Jace, can kill off at least three of these minions. Gets the 3 damage to face as well. There is still a game of Hearthstone being played here, Sol. Super Fake gonna value trade? I mean, he's considering it, obviously, but exactly sitting pretty on a lot of health right now.
No, but the Bran is gone, and curses are only on 1 currently, right? So there is...
Yeah, it'll be 2 now, right?
Yeah, the next one will be on 2, exactly. But there is still pretty minimal damage output overall, has to be said.
Oh, God. These Ranithal decks. I went to click remaining cards so we can see what he's got left. 17 cards.
17.
We need 15.
Illegal maneuver.
Yeah.
So many possibilities.
There's actually trade Coil into Mutinous or tap into Mutinous. Dreadlich Tamsin still available, of course, for Pun 2 in the deck. Zola to get double Zakul, potentially. Much Mistress of Mixtures, just shouting out cards that may be impactful exactly this turn. Because of the trade with the Okani, could just get that without having to spend mana. Still has targets for his own Drained Soul if he really feels like he needs it.
So having just looked myself, the guaranteed face attack damage off the Jace is only 10 at the moment. Because 2 of those remaining 5 cards are the second Chaos Strike and the second Fury, which is obviously rank 3 and represents a phenomenal amount of damage if you pick that up here. The rest of the damage is obviously RNG with Predations and Fel Barrages and so on, and that's a minion draw, which is the worst draw in the deck!
Oh no. At least he's got the mana to play the curse. See what happens here. He's going to lock in that hero power, of course. Mission 1 goes face.
There is no measure to my fury!
Let's draw the Chaos Strike, although kind of unimportant because it's hero power anyway. Big heals from the Mistress of Mixtures. That dying is huge.
Yeah.
Can't see it getting there. Oh, it stopped already. Oh.
That's it.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
Tricky, the Zekul's dead, so the curse won't actually heal Pun. So there is an element of, you know, at least press the hero power and play the Slither Spear, maybe? I think very suddenly Super Fake's on. He wins next turn or he loses the series.
My blood boils for war.
Yeah, I think this has to be the play at the end of it.
It's tough, but that's just what's going to happen.
There is the 10 damage that was accounted for, guaranteed. The spells and the hero power. And now we have to see if Pun can resist this situation.
I mean, he has full blown, right? So he can definitely clear the boards, like, if he wants to. That's definitely available.
Yes, and Super Fake with a normal-sized deck can be engineered into seeing here. So you can see now that the Fury is remaining, which will be 4 damage. Chaos Strike is 6, Hero Power is 8. If you get the Dread Prison Glaive on top of that as well, that would be 9 damage in total that is available in a single turn.
Unfortunately, Fossil Fanatic does nothing, right? Because the only cards he has left are cards that require, like, add on to an attack.
Yes. I believe if Pun clears board.
Almost out of time.
Surely clearing board's just correct, right?
I think that is certainly step one. Yes, Tenno gone, of course, obviously, so there is very little downside to doing this. This is the best way to clock your opponent in this position. You proc 2+3.
Yeah, it's 9 with Fury, right? Off the Chaos Strike, and that's it.
Yep.
And the problem is, again, because they're all attack-based, takes 3 and then... Oh, okay. Doesn't take 3 anymore.
His prison.
Now the Dread Prison Glaive does get to go face. If Super Fake can find one more turn without dying here, that is a huge deal. Guards the Curse as well, which plays around basically anything being a removal card for the 3/4. And currently, Pun is dying next turn.
Wait. What can Pun get? Does Pun ever go Colossal?
Ashara Colossal into Taunt or Priest?
Or Mage?
Oh, or Mage. Mage would just be
yeah,
lethal.
Yeah. Guy is lethal, yeah. Again, if there were some cheaper spells, we could even talk about the weapon here, right? Actually, so tense. How is this still a game?
Oh!
Oh, no! Simply dead.
Almost out of time.
It couldn't have been a worse Colossal. Gonna show him. What happened there?
Unbelievable.
Madness. Pun takes the loss. Super Fake still in the series and gets out of this with the Demon Hunter, which, let's be honest, surely means, Soto, we're in for a priest game again soon. But yeah, congratulations to Super Fake there. He held on just about and it paid off, but oddly enough, it felt like there were so many cards that just get Pun out of that situation, and they just weren't there, right? It was definitely a tough one, didn't quite have enough heal, and again, the Kurtrus into Jace as those exact back-to-back cards really helped him pull himself back into that game, because it looked like it was going to be a distant idea to be able to actually be in this series at this point.
Yeah, but I would say more than entitled to have those cards at that point.
Oh, yeah.
He was so deep into the deck that honestly, the reason why Pun was able to hang in for so long was purely a factor of Super Fake just not really hitting any of the high-value cards in the top 15. And even without that, Super Fake was able to do probably somewhere in the region of 80 damage that game, like something in that neighborhood, right? Starting at 40, touches and drain souls were thrown out early, and then there was Bread Baker, Bread Baker played at some point during the game as well.
Right.
Yeah, Mistress of Mixtures coming out, but still on top of that, there was there was second drain soul left remaining in the deck. There was Tamsin Hero left remaining in the deck. All of these things are options to potentially keep them alive, as well as the lethal outs that could have come from curses and removal combinations, various 2-card combinations that would have offered lethal. And then, of course, even when you have to go for the Panic Horn, there's at least 3 examples that we thought of immediately that probably win the game immediately off the Horn in that position. Ozymat being thrown into that Horn pool, I'm pretty sure has trolled everyone on all occasions. Whether you're looking for, a class card in Jackpot Rogue, it's a disaster when you get the neutral option. And generally, it just is a little bit slow overall, even if you are paying 1 mana for it, even if that sounds weird, with all the rest of the investment that you've thrown in to get to that point. So it's one of those games where both people could have a very compelling argument about how each of them got unlucky during that game, right? And you'd be compelled to listen to either of them make their case, because the good fortunes and the bad fortunes really swung back and forth quite aggressively throughout the game. But it's one of those games where you'd have to really go digging for those tiny little lines where maybe things could have been done differently one way or the other to affect the outcome.
Well, here we are, and as I said, and I called this before I even saw what the matchup was going to be, but it is going to be Priest here for Super Fake. Does have 2, 3, 4 locked in subtle, so maybe, just maybe, we see the ever rare smooth Priest draw. Definitely, though, a matchup where this Rune Mythal Rod can come into play, right? Unlike the Demon Hunter one we saw, where it was definitely more difficult for Pun to feel safe.
Yeah, absolutely. I would suspect this rod is being slammed on curve or before curve with the coin under almost any and all circumstances here. Or we just dump a touch to prevent overdraw. Yeah, this all makes sense. And plays the Fortitude for 4, of course, being its live cost for the Quest Priest, so whatever cost you actually spend on the spell. So you see Super Fake there crossing his fingers, did not want to draw a spell on that turn because he wanted to play the Fortitude for exactly 4 to both make the huge minion and complete the quest on the same turn.
Well, it's called Fortitude, so it makes sense.
Thanks, Raven.
No problem. I'm here all weekend, literally. Point onto the Rune Mythal.
Well, apart from the times where we don't cast and the other people cast,
I'm still kind of around.
I see. Okay.
I watched most of the shows, so I'm kind of here.
I suppose for the purpose, like, if you weren't casting, but let's say Derek and Lambie series were like, I really need to make a dumb joke right now, like, you'd be there, you'd have their back.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, yeah, no, it makes sense.
Let's see what side of the bed I woke up on.
Is it time, Sol?
You want to immolate this hand?
Oh, yeah. A little bit unfortunate it can't come out with the Null, but is the Null even that good this turn? I guess Null into the Scorpion with Coil?
Ooh, okay, Bran's a real key card to pick up, though, I would say, for this matchup, because you are going to have to start getting some curses going sooner rather than later, and Bran is really the best tool to be making that happen. Really important as well that it's going to get discounted by both of these rod procs now, which is huge.
This is not what we stood for.
Fake just adding up numbers very well here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Raven revealing, like, the frustration with casting Quest Priest games, right, is not just like that they're really long a lot of the time. It's like, what do you even talk about?
What? I'm talking about great important things. I'm letting the audience know that Super Fake's counted to 5. Oh,
yep.
It's true.
Yep. They drew the card with the right number on it. They're going to play it. Or nope, they did not do that. They're going to lose. All right, nice.
I just want to see Immolate get played. Probably not going to. Then again, a lot of the options here in hand are good with Bran. So
yes.
It does get played. I can definitely see the Demonic Assault rocking the shield.
Almost out of time.
It does make Super Fake's draw better though, right? Or faster at least. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super Fake doing the quick check for 6. Oh, yep, it's there.
Ooh, this card says 6 on it. Better play that one. We did it. I'm the best.
Potential Zyrella pickup purely because Super Fake might end up burning Whirlpool as well.
Yeah, and it's also like, this is that exact situation, right, where you do actually have some Death Rattles already played in this game, which just kind of makes Zyrella nutty.
Eight cards in hand here for Super Fake, just if we're thinking about curse potential. Problem here is there's nothing too great to do. I'm even wondering whether if Pun work. Trying to look if he can actually just empty his hand a little bit, because it's getting awfully full.
It is, yeah. And if a Tamsin or similar comes off the top, you are going to want to be able to jam that as soon as possible. Let's just go with the Gigafin in the end. I was wondering whether it was just an Abyssal Wave just to get the curses juiced, using a non-battle cry curse that you could just throw out there just to tick it up to 1 immediately. Whirlpool, of course, yep, being used here. Make sure you get to use it before the card burns. Side factor of Immolate that I was thinking about, by the way, is so in a lot of matchups, like for this kind of matchup exactly, the very obvious counterplay against Warlock is to just keep your hand really full so that they can't actually dump curses into your hand. So the side effect of Immolate is that you either, set all those cards on fire, or you force them to use their cards more liberally by just throwing them out of hand. So you create that hand space on these crucial turns where you can actually then start to fill up again, which is
and
not a bad idea.
Bran 1 mana, the Cultist 2 mana, Zola 1 mana, right? we might see some curses.
Oh, we haven't even started teaching schools yet, Raven. There is a whole school teacher there that could have curses inside the Nuggling as well. This could get very messy very quickly.
Now there's the turn gap, where Zyrella needs just that little time to get played.
All right, it's go time.
He's wasting time. Super Fake's like, no, not like this.
Anybody?
Those do not say curse.
Rock bottom just for the dredge. Altar of Fire.
You know that's where this game is at, pardon.
Oh,
Don't try and pretend that's not where this game is at. Because that is where this game is at. And we all know
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
With Bran. Oh, Grimoire of Sacrifice, okay.
So, do you Zola the altar at this point?
Oh,
Like, are we that all in?
now we're talking.
Obviously, you're not doing it this turn, right? You're waiting for the thing to be shuffled in? So it would mean not do... No, you have to do the Zola curses this turn, right?
Wait, do you have Zola the Bran?
I don't think so. I don't think this was the game-winning turn somehow.
I don't even know if this was a turn.
It's fine because the Grimoire goes off twice, so you do clear the Orca at the very least, which means this 8-3 lifesteal is just an 8-3 lifesteal. But yeah, it's not the extreme level of impact you would like your brand to have on the game at this point. I think you can see from the reaction from Pun, not entirely happy with the way it panned out.
Yeah, definitely wanted to see dragged below on the Nagalings, right?
Oh, of course.
Like
yeah.
that's definitely because it would have ticked every box that turn.
Yep.
But it's okay, Pun. You have Altar of Fire.
Is the brand live?
Is this brand living?
Is the brand out here living?
Oh, wow.
Well, suddenly, through Bran, once again, all things are possible.
Zola Altar, let's go. How much is that? 12 cards burnt?
Pick me! Pick me!
Well, the Zola goes off twice as well, so you get 2 copies of the Nagaling.
Oh, just burn the whole deck? Is this even right? I don't know.
I don't know.
To be fair,
either.
Pun has a Twisting Nether.
Uh-huh.
That's a card. Again, just do it. I want to see if this wins. Super fake, can't believe.
Now you get 2 copies of this, right? Yep.
Another
This
12.
burns 6 cards each.
Yep. Oh, this is hilarious. This is what I signed up for.
What do you mean? What? If it's just in the very bottom, I'm gonna lose my actual mind.
This is ridiculous. This is not what I signed up for. Wait, it has to be bottom card, right?
2,
No.
3,
No.
4,
No.
5. What do you mean?
I have no words, Sol. I have no words. He's got to top deck it. I can feel it. I can feel it. This is how this day ends or game ends.
Oh, come on.
I don't know how we're supposed to keep talking about this game, Sol.
Together.
So, 2 cards remaining for Pun. We have a Mistress of Mixtures and a Smothering Starfish. And now we're supposed to win the game with those 2 cards somehow. That doesn't seem possible. Game 5. Wrapped up.
At least Priest has seemingly won subtle. There's a small shining light at the end of this tunnel.
I'm trying to see if I can do this, but for Pun, and I can't, unfortunately, which is really annoying.
Those we love are never truly.
Wait, can you do it the other way around?
Well, you can't highlight the card from... Yeah, sure, but it's not the looking...
Just bringing it up everywhere.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
all I want to see.
Yeah, that's fine. Good enough. We have a look at some remaining cards for Super Fake, Raven. Oh, there they are. There's the 2 cards remaining in the deck. Those seem useful.
Wait, no way is the other one Whirlpool as well.
It is.
Shara's not even active.
Oh yeah, that's the mitigating factor here.
Yeah.
Pun's losing this game because this Ashara's not even active.
Yeah, there's the concede. What? The worst part was, as Super Fake's just dancing away, is what Pun did may have visibly looked very silly, but it was a valid game plan, right? Burn the shard and say, you know what, I have Twisted Nether, I have Abyssal Wave, I have AoE, so then I kill all their stuff, and that's it, right? The curses sort of make up the damage was the overall plan, and maybe something good gets left in Pun's deck as well. And he just missed. Wait, how many cards was that? 18? More? Like, he just missed it completely. Ridiculous there. As Super Fake dances his way to victory somehow, and we are going to go to game number 5.
Yeah, obviously a very strange ending to the game. I think it was correct once you get to that route. The initial brand turn wasn't what you wanted it to be. It's a little weird because your expectation is that you don't actually get to do that with Bran at that point, right? Because you have to wait the one turn for the Sanctified Xyrella to come down. You assume that the Bran then dies or is silenced, or there's some solution to the problem that happens. So to then be able to do it with the Bran, you'd be like, okay. And you kind of look at your hand and like, does this hand just beat a random Quest Priest hand? Because you're blowing up your entire deck guaranteed at that point. I think you were 2 to 4 cards deeper than Super Fake at that point, so you were losing your entire deck and leaving 4 cards in Super Fake's deck, if I remember it correctly. So it's an out to go for, but then you still have to be in the position where your hand wins, which isn't necessarily a given because the hand wasn't really like stacked full of curse generation or anything like that. So either way, serious analysis aside, I'm glad we saw it because it made that Quest Priest game infinitely more interesting than any of the other ones that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it was definitely an odd one. But does mean it's going to come down to the whole series, to the Warlock once again for Pun, and then the Jackpot Rogue for Super Fake. So still, believe it or not, plenty of time for shenanigans in this series before sort of leave for the day. Jackpot, Contraband, Gone Fishing, Super Fake. Already got hold of a fairly solid opening. As usual, though, it will rely on what is being offered. Bit of a tricky choice here. Is this Fangbound? Don't think Grunt looks great, and Disciple surely will hurt Super Fake more than it will hurt Pun.
Yeah, agreed. Not great options, but that's probably the best of a bad bunch, but okay. Crab being dredged suddenly makes it a lot more appealing. Always on the lookout for that Rogue Beast synergy. Best beast deck in the game. Source, 1 beast.
Rogue.
Sliver forth, my brethren.
Then, not too crazy yet, but Pun does have the null if he wants to get rid of the Fangbound instantly. Could also just lean towards Drain Soul tap. Also has the coin Demonic Assault, which honestly I wouldn't hate just to get some stuff on the board. It does utilize the coin a little bit early, but there's no weapon in hand yet anyway, and I think that's the key target for the coin.
More bones to gnaw on.
Oh, it just makes me happy.
You never expect the synergy.
Never mind burning 18 cards and missing the quest reward. Playing Krabatoa on 4, that's the real hype moment of the day. This is what we want to see.
There is a clear though, right? Full-blown coin Drain Soul does the job, I believe.
So many possibilities.
And again, as we've learned a long time ago now, you respect the crab.
Do. Treat it with dignity, or it'll mess you up.
I wonder.
It looks like Punny's going to go for it. Only leave Super Fake with a 2-attack weapon. Also, weirdly enough, just blanked on the jackpot rewards. Pretty bad.
Yeah, very bad. Not great.
Super Fake have to just juice the Ashara at this point and just get that out as quickly as possible. Because these 2 spells just aren't it.
Yeah, I would think so. Unfortunately, juicing the Ashara is not exactly straightforward either. That involves playing a Contraband stash for, what, a Fangbound Druid solo?
Couldn't Super Fake just play Trickster and a spell against all odds?
Sure. Yeah,
and still has
fine.
prep. I think.
I mean, that's like if you're doing it that way, it's a waste of your Trickster. You just play against all odds on an empty board.
Sure. Yeah, I was looking at Shield Shatter or whatever, but
Time's ticking.
But again, I think against this Warlock, just throwing away contrabands probably isn't the way to go, because resources will be a major issue, right?
Yep.
Oh, Carney now available.
Yeah, Carney block spell probably feels pretty solid at this point.
Because there's 2 mystery spells that haven't been played yet.
Yes, there's 2 jackpot spells that have come out, and also you've seen the Krakatoa, right, which is a big deal. You're going into 6, so normally you would be looking at minion maybe to block the crab, but you saw the crab on 4. Gives you a lot more luxury to potentially go for a spell if you want to. Little does Pun know that these spells are absolute garbage for Super Fake right now. That one's not.
You can't always trust what you see.
Oh, such a slow hand.
Yeah. And still, really nothing to do, right? For Super Fake.
Nope. Very similar hand to one we saw earlier, where it's just all the payoff cards, but until you can find 1 or 2 really powerful things to drop inside those boxes, it's no fun to open them.
Even the Fangbound, right, is very low power level, even though it was a cute play with the Colossus, with Krakatoa, and to just generate them out of contraband is just not really good enough.
Right. Yeah, opening empty boxes, just not nearly as fun. A friend of mine loves telling a story about how he was a sneak down in the night and take a peek inside the Christmas presents under the tree kind of kid. So, yeah, one Christmas, parents just literally put a bunch of like balled up tissue paper and newspaper in all of the boxes and left them under there. And then he went and woke them up crying in the middle of the night, asking why he'd been so bad that he didn't deserve Christmas presents. I find that story hilarious.
Yep.
I'm sure other people might have other reactions.
A good life lesson taught, though.
I mean, absolutely, yeah. A+ parenting, as far as I'm concerned.
More bones to gnaw on.
Job's done.
I'm just getting cards out of the hand more than anything else here, I feel like. Just getting the hand a little bit more open, give more options for those curses, for those brands, get hold of the AoE or any heal. Super Fake, though, still, even though his cards in isolation are good, there's nothing that ties them together.
Right.
Keep your enemies close.
These are very good scabs, though.
Yeah.
Kills the hand, kills 1 minion, overdraws the next card as well. And Pun is still looking at like needing a rod or a Tamsin, something just to make this team pop off. Make this hand pop off, because right now it's just a little bit slow and clunky itself. Obviously, both players having slow, clunky draws, you would expect to favor Pun a little bit. But still, he has to find some kind of win condition plan in the near future. Or eventually, Super Fake is going to find something to do with this hand.
We have plotted long enough.
Right.
Could be starting
Ozumat
right now. If this is another Ozumat. Oh my god. No! Never mind. One more Krakatoa is better than like 4 more of any other class Colossal.
Yeah, I was going to say, how dare you say no at Krakatoas?
I'm sorry. I apologize to my crab overlords. I'm sorry. I've let you down.
You're not invited to the next rave.
I will repent. Oh, no. Are you kidding? I've got my tickets already.
Well, you've been transferred to security instead of a guest.
Glow sticks, body paint, everything. Got it all going.
Little foam claws.
Yep. I'm practicing my sideways walking.
And you whoop, 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 whoop noise.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
See? Fella's been practicing. But now does have a lot of options here, actually. The extra drag below here from Tamsin along with that coil is very nicely going to clean up this board. Looks like he's going to commit the Drained Soul instead, just to get extra value out of the Tamsin. Looks quite good to me. And starting to actually stack those curses.
Yep, big deal. One of the many things that has been missing, we haven't really seen the big Bran curse pop-offs, even though we saw a heavily discounted hand in the previous game. It kind of bricked when it got to the Bran pop-off turn. But if you don't get the Bran and the big discounts, Tamsin is, of course, the other way that you can very heavily juice up those curses, something that Pun has been missing in the majority of the games so far.
It's even just dragged below itself is often the activator that gets you through the 1 and 2 damage curses, right? And we've not really seen that all series so far because it's the easy throwaway card because you can't Bran it anyway. It's removal in itself. So that's normally the one that gets the ball rolling. Definitely done it in this game with the help of Tamsin, you are right. There is just Bran Zakul in the hand too. That's really going to start hitting hard. Super Fake have to spend 2 mana on getting these curses away.
Stick to the shadows.
More meat.
Finally, the Knolls come out to play.
Yeah, there's still kind of just nothing in this contraband though, isn't there?
Yep.
Right home about. Gets rid of 1. And gets rid of 2. Still though, next curse at 3 with the Bran, that's 3 and 4 and will heal.
Yeah, AoE a somewhat more pressing issue right this moment, though.
Got tap and twisting though.
Yes.
Sounds like a, what, 60s dance move or something, but yeah, we're there. Doesn't find better AoE here, can just press that twisting nether. A hard pass. This Pun must know he's struggling, right? The Super Fake's struggling. He knows the Colossal was rogue, so that isn't a problem.
Yep.
He knows the spells were bad because he's seen one of them and hasn't seen the other one, therefore they were bad.
Yes.
Right now, all Pun really has to do is not die.
He is doing quite successfully at the moment. With 2 Spice Bread Bakers in hand as well. Does have the Bran, but I think on this occasion the Bran will be used for offensive purposes rather than pure defense like it was against the Demon Hunter.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a bit of both, to be fair, with that Zakul, but...
Yeah. The biggest negative for Pun is because Super Fake's hand is so bad, he has the mana spare to get rid of the curses.
Yeah, true, actually.
And that, my friends, was a 10 mana pass.
Oh,
A little bit awkward without the weapon.
It is, yeah.
I
never really squeeze in double Bran value unless you've started hitting some discounts.
Just commit one way or the other, right? You play a curse this turn, whether it's with Bran and you follow up with a normal curse after if Bran lives, or without Bran. But again, there's an outcome for Pun's world where Bran actually lives because Super Fake just passed his whole turn.
Opponent down to 10 now.
Oh, prep!
With the next curse dealing 6.
Yeah, he has to face Tank and Tooth, right?
Nodding. Yes, please.
Has to.
Yes, please.
Pun expertly playing around against all odds.
There you go, Prep Tooth. Yeah, I mean, 2 mana saved is 2 mana saved. It's never going to get any better than this if you're committing to doing everything this turn.
I mean, it's a good card, but it's not good enough, is it?
Yeah, it does not heal, unfortunately.
Yeah, let's buff it, give him lifesteal.
Super Fake is dead.
Yeah, and I think Super Fake knows it. We've seen this happen a couple of times, I think today, right? Where this version of Rogue, just if it doesn't hit, you are left floundering to an extent. Also, like, no sharks really for Super Fake or anything like that to try and do something against. Just no pressure whatsoever. Get rid of these curses, but even with that, plenty more where that came from. And look at Pun. He is very happy now after that one. And fair play. This was a series that could have been over a lot quicker, but he's going to be pretty happy with just taking control of this game now because Oh.
Even throughout the touch to get the perfect
I know.
40 back at the end. Like, my hero finishes this game green, okay? That's the rules. That's how this works.
And
yeah, game 5 turning out to be an absolute stomp after what has been a pretty incredible series after this point. It's very obvious. We don't really need to hide this at this point, but Raven and myself come into a Quest Priest's Mirror series with a great deal of trepidation. But actually, this series has turned out to be an absolute banger from nearly start to finish. Was it game 3 and game 4 was the Demon Hunter game, and then no one really played a class in the game
Ultra
after that.
Fire game.
Yeah, the Ultra Fire game, exactly, where everyone lost all of their decks. So after that, I think this one, a little bit of an anticlimax because it was so one-sided with Super Fake not really putting anything together. But oh my goodness, what a series up until this point. If you are just joining in now because you are just a massive Lorinda stan, don't worry, I understand. But please, do go back. You can put us on mute. Just watch the series because it was well worth it.
Even watch it double time if you really want to whenever the VOD appears. But yeah,
a great sounding chipmunk voice at that point as well. I mean, that's just value.
Yeah. A lot of people think that's probably an improvement on my voice or accent. We'll have to find out. But Pun does go through into that winners portion of Group B. Again, that was the first initial match there. We do have Zloy and Pascoa following up with the next initial match. And Superfake going to wait in elimination. Definitely a rough series. I think Superfake did get the rough end of the stick a couple of times there, which is nothing much he could do. But I do think it's Pun, again, overall played very, very well. Had to get creative in certain games there, especially that Warlock versus Priest game, and it definitely did not pay off for him. But you can see there the struggle for both players throughout that series and the relief from Pun that he actually did get the win. So he's going to sit in winners and wait to see who he's going to face a little bit later on. We do have Zloy versus Pascoa coming up next, but it's not going to be me and Sol. We're going to be done for the day, and it is going to be a Lorinda bringing you the action with special guest, a friend of ours, of course, a Language Hacker. Is going to be joining him on the broadcast. So yeah, Language Clapper, if you know those memes. But make sure to stay tuned. We're going to go to a break, of course, while those two, the other two casters, get ready to go. But there'll be plenty more Grandmasters for the rest of the day. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Anima drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Welcome back, everybody, to continued coverage of the Hearthstone Grandmasters. And with me today, we've got somebody who cast GM before I ever did. He played GM before I ever did. Incredibly, he played the World Championships before I ever did as well. It is, of course, Language Hacker, who's had to listen to me be nasty to him week after week and now gets a chance to get his revenge. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Lauren. It's great to be back on behind the desk, and I'm excited for some Hearthstone. I've been watching all the matches so far today, and I'm hoping that we have as much fun as the previous casters did with some of these wacky games we've seen.
Yeah, that first match, we were ready to go about an hour ago. It's like, yeah, that's just some rubbish. It's going to be 3-0. It's all over. And then that happens. And the chances are we will get some wacky stuff because we are going to cover the rest of this group. So we're going to see both those two players again. But first of all, we have this one. Zoe Gruzin versus Pasqua. They've got mirrored lineups in terms of the classes, but they have got different decks, I think, Language Hacker.
Yeah, they do. Interestingly, between the Demon Hunter and the Priest, they both decided on Fel Demon Hunter and Naga Priest. They are actually 29 cards identical for each of those decks, so they disagreed slightly on the exact list to bring, but they were still on board with the class. Now, however, or the archetype rather. However, on the Rogue side, Pasqua decided to bring what appears to be Boat Rogue. A rogue that's kind of proven itself for quite a long time at this point in the meta, despite some changes and nerfs and buffs and whatnot. However, Zoe Gruzin decided to bring Mine Rogue, which has been a bit more recent in terms of its coming on the scene, but it is quite as strong as Boat Rogue as we can probably see from some of the games we've seen earlier, and hopefully some games we'll see today.
Yeah, this makes me happy because Thief Rogue, whenever I play it, it just does what we saw happen to Pun a minute ago. It just draws garbage. You sit there with a handful of 5-cost cards that don't do anything. All your cards are class cards that don't draw my jackpots. It makes me sad. So I've been playing Mine Rogue, I've been playing Boat Rogue, and yeah, Thief Rogue can do one as far as I'm concerned. We will see it again later, though. But we are going to see a lot of this Fel Demon Hunter in the rest of this group, which is the necessary evil, I would say, if you took this bucket of cards.
Yeah, you could say that. Rogue and Priest are very powerful as classes right now in the meta for a couple of reasons. One, they just have multiple archetypes which you can play that have their own strengths. But two, you also give yourself a few options based on whether you want to bring one archetype or the other. Demon Hunter, on the other hand, is pretty straightforward. You can bring the Fel Demon Hunter. You can choose some tech cards here and there, but otherwise it has to be that one archetype.
Yeah, and as you can see, this Mine Rogue is going to go up first. It's been adjusted in recent weeks to make sure that it can actually do 40 damage. So those Burning Blade Acolytes have been added into the deck to be able to beat especially 40-card Mage, I think was the big deal. You just couldn't beat Mage with this deck very well after it went to 40 damage. But yeah, decks adjust, and here we are with pretty much the standard lineup for Mine Rogue these days.
Yeah, absolutely. The addition of smoke screens and tricksters has made the deck a bit more consistent in terms of drawing towards all the cards that they need, Snowfall Graveyard, Mines, etc. And because of the extra draw package, Burning Blade Acolyte has been included to add some tempo options that can help push damage early, and also to benefit the fact that you want to draw off of smoke screen, and that gives you another way to get a payoff, right? You get you go trickster, smoke screen, draw 5 cards, maybe do some bomb damage, maybe spawn some 5/8 taunts. And that's kind of how the deck operates right now. Very explosive, metaphorically, but also quite literally with the damage that comes out.
Yeah, has a reputation, as we look at Pasqua's load of achievements there. Won the first time he played Grandmasters, convincingly as well. I think he did pretty well every week. He's sort of fated to win it. But yeah, the other thing with the Mine Rogue is it's got a reputation for being easy to play. I would say that's not true. I'd say it's easy to win with, it's easy to play well enough to do well with, but at this level, there's a lot of calculation involved in your top decks. There's a lot of calculation involved in, do I have one more turn to make sure I get my graveyard down before playing my smoke screen, that sort of thing. So I'm looking forward to see how it plays out. And here's Pasqua on the Boat Rogue, choosing not to go with a Thief. For me, I don't know if you agree, this is just a more consistent version of Thief Rogue.
Yep, I think I would agree. Thief Rogue has some high roll potential with jackpots and Queen Ashara, but this Boat Rogue is kind of tried and true. You do some stuff, you hit your opponent in the head, and you try to close the game out with some pirates, with Mr. Smite maybe.
Instant decision here for Gruzin with the smoke screen. The stats say it's one of the highest win rate cards to keep in the mulligan, but when you play the deck, it's great, obviously, if you hit your trickster to go with it. If you don't, well, then you're going to need a prep and a coin or something, and off the coin, I'm curious to see if he does keep it or not.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very strong card when kept. Pescoa also has some options here as well. A lot of these aren't super great at developing early board. Reconnaissance is perhaps the only one he can consider keeping if he wants to spend mana on turn 2, but I think he'll probably be tossing everything in favor of finding Cutlasses and... Oh, sorry, a Shrine Vessel. I forgot that that's a good card.
That's a good
Looking
card.
for Cutlasses, Wild Pond Knolls, and Shroud of Concealments to get the ball rolling on the pressure.
Grushin actually keeping the Lieutenant here. I'll say it the American way all day, just to keep everybody happy. Which is an interesting keep. Means he's looking to be able to trade into some early boards. Obviously, you can just do that explosive damage with it, but I think sometimes you're looking for other stuff personally early on. So curious to see how this pans out for him.
So this is actually a very interesting information battle that Grushin kind of thought about here. He knows that Pescoa did not bring Mage. They are aware of each other's lineups. So there is the knowledge that Mage doesn't exist, which means that Pescoa must be playing Rogue. Against Rogue doesn't have a lot of ease or removal tools. I know there's Assassinate in the core set, but it's not on this deck, and there's no really great way to generate it. So keeping the Forsaken Lieutenant in this case is giving Grushin the option of drawing into the... I know exactly what this 5-mana card is called. I'm not looking it up right now. It is called the Burning Blade Acolyte.
Acolyte, that's the one.
Excellent. That gives him some early tempo and some pressure as well. This matchup is a little favor for the Mind Rogue. And Grushin could have kept something like a Smokescreen, but it is a high variance sort of decision to keep that. Whereas the Lieutenant is a little bit safer because you can still play it for tempo even if you don't find the Acolyte.
Pascal, though, with early boats, always a very good spot to be in. No current way of dredging them up, but that will turn up. So the race is on to do this huge amount of damage. And talking of huge amounts of damage, it is all set up if he can find the graveyard here, which he does.
Oh my god. That's insane. This is one of the fastest ways that Mind Rogue can actually pop off without having sketch information or Smokescreen. Just having the Lieutenants, the Mine, and the Snowfall Graveyard. This is already upwards of 24 damage.
Yep.
And that's not even including the Lieutenant attack. So the Lieutenants can attack face, and then when you play the Mine, they transform into Rush minions. So you can still. This is actually just lethal next turn. It is a turn 4 lethal if Pescoa. Importantly, if Pescoa unstealths these pirates, because the Forsaken Lieutenants, after they transform, still need something to rush into and destroy themselves. This is so wacky.
Unstealth them at some point, unless he can find a way to do damage. The Devouring Plague and not attack and hope your opponent doesn't play their bomb?
Perhaps, yeah. The thing is, you're not supposed to play around this because you don't expect your opponent's hand to be exactly Lieutenant discounted Mine from the Shadow Shambler and the Graveyard. It's completely unreasonable to play around because you actually have to progress your own game plan, develop tempo, and try to pressure your opponent so they don't have time to do what they just did now in the course of 4 turns.
However, you know, with the Shadow Shambler being played on 1, next turn is dangerous for multiple reasons anyway. So yeah, he does get that part of the equation done. Now, does he attack? Like you say, he's dead to exactly Graveyard Mine, but you've got to do damage at some point, and yeah, he's going to walk into it. Grushin celebrates.
Oh my god, this is quite obscene, quite frankly. From Pescoa's perspective, with a hand like Double Shadow Step, you have to try to pressure. The Mine Rogue is favored in this matchup, and given enough time, they will just win because Rogue doesn't have healing and doesn't have ways to interact with the combo that the Mine Rogue can do. So it's exactly 28-2, perfect damage with everything.
And Pascal did think of it. It's not like he didn't see that was a possibility. He just went through the thought process you went through of, well, you know, if he's got that, then he wins on turn 4. Well played. And, yeah, it's only going to get worse for you. He did take some defensive measures in case there wasn't the full combo in hand there, taking the Plague for next turn. And that was it, really. Not a lot more to say other than it is 1-0 already. I don't know what Sottle and Raven were messing around at, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely not. We got a timer going, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So the thing is, even if Pescoa held his attacks and did not allow the Forsaken Lieutenants after being transformed to attack into something, that doesn't fix the problem. The Lieutenants are still there, and they will transform shortly after anyways, within the course of 2 turns for the Snowfall Graveyard. So the best course of action is to just play your cards and try to pressure them, which is exactly what he did. So despite, you know, that being a loss, Pescoa did give it the best strat he had with the cards he had available.
And the aggro does not stop. Well, half the time, depending which half of your Fell Demon Hunter deck you draw. Grushin straight back in with more aggressive stuff with the Demon Hunter. But this time, anything can happen, because sometimes you just draw your spells. Sometimes you just curve out and kill your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. It's these matchups, especially in aggro mirrors, I would characterize most of the decks that both of these players are bringing as aggressive. Between the Wig Priest, the Fell Demon Hunter, and the two types of rogues, these decks get off the ground very quickly and get to the win conditions relatively fast. Demon Hunter can be a bit slower with heavy hitters later on, such as Zhilag, Kurtris, and Jace, but there are absolutely hands where they come out the gates running and just try to close the game out very quickly. So these matchups are very, very explosive one way or the other, and it all depends on how the two players interact with their opening hands.
And Pasqua with a wealth of decisions to make here. I wondered if he would keep the Extortion here just as a actual removal spell, not as a cycle of any sort. Just to be able to get rid of any early accidents that might turn up.
Yeah, exactly. Generally, you want to be keeping these Extortions to trade to discount the nulls, but against an aggressive deck where you need to fight aggressively for board, Extortion does clear up exactly this minion, Slither Spear, and preventing it from getting extra damage in. However, trading it does give Pescoa the chance to get a Wildpaw Null down faster, which then means that the Wildpaw Null kills the Slither Spear and then remains as a body to further the game with.
What is happening for Gruzin here? Look at this hand he's got going on.
It's a lot of tempo. And Gruzin kept Dread Prison Glaive, which is very good at pushing damage. It's a good early way to spend mana. And it's particularly good at, again, dealing with the Demon Hunter Mirror, if that's what he believes it is, or even with Rogue, if it does happen to be Rogue in Disguise.
Yeah, I think they know. I think there's rules saying you have to say when you're playing Rogue. I may be incorrect there. There's been a variety of rule changes, but I think they used to have to use the basic card back if playing Rogue with changing person in it, but I think now they just have to tell their opponent they're playing Rogue. I think that's okay.
We see Gruzin going for the Dread Prison Glaive equip because there is a clear turn for Blade Master Conduit to try and block out either a spell or minion next turn. And shortly after that, a Spectral Sight. Gruzin has all of his mana counted for this turn and next turn, so he wants to make sure the Glaive is equipped, so he has flexibility 1 to 2 turns from now.
Meanwhile, though, Pasqua is going to be ahead in the race if he wants to be. He's a little bit clunky this turn, but boat into crab potential, or just boat into crab with coin. Depends how he wants to go about it with this coin, but loads of comeback mechanisms here that will put him a lot of damage on that board immediately after his first one, basically.
Yeah, there's sort of a question mark about this turn and next turn for Pescoa, because the strongest play would be to coin the Asharan Vessel. However, then next turn, his turn is a little struggle-ish. He can play Reconnaissance and try to find a minion that costs 4 or less, and he can play Shroud of Conceal next turn as well. But getting on the board now does allow him to contest something like a Blade Master Connie, which I do like very much. And even if there's not an Akani there, it helps him deal with either a Furious Metamorphin next turn, or even just the Slither Spear that's already on board. So I do like taking a proactive stance here and starting to get on board faster.
So Gruzin cannot believe his bad luck that his opponent played a card there. It's the first time that really Pasqua's had a chance to play a card, so he took it.
Yeah, I mean, that's Hearthstone. You play cards. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they interact well, sometimes they don't.
I'm just amused that no matter, this is just how we all are, me included. Like, game 1, turn 4 win with Mind Rogue. Game 2, your opponent dares to challenge your 2/6, and you just can't kill them in 2 turns again.
Oh, we've all been there, yeah, absolutely. The Edwin's an interesting draw here. It does allow Pescoa a development here, and because of the Vessel last turn, he's able to clean the Connie and actually get the Edwin development. Now, the Edwin draws a card here, and it kind of fills in the gap, and it's much less risky than playing Shroud or Reconnaissance. Shroud into exactly the second null, I believe, is playable at 1 mana, which would be excellent, but if he misses on that, this turns a little bit of a disaster. So I really like just taking the solid Edwin, playing it for board, because your opponent had 2 cards in hand at the start of this turn, or at the end of your turn, I guess. So there's just not that much pressure that can be redeveloped from Gruzin's side. And Pescoa understands that.
Yeah, you see the result of that now. All this damage that Gruzin was expecting to be inserting into the face, now on defensive duty. He knows the 3/1s have to trade, so he does take that 4 to the face, but Pasqua has really forced the Demon Hunter to slow down here. And by slow down, I mean, he is still down to 17, but now is getting control of the board, and it looks like this board will stay around if he doesn't die.
Absolutely. It's impossible to stop all of the Demon Hunter damage. Damage is going to get through. That's how the class kind of works. But Pescoa's aggressive fight for board has stopped the bleeding now because Grushin is not pushing any more minion damage at this point. It has to be all weapon or hero attack damage or some spells, Predation or Fell Barrage. So the bleeding is stopped, and now Pescoa can try to take the front foot, start pushing into the crab turn, and counter pressuring the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, just looking at the difference in body language here. Obviously, Pasqua already, locked in well for Worlds anyway going forward. So a little bit less pressure on him. Plus, just a lot of experience, right? Grushin has played well over several tournaments recently, but those years of experience, you'll know yourself, they add up, right? They help you in these spots to just take it more casually.
Yeah, they do add up. The first game of the day is still kind of stressful, but after that, you kind of ease into it. And Pescoa shrugged off the turn for loss game one straight into a turn two confident sort of stance here.
He's very sort of numbers-oriented sort of person. He does all the spreadsheets and stuff. Pocket Train credited Pasqua with a lot of the help for the lineup picks for the Masters Tour. And I think that helps. I think when you know that, hey, this was a 57% chance to happen or whatever, you can just go, okay, well, it doesn't matter how it happened, it just happened, so let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, now Grushin is kind of out of resources. He does have just some damage here, but because the bleeding stopped, he does not quite have lethal with a multi-strike predation. He can push, I believe, 3, 6, 9 damage, which is, for those people who don't like math out there, that's 9 is less than 13, which is not lethal. So he has to find something else to do. And I believe anything but Zhilag is just death, so I think he has to play it and hope that it cleans up enough off the board, which is not easy to do. I believe it has to kill Krakatoa, which means
all these odd numbers are unpleasant.
Oh yeah, and you don't want to face that. I mean, you can swing at the Krakatoa to make it more convenient, but it at the same time inconveniently reduces your health total to very dangerous amounts.
All right, well, there it is. Needs some miracle hits.
Now, despite being in a crazy, difficult situation, Grushin has set himself up for the high roll, right? Even when you're down and almost out, you still have to find ways to win. And he did set up the board to give himself that out. If the Zhilag cleared up both the Krakatoa and the Pirate, he may have found a way to win. But yeah, evened up a piece, 1-1. These games are going very quickly, much faster than the Quest Priests and Curse Warlocks we've seen earlier today.
And we will see them again later today, don't you worry. They're still lurking, one in each side of the bracket, so we have them in the next 2 matches. I don't know if Quest Priest gets a bit of a raw deal. I don't think it's necessarily. I think Sottle made the point. It's not so much that it's slow. It's not quick, but it's not that slow. It's that there's not lots to say about it. It's like, yeah, numbers on curve, great.
There are some interesting decisions to make there, and they won't show up in this match. But when we get there, I'll give you some insight, more than just awesome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then maybe.
Yeah, I save 8 for me. I want to sound clever. Yeah. Okay.
I was setting you up.
Zloy going for the Wig Priest. Now, this is an interesting deck to play in some ways. It's a single tempo mistake, and you lose the board, and you've lost. Is how I see it.
Yes. There are a couple ways to come back, Blade Master Samurai notably, and Najak sometimes can swing the board back, especially in aggressive mirrors, because some control decks can, remove your Najak after you've stolen their minion, but in tempo matchups, particularly against Rogue as well, you could steal something like a Wild Paw Knoll, and suddenly you have a huge board swing because it has Rush as well. But the deck does rely heavily on getting on the board early and having those Serpent Wigs. I want to point out that Grushin has 2 Queen's Guard and 1 Murkwater Scribe, whereas Pescoa decided to bring 2 Murkwater Scribes and 1 Queen's Guard. So Grushin really appreciates the Queen's Guard and what they bring to this deck. Having a multiple cheap spells, well, the Serpent Wigs being the multiple cheap spells, you can get a very big Queen's Guard without actually having to spend Serpent Wigs on that minion and buffing other minions, which lets you develop more of a wider board that are the same size.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because I did the key cards and I put the Samurai on one and the Najak on the other as the 3rd card. So that makes me happy. It's a good start to the day. But Pasqua going to go with the Demon Hunter. And this will just be a straight battle for the board or for the face, depending exactly how it works out. When you lose the board, you start hitting face, whichever the deck you've got.
Yeah, it's really interesting in aggro mirrors because we call them aggressive decks. However, they're both very reliant on board control in their first few turns, because whoever comes out a little bit ahead tends to win this matchup. Now, Demon Hunter can have some interesting Dread Prison Glaive sort of mid-game turns that allow them to swing back even if the priest does stick a board. But it's really dependent on who gets an early board here, because that dictates either the chip damage from the Demon Hunter or the follow-up pressure from the priest.
Grushin celebrating because he gets the early wig, but he's going to need stuff to go with that. And Pasqua, interesting decision. This Fel Barrage could definitely be helpful as the keep alongside the other two. Yeah, and he keeps it all. Oh my goodness.
The glaive very good in this matchup, and because you have the glaive already, Pascoa likes to keep, or has opted to keep rather, I don't know if he likes it or not, he has opted to keep the Vanguard. It's a very early board, and if the priest does not have something like a Shadow or Devour, that's how you can snowball a game as the Demon Hunter. Just start pushing all that damage, and the 1/1s you spawn from the Vanguard let you control the rest of the minions that the priest gets down.
Pascoa just shakes his head though at this start. Like, did everything he could, and he is still able to get rid of it.
Yeah, and this is a nod to keeping Fel Barrage. Already having development, Pascoa also decided to keep the Fel Barrage in case something like this happens, and wouldn't you believe it, something like this did happen.
Yep, nice when that works out, isn't it? And obviously with the Fury and the Vanguard still in hand, he is going to be able to remove minions. Obviously the advantage or the equalization of the coin for Grushin has gone. So now the efficient cards of Demon Hunter, for the time being at least, should be able to keep this all under control.
Yeah, and we've talked about how good Dread Prison Glaive is. You can see exactly in this matchup how important it is at board control. Spending that 1 mana early to equip it has allowed Pascoa to deal with the turn 2 threat, and now he can also deal, if he chooses, with this follow-up threat with Fury while developing his own board, either with Fossil Fanatic or the Vanguard. So he has to choose if he wants more resources here through drawing off of the Fossil Fanatic, or if he wants to develop a board of the Vanguard.
What a find!
I like the choice of resources because he can still remove this. He should be able to remove the next thing, and yeah, the priest is going to play relentlessly 5-6 health minions, so just having those cards, having those spells to help remove them, I think is the better choice. It's a very close call. I understand why he thought so long, but yeah, this makes sense to me.
Absolutely. The Vanguard has a risk associated with it, whereas the Fossil Fanatic will just draw the cards and can't be removed by a Shadow or Devour. Treasure Guard just comes down from Grushin, 3 mana, needs to develop something on board to set up for the Wigs. There's a Handmaiden in hand as well, and there haven't been, I believe, 3 spells played just yet, so that might not be playable next turn. If Grushin does miss on 1 extra card next turn that prevents him from playing a Wig, and by that I mean some sort of cheap Naga, he might be in trouble. And Pascoa, having chosen to go for the card draw last turn, is rewarded with the multi-strike that he drew, allowing him to clean up this board. He's debating now if he wants to double swing into the Treasure Guard, or if he wants to keep the False Fanatic at 1 health. And I believe reducing it to 1 health is really going all in, and could spell death if he does choose not to play around Shadow or Devour.
Yeah, this is why I enjoy watching Pascoa. He has very long thinks about things that at first glance don't make that much difference or are obvious, but you know, he tears himself apart trying to get the exact right line, as do all of you, of course, at the top level, but even so, it's good to see.
Every play has consequences. Whether or not we see them, you know, is a different story, but...
Yeah.
Okay, Crush Claw off the top allows Grushin to save the Handmaiden for card draw, and the Shadow Devour, while very punishing, does still allow Pascoa to keep the Fanatic alive and draw off of it a bit more. And it is very difficult to come back against a 10 health minion, but if there's a class that can do it while also developing board, it's Demon Hunter.
I'm just trying to add up now. Does he have the remove with the Barrage, the Fury, and the Multi-Strike?
It is there. It's a lot of resources. Now, it is worth noting that because of the multi-strike, if Pascoa swings twice, Fury plus multi-strike brings the Demon Hunter up to 5 attack, and swinging twice, 5 times 2 is 10, spoiler, the Crush Claw dies, Pascoa draws 2 more cards, and he can also develop the Vicious Slither Spear if he wants to before playing the 2 spells, or he can hope to draw Chaos Strike, as an example, off of the Fossil Fanatic, which lets him spend more mana drawing instead of developing. But I would like to see a Slither Spear played before the 2 spells. It can still be played after. Priest doesn't really have rush minions except for Samuro, which wouldn't be that powerful into this board.
Yeah.
You know what? Pascoa is actually probably right here. The attack on the Slither Spear doesn't matter, so he can gain information, draw twice first, and then decide if the Slither Spear is going to be the best way to spend mana.
Okay, and he has drawn enough stuff to be able to do it all again next turn.
Absolutely, and we can see how important the decision that Pascoa made on turn 2 of which 2-mana card to play, the Fossil Fanatic or the Vanguard, has paid off in droves, I'd say.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just kept him in this game. He would have lost if he'd done it the other way around, I think, from how this has gone. He'd be a card or 2 down. Probably would have had less cards than that because he wouldn't have had the multi-strike to draw the 2 cards, etc., etc. So that spiraled out of control in his favor. Not over yet, but just looking now like he is going to get control of this one.
Yeah, Grushin's, despite having a really good early hand with multiple Wigs and the Vicious Slither Spear, has not drawn enough 2-mana Nagas to be able to get the Wigs off efficiently, the Serpent Wigs. And he is still valuing the Handmaiden highly, playing the Zola for tempo instead, to have something to keep playing Wigs on to set up for the Handmaiden. But it is not the most efficient way to spend mana or the most efficient way to develop research. I mean, based on his hand, that's what he has to do. But it's definitely not what he wants to do. And we saw him a little exasperated that he's drawing something cheaper that allows him to weave in the Wigs and the Handmaiden at the same time.
Yeah, and we can see that Akani for minion could be absolutely killer here. It's a bit hard to play because it would cost you one of your board minions if you went that way.
Absolutely. It might be worth it, however. Pascoa does have a read that the minions in Grushin's hand, if he has any, are not very useful because Grushin's been playing stuff like Crush Claw without it being active, Zola without getting value off of it. So I think there's a pretty big read that there aren't enough good minions in hand. However, the benefit of keeping both of these minions up means that Pascoa is pushing so much damage, and this into a Zillag he decides is a bit stronger than setting up the Akani this turn.
Yeah, Grushin going to have to hope this sticks now. Does have an extra choice now with the Slither Spear, so maybe he wants to spread it around, but...
Radiant was really big here. Grushin really needed a way to pop off, and this does allow him to do that. He starts setting his big board up. Now, Pascoa on the Demon Hunter doesn't run a Smothering Starfish because that's just kind of not what the list runs. You don't really have space for tech cards like that. So because of that, Grushin going in on this Radiant Elemental could close out the game. Despite Pascoa clearing the board every turn, he has also been taking face damage by clearing those minions because he's been swinging with his face. So it doesn't take much for the Wig Priest to counter back and kill the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, incredible. Okay.
Pascoa basically needs lethal this turn, or to reduce the Radiant Elemental's health low enough that a Bless does not kill him, or he could decide that Bless isn't worth playing around. There's one card in hand that Grushin has that is not a Wig, and Pascoa has been hand raiding that's been there for a few turns. It could still be something a bit more expensive, maybe like a Najak or a Samuro, but he's got to be thinking maybe that's a Bless.
It feels like a Bless. I know we can see it's a Bless, so that helps, but yeah, it's sat there. Grushin's been playing fairly dodgy minions, playing off the top. He knows the double Wigs there, so he may come to the conclusion that he can't beat a Bless and just have to play other things anyway, of course.
That's true. I mean, this Rain Elemental is... I don't even quite see a way to efficiently bring it low enough health-wise that it does not represent lethal to Bless. So the best play might just be to hope that they don't have the Bless, which could just be the correct play. If there's no way to set yourself up to win against a specific card, you have to throw it out the window and say, I'm not going to beat that card, and I have to accept that, so I have to set myself up in a way where I beat basically everything else. And Pascoa is trying to make that decision right now. He's going to trade off a Slither Spear, and he says, Bless can't be beat right now. So let's go for the Zillag, which is exactly what he does. Grushin pops off a little bit. The stocks don't do enough damage to the Elemental, and the Bless will take game 3 in Grushin's favor.
Yeah, absolutely no surprise on Pascal's face there. Exactly what you said is that, the Bless is there. I think it's there. I'm smart. I worked out it's there. Can't beat it anyway, so it doesn't matter. So let's hope I'm wrong with my read and beat it another time. But it doesn't, and Grushin 2-1 ahead in double quick time and down to just his own Demon Hunter now.
Yeah, absolutely. The games, despite being over so quickly, have been very, very close. And I think decisions on both sides have mattered quite a bit. The decision of Grushin to hold on to that Handmaiden, despite it not being active for so long, allowed him to get to the point where he drew exactly into Radiant and gave himself that pop-off one turn before Pascoa would likely have closed out the game with the development like Zillag. And Pascoa's decisions to fight so aggressively early for the board and prioritize resource generation and card draw helped him stay in the game long enough to defeat, or to try to defeat, what Grushin's early Serpent Wig and Slither Spear gave him in terms of board advantage. So very close game, but Grushin is ahead 2-1 right now.
He'd have the choice though to play that Akani, which would have eaten up a lot of mana amongst other things. So Yeah, that's the point. I'm not saying the play was right or was wrong. I'm just pointing out the alternate route where if the Okani's played for minion, Pascoa may have been able to get over the finishing line there with the extra damage.
Yep, that was definitely a pivot point in the match, and I'm sure Pascoa will go back and review that after the set. Looks like Pascoa is going to queue up the Wig Priest next, and like you mentioned, Grushin only has Demon Hunter left, so Pascoa hoping to do the exact same thing that Grushin just did to him in this game 4. Again, noting that the Murkwater Scribe is a 2-of here in Pascoa's list, and only 1 Queen's Guard for Pascoa.
So what would you prefer, 2 Scribes or 2 Queen's Guards?
I've played quite a bit of this deck with both, and embarrassingly, I actually forgot to include another card, but I think I like the Scribes a bit better because it's just better on curve with the Wig. You can play it on turn 2 and immediately make it a 4/4 with the Serpent Wig, where the Queen's Guard is better on coin, but without the Wig, you know, you're kind of in trouble either way. So I think I prefer the Scribe. Pascoa tossing everything back, not happy with those cards, looking for Wig, looking for a Slither Spear on turn 1 on the play.
And Grushin with decisions, because these are all good cards, but hasn't got the 1-drop that Pascoa had the advantage of having last time, so a lot more risky to keep it this way around. A lot less board is going to happen.
Is that a 4 keep?
Picks up some damage. Yeah, it was a 4 keep, which I'm surprised by personally.
Yeah,
never mind.
I think. Okay. Having the flexibility of choosing Vanguard or Fnatic is nice, but I think keeping both of them limits your options to find other cards that you want, namely Dread Prison Glaive. Now, we also saw Grushin here keep Fel Barrage like Pascoa did last game, which is probably very good at dealing with an early minion that the Priest develops. However, it can also be used to get a 3/4. So this allows Grushin to get on the board, which contests either Treasure Guard or Crush Claw, which is the expected turn 3 play from Pascoa on the Priest. Against Crush Claw, Hero Power with the Metamorphin will clean that up nicely, but against the Treasure Guard, there's not quite enough damage to get through it. And Pascoa does opt for the Treasure Guard for that exact reason.
Okay, so Grushin now, we're in a similar position that he was facing last game, with a massive difference, though, that this time he's going to have to spend 1 mana every single turn because there's no glaive in play. So that's going to limit how much he can get done each and every turn for now.
Yeah, and he does opt here. There, with the Dread Prison Glaive at the draw at the start of the turn, he was able to clear up this Treasure Guard, but decided that it's better to get the Fnatic on the board and start drawing cards off of that. It's very hard to get through the Fnatic from the Priest side. Pascoa will have difficulty killing it this turn without something like a Shard of the Naru to neutralize it, but there's only one of those in the deck, and it's not a card that the Priest is looking for in the early game. So despite leaving a minion up, I do like the fact that Grushin is prioritizing card draw generation, just like Pascoa did in the previous game when the roles were reversed.
Yeah, we saw how important it was for Pascoa. I know he lost the game, so somebody out there is going, but he lost the game. Yes, he did, because he had to waste a lot of resources killing off a 3/10. But this time around, yeah, it's the same thing. You've got to keep yourself alive any way you can. Keep that damage coming, and Sloy is doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah, School Teacher being the play here for Pascoa. No Serpent Wig just yet, so he has to find a way to spend mana until that Wig gets picked up. And it looks like he did go for the Holy Smite, something that the Priest deck doesn't have a lot of, is single target removal. And that Smite will help Pascoa ideally clean up something like the Fossil Fanatic if that's still left up at the end of Grushin's turn here.
Grushin taking that opportunity to get the Glaive equipped now. And we've seen this before somewhere. The Priest out of stuff. Can it turn it around? Well, not a lot of things to do that with right now. Hasn't got that key bless for the strike back. But now has picked up the Radiant Elemental, which gives him options. Yeah, you see him sit upright and start thinking what's going on here now.
So that's very big. Radiant Elemental lets Priest cheat out a lot of mana with the Wigs. You can play Nagas and then not have to worry about how much mana you're spending on the Wigs, especially with something like a Priestess Volish in hand. A lot of mana can be cheated and then brought back again, regenerated with the Volish, allowing you to continue playing stuff. However, there might not be just enough mana this turn, so Pascoa is doing some math on whether or not there are enough cheap Nagas with the Volish getting mana back to allow him to clean up this board and develop a big one. But he does decide that there is enough here. And this is where something like a Queen's Guard can really highlight its strength because of how many Wigs are going to be played this turn, and then Pascoa can end the turn on a big Queen's Guard.
You saw how quickly he suddenly started playing. He had that 30-40 second think, and then suddenly he'd made the decision and all the cards started flying all over the board because he made the choice. This does take a bit of time, so yeah, made the choice. We are going to see that Queen's Guard, or we're not going to see it. We're actually going to see the Handmaiden. Okay.
Okay, I like this as well, actually. There's enough pressure on board, actually, from Pescoa's side, but he will need to find a way back. He did see that Grushin kept 4 cards, so he should be expecting within the next couple of turns a Kurtrus coming down. And despite having a big board already, a Kurtrus plus the Battlecry that spawns the 2 bats will clean up a lot of this board. So Pescoa realizes that this game is not going to end the next 1 or 2 turns, but he'll need more resources to be able to overwhelm the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, and one thing that modern Demon Hunters don't do in their current form is kill wide boards particularly easily. They have to sort of mess around, whereas obviously before they used to just kill them all very easily with spell damage.
Yeah, that's true. Losing access to Immolation Aura did hurt the Demon Hunter's arsenal, which is why we've seen Fel Demon Hunter switch to a more of a get-you game plan where they try to kill you instead of your minions. In some cases, both, actually. Like this case, exactly in this case, the strength of multi-strike is just so powerful. Being able to clean such a large minion, at the same time push 16 damage, it's crazy. Now, Grushin is... Oh no, he's not taking a risk. I believe he's going to clean up the Slither Spear at the end of this turn as well, because of the second multi-strike. Oh no, the multi-strike was played after, I see, to be able to swing face. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, it's not actually quite over, incredibly.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's always scary leaving a Slither Spear up because then the Wig's power kind of gets doubled because each Wig adds 1 attack, but it also buffs the Slither Spear because it's a spell, which is why Grushin, I think, was a little concerned near the end of his turn that he's leaving the Slither Spear up. But with Run Radiant Elemental already gone, even with the knowledge that there is a Serpent Wig in hand, it's not very likely that there will be lethal damage coming out from Pescoa this turn. And because of that, setting him to 2 is very, very important because this Priest deck doesn't have healing. There's a hero power, but it's not an efficient use of mana. And this just sets the Priest up to die, quite frankly.
Well, there is the Treasure Guard, so that will eat up one of the minions at least. So if you can set up a 2-turn lethal here somehow.
It is possible. Even with a Kurtrus, the bats don't have charge, they have rush. So if enough damage can be pushed or enough of a board developed, Pescoa might be able to set up 2-turn lethal here, just like you said.
Yeah, use the Slither Spear for the extra +1 to make sure that he's still got stuff on the board for next turn. He knows that the Kurtrus is very likely next turn because it was the kept card in Grushin's hand that hasn't been played.
The Kurtrus is coming down. No argument here. Vanguard and Predation aren't quite going to get the job done. This gets rid of the taunt and can also kill the Slither Spear. Now, there is a little bit of damage missing if Pescoa does clean up the 2 Fellbats. Grushin has 2 damage from the hero power plus Predation, which is 5. And if Pescoa does heal up to 6, that is a breakpoint. So we'll see what Pescoa does. I don't think lethal is an option here unless a Radiant Elemental presents itself. But even then, I don't think there's enough Nagas to proc enough Wigs. Pescoa has to find a defensive play here while making sure he cleans up the Fellbats, while also setting up lethal, probably.
Yeah, and trying not to die. Yeah.
It's simple, really.
It sounds very easy. Yeah, absolutely.
Elementary.
Is there any play where he can win with a Bless from a Thrive? I don't think so. Just checking.
Without the second Radiant, no. And there's currently no way to draw Radiant Elemental. Both Treasure Guards are gone, so a taunt can't be put in the way anymore.
We can see that at the moment, which I don't expect him to do, a Carney for spell would actually keep him alive.
It also comes down to whether or not he chooses to heal his face this turn, because healing his face does take him outside of quite a few damage ranges, actually. Well, Predation being the big one, but a lot of damage. Actually, I think both Barrages have been played too, so Barrage isn't an out either. I do like setting up the Slither Spear this turn for the reason we talked about earlier. It double dips in damage when you are playing Wigs.
I think he chose Minion, if I read it correctly.
If that's the case, Grushin does have lethal here.
Yeah, he'll just test first, and then that'll be it. Yeah, if I read it right.
He did, and Grushin can't believe that spell wasn't picked here. Now, it's possible that Pescoa had a read on something like maybe a Lady Sitheno in hand, because I believe that 4th card, the Vanguard, was also kept in Grushin's opening hand. And Pescoa did have the read correct that was a minion, but that didn't account for spells that would have been lethal, yeah. To be fair, there weren't too many spells left that were lethal in the deck. It basically had to be Predation or a Fury, and that wasn't extremely likely with how many cards were left in Grushin's deck. But Grushin does take the series 3-1 there.
Yeah, Zhilag would have been lethal the other way, so it's just one of those where you take your choice and hope it works. It's easy for us, we can see it, but yeah, very rapid win. Seemed pretty tight as well. Took his chance in the comeback game in game 3. That seemed to be the turning point of the match. And yeah, goes through to that winner's bracket and leaving Pasqua a little bit stunned there. I think that went very, very fast.
Yeah, it was quite quick, a lot of fast decisions, and I think the main pivoting factor for this game, maybe compared to the last one, is both Demon Hunters had a lot of resources, but I think the Kurtrus pushed Grushin's Demon Hunter over the edge there because he was able to actually clean up a board and develop that hero power, allowing him to push a bit of extra damage for the lethal at the end.
Yeah, Pascal already in thinking mode. It's like, well, should I have picked the spell or did I do the right thing? Very hard to judge until you get back to your playtest group later and have a chat with them, but there we see it. Grushin picking up another point. He got 2 points last week, so that's a fairly tidy total. You've played in these, you know every single one of these points, especially in these 3 weeks, is monstrous. So yeah, job almost done for the week for those two players.
Yeah, absolutely. We have winners, I think, coming up after this, and we'll see if Grushin can keep that momentum going. Like you said, every point matters, and getting yourself farther ahead in the first couple of weeks means you have a bit more breathing room in the final week in terms of your mental state.
Well, that was a lot quicker than whatever it was that Pern and Superfake battled out in the early part of the group, but let's see if it carries on straight after this break.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Anima drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire when it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters, and we're about halfway through group number B right now, and we've seen the slow match and the fast match, and now the worlds are going to collide. We're going to find out whether the aggro or the sort of more controlling lineups are the ones that are going to get through this group. What do you reckon, Language Hacker? How's it going to go?
It's kind of hard to say, depending on which aggressive matchups you're talking about. So Mine Rogue that Grushin has brought, which we'll be seeing next, is actually quite a bit better against some of these slow decks, I believe, than some of the Rogue decks that other people are bringing, either the Jackpot variant or the Boat Rogue variant. But against particularly Warlock and Priest, Mine Rogue has a bit of an advantage. Even though these classes do have 40 health, the inclusion of stuff like Burning Blade Acolyte and the smoke screens have helped that matchup quite a bit, and in the hands of an expert, the deck is very dangerous. So I'm leaning a bit towards the aggressive matchups, but we'll see.
Yeah, I found the Mine Rogue to be very good against Warlock in my own testing, but not so much against the Priest, because the Priest can just start, I don't know, it can make it so you have to win with a 5/8. It can put things in the way of the 5/8. It can slow you down, and it can actually just run you out of resources. You tend not to even have to get to the point where they quest you to death. You just have nothing left as the rogue. It's almost a fatigue battle. Against the Warlock, it's kind of the opposite problem. They're hurting themselves, even if they're starting from 40, and you're just constantly hitting them with damage. So very interesting to see why I'm wrong about the Priest matchup, but the Warlock one in particular, I do definitely agree with you.
That one is quite a bit closer, and we see Pun's Quest Priest on screen here. There are a couple of interesting things to note. Spammy Arcanist is included, which isn't always in the deck, but it is good if you're expecting a more aggressive field. And based on some of the groupings we've seen, because this week is because of the trio format, there was probably a nod that aggressive decks will be brought, and as a result, bringing Spammy Arcanist is actually pretty good. We've also seen that Mida, the 6-mana legendary for Priest, is not included in the Quest Priest for similar purposes. It's a nice greedy card, but it's not particularly good against aggressive decks.
We are, however, going to see the Wig Priest on the side of Grushin, and I don't know what more we can say about this. You get stuff on the board, you try and keep stuff on the board. If you don't have stuff on the board, play a lot of stuff and hope it sticks, and if that doesn't stick, you lost the game.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. Generally, when you're playing Wig Priest against another Priest, that's either the Mirror or it's Boar Priest, which is a 50-50 matchup, or against Boar Priest, you're favored. Against Quest Priest, it can be a little weird. The Quest Priest is running one shard of the Naru, and in this case, you also have Najak Hexen, which is a good way to steal the Wig Priest's stuff. But other than that, it's not that easy to deal with a big all-in minion. So we'll see if Grushin does commit to that at some point during the game and try to set up lethal on board, or try to keep it in hand and use it as more of a combo as soon as the minion sticks. There's a couple ways you can play this.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, which one would he likely go with? If it's wait and see, then we'll wait and see. Yeah, I guess it's all about whether you can read your opponent and exactly which situations come up, how strong your hand is. So see how it works out for him.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about these 40-card decks is that, on average, they're slightly less consistent, right? You have more cards in your deck, you're less likely to have any one given card, especially when that card is a one of, for example, Shard of the Naru or exactly Najak. And you don't have to worry about those cards, you just make them have it. Most of the time they won't, and a lot of the time you're going to kill them as a result.
Good result for, yeah, Grushin. I thought that's why he did this, and he got the result he wanted. He saw the keep, didn't like it, and instantly just gets going here with a chance to take this out, take down the watch post and get the board set up.
Importantly, it's worth noting that Grushin also is running 2 Queen's Guards instead of Murkwater Scribes. We brought attention to that, and this is one of the spots where it does shine. Coining out a Queen's Guard in turn 2 is a 3/4, and it contests a lot of 2-mana plays that most, if not all, decks have access to that early. No 3-mana plays from Pun, so he's trying to set up for something. Build on his future turns. He's keeping the Amulet here, which is... actually, it's not that interesting. There's a Lightmon Netherdrake in hand, and that requires both a Holy and a Shadow spell. And lo and behold, Amulet of Undying is a Shadow spell, which means that Pun is gearing up for a turn forward Netherdrake. Even if it doesn't clear the board, does some damage, progresses quest, and at least damages the bigger minions if it doesn't actually clear them.
Yeah, and he's not messing around. You pose the question or the situation that we're not quite sure he's going to do. He is just going at it from the start here. Even using the Priestess just to get that extra wig on early.
Absolutely. Nothing but a Najak answers this board. Actually, a Shard of the Naru answers this board. Najak steals it for a turn, but Grushin has resources on board already that could deal with a Najak. So going in this early just has a good payout for Grushin because there's no way to deal with it except for Shard. And if your opponent does play Shard, you're just going to put on some more Wigs the following turn. So this early with Wigs and multiple minions, the Quest Priest can definitely get pressured out of the game.
Yeah, nothing doing here for Pun.
Again, he can soften up the Queen's Guard, trade off another Drake, play the second one. Doesn't progress the quest, but the quest in this matchup is slightly less important than not dying. It's very important to stay alive when you play the Purified Shard later on.
Yeah, staying alive seems really important.
Okay, no lack of minions here for Grushin. Keeps playing Nagas so that he can play more Wigs, so that he can play more Nagas, which are then followed up by some more Wigs.
There's a pattern forming. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Pattern recognition has been very good today.
It has indeed. Amazing.
Okay, 2 Nether Drakes out of the way. There's not a lot of ways the Quest Priest can deal small tidbits of damage. Condemn is exactly one of the ways that can make up for the damage that you need. And Pun does have that Condemn. So Grushin probably will lose the Queen's Guard this turn, and will finally start losing the grasp that he's had on this game so far. But he's pushed a lot of damage, and at this point, you don't need, from Grushin's perspective, that much damage to push through. One Radiant Elemental, and any minion sticking can spell lethal if a Bless is found and if a Radiant Elemental is found.
We're getting to the point now, though, where Pun is going to be able to start playing these big things turn after turn. Obviously, it's a case of whether they're big enough, especially with Samuro lurking in the hand for Grushin. But Pun can clear here if he wants to spend that smite, so even though it's not a particularly good value to do it for 1 damage. And he is going to be able to drop some 6 drops. So next turn from Grushin really needs to be fairly powerful.
Yeah, after turns 7, and basically what I'm saying is turn 8 and onwards, Whirlpool is available to the Quest Priest, and suddenly any board that is developed no longer looks scary. So Grushin has been trying to push very aggressively this early to get in under that Whirlpool. After Pun, cleans a few boards and gets to turn 8, the matchup is a little more dancey, because at that point Grushin doesn't want to all in on a minion. He wants to stick a small minion and then surprise lethal from hand. So the matchup becomes like a game of chicken after turn 8. But before that, get in as much damage and lethal if you can from the Wig Priest side, and that's exactly what Grushin tried to do.
Yeah, was forced to slow down here, though, and spend 2 mana on the Thrive, which is a great card, but on turn 6, when your opponent's going to start making big things, a little clunky. He won't be happy with how it had to be, but still has plenty of resources left, so it's definitely not over yet by a long way.
Yeah. One of the things about this matchup as well is after the Quest Priest kind of stabilizes, which is exactly what Pun did because of his early decisions off of the Thrive of Shadows and keeping the Amulet of Undying to set up for the Nether Drakes, he's able to stabilize, but now he's reached a point where he basically has to play a Big Idiot. And Big Idiots are very bad if your opponent steals them with Najak. And we can see that Grushin does not have Najak. And even if he did or doesn't, it doesn't really affect the situation. Pun has to play this card. Passing is not acceptable, which opens him up to Najak stealing this and potentially losing the game.
Yeah. He'll be relieved that there is no Najak. There's going to be quite a lot of stuff arrive, but nothing scary. Nothing that Pun really will be too terrified of yet.
Yeah, Grushin doesn't have quite a way to get through this Undying Disciple without committing a Bless, which I don't think he wants to do at this point. When he's this close to just having enough damage with a Radiant Elemental, he wants to just focus on cleaning up the minion on board. Even if it doesn't happen this turn, it could be next turn, could be the turn after. His job right now is not to full clear every turn, because if board is lost from this point, Samur can come back and clean it up. You can find a Najak, and also you're not dying. Quest Priest is not known for their non-ending pressure. So if you do lose the board at this point, play it slow, gather some resources, and that's exactly what Grushin's doing. Trying to set up for a kill maybe 3 turns from now.
Pun doesn't have a 5. How important is that? Not particularly important, right? It's amusing, but it's not. It doesn't seem that relevant.
So, in terms of quest progression, yes, it's quite unfortunate that there's no 5 here. But actually, the more important thing of not having a 5 is not to get the Purified Shard, but to discover a card from your deck, because this is a resource battle. Grushin's trying to amass resources and develop a board turn after turn. And Pun doesn't necessarily have to clean up every single board, but when minions are left up, there is the risk of Pun dying. So he does have to squeeze out value from the resources that he does have available until the quest gets rolling, he discovers some more cards, and he's much happier about committing a Whirlpool. Right now, for example, if he commits a Whirlpool, which he wouldn't want to do on this board when he's ahead, suddenly he's open to any board, kind of closing the game out.
Yeah, and that's going to be the next few turns, right? Is Pun just trying to, like you say, looking after his resources to make sure he doesn't have to use that Whirlpool, because when it's gone, yes, there is another one, but how many cards he's going to have to remove? He wants to get a 3 or 4 for one. He wants a 4 slow. He's going to have to go all in before he has to commit that. And at the moment, Grushin has got just relentless pressure, keeping those out of range as well.
And once again, I've talked about this Queensguard a few times, and it's shown up a few times here. Earlier on, I was able to contest an early minion, and here, without having to put wigs on it, it's a third big-ish minion that Grushin has presented. And only one needs to stick for, a Bless to punch through and actually deal lethal. So being able to develop multiple threats like this, while saving mana, i.e. not having to commit more Serpent Wigs, can be very good as opposed to a second Murkwater Scribe.
Okay, feels like this is a time that Zloy's got to do at least some of the stuff going on here. Try and save some resources we talked about, but...
I believe this is lethal. Yeah, so with both Wigs in hand, Shard is guaranteed to be in the deck, so the Thrive in the Shadows for 2 mana does get him the Shard. Shard can come down, silence these 2 minions with a Slither Spear on the board and the Queensguard. The Queensguard gets buffed by a bunch of Serpent Wigs, which in time also adds damage to the Slither Spear because it's an extra spell. And after these Wigs have been played, a many-headed Queensguard with a Slither Spear as its best friend is going to push through these taunts instead of lethal.
24 damage. With the guaranteed silence there. Nicely done. Good spot as well for my co-caster.
Yeah, and after you could ask yourself, well, why didn't Pun decide to play the Whirlpool there? Would have full cleared the board, and then there wouldn't have been a way to punch through that turn. And the key thing is that's what would have happened that turn. The following turn, Grushin would have developed a couple more minions and put himself in the same spot where all he needs is one opportunity to get through, which is why this matchup gets a little dancy at times. You can't really remove every single thing from the Quest Priest side, so you have to try to not take a bunch of damage early, because when you do take a bunch of chip damage, whether you can allow it or not, it just leads to games like this where even though this looked like overwhelming lethal, it was kind of close. There wasn't a Radiant Elemental, so a bit of damage was lacked. But Grushin piling that excellently, keeping a constant stream of threats while not overcommitting to something like a Whirlpool.
Yeah, and as a result of which, takes that 1-0 lead and buys himself some extra chances with the other 2 decks. And we've talked about those extensively. It is going to be this Mine Rogue, and I'd like to see this go up against the Priest, just so we can see a masterclass in a more sensible Mine Rogue game. We didn't learn much from the one in the previous match because he won on turn 4. Well, we did. We learned it can win on turn 4.
Yeah, exactly. We learned how to do that. So if people want to play this on ladder, keep an eye out. We'll see if we can get another one. Yeah, Mine Rogue is just a solid deck into some of these slower matchups. And like you mentioned, Quest Priest isn't quite a free matchup for Mine Rogue, as some people might think the Curse Warlock is. But the Mine Rogue can play it a bit slower, and it looks like we are going to be seeing that matchup right here, so we can talk about this quite a bit.
First decision, do you want to keep the Acolyte here? You've got the Graveyard already. You've got Lieutenant, Acolyte. You can get some 5/8s early on.
It's a little more complicated than just keeping that one card. So keeping a card like that is a bit of a slower game plan, which you do want to do as the Mine Rogue in this matchup, because against other decks, you can just start pushing damage over and over, but Priest can heal, and Priest can remove some stuff. So the Mine Rogue, Grushin has to decide if he wants to go for an actual OTK game plan where he tries to do 40 from hand, or if he wants to spread out threats over a few turns, generate some Acolytes, kill them off, summon some 5/8s, apply a bit of pressure, and then do something like a half combo where he only deals 20 damage from hand. And if he wants to go for that super slow OTK game plan, I don't think he's going to be keeping the Acolyte. He's going to be looking for Smoke Screen to try and draw extra cards. And it looks like that's what he's going to do. Just keep the Graveyard and look for the cards that give him more resources, because this is a matchup that's not going to end on turn 4, 5, 6 like we saw in the previous set.
One mistake I always make in this matchup is I always draw my mines before my sketches. That's definitely not good play in this match.
True. And that can benefit to the OTK game plan. If you have enough mana, you can do something like a prep sketch information when you already have a Snowfall Graveyard up, which draws the mine, procs it, and then you can play it and get an extra bit of 8 damage from there. So having the bombs in the deck, the mines rather in the deck, can be useful.
Made the mistake many times here, or not too many times, of playing the Lieutenant early against the Priest and getting it silenced. That's not a thing you want to happen. Again, playing for that potential OTK option, or a chance to get some 5/8s later on, depending how it all goes.
Yeah. Now, one of the ways that this sort of OTK game plan can be disrupted is Mutant. And that's very, very slow, and that very rarely happens because it's only in the cases where the miner wants to take it incredibly painstakingly slow. Grushin, with the Burning Blade Acolyte, might decide that he can switch gears and try to be a bit more aggressive. He has a Graveyard in hand, and playing that this turn can lead him to a Burning Blade Acolyte on turn 4, which will die because of the Shatter Shambler, spawning 2 5/8s. So he does have the option to try and speed things up a bit. However, if that game plan doesn't work, he will be down a Snowfall Graveyard. And he currently doesn't have mines to proc, so it will lose some damage, or at least slow him down until he finds a second Graveyard, in the case that the Acolytes don't get through. So we'll see what he goes for.
Coin there looking for the smoke screen, right? So then he could play the easy game of just play the Graveyard, play your smoke screen, see what happens, off you go. But
yeah, excellent ordering here in case something else needed to happen.
The Queen's trove is
Okay. Now, there's not a lot of wiggle room you have in Quest Priest, but Pun is finding one of the ways where you can get some wiggle room. And even though this extra 3-mana card doesn't progress the quest, it can slow down something like exactly this, a Burning Blade Acolyte. Now, a 1/5 isn't going to kill a 5/8, but at least slows it down a little bit until you can find Taunts, Light Shower Elemental, Spirit Guide, Blackwater Behemoth later on as well can help deal with this. So slowing the game down is kind of what Grushin wants to do generally, but in this spot he's trying to be make a bit of a push, and Pun has recognized that, and because of that uses a big resource like a Call of the Grave just to throw something in the way, slow the game down, because now resources have been expended from Grushin's side.
yeah, and this is the sort of the gamble you were talking about a moment ago with the Graveyard. Yeah, he's got the 2 5/8s, but now because the follow-up didn't arrive, it's all a little bit messy in terms of value.
Yeah, and importantly, getting the Acolytes, the Acolyte down early and proccing it does get you on board. However, in the scenario where this damage doesn't chip through, now the average Counterfeit Blade is going to be worse as well, because it can gain the death rattle of the Acolyte instead of the mine, which might not be good if you're trying to just kill your opponent instead of develop the board.
Yeah, and there goes the Graveyard. Obviously, we know the other one's not in the bottom 2, but apart from that, we don't know where it is. So could be a long, long wait for Grushin here. And the Priest does just kind of tick along while you're looking for your stuff as the Rogue. You don't have infinite time. It is doing the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things, slowly but surely.
Yeah, and to be fair, some chip damage is getting through. That sketch information when the Graveyard has been active to draw the mine, still push some damage. And the board isn't quite clear yet. Actually, no, it is. We blinked, and the Bloodfeather, Serene Bloodfeather together with the Lightmaw Nether Drake was able to clean this up. And the Treasure Guard earlier on made sure that that 5/8 did not connect face. So Pun doing an excellent job of at least staying the early pressure from Grushin.
Doesn't take the spammy, obviously. Yeah, lovely, it's a 5, but bigger things to worry about, like winning the Hearthstone game, because you can just run them. If you don't die, the Rogue only has limited damage. If you can deal with that limited damage, and it's a lot of limited damage, then no hurry to complete your quest.
And Grushin is playing the waiting game here. Interestingly here, okay, so this was a decision point. Pun could have gone Blackwater Behemoth to start lifestealing immediately, or he could have developed this Light Shower Elemental. And he decided to play he decided to go towards the Light Shower for 2 reasons, I think. One, it gives him the opportunity to play Call of the Grave, which can give him an extra death rattle, for example, exactly another Light Shower Elemental. But it could also apply some pressure on board while developing the Light Shower, and then actually pressuring the Rogue, because clearly Grushin passed effectively on 6 mana, which means that Grushin has a hand that doesn't do anything yet. He needs to wait to find Smokescreen, get more card draw, and get those resources to let him do damage. And Pun, recognizing that, is trying to pressure a bit instead of going for the Blackwater Behemoth to lifesteal up. He realizes the game's going to go on a bit longer than 1 or 2 turns, and this is a good opportunity to actually apply some pressure, which Quest Priest rarely does.
Yeah, and a stab used there as well to clean up the 6/6. That's another piece of damage later in the game that no longer belongs to Grushin. So another little victory there for Pun.
Okay, Amulet of Dying, even being used to bring 1 minion back. It's good for pressure. 3 mana 6/6, why not? Akani coming down as well. Grushin is slowly getting locked out of this game. Even if a smoke screen is drawn at this point, it might be a little bit too slow to get everything he needs.
Yeah, Akani's really hard to deal with as the Mine Rogue as well. You do have to sacrifice something important every time. You can see Grushin is just setting up for the Lieutenant Mine Graveyard win. Would need a sketchy in there and a weapon to make that a full 40.
I think with that mine being eaten, an OTK is no longer possible.
I agree.
I believe the 2 lieutenants, a theoretical mine off of sketchy with a graveyard, is not going to be 40 damage, and because of that, Grushin says, I can't kill you, you're at 40, I'm going to die in 2 turns. And that's kind of how the matchup goes without a smoke screen. And to be fair, Grushin did give it a good attempt. He realized that his hand wasn't going to be a super long-term game plan hand, and because of that, he went in for the early Burning Blade Acolyte. But Pun was able to deal with that effectively, staving off some of that damage with a Treasure Guard and developing a tempo game plan that pressured Grushin out of the game ultimately.
Yep, just cut down the time. Again, the Akani is just really hard to get around anyway, and made sure that Grushin couldn't just do the thing and wait. And even then, even if he waits and even if he gets away with it, he's still got to hit the things in the right order. You want to get the sketchy before the mine, otherwise things get a little bit awkward as well. So it was going to be difficult after this board got established, and like you said, the second the mine was eaten, that was it. That was GG.
Yeah, and it may not have looked like the Mine Rogue performed that well in that game, but if you have to consider against another deck that didn't have 40 health there, the 2 Burning Blade Acolyte spawns into double Lieutenant Mine, even without a second graveyard, would have won that game. But because it's against a slower matchup, because it's against a 40 health deck, the Mine Rogue needs a bit more oomph, and smoke screens are exactly in there for that purpose, to try and make the games a bit more explosive against 40 health decks.
Yep, again, double 5/8 against Demon Hunter, for instance. That's almost the game over. If you just get 2 5/8s, Demon Hunter uses a load of resources. You continue the pressure. The Demon Hunter has to actually take face damage to deal with those a lot of the time, and it all comes to an end. Okay, Pun, Boat Rogue. We saw Boat Rogue struggle a little bit earlier, but that's because he got killed on turn 4 in one of the games, which, what do you do? But I like this deck. I think it's just an incredibly straightforward, solid deck that rarely misses. It just everything sort of works towards one cause, which is do damage in a fairly good manner.
Yeah, I like it. It's very consistent. The spread against a lot of the meta decks are relatively similar. It's favored against some. It's not really unfavored against too many. It just kind of does the same thing every game. So a little more consistent than something like a Mine Rogue, but at the same time, it won't be winning games on turn 4 very often.
Claudio's punching the air there. I think he likes what he's drawn. We haven't seen it yet, but I think Sloy may have.
Yeah, it looks like we are having a Rogue versus Rogue match here, and Mine Rogue is favored in this matchup a little bit. The Boat Rogues and Jackpot Rogues can get some pressure down, but not enough pressure to the point where the Mine Rogue dies on turn 4 or 5, probably even 6. And because of that, the Mine Rogue tends to have a bit of time to get stuff going. Not a lot of time, like the Quest Priest game, but generally enough time to get 30 damage through.
Yeah, what I find as well with the Mine Rogue, or what I've seen, is both of your cards are pulling towards you. Either kill them early, not necessarily turn 4 early, but early with mines. But the 5/8s just get in the way for so long as well, and they're often just winning the game on their own.
Oh yeah.
But neither of those things currently set up, but double graveyard is a decent spot to be in.
Okay, I believe Pun kept a preparation this game. Generally, keeping a card like that isn't super convenient. However, knowing that he is in a Warlock disguise as the Thief Rogue, or rather the Boat Rogue, sorry, it's okay to keep a tempo card like that because you can tap on turn 2, get more resources, and get yourself to a point where that preparation does something. So I don't mind that. It can also get you on the board a lot faster if you draw something like a Recon or a Shroud of Concealment.
And I should correct myself as well. It was pointed out to me by a Grandmaster that you don't have to declare your Rogue deck. So Pun's other deck,
Can you?
Warlock's quite amusing.
Can you if you want to? Hey, I'm a Rogue.
I mean, you could try it, right? Hey, I'm a Rogue. Just play your Warlock. But yeah, you don't have to anymore. That rule is long since gone. So yeah, interesting that Pun has rolled Warlock on this.
Yeah, it's some mind games can happen. And it's definitely in the flavor of Maestro, the Masquerade, to have some sort of weird interactions like this.
Never bring a sword to a fish fight.
Pun decides to get on the board. There's an Akani next turn, so a bit of pressure now can set up to Akani disrupting while also pushing damage.
Gone fishing, looking for that smoke screen, which just about win the game on the spot if he hit it, weirdly, with the Trickster and the Graveyard in play, but doesn't hit it. Gone fishing, a card I've had a lot of conversations about, actually, because it feels that with one half of the Trickster smoke screen combo, that Gone fishing in your opening hand would be really good, but it's actually one of the lowest kept mulligan cards. The plan is to draw it like on turn 3 or 4 and then cast it. Because you don't tend to want to use it until you know what you're looking for.
Yeah, that's true. Now, this Akani is going to cause some problems here. Grushin does test with coin first, just in case. Both could be equally disruptive, right? Blocking a minion is obvious because, hey, they're going to play one minion to interact with something. But at the same time, if you expect your opponent to expect you to play a minion, you could take the spell and then cause some havoc that way.
Good lesson there from Grushin. You've got a weapon that does 4 damage. You don't have to have the death rattle attached. Just play it sometimes. If you're losing the board, if you're losing the game because of it, yeah, you've got a powerful deck in front of you. Don't just hold on to that infinitely for the death rattle to go off. That's a very easy mistake to make when you first pick up this deck.
Nope, absolutely. Use your resources, even if they're not optimized. You do what you have to clean stuff up and get yourself to a point where you cannot die.
Talking of which, though, he's taking a chunky amount of damage now. Could really do with picking up a Shatter Shambler very quickly to activate this Acolyte, but no such draw there for him.
Yeah, the Acolyte's so close to being good here. Even with something like a Backstab, it could present enough of a board that slows down Pun. And this isn't normally how the matchup goes, but Pun did, a pretty good job of developing when he needed to start pressuring the Mind Rogue before Grushin could get his game plan online. And we're seeing the fruits of his labor here. It's not quite over yet, but a lot of damage is being pushed, and he's really pressuring Grushin off of this Snowfall Graveyard. I don't believe this Graveyard did anything, right? 0 death rattles.
Absolutely nothing. And now next turn, Grushin had the opportunity to backstab his own Acolyte, but because the Graveyard was going, there was no need to concentrate on clearing the board instead. And now, it's everybody's favourite card. It's the Crab. And now he draws the smoke screen. Now the Graveyard has expired. Ouch.
Yeah, he still had the option to play an Acolyte here if he so chose to. But I think he needs something a bit bigger than just playing the Acolyte. I think he needs to hit the Burning Blade Acolyte off of the smoke screen to actually get enough momentum going. I don't think he can play 5 mana this turn, float a mana, and the next turn go over the smoke screen. So I do like that he went for this.
Yeah, Grushin can not be dead on board. But yeah.
There's a lot of damage staring him down here. He can clean up some of it with the Extortion and the Forsaken Lieutenant, but again, resources that need to be kind of used to develop minions or damage are being used solely to remove things and keep him alive. So he's kind of running out of stuff. He's not dead yet, but he's heading that direction with a Mr. Smite in hand for Pun, a Tooth, some Shadow Steps.
Yeah. And Grushin's looking for a way to trigger this Acolyte or a Lieutenant next turn, otherwise it's probably over. No chance of doing the crazy amounts of damage he saw last game, I don't think. Actually, double sketchy. Only 16. And he's dead anyway.
Oh, the Shadow Step on the Claw. It can be replayed because it costs 2 mana. Hits the Trickster and the final 2 damage from Pun. Good spot. I forgot that you could step the Crab Claws. Usually they just kind of die.
Yeah, it's quite nice little lethal there. I don't think it was going to matter, but nice to see Pun at the top of his game. And yeah, 2-1, but, and it's a big but, this Warlock deck is remaining the reason to swerve this bucket for over half of the field, I think, is this Warlock.
Yeah, we've seen it struggle in some of the earlier matches as well. I believe Pun was up 2-0 in his first set of the day and managed to pull it through finally in Game 5, but it took him 3 tries to get the Warlock through. He does not have 3 tries in this match to get it through, but hopefully he'll only need 1 or 2. And Grushin's looking to just stop that at any means possible. And to be fair, Mind Rogue is a very good matchup against that Warlock, and hopefully he can also get his 3rd deck through after that.
Yep, it's going to be in it. I'd imagine he'll do the Mind Rogue thing now. It's a fantastic matchup. All the removal just triggers your minds. If you set them up with Graveyards, you're in a great spot. And then we will come down to that. rogue match, which will be quite tight, I think.
Yeah, we see the Warlock deck on the up on the screen here. There is a Starfish in the deck, which can help the Warlock deal with something like an early Forsaken Lieutenant. Sometimes the Rogues do play it out early if they need to, because their hand is kind of dry and they want to close out the game quickly. There are a couple of ways to block that as well. Demonic Assault spawns 1/3 Voidwalkers, which doesn't deal with lieutenants, but it prevents them from dying after they transform. Importantly, you can disrupt them by not playing things, because then it prevents them from actually killing off the transformed minions. So there are ways to be sneaky and kind of delay it a little bit, but it's definitely a difficult matchup for the Warlock.
Yes.
I see you've brought guests.
Gujin does not pick up the graveyard in the opener. Yes, he does. There it is. I can't see. So he is in a good spot.
Okay. I think he drew it this turn and then traded off the Cutlass. So you were correct. It wasn't in the mulligan, but he did draw it on turn 1.
Sorry.
That is okay. This is a lot of damage very quickly. It's not enough to just close out the game, but importantly, because this isn't something like a Quest Priest, he goes for the Counterfeit Blade here. He can do damage whenever he wants to and expect that it's not all going to get healed back up with Desperate Pairs to get to the Narus. Now, Warlocks do have healing as well, but it's, I would say, a bit harder. There's a condition applied to it. You have to use your Drain Souls and Touch of the Nathrazim on something, and that's not always there. So the damage is not quite permanent, but more permanent than some other matchups.
Gujin not getting greedy with that sketchy there, making sure he draws the second mine off it and gets the damage in, rather than trying to be greedy with maybe a graveyard into the mine. Because when you draw that mine and just your sketchy becomes a dead card, that is when things can go pretty horribly for you sometimes.
Yeah, Pun recognizing the matchup, playing for tempo, trying to pressure the Rogue as much as possible, which isn't easy to do as Cursed Warlock. Generally, Cursed Warlock's game plan is much slower, but he is pushing some damage, getting some curses in, which can help if something like a Zakul is drawn later. Gujin going for a turn 4 Counterfeit Blade, waiting on the graveyard, setting up the weapon first, and then going in next turn perhaps for a graveyard, one of the mines, the mine dies off, second one with an Extortion deals a crazy amount of damage next turn.
Yeah, 28 damage next turn from the 3 mine triggers, if he wants to Extortion his own, plus the 4 from the weapon.
So that's... Oh, so is that 28 including the weapon?
Including the weapon, yes. 3 8s, 24, and then 4 more for the weapon, I think.
Okay, so what you're telling me...
Oh, he's got the stab as well in hand, ready for the turn after.
So you're telling me if Pun taps here, he dies?
Yep.
Huh.
And if he doesn't sort something else out, he dies to the stab the turn after anyway.
Not a great spot to be in. And this is where Mind Row, we've talked about this a little bit, Mind Row can be a little more variance heavy. You sometimes have games where you don't draw what you need and the game looks kind of weird. But there are games like this where you optimize your card draw, you optimize your mulligans, and you have these crazy explosive turns where your opponent, even though they're not dead, Pun isn't dead just yet, but Gujin's dealt so much... Wait. Yeah, he's not dead yet, but Gujin's dealt so much damage that is relatively permanent. Pun has to kind of hit the red button here and just say, okay, how do I heal as much as possible? I do not want to die to a second mine.
So the touch on the Mistress is healing.
Gets him back up to 13, which is conveniently outside of 1 mine range by 5.
Yep, the sketchy won't go off, just a reminder. There's no thing that will do.
So the Burning Blade Acolyte is not 4 or less mana, so it will not be drawn off with Sketchy. Both mines have been drawn. Now, Gujin does have lethal outs if Pun does go for the Touch of the Nathrazim, and I believe Pun will do that. I don't think staying within 1 mine range is exactly what he wants to do. Now, he does want to pressure Gujin as well, and killing off the Mistress does heal Gujin, but I think with how many cards Gujin has left in hand, I think Pun's happy just to say, okay, you're not going to kill me most of the time, so I'm just going to heal back up, and these 2 cultists will close out the game over the next 2 or 3 turns. Now, Gujin does have some lethal outs, but that is not one of them. The second graveyard is a little redundant. Exactly Forsaken Lieutenant number 1, I think, would have been lethal here.
Yes.
Well, either of them. Not like one is lethal.
Or the stab as well, maybe? No, stab would have been 1 off, so...
Stab would have been 1 off, yeah. Also 1 mana off. The thing is, if the Extortion is traded, the mine can't be killed off. But...
Huh.
Okay, yes, it still can. But still not exactly what Gujin wants to see. Okay, dagger up. Don't play the sketchy. Don't give Pun any information. With the second Snowfall Graveyard in hand, Forsaken Lieutenant is still lethal next turn. There's enough mana to go Graveyard, Mine, Lieutenant, and Stab. So Grushin still set himself up for lethal outs, and Pun has to figure out if that's disruptible or not. The Drain Soul applies a bit of healing, but does not play around the 16 damage breakpoint.
Right, yeah.
So Pun has to decide, is it just Drain Soul and hang out because the two cultists still are showing lethal on board? Does it change?
Like you're
any
scared,
other
right?
breakpoints?
You are scared because that weird stab to the face that Grushin did on turn 3 or 4, turn 4, was a very strange play. You know that there's more damage in hand, you just don't know how much.
Yeah, the Drain Soul does play around a breakpoint, so exactly Naval Mine, Forsaken Lieutenant, there's still a Graveyard up actually, hold on. So with a Graveyard up, Mine, a way to kill off the Mine, and a stab, the second stab would be lethal here. So Pun does go for the Drain Soul, it does change a breakpoint, and he decides that healing and playing around the breakpoint is more important than developing a null, and I'm inclined to agree.
Can't see a way out now. Oh, I see. Yeah, your way out is your opponent concedes.
Yes.
Na'Vi style.
Play to your outs.
Yeah, no concede.
Dancing around breakpoints has managed to put the Warlock through. This is a difficult matchup, and there was a chance there that the Warlock would have just been dead on turn 5 or 6. But Pun played excellently there, keeping himself alive. And Grushin did play to his outs every turn, try to set up lethal in as many ways as possible. But unfortunately, the smoke screen didn't show up. The Lieutenants hadn't shown up either, and the explosive start did taper out, giving Pun the win there.
And just like that, Pun is out of the group and into Sunday's top 8. Just sort of happened really quickly this time. It nearly happened really quickly earlier on, but it took him a long time in the end. But yeah, it took him a moment to react there, as if he sort of wasn't actually sure what was happening. And then, yeah, I'm through. I put my feet up for 2 days, and that must be a great feeling when you get through that quickly.
Oh, absolutely. Getting these points is exactly what you want, and having interesting deck choices like this compared to people who brought substantially different things. I don't think too many people brought Curse Warlock, or Warlock in general, but it probably makes him feel pretty good that the decisions he made in terms of lineup building brought him to this point.
So Grushin not out yet, as you can see. He drops down into that decider match. We'll get one more chance at it, and he will have to play the winner of Super Fake and Pascoa. So Super Fake with the other Quest Priest in the group, and Pascoa with the, I don't know, there's a standard lineup: Fell Demon Hunter, Naga Priest, Boat Rogue for this week basically. Yep. It's fairly aggressive lineup from, what is it, Bucket 2.
Correct. The Super Fake is his own Demon Hunter and a Jackpot Rogue, so it's not quite the same on those two archetypes, but still pretty similar. The main difference is the Quest Priest, like you mentioned, so I'm curious to see if the Quest Priest over the Wig Priest will lend itself well to Super Fake, or if Pesco will take it with the Wig Priest and the Boat Rogue.
Well, both those players have had a rest while this match was taking place, so we will have just a very short break, a 3-minute break, to set them up, and then we'll be straight in to find out who goes through to that decider match.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Molochian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Anima drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim vain and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire. When it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
Well, we had a slow start to this group, but it has sped up a lot in the last two matches, so it's time to start kicking some players out of the group. Superfake and Pasco are going to fight for the right to be still in the group at the end of this match. And once again, we've seen the lineups now. It is going to be pretty much mirrors, except with a Quest Priest on one side and the Naga Priest on the other, and some variations in the Rogue too.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how these choices on lineup building affect the outcomes of this match. A lot of players have decided that Demon Hunter Priest Rogue is kind of the go-to or the standard pick this week, so some variations between the actual archetypes are very much welcomed in terms of from an analysis breakpoint standpoint, because we actually get to see how these different choices, and even within the archetypes you choose, there are tech cards we see that aren't normally in the decks that might help in this exact scenario.
Are you surprised at the buckets, like that 8 people brought this Demon Hunter lineup, or is this how you'd have ended up, do you think? I know it's very hard, it's very much sort of trying to guess what other levels are going to happen, but curious what you think.
It varies. I think this matters a lot on personality. I know some players really like playing the good decks that they think are just good and try to play them better than their opponents. And I know some people like going for lineup advantages where they try to not necessarily bring the most standard decks, but they bring decks that think can be good into what other people are bringing. So I'm not super surprised. I think people generally like to play good decks well. And because of that, we do see a lot of Demon Hunter Priest Rogue. Looks like Superfake with the Thief Rogue, the Jackpot Rogue, is going to be his first queue.
Does indeed. We've seen quite a lot of this. Again, not my favourite rogue, but yeah, hopefully Superfake can show me why I am wrong. And back to that point you were making about the personalities, Habu Gabu tomorrow is the player bringing Hunter and Shaman, and the punishment for that is you have to bring Warrior. So he just put together a 40-card Quest Warrior and said, well, this will beat somebody somehow, and then I get to play the 2 best decks. So looking forward to seeing how that pans out for him tomorrow.
I'll have some words on that when we get there.
We will be there. We are on that group tomorrow, so yeah.
Excellent. I'm happy to hear that. Looks like Pascoa also queuing up Rogue. Thief Rogue versus Boat Rogue. It's kind of a close matchup. It can rely pretty heavily on what you get out of Jackpot, which is, I imagine, why you don't like Thief Rogue over Boat Rogue, because of the fact that it's kind of hinged on what 5+ mana spells you get from that Jackpot.
I don't mind the part, like this is my personal thing, which doesn't really matter when I'm talking about Grandmasters, but I'm going to anyway because we've got a few moments to fill before the game starts. I don't mind the RNG of what comes out of a jackpot. It's more about if you don't draw the jackpot at all that I find it's really frustrating. If you get the jackpot and you get 2 bad cards, sure, you can usually make them work. That's what good players are supposed to do, right? Fiddle around, make it work. But if you don't actually get the jackpot, I mean, Superfake's a good player, so he does. that's when I find the deck's very hard to play and almost folds in on itself, I think.
Fair enough. I know some players have opted to put in Blood in the Water as an extra expensive card, so when you don't draw the jackpot, you still have a bit of staying power, and your tricksters aren't completely useless. But Superfake is not running Blood in the Waters from what we can see. He is running Asharan Vessels instead, opting for the 3/3 Pirates. So there's still some way to use the Trickster, but playing a 4-mana Trickster for a 5-mana spell isn't quite as useful as you might think with a jackpot card, something like a Garden's Grace or an Immortalizing Stone. So I totally get what you're saying.
This hand is superb for Superfake here. Look at it.
Oh, yeah. Trade Cutlass on 1. There's a jackpot on 2. A very discounted null is going to happen. Bit of tempo. And the reconnaissance draw as well. There are options now, too. Getting an early, medium-sized Death Rattle into Contraband Stash can just blow people out of the water. Not to make a joke about the Blood in the Water, but there's one there.
Yeah, you should have just taken a second for that one and, worked it out, I think. TJ would be disappointed that joke didn't land.
That's okay. That was the point. I can see TJ yelling at the screen right now. No, you have to make the joke. Take the time, make it good.
Anything to torment TJ while he's watching from home rather than casting.
Pascal's not got a bad hand himself. My goodness, words are hard. Wild Pawn Null, very discounted, but opts to hold onto it and use it as a reactionary tool instead of a proactive tool. This also means that next turn Shroud can be the play for Pescoa, hopefully drawing a second null and making them both 0 mana rather.
But the cards, he gets a turn 3. Oh, it's all just going nutty. Turn 3, 5 drop.
Yeah, Superfake has a plethora of options here. The prep draw makes it so that he can play a null for 0 mana this turn, which he could have done anyways with the jackpot, but he has the option now to go for multiple reconnaissances instead, or even just one if he wants to. And these are also very good options for the matchup. A Rat King being able to deal with Wild Pawn Nulls as a reactionary tool, or Mountain Bear was the other option to be able to put taunts in the way of the boats.
Yeah, just look at this.
Normally taking something like a Squirrel isn't very good, but with this much pressure coming out from Superfake, Rat King next turn into Coin Contraband Stash, the Squirrel is actually very powerful because it applies some pressure now onto the board, which is not that easy for rogues to deal with occasionally. I know you can dagger it, but daggers aren't that efficient from the rogue side, right? You want to be spending mana on Prep Vessel, you want to be spending mana on Shroud, so the Squirrel can actually push damage, and it doubles up because of the fact that there's a Contraband Stash. So Superfake going for a very tempo-heavy game plan, which is what you want to do in a Rogue Mirror.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of ways to just keep the board. The Rat King will probably come back at some point as well when the squirrels in the deck start getting drawn as well. Obviously, he'll make another one with the stash that you've just described. And the only decision he really has to make going forward is, like, do you want to jackpot before you stash? And that will depend on what he draws, I should imagine. Or do you just want to stash and just get some more stuff going on?
It'll depend. Pescoa's got a difficult turn, too. He's behind on board right now. He doesn't know about the Rat King or the Contraband Stash, so he still has to make some good tempo decisions, make sure he doesn't fall behind on board because he wants to be the aggressor in this matchup.
Yeah, doesn't have great ways to use his mana here. I mean, they're good, but as Rogue goes, they're not great.
Okay. Uses a Shadow Step here. Shadow Step can be a harder card to use when you don't have nulls, but with a null, it can be used as a heal and redevelopment, which is good in this case. Gets him on the board. It's mana efficient as well. Does not give him the Shroud draw, but that's fine. He doesn't need to play next turn. He doesn't. And the important thing is that the Wild Pawn Null in his deck is still 0 mana, so he can still Shroud next turn for that.
This test looks good.
Yes, it does.
It all looks good.
A little bit slower, but still pretty good. Okay. Now there's some options here. So Shroud hitting a Wild Pawn Null isn't exactly that crispy now because the Wild Pawn Null going to the Rat King is kind of sad. So I think Pesco is going to go for a Prep Reconnaissance here and try to find something a bit more impactful. These are impactful. Okay, the Shadowed Spirit, not so much, but Mita is playable this turn. Divine Shields are very annoying to get through, and this means that this can offset some of the pressure because of the healing. But Pescoa decides to go for the Tyrian Forging here. I'm a little surprised by this. I think I would have liked Mita. With Shroud and Gone Fishing, there's a pretty decent chance that Mita can probably pop up in the future in the next couple turns. And this matchup is tempo heavy, but it can also be resource management. and you get ahead by having a bit more resources. And while Tyrion is useful, going for the Shroud this turn, which is not super likely to get him to Krakatoa, but it has some anti-synergy with Krakatoa as well. And it looks a little results-oriented because that's what was drawn, but yeah. I'm kind of surprised to see the Tyrion here. I think this might be a little too slow for the matchup.
I have had that exact combo a couple of times myself, and it's like, yeah, it's one that you probably watch out for without necessarily having to be results-oriented there. I think it is something that you're aware happens.
Mm-hmm. Super Fake going for the Vessel here instead of the Coin Contraband stash. The stash has a Vibrant Squirrel and a Rat King inside, which is similar tempo. This is slightly less power, but it doesn't die to something like a Dagger. And this is also uninteractable against the Krakatoa, which he thinks Pascoa might have after the Shroud. Or it's something to consider, at least. Whether or not it is there, it's something to consider, because the information is that it is there that is a minion that was drawn.
Okay, well, probably going to stash, but it is decision time. He's made the decision already. Off we go.
Mm-hmm. Rat King can clean up the Spirit Guide very nicely, and even though this Fillet Fighter contests the Pirates, I think Super Fake's still happy pushing damage phase. He is considering whether or not he wants to trade, but with the pressure he has and a Wicked Stab in hand, I really want to see this go face. Excellent.
Yeah. He probably just checked some breakpoints in his head for various scenarios there, but yeah.
Yeah. Wapano, an important draw for Pascoa. Krakatoa is the strongest thing he can do this turn, and Wapano goes with that very nicely. It turns out a 0 mana 3/5 with Rush synergizes well with a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Especially on this board as well, the shape of the board that he's facing, 3/5 is just tidy, but doesn't even need it, I don't think. He's going to be able to hang on to it if he wants to.
Yeah. Importantly, the first Racking that was played also does not spawn after the Squirrel dies and the 2 Pirates die. I believe it'll be a 4 out of 5. So this is a very important swing turn from Pascoa, and kind of why I didn't want him to take the Tyrion, because I feel like this is generally a better play, and if you're playing towards this, then the Tyrion becomes a little redundant. However, now that he's stabilized, next turn Tyrion can come down and protect him a little bit against the Rat Kings. So we'll see if it works out.
These Rat Kings are just about ready to go. Super Fake can find any way to activate them here. Needs to be alive to activate them, though.
Yeah. He has the choice here. He can use Jackpot to activate the Gone Fishing, but Jackpot will not allow him to play the Jackpotted cards this turn, so I like the Wicked Stab instead here. Actually removing stuff. It commits a stab, but I think this was the correct play.
There's a hit. This Knoll is huge now, because that gets a Rat back in the game.
It does. If he wants to kill it off, because if he is going to run to the Krakatoa, the Knoll dies and the Rat King dies as well, which is overkill, but it stops a lot of damage, which is important, again, when resource generation is a concern. And importantly, the second Rat King is only 1 tick behind, which means that this is a full clear. So even though this was a little awkward damage-wise, it's a full clear, and I think Super Fake's very happy to see that.
Yeah, now he's in a position where he can play towards the test in whichever way he wants to do it.
Yep. This Tyrion is pretty hefty here. Pascoa has to decide if he wants to take 5 on the noggin to clean up the Rat King, and I think that's fine. Scabs isn't coming down soon anyway, so this Tyrion is going to stick at least for a turn, barring some Tooth in the Fair and shenanigans. But even with a Tooth in the Fair, I don't think there's any way to actually get Discover off of it.
Making lots of things ready to reactivate your rats does seem very tempting, yeah.
This is true. So the one downside to playing tests is that something like a Scabs could come out from Pascoa, which would be a little awkward. And there's not a lot of reads that Super Fake has on Pascoa's hand, because these cards are drawn over the last couple turns. Okay.
Ooh.
Interesting. Very interesting. Now, so Scabs does put Pascoa in a good spot, but it's a bad spot if he plays Scabs into Super Fake's Shadowcrafter Scabs, because then Super Fake gets to bounce back the shadows. So there is a chance here Pascoa does forego Shadowcrafter Scabs and just says, you know what, I'm on board with the Tyrion. They're not going to kill me that often. We've seen a stab already from Super Fake, so Super Fake's lethality right now, not super high.
Yeah, this Tyrion seemed to be causing a problem, so don't remove it. Let your opponent remove it.
Excellent. People might be baited into playing a Scabs there because, oh, it's 8 mana, we just drew it, it looks amazing. But it actually doesn't put you that farther ahead on board than you already are. So I like doing different things here and saving Scabs as a comeback mechanic if things start going south.
I do like playing this Cutlass, though. I might be completely crazy. We're just killing off one of these 2/2s to protect your Tyrion.
Yeah. Could even go face. But I think killing the 2/2 is probably a bit better. It's kind of close, though. It sets up lethal both ways.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I don't even... Huh.
They're on 0, right? Well, one's on 1 and one's on 0, the Rat Kings?
Yeah. So trading off these treants is not going to proc either of them. Could go for like an infestation, but that doesn't actually clean up the Edwin, which causes some problems. I think Superfake is going to go for the Scabs, but he's opting to trade off the treants, or at least one treant. I think 2, because then that sets the timer, the ticker for one of the Rat Kings. I think he does have to Scabs here, because he can't accept the stealth damage from Edwin, considering how low he is.
Yeah, I like
but he is opting to kill these off. And this is actually, this exact scenario is what Pasco is playing around. And we talked about that last turn. He's ahead on tempo. It doesn't make too much sense to Scabs. It's much better to use Scabs as a reactionary tool. And because Pascoa held that Scabs, Superfake is forced into using his own Scabs here, which gives Pascoa the swing turn that he wanted from his own Scabs.
But Superfake next turn can activate both Rats and play a test to get another Rat. There's a lot going on there in terms of clearing up Tyrion and getting through.
So, true. Interestingly as well, Infestation spawns minions that will activate. So if Scabs comes down here from Pascoa, Superfake won't have any minions on board, but the Infestation spawns imps that run into the shadows that Pascoa will have developed from the Shadowcrafter Scabs, activating the Rat Kings, which will let him clean up anything else that Pascoa develops with the Scabs, if that is indeed Pascoa's play. And I think it is probably the best play. Trades a Cutlass first, just in case something is drawn that changes his mind. I don't think there's any lethal outs or anything. So I think the clear play is to heal back up, gain some armor, spawn some 4/2s, get rid of Superfake's board.
Yeah.
I really like the way Pasco navigated this game so far.
I think I like the way Superfake played it as well, though, with the way that the imp's been kept back for this.
That's true as well, yeah. He could have developed a test or something, but taking a bit slower in case that there was a Scabs, and ultimately having to play his own Scabs because of the Tyrion.
Also means the Rat Kings are going to be online and representing not lethal, but it will actually represent lethal with the stab in hand.
Yeah, at that point it'll be up to 6 damage. There's a Tooth as well.
Oh, it's so close, but this is huge. This is just so crazy.
This has been so close. Now, Pasco is not out of the game just yet. There is a 6 damage stab in hand. There's 2 Tooth of Nefarians. That's already 12 damage, and Superfake's on 15.
Uh-huh.
So he's not far off. I don't believe he's played his first Wicked Stab, which means that there are lethal draws here.
Like that?
Yeah, Pascal gives a nod. 6 + 6 + 3 is indeed 15. And this game has been so incredibly close between the two archetypes. And this just goes to show, even though they're doing slightly different things, the game plan is ultimately tempo. And back and forth, the tempo has been very, very close. But Pascoa sets himself up to win with a Wicked Stab number 2, which he does indeed draw. And he pulls ahead in the first game of the set.
Yeah, that feels important as well. Effectively a mirror in this lineup. With the deck that, it's a good deck. It's good on both sides, but getting it out of the way, winning that mirror, not all Conquest games are created equally, and that seems like a big win for Pasqua to me.
Yeah, definitely. Not only in terms of like what deck was actually just used to get there, winning the mirror, but it also sets a nice little momentum. And I don't think Pascoa is much of an emotional player at this point. Like you said, he's very calm, cool, collected, calculated, but still, a win is a win, and that's got to feel good starting the set.
Right, so again, I feel like we're going to say this a lot in the next, or we have said this a lot already, but the decks remaining for Pasqua are obviously the the Priest and the Demon Hunter, just like they have been for basically everybody in this group. It is the Naga Priest and the Fel Demon Hunter. The only Demon Hunter. The Demon Hunter that exists.
The Demon Hunter. Yeah, we don't even have to specify it. We can talk about tech choices. The notable difference between Pascoa's DH and Superfake's DH is that Superfake opted for 1 Bone Glaive, whereas Pascoa has a need for greed, so a bit more card draw.
It's interesting, actually. That's something that has been going on for a long time as well. And I think it tends to fall down the side of need for greed these days.
Yeah. The 30th card has been a bit of a mystery, and people haven't really decided on what is optimal, or at least agreed to decide. Regardless, Superfake is going to queue up the Quest Priest here. Didn't quite get the Rogue through, but deciding that Priest is exactly what he wants us to cast, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Thanks, Superfake. Appreciate you. You're watching this back.
I'm excited. I'm excited to watch this. The matchups, we've talked about this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but there are interesting decisions you have to make, even though you're only playing 1 or 2 cards a turn, often 1 card if it's a minion, but deciding whether you want to go for quest completion or more of a tempo game plan is very important against something like a Rogue, which is not what Pascoa is queuing up, but it has a similar effect here on Wig Priest as well. The Purified Shard, while it does read Destroy the Enemy Hero, can't be played if you yourself are dead. So a lot of the time, quest progression is foregone to try and fight for board, keep your opponent off the board, and just try to win with taunts and stuff.
Yeah, and we saw this in the previous match, this matchup, where Zloy Gruzhin just made a point of not putting too much down there, did some early damage, chipped away, set it up, kept card advantage in hand, and preyed on the Quest Priest's issue of having to sort of only play 1 card a turn. Not even to do with the quest, just kind of, that's your curve, right? You've kind of got 1 card a turn a lot of the time.
Yeah. Pascoa, I'm sure, is also familiar with this matchup, so we'll see if a similar game plan presents itself. Serpent Wig is in the opening hand for Pascoa, and would you believe it? Superfake also has his 1 mana card.
Yeah, that also feels like a quest when you play against this deck.
Yeah.
Serpent Wig, quest. Just opening hand, first card every time. They've always got it.
Yeah. The payoff's a little bit different, but ultimately it's the same thing. Destroy the enemy hero.
Yeah, indeed. Interesting to see, though, what he does with the rest of the cards here, because he does have those high health minions in Samuro and the Enforcer. Obviously a little bit slow, but they're chunky enough that you might want to keep them. Just keeps the 1.
I do like the Crush Claw keep, not so much the other 2. As the Wig Priest, if you start off with a Vicious Slither Spear, great, you have it. But it's not a consistent game plan to try and get every single game. And on the coin, already with a Serpent Wig, it's probably okay to go pass on turn 1 and then coin a Crush Claw. Gives you more resources, gets the body on the board. It just seems pretty good. So I like that mulligan. Keeping the Crush Claw and then tossing the rest to look for something a bit better.
Does end up picking up the Treasure Guard as well, which is probably quite nice for him. It's going to allow him to get this Handmaiden activated. The whole hand is coming together for not anything turbo, not anything massive, but he's not going to have a bad game of Hearthstone here, most likely.
Yeah, stuff to do. Superfake went for a Thrive in the Shadows, tried to find something else to do, but instead found another Thrive in the Shadows to find something else to do later.
Guy picked off the top makes Pascoa's life a lot easier. He was going to have to start messing around with coin into 3, into, well, now I've got, do I wig or do I play another 3? But this has tidied everything up very nicely for him. Gets to hold on to his coin and gets to exert some pressure.
Yeah, very, very nice. Superfake has to make some decisions here. There is only 1 Shard of the Naru that Quest Priest generally runs, and that is not an exception here in Superfake's deck. So this Shard of the Naru, while it is a tradable and can give him other plays, he might consider just keeping it because it's a one-off. He's probably not going to find it most of the time if he shuffles it back in his deck, and it's important if Pascoa does decide to go for an early all-in because it can at least limit how much damage is on board. It can remove a bunch of hats or wigs and reduce the impact of what Pascoa develops. And so I do like that he's keeping it, even though he does need to find other stuff to do. I believe the shard is an important tool that he's holding on to.
I like the idea of a serpent hat. You could maybe try and talk people into putting that in the store for us. That'd be great.
Yeah.
I'd wear one. Okay.
This is where we start having options. If you play Wig Priest. So Pascoa has a few different plays here. Just a standard Crush Claw Enforcer's fine. The Queen's Guard gives him a way to go Queen's Guard, Serpent Wig. if he wants to be a bit more aggressive. And again, Priest isn't running stuff like Shadow or Death. There's one shard of the Naru, which also doesn't clear board. So there is merit to just pushing a bit more damage with the Wigs. But there is also merit in using resources efficiently and getting more stuff onto the board. So even though a coin is used here, I do like this play a bit more than Queen's Guard. It sets up for Handmaiden next turn into a third Wig. I don't think we need to keep track of that, but yeah, that is the third Wig. So 2 Wigs and a coin means the Handmaiden is active, so he has a clear play next turn. Oh. Okay. That's a good one, as people might say. So poisonous is just good. Call the Grave being used to find a 3-mana play. I like it. You need to play for early tempo. You can't just rely on a Whirlpool 4 turns out that you don't even have in your hand yet. So I do like Super Fake playing the Call the Grave. Does find an Ectoplasm, and conveniently the death roll off of that summons an Adventurer. And these can have a variety of effects, but one of the best ones in a matchup like this is Poisonous, because wouldn't you believe it, Poisonous is poisonous to minions, and it will kill anything it hits.
That has to be left up this turn, weirdly.
Yeah.
3-2, obviously, not the poison, because that's bad.
Of course, yes. That one will probably be removed.
And that gives Pascal a lot of difficulties. And obviously he wants to just get his Handmaiden played and get the cards, but does have other choices because of the Akani in hand to just slow things down for Super Fake. I think he'll play that going into 6, but he might play going into 5.
Yeah. One of the best ways for Quest Priest to get the ball rolling on resources is playing Spirit Guide in turn 5. So Blade Master Akani on this turn, I actually would really like being a Quest Priest enthusiast, because I know that I'm going to be very frustrated. There's not a lot of ways to deal with Akani other than just playing a minion and accepting that it gets countered. So I don't like the Pesco didn't Akani here. But the Treasure Guard is pretty good as well because it protects the Murkwater Scribe. And like you said, I think it's okay to forego the Handmaiden this turn to go either Akani or Treasure Guard. And Pescoa did decide on the Treasure Guard.
How he proceeds this turn. Now he's in that spot. And you can see the problem that you were talking about, that this just isn't a nice spot.
Yeah, 5/5 taunt for 5 isn't that crazy, but the fact that it draws a Holiness Shadow spell is very important because it just gets the card draw going. It allows the Quest Priest to have a bit more flexibility. As well, if there's something like a Zyrella in hand, you're guaranteed to draw a Holy Spell, which a lot of the time is a Desperate Prayer or a Gift of the Naru, which does activate it. One of the ways to actually wipe a Wig Priest board as Quest Priest would be if Super Fake had a Zyrella, which he doesn't currently have, but something that Pesco needs to consider. How much he wants to play into or not into.
And he's constantly making sure he's got enough. This is exactly how we saw it played previously as well from Soy Kuzin. Ahead on board, keeping enough in hand that you've got to reload. Obviously with that Handmaiden, this hand is bigger than it looks as well right now. Doing the little things, protecting that Treasure Guard from the 3-1, for instance, just to make it a little bit annoying for Super Fake over and over again. Because the Priest doesn't have that much wiggle room, right? It doesn't have the mana to, oh, look, I've got to find an extra damage. It just doesn't really have that ability.
Yeah, it can't wig all around as much as the Super Wig. That one's for you, TJ.
Stay. Have I said that before? I think I have. You can stay.
Notably, I also want to point out Pescoa valuing the Murkwater Scribe or the Treasure Guard, giving the Murkwater Scribe the final wig to play around something like a Lightmaw Nether Drake, which is something that would be active now because the Spirit Guide drew Super Fake both a Holiness Shadow spell. So keeping the Murkwater Scribe on the left protected and able to keep fighting is very good recognition from Pescoa based on what he needs to play around.
Mothership often a very good pickup here for the Priest. Allows so much extra resources. A little bit of tempo gain the Priest is sometimes lacking as well with the instant rush.
Yeah. Super Fake has to decide if he wants to use the Shard here. It does not clear the board, but it removes a lot of annoying stuff. And I do like using it here. It is your panic button until you have Whirlpool or something later on. But I think this was a good time to do that because it reduces a lot of the damage from the Murkwater Scribe, and it just gets rid of A, the taunt, so you can kill something else with the Ectoplasm you had on board, and B, it also denies a bit of card draw, which is relevant.
Talking of card draw, here we go.
3 mana draw 3.
Get going.
Okay, the tools are coming together. A Radiant Elemental will get things moving very quickly. Now, importantly, compare this sort of matchup, this board state to the previous board state we had in our previous match, where Grujin was also piloting Wig Priest against Quest Priest, but the Quest Priest was 15 or so health lower, and because of that, there was much less of a pop-off that was needed to get him over the finish line. Pascoa has a bit more to work with here, and neither of them had a Radiant Elemental at this point in the game, and you can kind of see how important that chip damage is.
Absolutely, it allowed Super Fake to make the play he just made, which was, you know, I don't know, waste his shard if you like, but he didn't waste it. Obviously, he did a lot of good work with it, but because he wasn't in imminent danger of just dying on the V-swing, he was able to make that play, which was never an option for Pun in the other match.
Yeah. And Pascoa drawing through his deck, once again recognizing that I'm not going to kill my opponent here just by hitting him in the face 2 or 3 turns in a row. It's not like Demon Hunter where the damage can kind of just add up and you don't have to worry about board. Pascoa is setting up for a longer term game plan. Get to that Radiant Elemental, get some extra card draw going, keep developing threats, and eventually go for that big Elemental wig blast turn.
You can see those the hand size for Super Fake is starting to get whittled away, but on the other side of that, this mothership is hanging around. You've only got the one shard. You can't just shard a mothership away. I think he's wrestling with that, but he can't, I don't think.
I don't think so either. I think Pascoa does know that one of the cards left in Super Fake's hand is a Holy Spell, because I believe there's one left off of the Spirit, unless the Condemn was that card. Man, this is a lot easier with Deck Tracker. I believe there's one Holy Spell left from the Spirit Guide, so he does know that at least 4 of those cards could or could not be minions. But I think the shard's too important to use it on a mothership here. The thing is, having opponent minions on the board isn't necessarily a bad thing. With cards like Shadow or Devour, you can actually take advantage of that and gain more health on the minion that you're blessing if your opponent has more minions left on the board. So I don't think it's super imperative to get rid of this mothership. He could consider trading the shard to find something else, but honestly, I don't mind holding on to it at this point. If Pascoa does drive Radiant Elemental, having that shard already ready to go is going to probably be lethal based off of board sticking.
Yeah. Picked that.
Okay. I mean, we're in Whirlpool territory, but I don't think Super Fake wants to commit that here. Ooh. These are all very awkward.
Yeah, the mount looks good until you realise that it doesn't really do much against the shard, right? So
that's true.
Better than the other options. It's also a 7, I guess. That's
Light Bomber.
Like.
The other two are also kind of weird. They're removal, and Super Fake wants removal, but if there's a minion that you can Shadow or Death, it's a minion that's probably already going to be hitting you in the head at that point. It probably has already hit you for that much damage.
Yes.
And Light Bomb is kind of nice as well, but a lot of the Nagas are defensively statted, so it won't actually clean up a board by itself. And because of that, I think I do like the Shadow or Death over the other two. But still slightly awkward.
It is that difference in health total as well this time around, where if you get hit by one massive thing, you might still be alive, whereas last time you wouldn't have been with 16 health in the Pun game.
Not a Radiant.
How do Najak into how do we trigger this Octobot?
Oh my goodness. I don't think there's a way to.
I don't think there is either.
Oh, that would be so. Maybe, I mean, you can't do it now, but if there was a school teacher for Pascoa, he could find something like a smite to activate it. Unfortunately, that's not the case right now.
Ooh.
Now, one of the issues for Pascoa is that he doesn't have that many Nagas left to chain Serpent Wigs off of. So each minion that he has right now is actually kind of important because the Serpent Wigs aren't infinite. Eventually, you won't have any more Nagas left to make them. So he does need to be aware of how many wigs he has at his disposal for when he does draw the Radiant Elemental.
Yeah, and that's why he's deep in the tank. There's a lot going on here, and his opponent is still on 32. He's going to obviously have a massive turn at some point, but time isn't ticking.
I like this, getting rid of the poisonous with the Najak still keeping himself on the board, making sure the Octobot doesn't get a discount and a treasure guard. This wasn't a super fancy play, but I think this was just the correct play. hold on to the important resources, make sure you're still a little bit ahead on board to give himself the Radiant Elemental draw.
So we've talked about Pascoa's plan quite a lot here. How does Superfake actually win this? It just feels at the moment like everything he's doing is don't lose, and progression is so slow. Is it literally run Pascoa out of the ways to win it?
Minions. Yeah. It's survived long enough that the minions are no longer there. Like I talked about last turn, eventually there are not infinite wigs. So if enough boards can be removed, Superfake can maybe not run Pascoa completely out of resources, but bring Pascoa down to the point where the wigs available are not lethal. Because eventually Pascoa still has to commit. Even if it's not lethal, he will have to eventually try to push damage. And at that point, something like a Shadow or Death can just remove the threat and make sure that no damage gets pushed anymore after that. Superfake is really torn here on this Whirlpool, but I think if this board gets left up, he dies very often. And I know it's kind of sad because the Treasure Guard is going to draw a card. There's going to be redevelopments. He does go for the Spirit Guide instead. The Gift of the Naru drew him towards that. There is a chance he's not dead here. That there are awkward things that, you know, are vibing from Pascoa's hand, and he has that read, and there still is not a Radiant Elemental. So if he wasn't dead last turn, maybe he's not dead this turn.
Yep, and the Radiant not drawn, so he gets to hang on one more turn.
I think this might be one of the last turns that Superfake can actually be greedy with a Whirlpool. I think after this turn, it'll have to be committed. And this game of
his head. He knows he's running out of time.
And this is one of the downsides of Quest Priest against a matchup like this that has constant board pressure and redevelopment. When you're running 40 cards, you're not going to have everything you need at every single time that you need them. Which is why this matchup, I think, is slightly Wig Priest favored. It might even be more than slightly, actually.
It feels very Wig Priest favored just from the two games we've seen so far, plus obviously bits and pieces I've played before, but doesn't mean that it is at my level. Very skewed meta reads indeed.
Okay, the Akani comes down. With two blesses in hand, Pascoa can go for one bless this turn. Apply a bit of pressure and force Superfake to use something like a Whirlpool, and then still have the second bless left over. Oh, sorry, did he not bless? Actually, this is fine as well. I guess you don't have to commit the bless.
Yeah, he didn't feel the need to get his minions into death range, which is interesting.
Interesting indeed.
Nice little
now I think
there.
The thing is, if Superfake actually does clear this board here, Pascoa might not have enough stuff left over in terms of minions to develop. So I actually kind of wanted to see a Whirlpool here. I think not going for Whirlpool here is a little bit greedy. With 10 cards left in deck for Pascoa, there's not that many Nagas, and Superfake knows this. I believe they're both going to be using something like a deck tracker, so Superfake's astutely aware of how many minions are left.
Show you twice. Yeah, not many at all.
School Teacher would be pretty good refill, but I think Pascoa would have played a School Teacher by now.
The path is clear for the world.
I believe this is lethal with a Radiant Elemental. It might be lethal without a Radiant Elemental, or with the second Shadow or Devour as well. Those wigs aren't active. So at most, Pascoa can go Queen's Guard, wig, 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 wig. That's 4 wigs. There's a silence that has to be committed as well. I believe this is lethal.
Okay, I'm going to trust you. It looks a lot.
Oh, sorry, there's a Slither Spirit. Yeah, the Slither Spirit.
A lot.
Absolutely. But double Shadow or Devour is also a lot. Each one of these adds, what, 6 damage? It's a 1-mana Fireball in this case. So he adds 2, 4, 6, 8 health. That goes to 26. This is indeed lethal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, the 4 wigs and the bless is lethal. I think Pascoa might have thought that he made a slight misordering, but no, he got it. He got it. I think he might have been considering playing a Queen's Guard to get 2 extra damage from the Shadow Devour, but he doesn't need the extra health from that. This was perfect mana, and it's not an honorable kill lethal, but hey, you don't have to honorably kill with this deck. You just kind of do 30, 40, whatever.
Yeah,
whatever gets over the finish line. Yeah.
Takes a 2-0 lead. Did that again, remarkably easily, considering that he hadn't picked up the Radiant for the whole game. Just held on to resources. We saw it again. Take your time, don't panic. Force Super Fake to have to start playing this stuff. And slowly but surely, you saw the hand size discrepancy. Like one's getting bigger and one's getting smaller, and that's always a sign that the control deck is starting to struggle.
Yeah, we are seeing the decision to bring Quest Priest be not exactly perfect for Super Fake here. I believe Quest Priest is an acceptable deck to bring against some of the other aggressive decks that you're expecting, something like a Demon Hunter or specifically a Jackpot Rogue. It can still struggle against Boat Rogue, and even against Jackpot Rogue, it can be a bit difficult to stabilize against some of the outcomes. But specifically against Wig Priest, it looks like it's not a matchup that you want to be seeing. So if Super Fake expected some Wig Priest, Quest Priest might not have been the deck he wanted to bring this week.
Well, the deck that everybody seems to want to bring this week, and I'm sure it's because they wanted to bring the bucket, not the deck, is this Fel Demon Hunter. Very little to say. Again, you talked about the need for greed being picked over the glaive, the bone glaive. And it's just one of those things that it's almost a feel decision, right? You play 1,000 games of this and you think, I prefer that one.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's why it's the 30th card. People have trouble deciding on them because they're either very similar in win rates or they feel similar in terms of what they bring to the table. Even though Need for Greed draws cards and Bone Glaive deals damage, one little thing to push you over the edge, one or the other, is kind of preference-based at this point. I think it's hard to say just from stats. Like you mentioned, after 1,000 games, as the player, you can kind of decide, yeah, I think I like this one a bit more.
Plus 3 cards is damage. Bone Glaive is damage. Yeah, when do you want the damage? How quickly do you want the damage? How do you feel it plays out for you? And I know that, yeah, the argument in Hearthstone about is there a best play or is play style a thing that exists? Play style is a thing that exists whether it's the best play or not. It definitely exists. And some people will play slightly more aggressively, some will play slightly more defensively. It may well be that the right card is different for different people based on how they interpret matchups.
Yeah, and Pesco's got Demon Hunter left over. Super Fake needs to go 3-0 if he wants to reverse sweep and not get eliminated this week. And it's doable. I think Rogue and Quest Priest against Demon Hunter are okay matchups, and it might ultimately come down to a mirror if we get that far. And Pesco just needs to get the Demon Hunter over the finish line, which is not that hard to do. Demon Hunter generally wins at least 1 in 3 games.
Yeah, I think this is how people eventually came to this conclusion this week is the Demon Hunter is not a good deck right now. It's not a thing you would really want to play on ladder right now, but it's not a terrible deck against anything. It's sort of always over 40% at least. So if you get into this spot where you're 2-0 up, well, you should get the third one somewhere. You just don't know where it's coming from.
Yeah, makes sense. Looks like Super Fake's starting up with the Rogue first, and he does have a pretty solid hand. Wild Pano, you're always happy to see as the Rogue in the starting hand, especially against a deck where you want to kill the early minions. Tosses the rest, though. Pesco has a bit of a decision. Glaive can be good, but you don't always have enough minions to remove. But regardless, it synergizes well with all of your 2-mana plays, and it's a pretty good card. So I like him keeping that, and I also like the Sigil keep.
Yeah, especially if you're going to hit a Slither Spear, because that really helps.
Absolutely.
Why talk us through the Sigil keep, though? That feels slightly more alien to me.
So it just draws your deck. It's 1 mana draw card, which pays itself back as well, and can be useful at hitting your expensive tools, but it's basically 0 mana draw card.
Sure, that makes sense. And you're not in a particular hurry because you don't get there in a particular hurry, so that makes sense.
Exactly. It might not be the best card to keep, but when you already have Dread Prison Glaive, I think Pesco is okay keeping a bit of card draw as well. Slither Spear on 1 over Dread Prison Glaive and Sigil because it develops a minion, which can pressure face. It sets up nicely to develop into something like a Sigil or a Glaive follow-up, but getting the minion down first is generally better because tempo good.
Tempo is indeed good. Probably at the moment more than it has been, and it's always been good, but more than any time in Hearthstone for a long, long time.
I really like this from Pesco. Super Fake, believe it or not, is not actually playing Paladin, and Pesco is astutely aware of that. So trying to block something like a Wild Pawn Knoll, which most of the time can come down this turn anyways, but this is just an obscene amount of pressure coming out very quickly from Pesco, and he's a little all in, but honestly, Demon Hunter loves being all in. If you kill your opponent on turn 5, it doesn't matter if you have 1 or 2 or 0 cards in hand. The point is their hero blew up. So I like getting this online, protects the Slither Spear, and he still has Sigil, Dreadpiercing Glaive, good ways to spend mana next turn. So the Fury wasn't used optimally in terms of damage output, but it allowed the Metamorphin to come down and just apply more pressure.
Yeah, it also plays well off the top, right? Those last few points of damage, just if you can get the first 20 in, the rest just sort of turns up somewhere along the way. We saw that in that incredible game earlier against the Warlock, where somehow it just found enough damage to get over the finishing line.
Okay, Kurtrus is a bit slow here, but still not the worst card for Pescoa. He's not exactly happy to see that, but, you know, with enough chip damage, Pescoa can transition to a more mid to late game sort of scenario. Another important thing about getting online fast as the Demon Hunter is that you force the rogue out of the disguise, because if Super Fake isn't under pressure, he can trade some cards, he can wait and discount Knowles a bit more. But suddenly when he's facing 5 damage a turn, every turn, he has to get the ball rolling. He has to spend mana, find cards, which ultimately takes him out of the disguise and makes his WAP on Knowles more expensive and harder to use as removal.
Yep, and this damage is accumulating, like, you're putting down to 20. Obviously, he's going to be able to probably set this up with a Kurtrus for lethal, the way things are going. But yeah, he's forcing Super Fake now to do anything. It's just looking a bit slow. Krakatoa's 3 turns away here.
I mean, it's looking very rough. And Pescoa held the Dreadpiercing Glaive, understanding that this game could end very quickly, but at the same time, I think he values having at least a mid-game game plan because his last card right now is Kurtrus. So I do like holding the weapon, even if you could say, oh, well, you know, he pushed 1 less damage. Oh, wait, he actually... No, he didn't push 1 less damage. He's still hero-powered and then equipped the Glaive. Yeah, so he's still optimal in terms of attacks, but lets his Dreadpiercing Glaive kind of stay alive a bit longer, which I think is relevant, because the only way Super Fake comes back right now is some crazy double Null play, which is not very easy to do when the Nulls don't cost 0 mana.
Time's ticking.
Yeah, and it's come down to this turn 1 play of how he did it, is just getting the Murloc down. Because this 3/4 is just really irritating, like you said at the time, and it's been played out in front of us ever since.
Absolutely.
And what, 6 damage already? Yeah.
A welcome addition to this deck. It wasn't initially run when Demon Hunter started getting a bit more popular, this expansion, but people realized that, hey, 1 mana 3/4 is pretty good, and it has Taunt. It protects the other good cards.
Oh my goodness, there's 2 great pickups for Pasqua.
More board development and card draw, and the card draw also buffs his Vicious Slither Spear. Barrage is an option. I don't think I like it more than Vanguard and Hero Power, because rogues don't really deal with 1/1s very well. There's no Shadow or Devour.
Yeah. And the ones are mattering, right? It feels like Pasqua is just going to have an overwhelming board if he does the Vanguard to me.
Yeah, I think I agree. It leaves him open to something like a Tooth of Nefarin into some AoE, but I mean, you're kind of okay with that, because at that point, Pescoa's already pushed, what, 5, 6, 7 damage? Super Fake would be at 13. There's a Kurtrus coming up soon. There's a Need for Greed if you really need card draw. And Fel Barrage can still help clean up anything that Super Fake develops. And let's not forget, Super Fake doesn't have great development at this point either. There is a Swift-Scale Trickster in his hand, but Jackpot has not been played. Swift-Scale Trickster into Vessel does not... It generates tempo, but it's not a reactionary card. It's a proactive card.
I mean, it's turn 4.
Yeah.
You know, you're giving out some situations that, you know, definitely Super Fake could get back into. But it's turn 4. A lot of those need absolutely pinpoint, like, hits from the Tooth or whatever. And there's just too much stuff. Also, your 1/1s can help your Fel Barrage hit the right things if you really do need to defend as Pasqua here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's no Death Rattles that really... So there is Undying Disciple, but the problem is that costs 6 mana. And Super Fake does not have 6 mana available. With a preparation, maybe. But there isn't a preparation here. Super Fake has to figure out how not to die. And honestly, the way not to die here might be something convoluted like trading Cutlass, hoping it discounts the Reconnaissance, hitting Prep, and then going Preparation, Reconnaissance, giving himself an extra 2 mana to actually play something like an Undying Disciple. Actually, that wouldn't even work, because you only save 1 mana there. All right, never mind. I'm grasping at stuff that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm starting to count lethals here. Another Fel Barrage is a lethal existing.
Okay, that's good. 2 turns from now, after Super Fake dies, the Gigafin. Saber, it does stop some damage, but there's just still so much facing him down. This was a rough opening for Super Fake. Not having a tradable early on really made the Wild Puddles a bit too expensive, but also Pascal recognizing the Metamorphin being that annoying and playing it put him in this position where he's just super far ahead. The Chaos Strike off the top, card draw damage. 2, 4, 6, 9 plus
It's not lethal.
5.
He's working out whether to barrage now because...
It's 1 damage off lethal.
If he doesn't barrage now, when does he do it? What I mean by that is his next couple of turns. In the world where this game is still continuing, the next couple of turns are filled with quite big things to do.
True. If he's barraging, he can also consider hero powering. Hero powering sets Super Fake down to 1 health. But alternatively, he could trade the Need for Greed and find exactly Fury, which still doesn't set up lethal. I mean, it does set up lethal with the Fel Barrage, but...
Multi-strike? No, because there's no thing to multi on.
Not quite, not quite. Close,
excitable. It's so close.
I think he's deciding that the setting Super Fake to 1 versus 2 is basically the same here. So he decided to trade the Need for Greed instead of hero powering, which I think is fine. And it's kind of important because if somehow Pascal doesn't have lethal next turn, Kurtrus is the play and he wants to make sure he has an optimal card for either turn 6 or 7 if he needs it. So trading here is fine. And that quick game, I mean, we talked about games taking a bit longer because of decks like Quest Priest, but these aggressive decks are really showcasing their strength right now. And Quest Priest seems a little too slow to be able to keep up.
That game from Pascual was a real example of how to play Hearthstone. I think that there'll be a lot of people watching say, I could have done that, that was easy. That wasn't easy. Right from turn 1, you had to make decisions that a lot of players would not have made in terms of how you want to do this. Like just burn a Fury to get the Murloc out on turn 1, etc., etc. Like, that was well planned. Everything had a place, everything did what it was meant to do. And it resulted in this very easy-looking turn 5 victory. But a lot of people could actually lose that game, I think. I definitely.
Absolutely.
I'm one of them.
I agree. My instinct at the start of the game after the Slither Spear was to go for either Hero Power Sigil or Weapon Sigil, but being able to see these alternate lines with the flexibility of all these cheap cards as well, you do have multiple options on a turn, even if it looks like you don't. And Pescoa did find the optimal lines to push as much damage as possible, but not only develop as much, disrupt his opponent too.
Yeah, and he still won the game in the world where he wasn't, let's say it wasn't such a breeze and somehow Super Fake cleared up the board. He's still got Kurtrus left the next turn. He's still got the multi-strike for the turn after that for a lot of damage as well. So he metered his resources out for that turn 5 lethal, but also managed to do it in a way that left himself open in case something went wrong. So very nice game of Hearthstone, very nice series. Pascal picks up another point and a chance to get into Sunday.
Yeah, it's looking very strong.
I guess we'll let him put his feet up for a few minutes and get into that deciding match in just a few minutes. Obviously, let him take a breather. He's been playing a lot of Hearthstone, and we'll find out who's joining Pun on Sunday in just a moment.
Welcome to Revendreth, in the darkest of seasons, where ruthless eyes gawk for horrific reasons. For a hidden hand has struck me down with such ruthlessness, so deep and profound. Then he comes with his Murlocian scowl to uncover the truth of murder most foul. The Anima drifts across the floor, highlighting the creatures who walked through my door. The motives are as black as night: avarice, power, revenge, and blight. We watch the hero uncover the clues that lead to the truth behind this dark ruse. Join us here with the grim and impious. Choose your path without heavenly bias. For at the end, they will burn in the fire. When it is known who slayed Denathrius the Sire.
We are rattling through Group B here at Hearthstone Grandmasters with just one match left for the day. But it's a big one. It's going to decide the fourth competitor to go through to the quarterfinals on Sunday. And it's going to be either Pascoa or Zloy Gruzin. Zloy won the first one at 3-1. But do you think that was representative, Language Hacker? Or is that just some games of Hearthstone that happened?
It's hard to say. Like we talked about in the previous match, they've both brought the Rogue Demon Hunter Priest grouping, and they both agreed that Fel Demon Hunter and Wig Priest is the way to go, but they've differed slightly on their rogues. I think Zloy Gruzin is going to be slightly favored with a Mine Rogue, but that's could be biased because Mine Rogue's kind of cool and fun and fresh, and Boat Rogue is, it's Boat Rogue. It's been there, been there, done that.
Well, last time around, Zloy killed Pascoa in the Rogue Mirror on turn 4. I think that's unlikely to happen again. We probably actually have a game of Hearthstone this time around. If he does it again, I don't know what I'll do. I'm not going to say anything on air that I will do, blah, blah, blah. I've seen you end up in cat costumes and all sorts of things for making that mistake, so...
I told you that in confidence, Neil.
Sorry?
I told you that in confidence.
Oh, I'm so sorry, yeah. I shouldn't have brought that up.
I'm expecting a turn 5 Mine Rogue lethal. I'll be a little spicy.
Wow, turn 5 Mine Rogue. I'm definitely doing Mine Rogue wrong. I don't kill people till at least turn 6. Yeah, okay. So here is the aforementioned Mine Rogue, and again, that Trickster Smokescreen combo. Do you keep the Trickster on its own? Let's say in a vacuum, like not against any particular matchup, because that makes it too complicated.
I think it's easier to support keeping it if you're on the coin as the Mine Rogue, because you have a few more cards to see, you're more likely to hit that smoke screen, and if you don't hit the smoke screen, you have more cards that still do stuff. On the play, it's kind of scary to keep, and I probably wouldn't keep it over some other stuff. But, it all depends on how you feel about the specific matchup. If it's a matchup you don't feel favored in, you might be inclined to keep it and say, you know what, I really need a Trickster Smokescreen to get me through this matchup, so that's what I'm going to play towards, and then keep it. But if it's a matchup that's a bit more standard, you kind of know how it plays out, you think you're favored, you might not keep these high relic cards and go for a more consistent game plan, which did in fact lead to Gruzin's turn 4 lethal in our last match.
And is going to be up against the Wig Priest. So it is basically a race. Obviously, there are some interactions because you have 5/8 minions that can get in the way, but the short version is it's a race. Be interesting to see how the Rogue uses their limited amounts of removal in this rather than going face with their stabs, but that's about the only interaction, really. Backstab can be interesting too, I guess.
Yeah, because this is a very aggressive race and Rogue can't deal with something like an early Blessed Minion without having the Burning Blade Acolytes, it is worth noting that sometimes the Mine Rogue has to play the Forsaken Lieutenants for tempo, the 2-mana 2/2s with stealth, and as a result of that, the Priest can occasionally sneak in a Shard of the Naru and silence them before they can get the Death Rattle off. So if the Mine Rogue feels pressured, and the Priest does have a Shard in hand, they could try to bait the Forsaken Lieutenant out and force them to go in by playing, let's say, an early Bless when it's not lethal, for example, and just getting some pressure on.
And we are getting right into it. Pascoa played pretty quickly today by his standards. Zloy seems to always play quickly. It's something I've noticed about aggro players over the years. There's no necessarily reason behind it, but people who play aggressive decks tend to play faster. And that's not just because of the deck, right? If you see a slow player forced to play an aggressive deck, like Jarl or someone, they still take a long time. But it does seem to be a choice of people who play quickly tend to prefer aggro, I've noticed.
It's an interesting correlation. We do see Gruzin keeping Trickster on the coin. We talked about that a little bit. This isn't a free matchup by any means. The Rogue can absolutely get pressured. So I like keeping the Trickster here, giving Gruzin a way to get ahead early. Well, early. Turn 3 is maybe mid-game for some of these matchups.
And Pascoa, 3 nice cards, but I don't think you can keep them all. Looking for something a little bit more, I think, yeah.
Ooh, interesting. Opting for... So Treasure Guard is interesting for a couple of reasons. One, it can stop the weapon from pushing through. And second of all, it can stop the Forsaken Lieutenants. After they transform to Death Rattle, I've talked about this a little bit in previous matches, they are 2/2s. And if a 2/2 rushes into 1/5, it doesn't die. And that means the Priest can kind of figure out how to deal with it if they want to. So it does inhibit a little bit of what Gruzin can do if there's a Treasure Guard. And with a Thrive to get the Serpent Wig, Pascoa looks like he's happy going for a turn 2 Thrive, then a Treasure Guard and a Wig, which is the thought process behind his mulligan.
Say he looks happy. That's not how I look when I'm happy. He's jamming the heel of his hand into his eyeballs.
So now he's in a difficult situation. Because of the Radiant Elemental, he can opt for a Tempo line instead, which completely throws the treasure guard thing out of the window. He might go for like a Radiant Elemental into a Thrive if he finds another 2-mana Naga from his next play. Or you can decide to not do that, go Radiant Elemental treasure guard and say, you know what, I'm not even going to go for Wigs. We're just going to try to get some minions going. Arena, you know, play some.
Yeah,
play some
I mean,
minions,
it's
hit 'em in the
very
head.
tempting.
I think the Wig is a little too important. I don't think Pesco, with this particular hand, anyways, can get under what Grushin can do with his deck. So I believe it's better for Pesco to go for the Wig, and he does come to the same conclusion. If his hand was a little bit different, maybe there's already a Bless in hand, Pesco could consider doing that, or maybe a second Radiant to go for the second Thrive for free. But I think his hand speaks a little bit slower than what a more aggressive hand could do.
Yeah. Najak Hexen, obviously a nice card in this matchup. If your opponent doesn't get the graveyard, ends up making 1/5/8 just to stem the tide a bit, can do a lot of work.
Let's muddy the water.
Grushin,
But here we
the
go.
Trickster Keep hits the smoke screen. He pumps his fist into the air, which means that something happened. And that something is a turn 3, 5/8. Now his hand's full. He's going to dump a backstab. And this is what the deck does. Now, this doesn't mean the game's over, not by any means, especially with Pesco having a Najak. It's a nice 5/8. I think I will take it, I believe in the words of Archvillain and Fam.
Yeah, and it can't be stabbed next turn either to get rid of the 1/4. So that's definitely very tempting.
Indeed.
Fam has
Backstab's been used already.
You're dead right.
That's true. Some interesting thing Pesco can do here as well. He can go Radiant Elemental, Wig, Devour, Priestess Volish, then Najak, and then Wig the Najak. And that way the Najak's a little stronger. And it doesn't die to a backstab, Wicked Stab.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what he's going to be going for. Because the Najak by himself, awesome, cool. Pesco gets the 5/8. But it can die to some stuff. And this way, it kind of doesn't die to that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it just dies to a stab usually. Okay, there might be a backstab, another backstab, there might be another extortion, but really you're worried about that stab.
I really, really like this. This was an excellent spot by Pescoa, taking his time, finding the optimal way to do it, instead of just saying, you know, I'm going to take the 5/8. I like this. This is a very sturdy board. It's first of all, the entire board is unkillable because Mind Rogue does not have board clears. But on top of that, the Najak is just sturdy enough at this point on turn 4 that it's not going to fall over unless extortion, prep, stab, which is not what Mind Rogue wants to be doing on turn 4.
Yeah, you lose the game if you do that anyway, I think, right? So...
All right, how is Zolgrushin going to dig himself out of this one? At this point, and this is what I was talking about a little bit, this wasn't exactly the pressure I had in mind, but the Mind Rogue can go in for a double Forsaken Lieutenant now and set up for a potential mine pop-off next turn with something like a Snowfall Graveyard being drawn. Prep Graveyard, play a mine, double Forsaken Lieutenant trade off, that's 16 damage. You can backstab your own mine that you're playing as well, which is 24. And suddenly, you know, that's a bit closer to lethal than what Grushin currently has.
What? Yeah, weapon in hand as well to tidy up the 5/7
exactly.
in that world.
And if the damage doesn't line up, Grushin can also switch to a Burning Blade Acolyte game plan. Just get a bunch of taunts next turn and hope that that staves off the pressure.
So it gets harder for Pascal now. The stab can go to 4 damage next turn, which puts a lot more things in play on the Najak. So I think we're going to see him defend that a little bit more, and that's what we are going to see. Take it over 7. Make sure it's difficult again.
He could even consider just putting the final Wig here without it being activated and just saying, you know what? This game will end in 2 turns. I don't need this Wig. I need all I need to do, Pesco is going to say to himself, is perhaps keep this Najak alive. Or he might not.
Yeah, and the other thing to consider is where to put the heal. Decides that 26 is not a break point, so off you go.
Correct. I like all of this, and looks like he is going to hold on to the Wig. I think this is fine. The likely outcome after the... Oh, I mean, he... excuse me. He's completely aware of the fact that there's a Burning Blade Acolyte in Grushin's hand because it was drawn off of the smoke screen. Yes. I forgot the 5/8 just appeared out of thin air. It didn't get played because of the initial 1/1. So he does know that he needs to fight for board, and because of that, I think it's worth holding onto the Serpent Wig for a slightly longer game plan if and when he has to deal with 3 5/8s. or 2 5/8s at least.
Which is now. Pretty much going to empty the hand here. His lawyer is going to go for the prep stab, but he's having to do it on the 5/7. Oh, he's got the trades.
1 shard, please.
Shard for lethal? Yeah, easy lethal. Well, exact lethal, that's easy enough.
Well, actually, I'm not even sure that would be... Yeah, it would be lethal, actually, technically.
Yeah,
however, Grushin can consider prep stabbing here. I don't think Grushin's going to win with just a mine game plan at this point. I mean, the mines might get in there for some final damage, but I think he has to just fight for board and win, which isn't something Mine Rogue often does, but sometimes can do with the addition of Burning Blade Acolyte to the deck list. So I really like Grushin setting up for this turn 5 board swing that allows him to actually get back into the game.
And again, we talked earlier, but something I like to ram home to people who are a bit newer to the game, like, he did have the option to save for prep smokescreen there. Like, it was a thing you could do for, oh, look at all these cards I can draw next turn. No, you're going to be dead next turn. You have to set up now. You worry about how to play the smokescreen when that comes around, but for now, you've got to use your resources, or you're going to be dead with a handful of cards.
School Teacher comes out from Pescoa. None of these are incredibly useful. The Serpent Wing on the left does not actually add another Serpent Wing to hand, so it doesn't look quite as good as you might think. Collargrave could be interesting, but probably not this turn. It might be used later to find a Najok. Actually, no, you don't need to. You can still discover Najok and play the Nogling this turn. And Pesco is probably going to do that because it adds an extra wig. Oh, but it's Whispers of the Deep. Actually, I like this. This deals quite a bit of damage from the School Teacher, and the School Teacher doesn't care if it's silenced.
Yep. Almost certain allows him to safely pick off one of these enemy minions, which is a big deal. Because, you know, Grushin should be running out of stuff about now.
Only Burning Blade Acolytes have died, so this weapon is guaranteed to get a death rattle. And Grushin can override the weapon with his dagger, the hero power, which immediately procs death rattle, which I think he might do. He does want to, you know, take an extra 4 damage, but or deal an extra 4 damage with the weapon, but I think it's more important to have a 5/8 on board as soon as possible, because given enough time, the Wig Priest will be able to find a silence or punch through this with enough Serpent Wigs. So I think getting onto the board as fast as possible gives him the option to just limit the amount of time that Pesco has to find what he needs. But it looks like he might not do that. He might be going for a
tougher call, right? Because there's only 14 cards left in deck. 2 of them are graveyards. I've just been talking about how you shouldn't be greedy necessarily as a newer player, blah, blah, blah. But this time, I think maybe you need to be a bit greedy to get that extra one.
Actually, you know what? That's fair. With the knowledge that there's wigs in hand, the board itself will trade off, even if you do take even if you do spawn an extra 5/8 here. 5, especially with 2 Radiance on the board. So you know what? Actually, I like this play a bit more than I'm thinking about it.
And just top deck a graveyard. Good luck. Go.
That, hopefully, or a Trickster can also accomplish that. Trickster Smokescreen into a graveyard. There's still enough mana left to do that. And this is another important turn for Pescoa, deciding how much to commit onto the wigs. I don't believe this is lethal. It is not.
It is, however, lethal next turn through a lot of stuff.
Once again, saving the wigs because he knows that the way for Grushin to come back right now is a graveyard and getting multiple taunts back. And in that scenario, Pesco wants more wigs to be able to fight through them.
Oh, graveyard there. Nothing good there at all, in fact.
No. Sketchy, I think, pulls a second mine, but Burning Blade Acolyte on board now can help survive an extra. I don't think that's the case, though. I think Grushin's just dead. There's a 5/8 that gets spawned from this counterfeit blade, but it's not enough, especially with the knowledge that there are 2 wigs and a Slither Spear on the board. I believe that's going to be lethal for Pescoa.
Yeah, it is. Just the middle 2 minions is 8 if you count the 2 wigs, and then the outside, all the outside minions is 6, 7. Oh, actually, that's 8. Do I miss a damage somewhere? Oh, there's a Queen's Guard, so you can play. It's fine.
Absolutely.
From whence you came.
I just realized, shaking his head, that maybe we should have played the Queen's Guard first. It's plenty of damage anyways. I think even without the Queen's Guard, it was lethal.
I had that caster moment that you go, yeah, there's a Queen's Guard, he's fine. Then you go, Why hasn't Grandmaster played it? Is this a Naga, right? It is, yeah, right? Like just that moment where your brain is terrified into oblivion. You just said something really even more stupid than I normally say. But yeah, it is, and it was, and Haskell takes that 1-0 lead. And the Mind Rogue has lost 4 in a row for Gruzin now.
It's true. It's not looking as crispy as it was when it won the game on turn 4. I want to point out how impactful that turn 4 play from Pasco was, spotting the fact that he could Najok and buff the Najok outside of any damage ranges to keep that 5/8 that he stole on board. And that, I think, ultimately led him to win the game. There was some back and forth, of course. The Mind Rogue still fought hard, and Gruzin had a lot of outs to kind of stay back in the game. Like you mentioned, the Snowfall Graveyard, perhaps the second Trickster could have kept him in there, but that impactful turn 4, I think, was the decider of the game.
Pasqua now down to this Fell Demon Hunter and his own Rogue. We've seen a lot of this deck today. We're going to see a lot of it in the rest of the tournament because there's 8 of them in the 16 players. Players, again, choosing the bucket with the Rogue, the Priest, and the Demon Hunter, thinking that as it's Conquest, none of these decks get obliterated, so that feels like the safe choice, I feel, is how it's come about. I'm sure there's a lot more than that went into it, especially with Pascoa with the spreadsheets out, would probably have worked out some things, but in general, I think the short version is in Conquest, you don't want any deck that can be preyed on very easily.
That's true. Gruzin keeping... so interestingly, Gruzin had the option to keep Forsaken Lieutenant and Burning Blade Acolyte, which against something like a Demon Hunter could be pretty good, but it's still kind of slow. And I think keeping Cutlass Trickster might be a bit better. I think the Mind Rogue needs to be a bit more explosive, and that's exactly what he's mulliganing for. Getting a big advantage, not a small one.
My blood boils for war.
In theory, with that smoke screen. That's going to show up soon.
Sorry about that. Fighting for this board, not as easy as he's had it in some of the other games.
I mean, Vanguard looks great on turn 2 until Pascoa sees the dagger, so that's not an option. Goes for a Chaos Strike instead. Cycles some mana, deals some damage. Fel Barrage was more damage efficient here, but Pascoa wants to find some other stuff to do, and because of that, Chaos Strike is just better.
Okay. This is one of those Mind Road hands that does happen, that is really annoying, where you've got a bit of everything and no paired cards. This is where you really need a fishing to sort of tidy up your hand, because it will pair with something in your hand, one way or the other. You either get a graveyard, or you get a smoke screen, or something. But for now, Gruzin's hand is really, really all over the place.
It's a little awkward. Now, importantly, he does have a bit of time. Pascoa didn't have quite as an aggressive start as he did in the previous set. And, you know, while his Vanguard is on board, it is also already dying on board to the Shadow Shambler. So Gruzin does have a bit of time here. Cycles the Cutlass, goes for a dagger here instead of the sketch information. The sketch information he knows will draw a mind that I believe was at the bottom of his deck, and we saw it from the Gone Fishing, so he's not in a rush to play it. He can dagger, fight for board a bit, and wait until a Snowfall Graveyard pops up, and that way doubling the damage from the sketch information.
What do we do here? Need for greed. Not much else to do. Do you just rip it? Want to rip it?
I think Pascoa might have to. Akani doesn't actually stop that much here. So Pascoa going for, let's see, a minion counter here. Spell counter's not that great. There's a coin. And Pascoa also knows that there's no Trickster Smokescreen in hand, because that would have happened on this turn, on turn 3, because there was a coin available. So the Akani here could disrupt a little bit, but it also doesn't develop much. Akani's good in 2 scenarios. 1, where you completely disrupt your opponent, or 2, when you disrupt your opponent to protect your existing board. So even though it looks nice here because it's 4 mana, it's not as impactful as it could have been if Pascoa did have earlier minions, or if we were to wait a bit longer and then try to disrupt a further turn. Now, that being said, Need for Greed also isn't getting much done this turn, so I think playing it's fine. I think it's kind of close between the two.
But yeah, this is still getting the tempo. He has been very good at finding tempo with the Demon Hunter, and obviously we've talked about the Akani, how strong it can be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Gruzin opting to throw in the Trickster. I don't think 2 smoke screens will be played this game, so he throws away the minion that is redundant, not the minion that is the cheapest, because the cheaper minions are kind of important.
My blood boils
Okay, choosing not to get the plus on the Slither Spear, instead choosing to see what he was going to draw first. Absolutely fine. No real difference in what's going to happen for the Slither Spear this turn. It's not like something's going to trade into it very often. And actually keeping it small stops any lieutenant nonsense that might go on.
That's true. With the counterfeit blade drawn and no graveyard in sight, I think Grushin has to start putting his foot on the gas, which means Sketchy to draw the mine, which activates the Death Rattle, which means that the counterfeit blade will gain that mine Death Rattle. And even without a Snowfall Graveyard, Grushin's going to try to close out the game here. Because the Demon Hunter was a bit slower in Pesco's opening, Grushin has the option to kind of just win without a Snowfall Graveyard, which happens slightly less often now than it used to because of diluting the deck with Acolytes and you know, people having 40 health in some other matchups. But in this matchup with 30 health and no healing, who needs a graveyard?
Yeah, Pasqua knows that he's got at most one more turn here. If he has got one more turn. So needs to set up so this Shelag next turn can win the game.
Right, so right now he has to do some math.
Is if you play spells, you buff your Slither Spear and give... Oh, the mine can trade with the 2/6 anyway, so you're fine. Play spells, go for it. Knock yourself out.
Excellent. I'm glad you corrected yourself so I didn't have to.
I've been waiting for the correction all day, and so far I've dodged it, but there's still 2 more days. I'm sure you'll get plenty of chance.
I'm spreading them out over the 3 days, don't worry.
Thank you. Appreciate that too. Just the steady, slow torture rather than the sharp shock. It's nice of you.
Yeah, so Pesco needs to do math and decide if lethal setup is possible over 2. If he dumps all these spells, sends everything face, and with his lag next turn. And it would have been close. But he opted for the card draw here. The Metamorphin stops a bit of damage as well from the Counterfeit Blade, which isn't bad, unless exactly 2 Forsaken Lieutenants pop up. The smoke screen off the top, however, for Grushin gives him a slight deviation here. It might be a bit too slow, but he doesn't have lethal anyway, so this is probably the option, trying to hit a Burning Blade Acolyte, which he doesn't quite hit.
Yeah, you always feel like you're entitled to hit some of the Death Rattles from that, but actually 5 cards when you've only got the 4 Death Rattles in the deck and 2 are in your hand, you're not massively favoured to hit them every time. You know, you can feel a bit aggrieved, but you're certainly not going to hit them all the time.
Yeah.
Deck, so...
And the Smokescreen draws enough cards to let Grushin clean up the scary stuff and leaving up a Blademaster Connie. So 10 damage has to be done from Pesco's side, which actually is not that easy. Zillag at most is 8, which is just not lethal. But Lady Setheno, most definitely,
right.
It has to be. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Do you have to multi-strike at the right time to make sure that Stheno goes face? Does that work?
Well, to multi-strike first, you lose 2 damage. Yeah, it doesn't matter. This, I think, is actually 1 damage off lethal.
Stheno?
3, 4, 5, 6. It's 1 mana or 1 damage off lethal. Oh, no.
50-50, there is not.
There is not. Oh, my goodness. It's so close. So is there a way to not die next turn? I mean, Pescoa...
Yeah, he's dead.
Without the graveyard, we can see that. Pescoa might not know, though. So is there a way that he could... The most he can do is just take the 2 damage off the board, which I think is going to be the play. You can still set...
Glaive? Find something else?
No. You can go Dreadprison Glaive Hero Power, hit the minion, then play Setheno Multi-Strike, but then you lose 1 mana left over for the Fury, I believe. So it's 1 mana off or 1 damage off, I believe. It's very close, but it's not quite.
He does have loads of damage coming back the other way, of course. With the Lieutenant, the Mines, backstabs.
This game came down to the wire. Forsaken Lieutenants, the Shadow Shambler activates the Mine. So the Mine dies, the Forsaken Lieutenant transforms. It's 4, 8, and then the second Shambler into the second Mine is 1 over lethal, plus a dagger. Grushin takes game 2.
1-1.
Yeah, 1-1. Mine Rogue got through, didn't have to see another loss there, and that was quite a close game. A lot different. What I really like about this deck is the variety and kind of how the games play out. Obviously, there's games where you blow up your opponent on turn 4 or 5 or 6, but there is a bit more flexibility to that, playing to card draw out, setting up smoke screens, and trying to win on board, giving up damage to be able to get extra board chip damage. It's really interesting seeing those games play out differently.
Yeah, I think the deck gets... I mean, any deck that I play, I always say this about, but I do feel that it gets a bit of a bad reputation for how easy it is to play, because we've seen Gruzin now play 5 games of it, and they've all panned out completely differently. The ending is the same, but how you get to that ending has been very different each time.
Absolutely. I'm sure people like complaining about those games where, you know, you do die on turn 4 or 5 and there's not a lot of... I mean, turn 4, let's be clear. Turn 4 lethal does not happen very often with that tech, but turn 5, 6 happens relatively often.
Yeah, those are frustrating, and they're fairly easy to play for the large part too. I will concede that, but like you say, the interplay you get when you start making 5/8s and you don't hit your graveyard, or you have to find a different way to do damage, or you have to survive. Where do you put your wicked stab? Do you kill a minion? It's not genius level stuff a lot of the time, but it's quite intricate, and a lot of the time involves counting your outs very carefully. And that's where the fun for that deck comes in for me. But it's gone. We're not going to see it again now until at least tomorrow. So on to the next one, and Metamorph in, multi-strike, Dread Prison Glaive in hand. Pasqua, as Lorinda just reads out the names of the cards. It's that time of day. Nice looking opener.
Gruzin going for a full mulligan. We don't see what he mulliganed into just yet, but Pasqua has an interesting hand. Glaive is pretty good in the mirror. You can clean up the minions that your opponents develop because they have generally low health, and you have ways to buff your attack. And the Metamorphin is also kind of interesting. It might be slightly less useful in a matchup like this because it will come down as a 3/4, but your opponent will generally be able to deal with it. So I think Pasqua is considering whether or not he wants to keep that with a multi-strike, because I think you would keep them as a pair. I don't think you're going to keep one or the other. Pasqua tells me I'm absolutely wrong, which that's fair. I haven't played a lot of Feldemon Hunter.
Strange that.
Yeah.
The only people who play Feldemon Hunter are the people who are playing this exact tournament on this exact week, because they have to if they want to play the good decks. Unless you're.
It makes sense in the mirror. I can see the reasons for keeping it. Even if you're not keeping with a multi-strike needs a bit more to be useful because you actually have to set up exact breakpoints, which might not be easy that early for 2 mana. Maybe when it was 1 mana, it would have been a keep there. But for 2 mana, I can see tossing it in favor of something a bit cheaper or more flexible.
Just getting the value while he can from the fossil.
Yeah, without a multi-strike in hand, it's kind of optimistic to think holding the Fanatic's good. It's good to have resource generation in this matchup, but you also have to spend mana. So I like Pasqua just playing it there for tempo. It also might just stick sometimes.
Not a pleasant decision now. Picking up the Glaive means he can do the Metamorphin thing, but it's getting rid of a charge and a Fury, which could definitely be used to remove something important. And it's a level 1 Fury, which is horrible to use as well.
It's kind of tough. Because of how aggressive Feldemon can be, this matchup could be over on turn 7, for example, with Pasqua finishing the game with a Zillag. So he has to consider if over the next 4 turns, he can push enough damage through these extra swings to get to Zillag lethal. And if that's the case, then he very well might want to just go Fury, Metamorph, and Hero Power this turn. Next turn, he can re-equip the second Dread Prison Glaive and set up for potentially a turn 7 lethal. But if he thinks the game's going to go on a bit longer, he might want to hold the Furies. I think the game will be over sooner rather than later because of how aggressive these 2 decks are. I mean, it's the same deck, but I do like this.
He's trusting as well that most of the stuff left in his deck is actually pretty cheap. There is a Jace, of course. There is the Kurtrus, of course. And I think he has a Bone Glaive in his. No, he doesn't. So most of the stuff in his deck is playable next turn. Some of it not particularly great, but, you know, okay.
Not the best Lady Sitheno here, but it's still pretty good. Cleans up the board. Gruzin just saw Fury. Fewer resources in hand, slightly less likely that this gets dealt with. And more importantly, it kills the Felfin.
Not much choice here, I don't think, for Pasqua.
Yep. I mean, you could consider leaving up the Lady Sitheno, but I think Pasqua is to agree that that is not the play.
Yeah, when I'm laughing at, I like to consider everything. Badly, but I like to consider everything. And if I'm laughing when you say you could consider leaving it up, you know you're not leaving it up. Just get rid of it. Get it out of here.
Pescoa, interestingly,
play
here
his glaive.
floating a mana, and this is actually very interesting because Pescoa's list is not running the 5-mana weapon, the other glaive, the bone glaive. So holding this doesn't give him a bone glaive option, but he can play basically every single card in his deck next turn. So holding this conceals some information, which I think I like. It also means that if he has a slower hand, he can hero power next turn without equipping the glaive and wasting a charge if he needs it for like a... If his next draw is multi-strike, for example, he might be more inclined to keep the glaive if he doesn't have to use the multi-strike next turn.
Yep. Which might be the situation if he rips it now.
Yep. It's good recognition. Even though there is mana to spend it, it's not necessarily correct to. It's not exactly what Pesco wants to see. This opens up the window to top deck Need for Greed into double predation, which is a silver lining, but otherwise this turn looks very scary. There's not a lot Pesco can do.
Can't just jam that on the board, it just gets eaten, right? Like, it didn't look right when Gruzin did it a minute ago, and it's not going to look right when Pesco has to do it here. Just any spell next turn's got to be worth holding this back.
Yeah. Also, Spectral Sights are consideration as well. I think Pescoa's best chance at coming back into this is drawing exactly Kurtrus. And in that case, he needs to spend mana on Satheno now so that he can spend 7 mana on Zillag on turn 7.
Yeah.
So I think he realizes in how bad of a spot he is right now, and the way out of it is drawing Kurtrus, so he's setting himself up to win in that scenario. In most of the scenarios, he's just dead, so this is good recognition.
Surprised he didn't play the glaive this turn, given that's the situation he's in.
Fair point.
Last turn I understood the logic entirely. This turn looked a little bit more weird, because a lot of the time you want to spend all of your mana here.
Yeah, I would have, by playing Latest Athena, I would have liked to see him play this. Even without the Latest Athena, I think I would have liked to see him play this. I don't think they're running, no, there is no Rustrod Viper in Gruzhin's list, so I don't think there's stuff to play around.
I grow.
Just that the time is so short as well, right? There's time.
And Gruzhin's wasting no time on the backswing, recognizing that Pescoa's hand is a whole lot of nothing. He's developing everything and pressuring Pescoa out of the game so that he doesn't have time to draw ways to come back into the game. There's time. Yeah, there's times to be greedy and there's times to be aggressive. And Gruzhin is correctly identifying that face is the place, and that's exactly where he's going.
Alright. Okay. Well, maybe Zillag just obliges and hits all the right things somehow. I don't know what the right things are here that could save the game.
I think every single outcome here is lethal for Zillag Gruzhin.
Yeah, 2-1. Zillag Gruzhin, 1 game away from making it through to Sunday. And he's gone through a lot of emotions today. Incredibly quick start, then destroyed in the second match, and now here he is 2-1. Up against, looking for double 3-1 victories over Pescoa. And does have this pretty good Naga Priest left. It's been looking tasty all day so far.
It's true. That being said, Pescoa has Rogue left and I believe Demon Hunter. And those aren't exactly free matchups. One's a mirror, and the other one, Rogue, can actually put up a really good fight against Demon Hunter. It's one of the only classes that used to be able to. Now a lot more can actually deal with it, but the fact that there's very cheap Wildpawn Nulls available makes the matchup really nice, especially with Tooth of Nefarians, Wicked Stabs. There's a lot of ways to deal with early minions, and because of that, even though Zillag Gruzhin only has to win 1 game, I think, you know, he's still gonna have to put in a good effort to get through the next 2 decks, or to get through one of the next 2 decks. He only has to win once.
This is what's gonna have to do it. We've seen it a lot today. This group has been. Everyone came to the same conclusions, brought the same stuff pretty much. Variations on a theme, obviously, but here we are again.
It's still anybody's game. All you need is 1 mulligan where there's no Serpent Wig in the top 20 cards, and suddenly easy games look a lot harder.
One thing that hasn't been played in any of the games we've seen is the Samurai. It just hasn't come into play at all, which is weird because, you know, I thought enough of it. I think you mentioned it earlier to put it in the key cards as one of the, hey, this just clears boards, especially against boat rogues, but
one of the only ways to come back, yeah.
It hasn't been relevant the way that the priests have queued into the other priests a lot of the time.
Yeah. It's... I mean, it's in there for that specific purpose. A lot of the games we've seen so far actually haven't been games where Wig Priest needs that. We've seen it against Quest Priest a bit. We've seen it against, I believe it came out against...
Mind Rogue.
Mind Rogue, that's what it is. And if you have to Samuro Bless against a Mind Rogue, you're in trouble.
But it might come into play here because we are up against the Boat Rogue, which has got lots and lots of stealthy 3/3 things hanging about, which is exactly the sort of thing that Samuro wants to destroy.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if this, Samuro shows up to win the game at some point. It's a matchup where it's kind of back and forth. The Rogue doesn't just fall over and die. There are tools that the Rogue can use to fight back, and the Priest does have consistent development if there is an early Serpent Wig to be able to keep training off of Nagas. So the matchup can be a bit back and forth until one person pulls ahead with a swing turn.
Can it now? I'm sorry, just look at Sloy's hand here. Oh my god.
Well, with a hand like this, maybe not, but... So, interestingly, the shard being drawn there means that Thrive in the Shadows is guaranteed to give Grushin a wig, which means that we're going to see some wigs this game. Shocker, I know. The deck's called Wig Priest, but stay with me here. We're going to see some wigs.
The logic's going well. I like it. I thought he'd pointed at his own face there for a minute. Oh my goodness, that would have been funny.
He was considering it, but decided that ultimately it was probably better to trade. I like trading the Extortion here instead of the Cutlass. You don't really want to get the Cutlass discount on the Extortion. And it's possible that he might just tap next turn as well, depending on what happens. But this is a matchup where the Rogue can consider not being greedy and just playing minions for tempo and trying to just immediately contest the minions that the Wig Priests are going to develop.
Yeah, Grushin taking it slightly slower than you might expect as well. Just one Slither Spear is plenty. Thanks, I'll have that.
So the reason, normally you wouldn't consider why is Coin Thrive in the Shadows the play? Don't we want to play a Slither Spear? Well, the thing is, it's possible for rogues to play Wild Punnels on turn 2. And in that case, the Slither Spear dies. But ordering it this way means that Grushin's Slither Spear does not die to a Wild Punnel. So this makes a sturdier minion and gets more value out of the minion, foregoing the risk of it dying to a Wild Punnel Rush, which is a way that Rogue wins these games. Early Wild Punnels, cleaning up minions without them getting value.
And Pascal shakes the head because this 3/5 he knows is going to get out of sight here as well.
Yes, he needed that Shroud to hit... well, 2 Knolls would have been the ideal scenario, but I believe they are 0 mana at this point with a tap and a trade, including the Shroud Concealment, drawing 2 cards while still in the disguise. Wild Punnels are 0 mana right now, but they're not in hand.
Trades the shard away. Got spare mana, why not?
Yeah. Can consider developing the second Slither Spear here, or can opt for a Thrive in the Shadows. Second Slither Spear Serpent looks interesting.
Sorry.
I think this is a bit better. Oh, because of the fact that there's a second wig in the deck and a Radiant Elemental, I think Grushin wanted to go for the second wig here and set up for a turn where he can go Radiant, wig, Slither Spear, wig, and so on and so forth. So this develops slightly less, but sets himself up for a bigger pop-off turn with the Radiant Elemental because rogues don't run Silence.
Yeah, that's what was getting me excited, the prospect of this huge, crazy turn with the Radiance. But Bless, kind of second prize, at least.
Yeah, a Bless is still useful to close out the game. The benefit of the Slither Spear, we've talked about a few times, any spells that get cast also buff its attack, so you're double dipping with a Serpent Wig, but there's nothing like a Bless to just add an extra 10 damage on top.
Yep. Still 2 turns until the crab turns up. That just seems too far away. Especially given that by that time, Pascal is not going to want to put his face into whatever's on the board because it's going to be giant.
This is true. So there was an option here for Pascoa to go Cutlass, Wicked Stab, Fillet Fighter here, which cleans up the Slither Spear. But instead he opted for trades here. I'm trying to think if it would have been better to develop onto the board and keep that Cutlass equipped and try to delay the game until that crab can come down. This play saves mana by trading the Cutlass and makes spells cheaper, which means that the Wicked Stab next turn gets upgraded to 4 damage. But I don't like that it sets up for Grushin to just keep developing onto the board.
Huh.
Interesting. Multiple options here for Pascoa. So Wicked Stab, Fillet Fighter conveniently clears the board. Another option is Vessel into the 0 mana Gone Fishing and just getting the 4 3/3s on board immediately.
You've got to have the feeling, though, that Gruzin is ready to really have a big turn here.
Yeah.
He's going too slowly. There's a Thrive that hasn't resulted in anything being played. You know, there's a Wig in hand. What is going on? Vessel looks tempting to sort of, hey, I'm going to put in a fight, but there must be that doubt at the back of his mind that if he does that, something very nasty might happen.
I think the Vessel is better if Pescoa does not expect to die here. And a lot of the time, I don't think you do expect to die here. 2 Slither Spears is a bit scarier than 1, because now each Wig adds 3 damage to the board. And he's 1 turn away from Krakatoa, so he could consider just cleaning it up. But this sets up a better swing turn, because this develops more than the Wicked Stabs remove, technically. So I think over time, if he doesn't die, this is a slightly better play.
Yeah, and he's been not getting the right end of these plays today, and this time I think he is going to get the right end of it, where, yeah, he makes, oh my goodness, he makes the judgment call, and, you know, knowing that's the logical call, and to be able to keep doing that after a couple of them have gone against you is a very good skill to have in your Hearthstone repertoire.
That is so close to lethal, but it's not. I think 1 more mana here, and Gruzin would have lethal. There is a chance it's still... No, I don't think it is. With the Shadow Devour. So Gruzin has access to either Radiant Elemental, Wig, Zola, Wig, which is not lethal. That's 12 damage plus 4 on board. That's 16. Close, but not enough. The alternative is Elemental, Wig, Devour, Bless, which I think is 4 plus 6, 10 plus... It's still not enough, but it's close. The Bless is a bit closer than the double Wig play. He's 1 mana off lethal here. I think he still has to go in though, because his board will evaporate very soon if he doesn't make it bigger.
Oh, we're going to find out how much it is.
I believe this is like 3 off or something. One off.
1 off.
Yeah. 1-3, it's fine. But not for Pescoa. That was very dangerous. Is there enough to remove this, actually? With a prep pickup, maybe? Prep stab Krakatoa. The thing is, he can't actually use the Krakatoa claws as damage because he's at 1 health.
Prep stab is 4, Krakatoa is just 8.
So many.
That's 12, 15, 18. Leaves up a 2-2 the way I'm doing it, which means there must be a better way.
So there's more damage available than if you go Wicked Stab. Oh no, it might not be actually. It's very close though. I think he has to go for Prep Shroud to find the Wildpaw Knolls that are in his deck because there's just not enough damage right now. There is 1 Knoll and the second Knoll. I think he can clear now. So that's 6 plus an extra 12 on board, 18. Lets him full clear that and then stab double Fillet Fighter.
Yep.
Actually, he doesn't even double Fillet. He can make the damage a bit more optimal this way. Yes, and this way he keeps board. So at 1 health, Pescoa does stop this. And importantly, being at 1 health is almost equal to being at like 20 or 30 because Gruzin now has to stick a minion, which is not easy to do once the Rogue's taken the board and the Wigs are gone.
Yeah, it's just Samurai Bless, right? That's kind of it.
And there's only 1 copy of Bless left in the deck. Now, Samurai still cleans up a lot here. And again, it's important to note that, once again, Pescoa is at 1 health, so any minion sticking is lethal here, Wig or no Wig. So Gruzhin's going to fight for board as much as he can, but I don't think Pescoa is going to let anything stick at this point. Krakatoa will clean up nicely. The counter pressure is there. Is there some way to find damage off of School Teacher, maybe?
This is notoriously bad at it.
School Teacher into Call the Grave into Naval Mine. That's lethal.
There you go. Got that.
An exact mana for it too, because you need 5 mana to play the School Teacher in the thing and 2 mana left for the mine to be active.
Gruzin wins this with a Naval Mine as priest after struggling with the Mine Rogue all day. That'll be a thing.
It would be kind of silly. But he only has 1 turn because Pescoa is going to set up lethal this turn. 13 on board, both stabs are gone.
Go for minion with your Akane and that's the end, right?
Indeed. That's gonna Oh yeah, this actually just, they completely closed out the game. And Pascoa knows that the only way to come back into this is some weird school teacher shenanigans. So this absolutely locks Grushin out of the game. And will put Pascoa up to 2-2. Any spell that gets drawn here doesn't actually do anything. So this was checkmate from Pascoa. What a game. Now Grushin was correct to go all in there, I think, because if he doesn't go all in at that point, he might never have a chance to get that damage through. It's possible he could play a bit more reactively and say, you know what, I have a Samurai in hand, I'll let him develop, and then I'll try to clear after that. But I think setting him to 1 there is a pretty tall ask of Pascoa to clear that. There has to be so much damage from hand at that point. It literally has to be double null, double stab, and the knowledge was there that there were no wild pawn nulls. So I think the play to set him to 1 was a scary one, but I think it was a good one.
Yep, looked like a win really, and then Pascoa found the line, which is something that he's been very good at. You say, oh, he's lucky to find the exact cards, but it's something he seems to do a lot, is put himself in a position where he can find the cards. He finds the play that can get lucky, so sometimes he does get lucky.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially, we talked about the Asharan Vessel to Gone Fishing. It was a riskier play, but it let him come back against exactly something like that. And if he had none of that, I think he would have lost to that.
Very nicely done. 2 apiece, just the Demon Hunter left against this Priest. And again, we talked about it earlier, it's almost a straight race to get control of the board, not to do the damage. When you get control of the board, you're going to do the damage quickly enough to win that game. So, see how this one goes.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I wouldn't quite call it a mirror, but it's pretty close to a mirror for, you know, it not being a mirror because of the fact that it is a race back and forth. And it's an interesting one at that because the Priest has a bit of leeway in terms of determining how much health to leave on its minions in terms of Dread-Piercing Glaive breakpoints, because sometimes you don't want to give your minion, you know, let's say 10 health, because suddenly you're taking 20 from a Dread-Piercing Glaive multi-strike. So this is a very interesting matchup in terms of health breakpoints and fighting for board.
Now remember what happened earlier today. Grazine won this match with the Devour, effectively. He's got it again. He's got a full keep of little things. This is looking really nice for him.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't have the wig yet, but he does have the Thrive, which will get him the wig. It's actually not guaranteed, because I believe there's still a Devour, a Bless, or 2 Blesses. He does get it here. There are 4 spells that this deck runs.
Very different to the earlier game. It's going to be a Can I Steno You for $1 million at some point game. First of all, you've got to get this thing off the board.
Yeah, there's not many ways to clear it at this point. It has to basically be a Fel Barrage or something like a Lady Sitheno Predation. And currently that's not available. So Pascoa has some options here. Need for Greed, find cards, maybe try to juice up a Lady Sitheno. He could preemptively equip the Dread-Piercing Glaive. He could even preemptively hit the Slither Spear without killing it. But I think I like this. I think he does need something like a Predation to be able to neutralize this effectively. And he also has a bit of time. I don't think he's expecting to get blessed very, very, very quickly. He knows that there's a wig in hand and that's going to grow a little bit, but I think he needs some resources because his hand's a little too clunky at this point.
However, while you were analysing, the second wig was picked up, and that has made this thing a lot more terrifying.
This Slither Spear is quite nice at pushing damage at this point. So much health, it keeps getting attack every turn as well with the Serpent Wig. Again, there's no silence in the Demon Hunter, so this has to be just punched through, and it's currently not punch throughable. It's a little too healthy. Pascoa with a multi-strike pickup, so multi-strike plus the Fury plus the Glaive gives his hero 5 attack, and with a multi-strike effect can hit the Slither Spear twice, but it's not an honorable kill. Actually, it can be an honorable kill. He can go multi-strike Fury hit and then Dread-Piercing Glaive hit for 5. So 4 and then 5.
Yeah, the Scribe's really annoying as well because it eats up one of the Fel Barrage plops.
Yeah, I don't think there's any deviation. I think with a multi-strike that has to be used here to clean up the Slither Spear. And then it has to be used, something else will have to happen next turn after the Murkwater Scribe gets buffed for the wigs as well. But step 1 is getting that Slither Spear off the board.
Yeah, don't lose now and work out how not to lose later, okay?
Oh, you know what? Actually, this is kind of okay, too. setting up a taunt. I mean, the silence isn't likely to be in hand, and also this adds damage and sets up for next turn for Belt or multi-strike in terms of hitting maybe 2 minions. The downside is Najak, but Pasco is in a bit of trouble, and I don't think it's worth playing around something like Najak at this point. He needs to set up some efficient way to deal with things, and the Najak makes things a bit more awkward.
Okay, now he can do some stuff, though.
He can.
A way of doing this really well, though. I think not. I think he just has to go with something fairly basic with a multi-strike, because the other options, like involving actually getting a card on the board, for instance, seem quite difficult.
It's still a little too expensive to play the Lady Setheno, even with 2 Furies. So I think the play is Fury, kill off the Fel Murloc, and then multi-strike here power to clean up the Slither Spear. And that's still a lot of damage, and there's still a healthy minion for Grushin to put Serpent Wigs on, but hopefully Lady Setheno can deal with that next turn.
Yeah. He also had available the 50-50 on the Steno.
That's true.
Terrifying.
Lady Setheno, Fury, Fury. It's a pretty binary flip for the game, though. If it works, you might stall not win, but if it doesn't work, you definitely do not win.
Yep, absolutely.
I think he wanted to go for a more risk-averse line.
Swim back from whence you came.
Yeah, I felt if it worked, he won a lot of the time, though. But yeah, he obviously fancies better than 50-50 for the game, or he wouldn't do it this way.
Breakpoints here are very awkward for Setheno. There's still no predation. Ooh, this looks sucky. So if you're in a Chaos Strike, Pascoa and a Lady Setheno can clean up one of the 2/3s and then honorably kill the Najak. But there's the issue of the fact that there's a minion still left up. It might still be the play, though, because it removes the most. Alternatively, he can Chaos Strike first and try to hit Predation. But then if he misses, he leaves more on board, which is a little not good. So I think he is going to go for just the straight up kill 2 minions game plan. So the Chaos Strike and the Fury. Okay. Takes 2. Goes down to 9. Without a bless, he's still alive. That is lethal. With the Radiant Elemental discounts and 2 active wigs, this is guaranteed to give Grushin the bless. And Pasco, with an awkward hand, was not able to pull through the aggressive start that Grushin had here.
Yeah, just never quite got that turn. Grushin celebrates. He is delighted to get to that top 8. An extra point for him. Look at that emotion. It's great to see it. Obviously, Pascoa already locked in for Worlds, so disappointed though he'll be, because he loves to show how good he is at this game. It means a lot more to Grushin on this occasion, and he is pumped. He's had a long day, or at least a stressful one.
Oh, yeah.
Easy start, and then it all went wrong. Then, yeah, this was a tough match. Good for him, and we'll see him again on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, these games were honestly quite a treat to see. There wasn't, outside of that one Minor game we saw earlier today that you don't want on turn 4, there were a lot of back and forth games here, and we got to see these players make a lot of decisions and impact the outcome of the game. We saw good plays on both sides, and ultimately Grushin is going to take his position later on this weekend for more gameplay.
So that's our day almost done. How's it gone for you? You enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. As always, I'm kind of nervous getting back on camera officially when I can't joke around, but you know, I'm easing into it nicely.
Have you heard me and TJ?
I have.
and you thought I'll do anything but that? Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Don't blame you one bit. No, thank you so much for today's work so far. Absolutely joy to listen to the analysis, as it's a joy to watch Grushin popping off like that and goes through with Pun, who is similarly excited to get through. All these points worth so much. And also Group A, I don't know if we get to see Group A or not, I'm not sure, because I haven't done my homework. But Possessi and Okashinsky got through there earlier today. So far, 1 European. Just the one.
Yeah, there's a lot of jokes that can be made there, and I'm sure Europeans would love to take a crack at non-Europeans for that, but I'll let it slide.
No, I'm American. I am American when it comes to this broadcast. I am a fellow North American commentator. Absolutely. Gia and Derek, our fellow APAC people, will be very delighted at that Group A result. And then Sottle and Raven will be scratching their heads, wondering what went wrong. Where are those cocky Europeans on day one? Just Gruzin, nobody else. We enjoy it while we can, because it'll all be back to normal tomorrow.
Fair enough. And we'll be back with more Hearthstone too. I'm excited to see a lot of the other decks that we've seen as well. You mentioned that we're going to be seeing, I believe, a 40-card Quest Warrior tomorrow. Something to look out for, hopefully.
Yep, that's Habu Gabu's excuse to play the bucket with Quest Hunter and Control Murloc is his reward for doing that. So, interesting to see how that goes. He's been baiting on Twitter, saying how high he's climbed, but you never know if he just played one game. But I think he's going all right with that deck. I think it's not terrible. Yeah, I can't wait to see that.
Curious to see how that pans out. I've seen some mixed results from other people playing it and then sharing their results on ladder, kind of scratching their heads, but it only has to work here, you know?
And then there's a Group C, which we thankfully don't have to cast. Good luck, everybody else, with double Holy Paladin in it. Can't wait for that, Mirror.
That'll be interesting. Those games tend to go longer.
They really do. But thank you very much for your commentary today. Look forward to casting with you again tomorrow. That is us done for today. Back again, though, the same time tomorrow with Groups C and D with Darek and Lambie series opening the show. So can't wait for that. See you in a few hours.
gets a bless off the top. Pescoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rough for him for a moment. The shard of the Naru was so clutch.
He tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.